Chapter 1. You, who have been to prison, are unworthy of my daughter. The year was 2024. Sunlight streamed through the prison window, cast in jets warm glow upon the muscular form of feminine the floor. Yet, more glaring than the sunlight wareth a numerous scarce that mirror this body. Lu Yen, after your release, make sure to stay out of trouble, don't return to this place, especially don't get into fights. You've been served 5.5 years for grievous bodily harm, consider yourself lucky. Outside death of prison. Lu Yen, carrying in liesmo bag, could not help but look Theski. It was merely a wall away. Yet you warm thof to sunlight to say they brought a hint of moisture to the corners of his eyes. Mr. Lu Weisit, please jitaner boss wishes to see you. Admittedly Gedman wear a glasses stood beside a black business car. I see your boss Song Haiken? Standing at just over 6 feet, Lu Yen approached the bespectacledman, his short hair giving him a somewhat intimidating appearance, especially with his muscular arms that tinted at year so frigorous running. The man behind the glasses seemed to sense the pressure and, adjusting his spectacles, replied, "Yes, it's Mr. Song Hao wishes to meet you. The Basinas Garmadites wait at the Starry Sky Hotel in the capital." Throughout the journey, Lu Yen remained insolent, a self-deprecating smiley etched on his face. So, ithis comatothis. 5 years and 6 months had passed from the first year when Simeona visitum had done Lyricia Vita second visit just before his release. Unfortunately, it was not this beloved fiance Lu Shiryu of Ha had come, but their father, Ho had appeared unexpectedly. She was the lost child of Song family, Ithan Q4 taking care of for all these years, have deposited 5 million for you, enough for you to live in Laeftiri Arlis. Thebasina Scar Kamatohalt, interrupting Lu Yen's recollections, Beatisan found himself at a sitophus with the Medali Gedman his fiance's father, Song Haiken. Once seated, Song Haiken did not speak immediately. The Fusicon Sofsel and sever heavily on Lu Yen. Lu Yen, I wouldn't have come in person, but he heard that themany in your country remain done to cheddar in your time in prison. Finally, with Aphrosti demeanor, Song Haiken began to speak, showing no inclination for small talk and heading straight to the point. I don't care what your intentions are, but I warn you don't harbor any fantasies about maintaining a relationship with Shiryu. Yours imply from different worlds. Take the money and find a suitable wife that is what Simeona in your current position should do. Song Haiken grew increasingly impatient with Lu Yen's insolence, his tone growing harsher. She was they can be human trafficker village when she was for Freyland's mall, nearly sold to Adower. It was her grandmother Ho, seeing her plight, spent all her savings Storiski her from Thethel. She was weak from me and Gagey and had to drink traditional medicine, always crying gutin bitterness, and I would sit with her, coaxing her to finish it. Even now, I remember the taste of fevery medicine. When she was 16, grandmother sold her sheep to fund her high school education while I worked in constructions at the county. When she was 18, she was cornered by delinquents outside a shul, and he had to stitch up 20 at once. Lu Yen skays a grudist and tasher account of the memory of this to me with Lu Shiryu almost days of speaking to himself. What is thepo into falthus, the hebio redigivina 5 million, which is marathain enough to compensate for what he have contribute to verthayers, perhaps events a viral to me sover. Yet vizia not oba too greedy. Moreover, your grandmother passed away while you were in prison, and it was you who took care of everything. Song Haiken impatiently interrupted Lu Yen, clearly uninterested in hearing any more of these. Lu Yen latuta sarcastic laugh, don't you know why I went to prison? His words left Song Haiken momentarily speechless. After all, it was Lu Shiryu who had accidentally inflicted a grievous injury that led to Lu Yen taking the blame serving time for her. With a sharp sound, card was tossed onto the table. Here is 5 million, plus what I previously gave you, this holds suffice, right? Song Haiken had a viden lake map prepared. After speaking, hested up, ready to leave. A million ways indeed a substantial sum. I don't want the money. Have you come here in person when it is etalier matters and see for all. Lu Yen didn't even glance at the card, speaking calmly. You. Suddenly a series of crisp footsteps echoed from Hedge Centrum, and moments later, the door to the private room swung open. Lu Yen watched a dashish girl, walking with grace, approached him. For a moment, his memories fell fuzzy. In a light-colored dress that accentuated her curves, standing at around 5 feet 6 inches and paired with high heels, she was not to draw attention. But what truly to kiss breathe away wash her face, lightly adorned with makeup, and herias tatsi to hold festers. Yet, there finny day und lady before heim ways of our krifrom the girl ho hadans accompanied his grandmother to visit him 5 years ago. Back then, Lushiwi had been in nascent adorable with a playful charm thatch in throat evenessy cried athasite off stairs. The timid Germain themist beautiful memory for Lu Yin. But now son shu simed like ya high-born lady from a television drama, hernabled me nor making even her smiley appear meticulous Lyerhurst. In here, what do you want to say? Son Shayu sat beside Son Haiken, hertonin different, heron sprite as no devoid of any emotion. I just wanted to see you. Luyan forced at her smile, the feeling she had suppressed for 5.5 years suddenly flooding back. Father's words made harsh, but high reflect reality. Lukatwadi hour wearing in thin Lukatwadi heavy amazingly outfit of io your scoot kit me working gonthi construction site for half a year. Song Shiu spoke matter-of-factly, her tone devoid of fanny waves. Lu Yanglin said downeth this blend shirt, a gif fro Miss Grandmother during her last visit. I twasitry assur for both him and the former Lusher Yue. Indeed. Time could change many things. Lu Yan, I appreciate even a thing you've done, beautyo cannot morally bind me, forcing me to remain your fiancé and child bride. Song Shio's melodious voice had not changed much. But Wershan says spoke warmly, nowhere words were recalled enough to send a shiver through him. Lu Yan face reality. With a creak, Lu Yan pushed this chair back and stood up straight. Perhaps as you say, you and Ditrolai inhabit different worlds no. With a snap, an old card was tossed onto the table, mirroring the Onaha just received. This action caused Song Haiken to Faroas Browdy apply. Meanwhile, the standards Millie and Song Shio's face vanished entirely. Lu Yang cast a lingering glance at Song Jur thin Piki Duff's bag. From now on, letter debts besettled. The Lushi Uofchen Jiako and my grandmother have both perished the present Son Shayu Hasnadistom. Whether Iservid timey or made sacrifices, Ike Wazel for mickled Hudfians, Lusher Yue. If that's no thing to do with ya, Miss Song. So called compensation, give ye to however you wish. I hope we never meet again in this lifetime. Farewell. With that, Luyan exited the pravadarum, leaving Song Haiken with a complex expression, seemingly unable to comprehend Luyan's actions. He then suspected that Luyan's refusal of Teton Mulian ways a ploy for something more. Beside him, Song Shiryuev, clenching her fists, fell the ran trembly uncontrollably. She had lost the manho, since childhood she had wished could pluck festers from the sky for her. Forever. Chenjayaku. Atagravi on Thebak Mountain, Theosheshadi Edisettle. In a dilapidated dollhousey overgrown with weeds, Thorm Thofs Makebigintories. Is that the boy from Flo family back? Suddenly, a middle-aged woman outside sked tentatively. As Theta orapined, the woman saw Lu Yen, how was clearing feeds, and Herias instantly filled with tears. Lu Yen, you've come back, your grandmother shouldn't they left us soon. A sharp pang struck Lu Yan short. And you, it's my failure to befilial, it's my fault for not taking care of grandmother. His voice coquette with emotion filled with guilt. You may feel guilty towards Sayo your grandmother, but those people you're fair worse, if it weren't for them, your grandmother wouldn't have been hurt, nor would she have left us so early. Ant's words jolted Lu Yan from his sorrowworld, prompting him to ask urgently, Aunt you, what happened to me grandmother, woe her there? Sighing deeply, Aunt replied. It was she as parents who brought people to take her away, they clashed with our grandmother, and Dinianman kicked her down, injuring her head severely. Crack! The wooden shovel, weathered by years of wine downdrain, snapped into with a sharp sound. Lu Yan scrims only as fiket intently on Antu. Grandmother was beaten to death? Chapter 2 Did you kill my grandmother, an initial taste off the apocalypse. You see it was Son Shio's parents injured my grandmother, leading to her fatal injuries? At that moment, Lu Yan resembled a Venus leopard, a stark contrast to the man who had faced Song Haiken and Song Shayu earlier that day. This was the true Lu Yan. Throughout Chenjiaquantav and Nuamu County, he was notorious. Lu Yan the king. Antu's faceturned paleas hibaket away. She felt she had made a grave mistake. The look in Lu Yan is just no seemed capable of murder. The haftity, dilapidated courtyard was like a Dupontsmarie. A thegravi on Thebak Mountain. Grandmother, I have been unfilial. I failed to provide you with comfort in your latter years, and instead, you lost your love for me sake. I fitterly was them. I will ensure you receive justice. On Seth as matter is settled, he will join you below and make amends for all misfortcomings. With 3 hevik knocks, Lu Yen, carrying his bagandable, vanished down to road leading Gutoft village. In the capital. Befarid's Song Technology Company building. After waiting for 2 days, Lu Yan finally encountered the person he had longed to see. Song Shiyue. The familiar voice accosted woman walking towards the company to halt abruptly. However, Befaresh countered a man had already stepped forward to Lu Yan's side. Well, I know you're Lu Yan, right? I heard from Uncle Son that you are quite ambitious, refusing to take a single penny. What's this? You can't hold out for 2 days sandal dear Gretty? The man, clad in a tailor-red suit, wore a mocking expression, especially after sizing Lu Yan's chambly attire, his disdain evident. Yuan Bohua, this is no fire business. Song Shio's scold voice interjected. Lu Yan ignorethman, his gazasola fixed in Song Shiyue. Song Shiyue, how did me grandmother do? With this question, the previously composed Song Shiyue visibly trembled. Her reaction shattered Lu Yan's last glimmer of hope. Answerm. Veins bulged in Lu Yan's clenched fist such a cold lit demanded, drawing the attention of several nearby office workers. Unprepared, Song Shiyue took a step back in fright, her eyes brimming with tears. What the hell are you shouting, Gabu? Yuan Bohua, seeing Song Shiyue frightened by Lu Yan, reached out to grab her collar. Bang! Lu Yan's fist struck first. Yuan Bohua barely had to meet her gister the movement before he was knocked down by a single punk. Brother Yan, Dontak recklessly. Stop! Thesin outside the building descended into Casa Song Haikun and a group of security personnel rushed to surround Lu Yan and theaters. Lu Yan, Yoriela can change our ways, how do rewadik Simeo 9 front of Song Technology building, have a not sarva de not time? Song Haking glared at Yuan Bohua Haas being helped dupan bleeding from his mouth and nose, his face dark with fury. How did me grandmother do? Lu Yan sigazilakadanto Song Haiken. The latter's furious expression faltered for a moment, a flicker of guilt crossing his face. How dare you do heavy and idea hoam, in theun just sanoft hecker manafian way biological technology. Suddenly, Yuan Bohua's explosive shout shittered the ten Cecilants. Where the hell are the bodyguards, where the hell are you want them dead? Having likely not been height in a long time, Yuan Bohua was momentarily stunned before he exploding in rage. His furious cry is quickly summoned Foreman in black. For again stone. What should have been a suppressive situation turned out to be anything but. All 4 were professional bodyguards, and they found themselves evenly matched against Lu Yan for thement. Lu Yan had no phantom of Sulhahadwas here ferocity. Forever at Punchatuk, Harataliata Dinkind, fighting like a madman. Meanwhile, outside Song Haikun pulled the paleful-faced Song Shiyue side. Hurry, get them apart, quickly. A group of company's security personnel restrained Lu Yan, while Yuan Bohua's bodyguards retreated to his side. In less than 2 minutes, Lu Yan's face was a bloody mess, his mouth and brows smeared with blood, half off his face swollen and grotesque. You little brat, still so arrogant, you Dorito him, just wait until a breaky our legs. Yuan Bohua a notorious rich skin generation 9th the capital, Waisila want himself. Lu Yan sponge would bear a paid tenfold. Stop. A clear yet trembling voice halted Yuan Bohua. Then Song Shiyue rushed forward, shoving the security personnel aside. Yet, as her reached out to help Lu Yan, her hand was ruthlessly brushed away. Struggling to stand, Lu Yan's remaining, now bloodied, looked fearful-eared. That old lady had cared for you for 14 years and spent their life-saving store as Guaya from Zhang the widower. Did he kill her? His blooded gaze fixed firmly on the woman a meter away. Song Shiyue opened her mouth to respond but found her throat that tightened with anxiety, rendering her speechless. That old woman, Hakun afford medicini and personally gathered herbs in the mountains, Hakun venriad but sold her last 2 sheep to send out of school. Did he kill her? Tears of blood fell as Song Haikun felt to kill run down his spine. The Troisième accident one never intended to harm your grandmother, it was just a mistake. Song Haiken's voice was inexplicably hoarse. Buthuas interrupted be another voice. The told the Guajir grandmother, now under fought so hard to prevent us from taking she away. Pa, you want bail wash of it thibadagar de se en spat blood. How dare ya shoot him, claiming Shayuash her granddaughter, waitin' for her grandson to return. Ho do ya think he aware? Take a good look at yourself as ye are nothing but trash. The told dag de red to der timic lethisit samarika lidid kick her to death in the spot. Yuan bail wash fasa twisted in rage shot dat luyan from a distance, effectively summarizing the incident that had transpired that day. His words drew Luyan's blood soak adjacent to him. Watery a looking at, you want to kill him, come on, try it. Yuan bail was spread his arms wide, hissed and dripping with sarcasm and disdain. Had taunted Luyan with reckless abandon. But the anticipate explosion of fury did not come. Luyan swayed slightly before taking gas step toward the street not far away. Event the security personnel did not intervene. Startled back to reality, Sun Shiwei instinctively went at a casifter hum but was blocked by Song Haiken. It's too dangerous for you to offend him now, just wait a couple of days, and Dad will make it right. Song Haiken cast a subtle glance at Yuan Bao Ha continued to hurl insults at Luyan. Beside him Song Shiu Simed Tolos allure vitality in an instant. In Asmolin and Thier Bon Village. Having bandaged his wounds, Luyan entered his room, carrying a bag of items. Clang. The metallic sound decoded decrum ped space. Ikways an assortment of regulated knives. Though Luyan was fierce, he was not foolish. The clash with Yuan Bo Wash bodyguard should not be in part of his plan. Regardless, today had learned how was responsible for his grandmother's death. However, he didn't attack reckless light owing so old and jeopardize his and Ekans for revenge. As Song Haiken had rightly said, they were indeed from different worlds. Topley with Zomion freshly released from prison with pneumonia or power was perhaps a simplest word. Therefore, who would either strike decisive eblau or remain quietly in hiding, biding his time. Russell. Act knife never before drawn, wash gradually sharpened to a razor such by Luyan. Yuan Bo wa Song Haiken Song Shur Yue. Ashley and Thebed, Luyan repeated their name Isovirendover. Regardless of whether his grandmother's death was an accident or what troll Song Haiken and Theather splayed. It was thesame to him. Who will seek vengeance? Whether or not to forgiveth them ways a matter he would leave it to his grandmother in the afterlife. In the dead of night. Tokar Spoladup outside the inn, and 7 or 8 people began distributing weapons at the entrance. Just brain I Thirlims don't kill them. Yuancha still hashes. In Sedethian. The sleeping Luyan did nothing arthi commotion outside. Only the bloodstained grey stone earrings which Hen Flusher you had Hooford Payne had Pierre said together seemed to darken ominously. At a certain moment. Buzz. Luyan's body suddenly twisty dan spun and didn't the blink of any have vanished from Thebed. In the year 2084. On Green Star. Amidst the and so devastated city, a figure suddenly appeared, crashing down into the ground overgrown with weeds. Bang! After the dull thud, several shadows Sinadar Kali turned abruptly. Vethan stig Jared toward Thesorsiofta sound. Whoa! Chapter 3, The System Awakens, the journey of the time traveler officially begins. Stumbling and dazed, Luyan emitted a muffled groan. Struggling to rise, he found himself utterly bewildered. Where am I? I distinctly remember sleeping in a hotel. How is it that upon opening my eyes I find it to be broad daylight? Moreover, why am I inexplicably situated in a bizarre city filled with ruins? Am I dreaming? The only plausible explanation slipped from Luyan's lips. Yet this dream feels overwhelmingly vivid, too real, indeed, for one to recognize it as mere fantasy, even as the environment around him shifts dramatically. Suddenly, a voice echoed from a nearby alley, yet Luyan could not discern its source. Instinctively, he began to move toward the sound. However, with a sudden clash, a look of pain instantly crossed Luyan's face. That my bag, even in a dream it remains. Looking down, he saw that he had kicked the very pouch he had placed beside his bed. Housing several sharpened knives, intrigued, Luyan crouched down, rubbing his toe while unzipping the bag. Indeed, these are the knives I sharpened. But why does it still hurt so much in this dream? As he muttered to himself. A sudden realization struck him. Can one truly feel pain in a dream? Gazing at his bare feet and the clothes he wore before sleeping, a sense of the uncanny began to envelop him. Ah, the voice echoed again from not far off, and instinctively Lu Yan looked up, only to see his pupil dilate in terror. At the same moment, at the mouth of the alley, a gaunt figure clad in tattered clothing was staring directly at him. Their eyes met. Ha! With a piercing scream, the man's gaunt features contorted grotesquely, his mouth gaping wide and filled with dark blood, open to its utmost limit, the skin on either side of his face ripped apart. In the next instant, the man lunged toward Lu Yan like a hellish specter, sprinting furiously. Everything unfolded too suddenly and horrifically for Lu Yan to process. He instinctively grabbed a knife from his backpack. In the blink of an eye, they were face to face. Pucci, the long knife pierced the man's heart in an instant. Regardless of who he was, that thrust would surely spell his doom, yet, to Lu Yan's profound horror, the man, even after being stabbed through the heart, opened his blood-soaked mouth wide before Lu Yan's very eyes. He could even see the dark red molars clearly crack. The teeth clashed with a chilling sound. With that force, they could likely snap steel. Rolling aside to evade, Lu Yan barely had time to process his shock as he hastily seized another knife and swung it toward the terrifying head. Crack! The sharp blade nearly cleaved the skull in two, with foul brain matter splattering onto Lu Yan. Thud! The corpse, impaled by two knives, collapsed heavily to the ground. Is this a zombie from a movie? How? Before Lu Yan could finish his thought, two more figures emerged from the alley. This time, it was a man and a woman. However, the woman was missing an arm, and her abdomen had been ripped open, intestines and innards flailing as she ran. The sight was even more horrifying and gruesome than that of the previous man, and this was just the beginning. The cacophony of screams from the alley grew louder and more frantic, clearly indicating that there were far more zombies than just these three. Clang! Lu Yan's head spun, leaving him no opportunity for wild thoughts. Instinctively, he grabbed two knives and glanced around. Then, he took off running. Whether this was a dream or reality, he had no desire to be touched by these terrifying zombies. On the street, Lu Yan raced ahead while two zombies pursued closely behind. The distance between them was gradually narrowing, sending Lu Yan's heart plummeting. The zombies were stronger than he. Even worse, ahead on the street, shadowy figures of zombies appeared to be slowly advancing. He could not continue running. He needed to find a place to confront them one by one. Having endured many a beating, Lu Yan's mind was unusually calm at this moment. Had he not been composed, he would have already met his demise, or worse, out of the corner of his eye. He spotted a shattered doorway and, without a second thought, dove inside. A department store. The ground of the mall was littered with shattered glass mingled with dried blood. As Lu Yan peered into the increasingly dark interior, he hesitated for a moment before sprinting left. Bang bang bang. The zombies, devoid of pain, crashed into the store, causing chaos, yet they would spring back up almost immediately after falling. This scene was even more bloodthirsty and frenzied than in movies. Pucci, a male zombie, while running, suddenly had a leg severed, its body flying several meters before hitting the ground. Lu Yan, hidden behind a pillar, seized the opportunity and swiftly repositioned himself. In the next moment, the female zombie lunged, colliding with the pillar. Crack! Her neck was brutally severed, and her grotesque head rolled away several meters. After dispatching the female zombie, Lu Yan wasted no time catching his breath. He rushed toward the incapacitated male zombie, seized the moment. The male zombie, incapable of standing, still exuded ferocity, crawling toward Lu Yan while shrieking. Clang! Sparks flew as one of its hands was severed, detaching from the body. Clang clang clang! In less than half a minute, the zombies had lost their ability to move, left to futilely scream at Lu Yan. Whimper. A severed leg muffled the zombies' cries, and Lu Yan cautiously glanced toward the store entrance before steeling himself to examine the fallen zombies. Is this a dream or reality? Have I truly crossed over? The fatigue and pain his body felt were vividly clear, and the zombies on the ground were unmistakably real. It was impossible that this was merely a dream. But if it isn't a dream, how can I explain all of this? Have I truly crossed over? The mere thought of crossing over made Lu Yan's heart drop. He realized he could no longer avenge his grandmother. This was more despairing than a life sentence. I am truly useless, incapable of avenging my kin. Had I known this, I would have fought against Yuan Baohua and the others during the day. His chaotic thoughts compelled Lu Yan to grasp his head tightly while the faint cries of the zombies beneath his feet heightened his agitation. Shut up! With bloodshot eyes, Lu Yan swung his knife down upon the zombies in a frenzied assault. Yet, even in this irrational state, he instinctively targeted the vital areas of the creatures. It wasn't until he pierced the zombie's skull that it finally ceased moving. Crack! A small, yellowish-white stone tumbled from the zombie's shattered head, standing out starkly amidst the splattered brain matter and blood. It wasn't the stone itself that was peculiar, but rather that the brain matter seemed to be pushed aside by an invisible force. Leaving the stone completely untainted, this scene naturally caught Lu Yan's attention. With a careful flick of his blade, he nudged the stone half a meter away, yet it remained immaculate, not a speck of dust clinging to it. What could this be? After cutting a small piece of fabric from his clothing, he pressed it against the stone and picked it up. However, this cautious action was anything but safe. Ding, level 1 crystal nucleus acquired. Apocalypse system fully activated. Initial activation grants a novice gift pack. Please check current energy. 1. When traveling between the apocalypse and the original world, you may carry 1 cubic decimeter of supplies. The sudden voice caused Lu Yan's muscles to tense instantly. Yet, his expression soon transformed into one of indescribable joy and excitement. Before his imprisonment, he had spent his teenage years working part-time and often read novels to pass the time. The concept of a system was not foreign to him. In fact, he had fantasized about it. To his astonishment, he found himself the possessor of a legendary system. However, as the exhilaration surged through him, a sudden thought struck and his expression shifted to one of profound shock. System, did you just say I can return to Blue Star? Chapter 4, a counter full of gold is all mine. The entire apocalypse is mine. Yes, host, each time you fall asleep, you will traverse between 2 worlds. However, please be cautious. Upon leaving the current world, the flow of time will be reduced to 1 billionth, and upon returning, you will be in a state infinitely close to that of your departure. Therefore, the host must ensure the current environment is safe to prevent mental disarray caused by the asymmetrical flow of time between the 2 worlds, which would hinder prompt decision-making. Lu Yan listened only vaguely to the system's incessant chatter. At this moment, he was entirely consumed by the joy of the prospect of returning to Blue Star. As long as he could go back, he could continue to avenge his grandmother. That was of paramount importance. Once he regained his composure, Lu Yan resumed his inquiries with the system. What exactly is this energy you speak of, and what is this cubic decimeter of carrying capacity? As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang out again. Energy refers to the crystal nuclei found within the brains of zombies. The higher the level of the zombie or mutated entity, the higher the grade of the crystal nucleus. 1 white crystal nucleus allows for a carrying space of 1 cubic decimeter. Upon reaching capacity, higher grade crystal nuclei will be required to expand the spatial dimensions, and so forth. Furthermore, the storage space allows for the transfer of any objects between the 2 worlds at the host's discretion. The weapon bag and clothing you currently wear are the first system benefits from your initial traversal. On your next journey, you will be completely unarmed. A series of explanations left Lu Yan's face brimming with expression. Yet, he quickly advanced toward the first female zombie whose head had been severed. Crack! With a swift motion, he split her apart like a rotten melon. Within moments, a white crystal nucleus tumbled out. System, this thing isn't poisonous, is it? Lu Yan was apprehensive about contracting a virus by touching it barehanded. The crystal nucleus is a pure energy entity, free from any contaminants. With the assurance of the system, Lu Yan cast aside his concerns and picked it up. Current energy, 2, space, 2 cubic decimeters. A simple line of text flashed before his eyes. It truly has increased the storage space. Suppressing his excitement, Lu Yan's gaze swept across the dim, dust-laden hall, quickly settling on a circular counter. Gold. With a swift motion, Lu Yan brushed away the dust from the display case, revealing an array of gold rings nestled within. Suppressing his inner excitement, he stepped into the counter and began to retrieve tray after tray. Rings, necklaces, earrings. System, these jewels are also made of gold, correct? Can I store them in my storage space and bring them back? Lu Yan inquired, biting his lip in anticipation, fearing the possibility of disappointment. Rest assured, host, the only limitation of the storage space is its size. There are no items that cannot be accommodated, the system reassured him, providing a comforting sense of clarity. Decades faster than Blue Star. How many years ahead is it now? Lu Yan instinctively probed. It is the year 2084. Precisely 45 years after the establishment of the Green Star Federation and the 50th anniversary following the Third World War, the system replied. The various timelines mentioned were unfamiliar to Lu Yan, leaving him unable to relate to them. However, the mere mention of world wars and the Green Star Federation hinted at monumental events that must have radically altered humanity. Deciding not to delve deeper into the history of Green Star, Lu Yan realized that his primary concern was survival and the continuous collection of crystal cores. By the way, system, what is this novice gift package? He suddenly recalled the system's earlier prompt, suspecting this package was a form of reward for him. The Novice Gift Package contains the following items: Initial Strengthening Potion X1, Novice Combat Suit X1, a Novice Map, and Single Soldier Rations X1. The names of the items were announced, for new objects materialized before Lu Yan. Initial Strengthening Potion enhances the user's strength by 100 kg. Novice Combat Suit can withstand 1 to 3 attacks from a level 1 zombie. Novice Map marks all human survivor bases and hazardous areas within a 50-kilometer radius. Single Soldier Rations provides food and nutritional liquid for one person. Lu Yen scanned the floating descriptions of the items, understanding their significance at a glance, yet the most exhilarating aspect for him was undoubtedly the initial strengthening potion. An increase of 100 kilograms in strength was nearly equivalent to doubling his already considerable force, given that he could exert just over 100 kilograms with a single punch. The potion's most terrifying feature was its comprehensive enhancement. Consuming it would undoubtedly lead to a qualitative transformation in his abilities. With this thrilling anticipation, Lu Yen unhesitatingly tilted back his head and consumed a small glass vial. Boom! An overwhelming surge of energy coursed through his limbs, causing his flesh and bones to quiver slightly in a most extraordinary manner. Half an hour later, as the energy dissipated, Lu Yen could not resist stretching his stiff muscles. Suddenly, crackling sounds erupted from his body. His already well-defined physique appeared even more harmonious and bursting with vigor. Remarkably, even his injuries from earlier in the day had completely healed. Delightful, Lu Yen exclaimed, unable to articulate his feelings beyond that single word. System, are there second or third generations of the strengthening potion? Where can I obtain them? Lu Yen, now almost addicted to the prospect of these potions, eagerly inquired about them. The strengthening potions can be purchased within the system's marketplace. The higher the level of the marketplace, the more diverse the available goods. The first generation potion requires 1000 white crystal cores, the second generation potion requires 1000 green crystal cores, the third generation potion requires 1000 blue crystal cores. The system's information fell upon Lu Yen like a bucket of cold water, chilling his enthusiasm. 1000 crystal cores, that would necessitate the defeat of 1000 zombies. To make matters worse, higher-level potions demanded higher-tier crystal cores. Given his current capabilities, even with the initial strengthening potion, it would be uncertain how long it would take him to slay 1000 ordinary zombies. System, you are truly ruthless. Lu Yen could not help but voice his frustrations. The host has not fully grasped the core functionalities of this system. The ability to traverse and carry resources from two worlds is paramount. The system enlightened him. Realizing the implications of this revelation, Lu Yan's gaze shifted back to the gold before him. Indeed, with access to the resources of two worlds, why should he resort to violence? If he merely enhanced his storage space, collecting crystal cores would become a trivial pursuit. Envisioning the technological marvels he could bring back from Green Star, superior to those of Blue Star, Lu Yan's smile broadened. Brimming with excitement, suddenly, a loud rumble emanated from his stomach. Hunger struck him fiercely. I'm famished. Without further contemplation on why he felt such hunger, Lu Yen tore into the single soldier rations, devouring them ravenously. Minutes later, having consumed every morsel of food and water, he let out a satisfied burp, feeling invigorated. If I can return to Blue Star through sleep, I need not worry excessively about food and water. My priority should be to hunt down solitary zombies, expand my storage space, and bring back supplies. With determination, Lu Yen resolved to take things one step at a time, focusing on surviving the first day. Donning the novice combat suit, made from a material that felt both soft and resilient, he felt significantly more secure. Now, let the hunting commence. Chapter 5, Nighttime Ambush. The power of the strengthening potion begins to unfold. Within the mall's entrance, Lu Yen cautiously peered outside while gripping his knife. His breath came in quick bursts, reminiscent of a malfunctioning tractor. Over the course of 3 hours, he had lured in dozens of zombies. The process fraught with peril yet manageable. However, during the final encounter, what began as a single zombie drawn out by a small stone led to disaster. Lu Yen failed to notice another lurking behind an abandoned car. In an instant, 4 or 5 zombies charged towards him. In that clash, Lu Yan's combat suit nearly succumbed to rips, and his steel knife was cleaved in two. I now possess a storage capacity of 16 cubic decimeters. Though still modest, it is sufficient to hold the gold from the mall. Confident that the danger had passed, Lu Yen returned to the counter of Zhou Xiaofeng. The amount of gold in each case was not substantial. The investment-grade gold ingots were nearly absent, with most items being jewelry. Thus Zhou Xiaofeng had accumulated around 10 kilograms of gold. Fortunately, there were 3 brands on the first floor, and after thoroughly searching, Lu Yen amassed over 20 kilograms of gold. Considering the current gold prices, can I expect to make over 10 million from this haul? The thought left Lu Yen breathless. To think that he could gather such wealth from a mere mall display. If he were to venture into larger jewelry stores or seek out vaults filled with gold, the figures were simply unimaginable. To think I could barely exchange my life for such riches before. And now it's within my grasp. As he gazed at the glittering gold through the glass, Lu Yen clenched his fist in determination. You no longer possess the power to demand my life in exchange. Meanwhile, in Blue Star, the inn's door was thrust open with force. The drowsy proprietress barely had time to react before a knife was slammed onto the bar. Which room is this person in? A photo was thrust almost into her face. Room 108, she stammered, panic evident in her voice. If you wish to live, keep your mouth shut. Where is the surveillance hard drive? The cold command drained the color from her face, prompting her to nod vigorously as a computer case was shoved forward. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footfalls echoed ominously in the night, advancing towards the very door that Lu Yen occupied simultaneously in the sparsely furnished room. The empty bed suddenly warped as a figure materialized from thin air, dropping down softly from half a meter, a far gentler arrival than when he had departed. System, Lu Yen instinctively uttered, though no response came. His heart skipped a beat. Was he dreaming? As that thought crossed his mind, he found his breathing growing labored. What could be more despairing than hope shattered? Please inform the host directly of any matters. The system will provide answers based on its database. A voice akin to celestial music resonated within Lu Yan's mind. It wasn't a dream. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lu Yan trembled uncontrollably, eagerly commanding, open storage space. A semi-transparent square materialized, filled to the brim with gold, next to which lay the combat suit. Glancing down at his unclothed state, Lu Yan hastily donned the combat suit, which resembled a sporty outfit, rendering him less conspicuous. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps grew increasingly distinct, and a sense of urgency gripped Lu Yen as he instinctively reached for the knife in his storage. Thanks to the spatial properties, the blade was pristine, free of any blood, gore, or remnants of the apocalyptic virus the system assured him would not accompany him to this world. Holding the knife, Lu Yen felt a surge of security, yet he quickly sheathed it again. He could not afford to injure or kill anyone in such a location unless absolutely necessary. Such a confrontation with the other party's energy would likely confine the rest of one's life to a prison. Lu Yen's myriad thoughts flickered like lightning. However, the hotel was too cramped. Bang! The door was violently kicked open, and a group of individuals stormed in, brandishing weapons. Bang! Crack! A chair was hurled at the bald man at the forefront, shattering into a myriad of pieces upon impact. The others were firmly blocked outside. By the time the bald man regained his composure, Lu Yen had already vanished, leaving only a window ajar. Chase, the bald man bellowed, his face darkened with rage, initiating a frantic pursuit down the street. The urban village was expansive, its winding paths cluttered with debris. After several minutes of this chaotic chase, they finally halted at an abandoned timber yard. You little brat, run again, and I'll see where you can escape to. Surround him. The bald man's arm quivered slightly, a residual effect from the earlier chair strike. 7 or 8 individuals began to encircle Lu Yen, their faces betraying a ruthlessness that indicated they had engaged in such activities before, perhaps even taking lives. Are you sent by Yuan Baohua or Song Haiken? Lu Yen remained composed, his tone showing little fluctuation as the moonlight obscured his expression. Who sent you matters not today. I shall sever your limbs. Blame your lack of strength for coveting a woman beyond your reach. The bald man seemed in no hurry to act, relishing the power he held over another as fate. Ha! Lu Yen scoffed coldly. Am I to die simply because I am poor? The bald man erupted into a raucous laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. Do you know how much the Song family's technology is worth? Over 8 billion. But do you know how much Yuan Wei biological group is worth? 5 times that of the Song family. And you, fresh out of prison, you probably can't even muster 1,000. His contempt was palpable, disregarding whether Lu Yen was aware of who had sent them. In that moment, he resembled a cat toying with a mouse, intent not only on maiming Lu Yen but also on shattering his spirit. Yuan Baohua and Song Haiken are wealthy, are they? Lu Yen suddenly laughed, as if a revelation had struck him. It was too merciful to demand their lives. He wanted to see everything they possessed reduced to nothing, transforming them into beggars on their knees. Lu Yen inhaled deeply, realizing that true torment lay in making them wish they had never been born. The bald man observed Lu Yen, who appeared as if he had lost his mind, his expression shifting to one of scornful derision. This is truly dull. The fellow has lost his wits. Let us just take him out, he commanded, and several men armed with knives and baseball bats advanced toward Lu Yen. Kid, if you lie down obediently, we might spare you some mercy, otherwise, we'll chop you up at the roots. You'll suffer even more alive. A yellow-haired man cracked his neck, aiming the bat at Lu Yen's head. Thud! The bat was seized firmly by Lu Yen's hand, who revealed a bloodthirsty grin. Since you're so merciful, I shall leave you some mercy as well. Chapter 6. The Enraged Yuan Baohua. The gold sold for over 10 million, you're asking for death. The yellow-haired man was momentarily stunned before his expression twisted into a snarl, instinctively trying to retract his weapon, but he found himself unable to budge. Confusion replaced his rage as he could not fathom why he could not overpower Lu Yan, who seemed to possess far more strength than he had anticipated. Bang! The yellow-haired man was sent flying several meters, landing in a crumpled heap. Lu Yan retracted his foot and wasted no time swinging the baseball bat at the still-dazed onlookers. The dull thuds echoed through the night. Minutes later, Lu Yan rubbed his numbed arm and approached the bloodied bald man. Go back and tell Yuan Baohua that he killed my grandmother. I intend to make the entire Yuan family pay for this. Lu Yan delivered his chilling message from a position of dominance, then wiped the fingerprints from the bat and departed. Though currently he was still unprepared, he needed to remain cautious to avoid any unforeseen missteps, but it wouldn't be long. An hour later, a subordinate handed a phone to the reveling Yuan Baohua in a private room. What? Yuan Baohua shoved aside the woman clinging to him and smashed a wine glass against the wall-mounted television, the room falling silent as if a pin could be heard dropping. You sent 2 cars, and yet they were all taken down. Were you raised on shit? Yuan Baohua raged into the phone. He had dismissed Lu Yan as a mere bumpkin freshly released from prison, believing it would be simpler to crush him than to squash a bug, yet this simple task had somehow gone awry. Yuan Shao, this Lu Yan is rather uncanny. Not only is he immensely strong, but he is also exceptionally swift. The most terrifying part is his resilience. The baseball bat struck his arm with full force, and it didn't seem to affect him much at all. The bald man recounted the bizarre encounter with Lu Yan, bloodied and bewildered, yet Yuan Baohua would not buy it. Why don't you mention how he caught bullets with his bare hands? He retorted, dismissing the group as a bunch of excuse-making failures. Yuan Shao. Lu Yan left behind a message of the bald man, bearing a pained expression, cautiously repeated Lu Yan's final words. The line fell into a momentary silence. Haha! Yuan Baohua suddenly broke into a twisted grin, his face contorting with fury. It had been ages since anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner, a mere ant, audaciously claiming to dismantle the Yuan Wei biological technology. Spread the word. Whoever brings me Lu Yan's head will earn 10,000, whatever depth of wound, I'll shell out 1 million for it. But if someone manages to kill him, the remaining funds will be reserved for that fool. Yuan Baohua's venomous words slithered through the phone, chilling even the bald man to the bone. This was a vow to flay Lu Yan alive. The following day, after a sleepless night, Lu Yan sought out a breakfast shop to satisfy his hunger. He had much to accomplish today. He could not venture into the apocalypse just yet. Boss, I need a set of gas welding equipment. Outside the hardware store, Lu Yan slung a bag over his shoulder and spent half of his savings to rent a garage. Once the small oxygen tank and various tools were assembled, the torch flared to life, melting down gold rings, earrings, necklaces, and bracelets one by one, finally pouring them into a standard mold to cool. Soon, gold bars began to take shape. This was the only way he could sell the gold. While finished products fetched higher prices, without proof of origin, it would be trouble. By noon, Lu Yan emerged from his neighborhood carrying a bag and hailed a taxi to a found gold recycling point. Do you buy gold bars? He inquired, and the shopkeeper's eyes lit up instantly. Yes. How many grams? Do you have a receipt? The shopkeeper beamed at Lu Yan. These gold bars are from my family's legacy. I urgently need cash, so I'm looking to sell. What price can you offer? Lu Yan placed a gold bar on the counter. Wow. The shopkeeper, seeing the bar weighed at least 5 taels, instinctively wiped his hands on his pants. This was no small transaction, brother. You know that recycling gold requires a purchase record. Doing this without one may be problematic. If you can't take it, then forget it, Lu Yan replied, reclaiming his gold bar. Wait, don't rush. We can negotiate. The shopkeeper quickly grabbed Lu Yan, hesitating before continuing. Normally, I'd offer 550 per gram, but for this, I can only give you 500. You understand I'm taking a risk here. How many can you take? Lu Yan didn't waste time. He wasn't concerned about selling 30 or 50. He could easily visit another gold shop for the rest. The shopkeeper had no idea of Lu Yan's situation, and upon hearing his willingness to sell so readily, he regretted having offered high. Damn, I'd been too generous. However, he soon became astonished by Lu Yan's next question. How many do you have? Half an hour later, the shopkeeper's cash reserves were nearly depleted, yet his heart raced at the sight of 10 gold bars, some melted at the edges, some cut short. He realized he had made a significant profit, 50 per gram. 12,500 per bar, totaling 125,000. This transaction alone would provide him with 2 months' worth of earnings. The excited yet anxious shopkeeper had no inkling that Lu Yan's ordinary backpack contained at least 80 more identical gold bars. The entire afternoon passed as Lu Yen visited over 20 gold recycling shops to sell all the gold. It wasn't that one shop couldn't handle it, he simply didn't dare to sell too much at once. Fearing unnecessary trouble, however, considering the millions he was sending home and the 1 to 2 million in his backpack and storage, Lu Yen's heart raced uncontrollably. In his life, he had never possessed more than 10,000. Which had been saved for Lu Shiyue's school fees before he was imprisoned. Lu Yen, pull yourself together, you've got a system now. Is it really necessary to be so exhilarated by money? Lu Yen scolded himself inwardly, yet, he had to admit, the effect was quite beneficial. He soon calmed down. With the gold sold, the next step was to prepare for the items needed in the apocalypse. Lu Yen visited a high-end restaurant in the capital, savoring delicacies he had never dreamed of while contemplating his upcoming preparations. The space could only hold 16 cubic decimeters, limiting how much he could take. Hence, he had to choose wisely what to bring along. This time, he intended to seek out the nearest human base, preparing to embark on a journey of trade between two dimensions. After finishing a meal, Lu Yen had a rough idea of what was essential in this apocalyptic world. Food and water sources were undoubtedly paramount, followed closely by medical supplies. Hence, Lu Yen decided to make selections among these vital items. He opted for a variety, considering it was his first venture into the unknown. The supermarket, he procured canned goods, compressed biscuits, water, salt, and sugar, ensuring he had a little of each. In the pharmacy, he gathered antibiotics, vitamins, medical alcohol, and iodine. However, the two most crucial items in Lu Yen's possession were not these essentials. Rather, they were a few potent sleeping pills and a bottle of high-proof liquor he had purchased. He needed to sleep to traverse into another world, so in times of peril, he had to rely on external means to fall asleep. It was, in a sense, a method of self-preservation. In the capital city, Fengxiao Mingyuan, Lu Yen spent 100,000 to rent a spacious apartment of over 100 square meters. He did not use his own identification to sign the contract, fearing for its safety in the city. Lying on the soft bed, well-fed and hydrated, Lu Yen conducted a final check of his belongings before slowly closing his eyes. What surprises awaited him on this second journey into the apocalypse? Chapter 7, The Steel Cable Passage Between Buildings, the trading zone of the gathering place, Green Star. In the dimly lit luxury shops of the mall, Lu Yen suddenly materialized. However, this time he did not tumble from the air but rather found himself lying in a corner cluttered with clothing. This location could serve as a temporary refuge. Should danger arise upon exiting, he could always return here. After ensuring there were no threats nearby, Lu Yen muttered to himself. In both worlds, he could establish 3 coordinate points. So he decided to keep this one as a precaution. Opening the map, Lu Yen silently recited. It unfolded before him like a paper map, precisely the one awarded in the novice gift package. Yet, this map was visible only to him. The nearest small gathering place was approximately a kilometer away, and traversing that distance would not be easy. Lu Yen's expression grew serious as he observed a marker on the map. There were indeed many zombies outside, and the thought of covering a kilometer filled him with trepidation. Suddenly, the chilling roar of zombies jolted Lu Yen awake, and he quickly turned his attention to the door. Thud, 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 several figures sprinted past the entrance, their frenzied movements reminiscent of starving dogs catching sight of a bone. What could have drawn these zombies away? Lu Yen was filled with curiosity and, after a moment's hesitation, bravely approached the door to peer outside. A swarm of zombies rushed down the street, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Seeing the deserted street, Lu Yen gritted his teeth and dashed out. Whatever had lured the zombies away was, without a doubt, a stroke of fortune for him. He sprinted a couple of 100 meters until he noticed the zombies abruptly halting ahead, prompting him to hide within an open stairwell. The zombies seemed to be chasing after a person. Lu Yen could not see clearly, but the act of shutting the door was surely not something a zombie could accomplish. As he pondered this, a sudden crackling sound echoed from above. In the next instant, he witnessed a person gliding along a steel cable, then another followed. So this was how these survivors evaded the pursuit of zombies. Lu Yen was enlightened, realizing how the remaining humans in the city moved swiftly. Light footsteps echoed in the stairwell as he cautiously ascended to the 8th floor, then entered an open apartment according to his memory. Before him, a window revealed a steel cable disappearing into the adjacent building. In his line of sight, he noticed that on the 14th floor of that building, another steel cable seemed to extend toward other structures. Judging by the direction of the cable, it likely led to the gathering place he sought. A surge of joy filled Lu Yen as he quickly scanned the surroundings for anything that could assist him in traversing the cable. To his delight, he discovered several metal rings in a cabinet, which would undoubtedly save him a great deal of trouble. However, Lu Yen did not rush to slide across just yet. Instead, he gathered some rags from the room. securing them with curtains before pushing them toward the opposite building, wary of potential traps. With a dull thud, the rags collided against the building, yet no further sound followed, indicating it was likely safe. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yen grasped the metal ring. As he slid along the cable, his speed was not particularly fast, but within moments, he entered the adjacent room unscathed, finally feeling a sense of relief. Lu Yen deftly unfastened the ring and, after a brief observation, followed the footprints to the 14th floor. However, he did not rush onward. Instead, he took a moment to survey the surroundings from his elevated position. The street below was dotted with clusters of zombies, some wandering aimlessly while others congregated. Occasional noises would prompt the nearby zombies to move towards the source, and the louder the sound, the more agitated their reactions became. Using noise to divert the zombies was an effective strategy. In the future, he should prepare some loud devices when he had more space. After musing to himself, Lu Yen pressed onward. However, he soon encountered a dilemma. Within one building, there were 3 steel cables leading in different directions, seemingly intended for access to various locations. Fortunately, with the map as his crucial tool, he knew the location of the gathering place, so he chose the direction closest to it. Confident it would likely be correct, half an hour later, the gathering place appeared to be within reach on the map, yet Lu Yen saw only dilapidated buildings upon arrival. The system's map was undoubtedly accurate. He decided to investigate further. Without lingering on doubts, Lu Yen slid towards the final building. Just as his feet were about to touch the ground, he caught sight of 2 figures standing not far off. Tension filled the air as both parties remained on high alert. In contrast to Lu Yan's readiness to strike, the 2 men merely rested their hands on their weapons grips. Hey, no need to be so tense. We just got back. One of the men, sporting a handlebar mustache, raised his hand in a placating gesture. Ambushes by nefarious individuals were not uncommon in this apocalyptic setting, so he understood Lu Yan's wariness. However, the mustached man had no inkling that this was Lu Yan's first encounter with living humans in the apocalypse. His nervousness was entirely unavoidable. You look unfamiliar. You're not from the Jinghua Street gathering place, are you? The other man, a middle-aged individual, furrowed his brow, his scrutinizing gaze fixed upon Lu Yan's face. I reside near the Qinglin community. My family and I have been hiding since the onset of the apocalypse. But after losing my parents to illness a couple of days ago, I decided to seek out any surviving humans. To my surprise, upon venturing out, I was chased by zombies to Jinlai building and happened to witness individuals utilizing the steel cables. So I followed suit to get here. Are there others here besides you? What does the Jinghua Street gathering place refer to? Lu Yen, filled with excitement, recounted the fabricated excuse he had prepared in advance. As someone entirely ignorant of the apocalypse, exposing his true identity would be far too easy. Playing the role of a naive newcomer suited him perfectly. 7 months into the apocalypse, and you've been hiding at home all this time? Just how much food did your family stockpile? The mustached man surveyed Lu Yen with astonishment, his voice filled with incredulity. My family ran a pre-prepared meal business, so we had a stockpile at home, over 20 boxes of bottled water, which barely allowed us to survive until now. Unfortunately, the food has run out, or I wouldn't have risked coming out to find other survivors. After Lu Yen finished speaking, the mustached man and the square-faced man exchanged knowing glances, but neither revealed any emotion. You've got lucky. This is a gathering place for human survivors, with roughly 12 to 1,300 people. The stairwell extended downwards as Lu Yen engaged in conversation with the mustached man and his companion. Tianshan, this distance was comfortable for both parties, as one must remain cautious of strangers in the apocalypse. In the underground parking lot, the heavy iron door creaked open as the mustached man handed over a metallic badge. A mix of various odors wafted into Lu Yan's nostrils as they entered. If you wish to live in this gathering place, you'll need to obtain a special badge, otherwise, coming and going will be quite troublesome. The mustached man, exhibiting a warm-hearted disposition, led Lu Yen through the parking lot, pointing towards the brightest area. Thank you, elder brother. May I ask for your names? I would certainly repay you both if the opportunity arises. Lu Yen expressed his gratitude profusely, and the mustached man and the square-faced man introduced themselves as Gao He and Tian Gang. As a newcomer, you might not be familiar with the area. If you wish to trade, head to the left trading zone. If you need a temporary resting spot, go to the right. There should still be vacant parking spaces available, as long as no one occupies a number. You can rent it. However, violence is strictly prohibited in the gathering place. Any conflicts should be resolved outside. After reminding Lu Yen of a few more things, Gao He and Tian Gang took their leave. As they faded into the pale light, Lu Yen turned his gaze toward the left area. He intended to visit the trading zone to observe the current state of supplies and commerce within the gathering place. Chapter 8. canned goods are precious, over 100 crystal cores acquired, newly produced energy paste, 1 crystal core per tube, concentrated wisteria juice, low mutation rate, 2 bottles per crystal core, alloy ingots from the material factory. The best choice for crafting weapons and armor, limited quantity available on a first-come, first-served basis. Various shots echoed in one corner of the parking lot, while each parking space, separated by boards or even furniture. Displayed an array of items, among them were food, medical supplies, and weapons, and naturally, there were also miscellaneous goods ranging from pots and bowls to machine parts, and even individuals flaunting themselves. Brother, care to buy some roasted rat meat? Just 1 crystal core each, and I assure you it's not mutated meat. Lu Yen approached the first stall when a man called out to him. He crouched down to glance at the mouse meat, which was roughly the size of a rabbit, and felt a twinge of disgust. However, surprise outweighed his revulsion. The size of this mouse was indeed extraordinary, larger than a bamboo rat by several degrees. It seemed to relate to the mutations he had heard about. His understanding of the post-apocalyptic world remained woefully inadequate. Excuse me, do you have any canned meat here? Lu Yen asked, suppressing his feelings as he looked up at the stall owner with a smile. Canned goods? I don't have any of that here. You might want to check the shops inside where you can leave your name. The stall owner waved dismissively, turning his attention away from Lu Yen. Thank you. Lu Yen turned to look inside, and indeed, the row of parking spaces against the wall had been converted into shop-like rooms, unlike the makeshift stalls outside. Instead of rushing into a shop, he continued to browse the stalls. After a round, he gained a general understanding. Bottled water varied in price based on its level of contamination, with expired and spoiled items costing less, while cleaner products were more valuable. The higher the energy content of food, the pricier it was. He was astonished to find that canned goods could fetch as much as 5 crystal cores. Surprisingly, ordinary medicines were not as scarce as he had imagined. Lu Yan's gaze lingered on a machine for a moment. It was this very device that had stitched up a man's arm, wound, demonstrating both speed and precision. This truly astonished Lu Yan. Having been isolated in prison for 5 years, he had barely adapted to the world outside before finding himself in a post-apocalyptic realm, technologically advanced beyond Blue Star by several decades. It was no wonder he felt bewildered. What a shame, he thought, if it weren't for the apocalypse, this world could be so vibrant and splendid. Lu Yen sighed regretfully, but quickly shook off this inexplicable sentiment. Without the apocalypse, what advantages would he have in this world? Could he still become a mere ghostwriter or dabble in Green Star's entertainment industry? He chuckled at his own thoughts and proceeded toward the innermost shop. Sir, what would you like to buy? Our number 1 general store is fully stocked. The sight of a woman in a short skirt caught his attention, her fair legs shining even in the dimly lit parking lot. Lu Yan's gaze fell upon her face. Wow, she was definitely above a 90 in terms of looks. In Blue Star, she would undoubtedly attract a great deal of attention. I have some items I'd like to sell. I'm not sure if you would be interested. Lu Yen said, getting straight to the point. We buy anything of value here at number 1 general store. The woman bent slightly, gesturing for him to proceed, her form generously inviting. It was clear to him what it meant to be well received. The customer service was impeccable. At the counter, the woman awaited as Lu Yen rummaged through his backpack. However, when he produced 5 cans of meat that bore no labels or production dates, her eyes could not help but reveal a glimmer of surprise. The items Lu Yen brought were all processed products without identification. After all, they were goods from Blue Star, and the packaging and coating were markedly different from those of Green Star. Thus, before coming, he had dismantled and obscured all the unnecessary details. How many crystal cores can you offer for these beef cans? Lu Yen asked in a calm tone, diverting the woman's gaze from the cans. The price varies with the shelf life. Within the date, there are 4 crystal cores per can. Outside the date, 2, the woman replied, resuming her standard smile and speaking softly. You need not worry about the dates. I assure you they are fine. Lu Yen was confident, and the pricing was acceptable. They sold for 5 crystal cores outside, which seemed quite fair. While the appearance was acceptable, the lack of a date posed a problem for him. After all, he was merely an employee in this exchange. What about 3 crystal cores per can? He proposed. The woman fixed her gaze on Lu Yan's eyes, her thoughts unknown, but the next moment, she heard a tearing sound, followed by a sizzling noise. Lu Yen had unexpectedly opened a can of luncheon meat. The rich aroma wafted through the air, causing the woman across from him to instinctively swallow. How delightful! Such quality at this price was indeed a luxury for someone like her, who barely managed to make ends meet. Lu Yen noticed her reaction. For him, cans were plentiful, but for those on Green Star, each was a rare treasure. After all, over 6 months had passed since the apocalypse began. Places where canned goods could be easily found had been scoured countless times, and dangerous areas remained off-limits to ordinary people, thus scarcity dictated value. The price of a single can equated to the typical supply of 5 equivalent portions of food, which remained in high demand. Whether the food is expired or not can be easily discerned. Why not give it a taste? Lu Yan generously offered a large piece of luncheon meat to the woman. The sound of her swallowing was pronounced, and her face flushed with embarrassment, yet the enticing aroma compelled her to disregard her modesty and take a bite. After more than 10 minutes, Lu Yan's backpack was nearly empty. Exchanged for over 150 white crystal cores, the bulk of this was due to the sale of high-energy items like chocolate candies, which were more cost-effective than the luncheon meat. Additionally, the prices of medicines were fairly reasonable. Antibiotics and alcohol commanded the highest prices, followed by vitamins. However, the woman was still curious about the damaged packaging of the medicines. Thankfully, Lu Yan had only left behind the functional descriptions of the medicines. Tearing off anything that could prove the products did not belong to Green Star. Let us collaborate again next time, Lu Yan said, exiting the No. 1 general store with a new tent and an inflatable mattress. After he walked away, the woman's smile faded, and she tugged down her skirt, which had nearly risen to her waist while she helped Lu Yan find a tent. The 2 round moons, hidden from view for a year, vanished once more. A middle-aged woman emerged from behind the shop, her expression somewhat playful. Elijah, why did you have me flirt with him? We have plenty of such people around here. The young woman had received orders from the start, otherwise she wouldn't have been so attentive to Lu Yan. He seemed unfamiliar, likely from another gathering place, yet he possessed valuable goods, all of which were new. The middle-aged woman lightly stroked a can on the counter, noticing it was completely free of dust. It's unusually clean. Are you suggesting he found a place that no one has visited? The young woman, shedding her previous bashful demeanor, speculated coolly. The shop fell silent for a few seconds. I'll have someone keep an eye on him. It's been a long time since any interesting newcomers have arrived at the gathering place. The middle-aged woman smirked ominously. Su-chin, you did well with your flirting just now. We might gain at least dozens of crystal cores in profit, so I'll reward you with 5 crystal cores. After casting a final glance at Lu Yan's disappearing figure, she returned to the place she had come from, revealing a passage that had been artificially carved out. Thank you, Li Jia, the young woman said. Bowing respectfully, tightly clutching the 5 crystal cores in her hand. On the other side of the parking lot, Lu Yan gazed at the expanded storage space, now 10 times larger and half a meter square, and could no longer contain his excitement. Indeed, it was a tremendous profit. Just from a trial run of bringing goods, he had managed to sell over 100 crystal cores. If he were to bring in supplies that expanded the space tenfold next time, wouldn't he make a fortune? Calm down. First, I need to settle my living arrangements and establish a stable foundation before contemplating my next steps. After several deep breaths, Lu Yan finally steadied his emotions and proceeded towards the direction indicated by the man with the mustache. Along the way, the previously vacant parking spaces were filled with tents of various sizes. As he passed, he could see eyes observing him through the gaps, some indifferent, others cold, and some even fierce, resembling wolves poised to tear flesh from his body. Were they planning to devour me? Lu Yan felt goosebumps rise all over, instinctively quickening his pace. The Jianghuo Street Gathering Place office, what a name! Suppressing his desire to scoff, Lu Yan stepped inside the building. Meanwhile, hidden from his view, the mustached man in Tian Gang observed his every move. Whether he is hiding at home or not, he hasn't told the truth. What do you think? The mustached man stroked his little beard thoughtfully. I think he is a fat sheep. Inside the Jianghuo Street Gathering Place office, Lu Yan remained unaware that he had become the fat sheep in someone else's eyes. Within just a few minutes, he received a metal badge inscribed with the character Jian, along with the right to use parking space number 305. This cost him a total of 6 crystal cores, 1 for the badge and 5 for the rental of the space, which was 5 crystal cores per day. The steep price was due to the fact that this parking space had a roll-up door, making it significantly safer than the open lot outside, and it would better safeguard his secrets. Thus, he felt the expenditure was justified. With a hiss, the roll-up door opened, revealing a bed and some miscellaneous items inside. It was evident that someone had been living there recently. The previous occupant had likely met a grim fate. Lu Yan shook his head in dismay and began pushing out the pots and pans. However, just as he turned around, a group of people rushed in, clamoring to snatch the discarded items. Their swift movements indicated they were no strangers to such behavior. After a brief moment of surprise, Lu Yan spotted a short-haired child being pushed from the crowd, his small stature clearly eager to dive back in for the scraps. Lu Yan instinctively reached out and grasped the child's arm. The next moment, the intense struggle nearly caused Lu Yan to lose his grip. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to inquire about certain matters. As a token of gratitude for your assistance, would you accept some food? Lu Yen, apprehensive that the other party might take drastic actions that would draw attention, hastily articulated his purpose for detaining him. Upon hearing the word food, the boy instantly fell silent. Turning around, his dirt-streaked face was no larger than a palm, accentuating the roundness of his large eyes. Are you truly offering me a bag of food? The boy, barely reaching 1.50 meters and appearing malnourished, likely weighed around 60 to 70 pounds. Liu Yan's grip on his arm was so tight that his thumb and middle finger nearly touched. Yes, I can provide you with food first. Liu Yan released his hold and turned to enter the garage, retrieving an open can of luncheon meat from his backpacked gurgle. The boy's stomach growled in a reaction far more exaggerated than that of the woman in the store. Yet, he felt no embarrassment whatsoever, fixating intently on the can emitting an enticing aroma. Close the door. You can eat while I ask you questions. Liu Yan nodded at the boy, signaling him to lower the rolling door. As the noise outside was excessively distracting, the boy's struggle was evident on his face, his hands nervously twisting together. This naturally left Lu Yen puzzled. It was merely closing a door. It wasn't as if he intended to harm him. Having not experienced the depths of darkness that a post-apocalyptic world could offer, Lu Yen could not fathom the weight of the word food. For the child before him, it could represent genuine sustenance, a source of joy, or given a temporal gap, it could embody both meanings. With a rustling sound, the rolling door slowly descended, revealing the boy's trembling figure, which appeared exceedingly frail. Come sit, Lu Yen instructed, laying out an inflatable mat on the ground and gesturing casually. The can of luncheon meat was already placed opposite him on the mat. The dim light from a small white energy-saving bulb cast a cold shadow over the garage, particularly accentuating Lu Yan's face, which loomed ominously like a beast poised to reveal its fangs at any moment. As he approached, Lu Yen noticed the boy's bowed head and the intensified trembling of his legs, to the point where he seemed on the verge of collapsing. You should eat something first. Once you finish, tell me what you know about the gathering places and any experiences or stories you've heard before and after the outbreak. Liu Yan did not overly concern himself with the boy's demeanor, attributing it to mere shyness. He was in urgent need of information regarding various matters, the gathering places, the apocalypse, and Green Star. Thus, he sought out a somewhat naive child, hoping to glean insights from him. Finally mustering his courage, the boy picked up the can and eagerly scooped a large piece of luncheon meat into his mouth, giving no thought to his filthy hands. A cough. In his haste, the boy choked, his face turning purple, only for a bottle of water to materialize before him. The water appeared so pristine, almost transparent. He had long forgotten how long it had been since he had consumed such pure water. Was this to be his last meal before suffering? Gurgle. Resigned to his fate, the child gulped down half the bottle in one go. With both luncheon meat and the cleanest water, he feared he might lose half his life in this garage today, or perhaps even fail to leave it at all. Sir, may I take the remaining food and water to my brother first? I promise to return immediately. The boy clutched the bottle of water in one hand and the can of luncheon meat in the other, casting a nervous glance at Lu Yen. That's fine. Liu Yan was unconcerned about the boy's return. He had no reason not to come back. The child, as if granted a reprieve, quickly stuffed the water and food into his tattered clothing, bowed deeply, and pulled open the rolling door to dash out. Swoosh. With time to spare, Lu Yen began inflating the air mattress. He intended to sleep on it that night, not far outside the garage. A cluster of tents stood where the boy had anxiously crawled into a dilapidated tent. Inside lay another child similar in frailty and appearance, languishing in illness. And I've brought back food, get up and eat. His voice dropped to an almost inaudible whisper, clearly fearing the outside world might overhear. After speaking, he helped the ailing child sit up. They devoured the remaining half of the can of luncheon meat, barely restraining themselves from consuming it all in one go. Sister, brother, have you eaten yet? I'm sorry, the boy, with a face full of shame, pushed the can towards his sibling, the aroma proving irresistible, starving nearly to the point of death. He only realized how little remained once it was almost gone. I ate long ago. Take a sip of water. I'll go outside and see if I can find more food. Carefully placing half a bottle of water into his brother's hands, he sniffed and turned to leave the tent. He feared that if he took too long, he might succumb to tears, for the outcome of his venture remained uncertain. With a rustling sound, the rolling door had been closed tightly, and the boy stood before Lu Yen with his head bowed, seemingly awaiting something, yet his tightly clenched hands revealed the fear that gripped his heart. Speak. Tell me everything you know. One simple command from Lu Yen caused the boy to look up in confusion. As if he had not comprehended the request, however, under Lu Yan's inquisitive gaze, the boy gradually realized that he was indeed being asked questions. The outbreak occurred in early March due to a virus leaked from the Federal Biological Laboratory. which was purportedly researching methods to extend human life. Within days of the virus's emergence, humanity completely lost its ability to resist, compounded by the disbandment of numerous large-scale weapons after the establishment of the Federation. Leaving no means to eradicate over 90% of the zombies on Green Star, the boy had a wealth of knowledge, perhaps information that most inhabitants of Green Star were already aware of. Regardless, Liu Yan listened with rapt attention. The Third World War ended with the victory of Yin Nation, and the nuclear age concluded due to a laser weapon developed by Yin Nation. Subsequently, the Green Star Federation was established. And technological advancements in civilian life flourished at an astonishing pace. There were even numerous bases established on the moon. As the boy spoke, his eyes shimmered with nostalgia for a more glorious past. If the apocalypse had not occurred, how could they now be living in such abject misery? The boy spoke for over an hour, rambling on about anything that came to mind, while Liu Yan occasionally interjected with questions. Mostly regarding medical technology, the Yuan family, specifically Yuan Wei Biological Technology, focused on the production of medical devices and pharmaceuticals. If he intended to bring them down, he would undoubtedly need to reclaim Green Star's technological advancements in this field. At that point, whatever the Yuan family profits from, I shall see how many waves of retaliation they can withstand. Chapter 10, Is Wealth Your Lofty Confidence? Then I shall sever it. Liu Yan and the boy conversed until dusk, and to the child's astonishment, a sausage became his unexpected reward. Liu Yan planned to return to Blue Star shortly, deeming it unnecessary to keep emergency food. Sir, can I truly leave now? The boy clutched the sausage tightly, his voice tinged with the exhilaration of survival. Not only had he escaped harm, but he had also gained a sausage as a reward. Had he not pinched his thigh several times, he might have believed he was dreaming. Yes, should anything arise, I will seek you out again. Liu Yan needed time to digest the information he had received. He would likely strategize his next moves within the gathering place over the next few days. The boy seemed obedient and agreeable, and it would surely be beneficial to have someone to run errands and ask questions. I will do my utmost to remain outside your door. Just call for me if you need anything. The boy bowed repeatedly before pulling down the rolling door. Tomorrow, Liu Yan would thoroughly investigate the records of Yuan Wei Biological Technology and begin preparing to counter them. However, should he seek some sturdy trees for support, to avoid provoking Yuan Baohua and his cohorts into desperate measures. As Liu Yan gradually drifted into slumber, his mind swirled with various thoughts. Blue Star. Within the apartment, Liu Yan appeared out of thin air but did not rise. Instead, he continued to sleep peacefully. The following morning, after breakfast, Liu Yan visited a private detective agency. I require all information regarding Yuan Wei Biological Technology, including their various profit-generating projects and those currently under development. This 50,000 is a deposit. The more detailed the data, the higher the final payment I will provide, adhering to the principle that money can grease the wheels. Liu Yan commissioned an investigation. After leaving the agency, he began preparing other supplies, deciding to take anything of value. With a storage space barely half a meter square, he could carry an abundance of items, like the lunch and meat cans, of which he could transport 200 or 300 at once. The crystal cores would undoubtedly multiply like a rolling snowball. However, Liu Yan knew better than to be ostentatious, as he had yet to fully grasp the dynamics of the gathering place and had not interacted with its various factions. Thus, discretion was the safest approach. Cans, sugar, vitamins, chocolate. Liu Yan refrained from acquiring new supplies, as carrying too many varieties would only complicate matters. It sufficed to select a few small, high-value items, besides the bulk of food. He also procured some emergency supplies, such as a loudspeaker measuring around 10 centimeters and powerful firecrackers. These items could undoubtedly attract a considerable number of zombies in critical moments, perhaps even saving his life. Ding! Just as Liu Yan exited the supermarket, the sound of a text message reached his ears. In this era, text messages had long been relegated to a mere vehicle for sending and receiving verification codes. Most people would not pay much attention to them. However, having been detached from society for over 5 years, Liu Yan instinctively pulled out his phone to check. Liu Yan, let us meet. I have something to discuss with you. The familiar phone number caused Liu Yan to furrow his brow slightly. After some contemplation, he hailed a cab to the address provided. At that moment, he remained remarkably calm. Si Shui Lan Ting in a classic, elegantly appointed private room, Liu Yan encountered Song Shuriwei, who was adorned in a deep blue qipao. The faint scent of incense wafted through the air, and the woman appeared as if she had stepped forth from a painting. Yet, apart from her vaguely familiar features, she bore no resemblance to the girl that lingered in Liu Yan's memory. As Liu Yan observed Song Shuriwei, she too regarded him. After 2 days, the swelling on Liu Yan's face had entirely subsided. Leaving no trace of injury, a recovery that surprised Song Shuriwet. However, she had not come to dwell on such trivialities. Liu Yan, my grandmother's death was truly an accident that day, when my parents came to fetch me. She refused to let me go, and in the struggle, she fell and struck her head. Song Shuriwei recounted the events of that day in meticulous detail, even describing how her grandmother's funeral was conducted. Throughout, Lu Yan remained silent, sitting across from her with an impassive expression. I owe you and grandmother an apology, but now that the deed is done, we must look forward. My father has purchased a piece of land for you back in our hometown. Didn't you always say you wanted to make enough money to build a grand house to bring grandmother and me along? Song Shiryu's words faded under the chill of Lu Yan's icy gaze. Is that all you have to say? It was the first time Lu Yan spoke since entering the room, and the brevity of his words sent Song Shiryu's heart racing with unease. It had been over 5 years since she had seen such a sight of Lu Yan in their school days. Those who sought to bully her found no favorable end, for he had been like a lurking wolf, ready to pounce and seize their throats. Yet, he had never displayed this intensity towards her until now. Your grandmother was kicked down by Yuan Baohua, wasn't she? Why was he there? Was he brought by your good father, or did you summon him? What were you doing when he kicked your grandmother? Lu Yan disregarded Song Shiryu's current feelings, pressing forth with his inquiries. Song Shiryu hesitated, grappling for words that felt insufficient. Lu Yan, observing her silence, continued with a calm demeanor. You summoned me today, reminiscing about the past and discussing grandmother's funeral. Are you afraid I might retaliate against you, afraid that a freshly released convict might resort to extreme measures, so you thought to placate me with money? There was a shift in Lu Yan's tone, yet his eyes, locked with Song Shiryu's, brimmed with derision. She seemed on the verge of protesting, but he offered her no chance. If I disagree, what will you do next? Use your influence to incarcerate me again, or perhaps send me to some psychiatric facility for a lobotomy, or simply spend a bit of money to deliver me to grandmother. His relentless speculations suffocated the air in the room, and the sarcasm in his tone was unmistakable. Song Shiryu clenched her hands tightly beneath the table, as if struggling to contain a torrent of emotions. In your eyes, am I so malicious? You pursue a better life, and I have no right to obstruct you. Even if I took the fall for you while imprisoned, you could still live with a clear conscience. You ought to understand this. I did not hate you before. Lu Yan exhaled slowly, a self-deprecating smile forming on his lips. Song Shiryu seemed poised to speak, but Lu Yan had no desire to listen. You should never have attempted to cover up the truth after causing grandmother's death. With that, Lu Yan rose impassively. Yan-gu, Song Shiryu rushed around the table, grasping his arm. Miss Song, I believe there is nothing more for us to discuss. His address of her as Miss Song chilled her to the bone. Let go, step back. Lu Yan, this world is not Chenjiaku, and brute force isn't the only solution. Have you learned nothing during your 5 years in prison? Do you think I don't despise Yuan Baohua for causing grandmother's death? But even my father bows before Yuan Baohua. It would take just a word and a few coins to have you eliminated. Song Shiryu gasped for breath, her eyes looking down upon him as if he were an ignorant buffoon. Perhaps in her heart, she viewed Lu Yan as a naive simpleton who believed that strength could resolve all matters. So what then? You ought to return to Chenjiaku, accept the compensation we offer, and marry a woman more suited to you. Never show your face in the capital again. Stay away from me forever. Song Shiryu shouted at Lu Yan with all her might, venting her grievances. 5 years ago, a mere shout from her would have rendered him flustered, doing everything in his power to make her smile once more. Yet now, through her blurred vision, all she saw was his indifferent back. You had the chance to prevent all of this, but you chose your blood-related parents over the grandmother who raised you with such care. Lu Yan opened the door to the private room. So, regardless of how many reasons you might conjure, you must pay for grandmother's death. The door slowly shut behind him, and his last words resonated within the room. The price of blood, outside the Sishui Lanting. Lu Yan's gaze was frigid. If money was the source of their arrogance, then his first order of business would be to sever their roots. What farcical expressions would they wear then? A broken phone card lay abandoned on the steps. Chapter 11, You act, I act, someone's watching us. Lu Yan chose the garage as his point of transit before peacefully falling asleep until dawn. We need 3 backpacks, and each person should have 2 white crystal nuclei. Prioritize those with experience and stamina. Recruit a fleet familiar with the building's layout. 5 white crystal nuclei. The Iron Tiger squad needs 5 substitute members. Those interested can report to Warehouse 234. The raucous sounds outside the roll-up door piqued Lu Yan's curiosity, prompting him to grab a quick bite before opening the door. Outside, tents and makeshift shanties sprawled across the area. Many people were loudly shouting, while others gathered around to attentively listen to their demands. Sir, you're awake. Before Lu Yan could grasp the situation, a timid voice sounded beside him. What is happening? Nodding slightly, Lu Yan pointed towards the bustling crowd. They are some small teams recruiting expendable labor, referring to us ordinary folks. Among them, those with backpacks are tasked with carrying supplies, while the fleas attract zombies.as for substitute members. The criteria are much stricter. However, if one manages to qualify, they might have the opportunity to consume the initial strengthening serum and become a formidable evolver. The boy from yesterday eagerly explained the recruitment information to Lu Yan. When he mentioned the initial strengthening serum and evolvers, envy lit up his small face. That serum is worth over 100 crystal nuclei. Consuming it not only enhances one's physical constitution and reaction speed, but also grants immunity to the viruses of ordinary zombies. Only evolvers can safely hunt zombies. For us ordinary people, facing more than 2 zombies is nearly a death sentence. Lu Yan listened quietly, already aware of the serum and evolver details from the previous day. The strengthening serum is derived from crystal nuclei, the primary resource consumed. However, the quantity of nuclei required for a single vial of serum is substantial, which is why the number of evolvers remains limited. By the way, what is your name? Lu Yan did not linger on the topic of serums. He had access to the system shop and had no need to purchase medicine from the gathering point. Sir, you can call me Xiao Xian. The boy quickly provided his name. I don't need you at the moment, but you could help me scout for some scientific personnel, preferably professors or doctors with knowledge of the history of technological development. If you manage to accomplish this task, I will reward you with food or even crystal nuclei. After assigning the task to Xiao Xian, Lu Yan secured his backpack and locked the roll-up door. In the transaction area, he returned to the same shop as yesterday. I still have some food, let me know if you're interested. Lu Yan produced a portion of his supplies, gesturing for the woman from yesterday to inspect them. This amount was barely a fraction of his storage, but it represented his limit. He had only brought a large backpack to the gathering point and could not produce too much at once. Sir, please wait a moment, I will calculate the total for you. Su Qin smiled warmly, respectfully beginning to examine the food Lu Yan had processed. A total of 50 chocolate bars, 10 bags of white sugar, 10 bottles of vitamins. As she spoke, she punched numbers into a calculator, quickly arriving at a final price. That will be 278 crystal nuclei. How about I give you 280? After finishing her statement, Su Qin subtly drew her arms a bit closer together. And suddenly, Lu Yan perceived a bottomless chasm in his line of sight. Not as generous as yesterday. That's fine. Lu Yan made no further comments, collecting the nuclei and preparing to leave. Please take care. Sir. If you have any good items, do come to our store. I will offer you the best price. Su's tone remained sweet, yet the smile on her face vanished as Lu Yan turned his back. By the way, Lu Yan abruptly turned around, catching Su Qin off guard. The hurried smile that appeared was tinged with a hint of stiffness. Do you have any strengthening serums? Without paying attention to Su Qin's change in demeanor, Lu Yan casually asked. We do. Would you like the initial version or the first generation? Su Qin responded and turned around, secretly biting her lip before bending down. There are serums there. They were deliberately placed at the bottom. In places where one does not need to bend down, there are indeed potions available. However, which one to choose entirely depends on Su Qin's decision. After a few seconds, Su Qin finally retrieved the potion, yet she did not turn around. Instead, she shyly adjusted the short skirt that was cinched at her waist. The sight of her, a delicate beauty and bashfulness, was undoubtedly captivating. Sir. Su Qin noticed that Lu Yan's gaze was almost fixed upon her partially concealed curves, prompting her to bashfully stamp her foot. Ahem. What is the price of the potion? Lu Yan inquired, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he pretended to cough, although there was no trace of lust in his eyes. A bottle of the first-generation low-purity potion is 130 crystal cores, while the first-generation high-purity potion costs 600 crystal cores. Su Qin gracefully approached Lu Yan, presenting both bottles to him. The white liquid visibly showcased its purity, marking the most apparent distinction between the first generation and the upgraded potion. One was hastily developed in the wake of the apocalypse, while the other was a subsequent enhancement. Nevertheless, both were merely the basic versions. The first-generation potion offered an increase of 100 in strength at a more accessible price, while the first-generation high-purity potion, although costly, doubled that enhancement. The choice ultimately lay in the economic capacity of the purchaser. Do we have the second-generation potion? Lu Yan harbored numerous questions regarding the system, yet this was certainly not the opportune moment to inquire. We do not have the second-generation potion. Its price is simply too exorbitant. However, if you are interested, we could send someone to escort you to the nearest medium-sized gathering point to purchase it. You would only need to cover a small fee for the errand. Su Qin suppressed the surprise flickering in her eyes, maintaining her respectful demeanor laced with a hint of allure. Very well, I shall let you know if I require it. After Lu Yan nodded, he reluctantly stole another glance at Su Qin's alluring curves before departing the shop, leaving her with a playful pout. Once the distance grew, regardless of any lingering desires or shyness, he resumed his indifferent demeanor. It was indeed a tacit understanding. This fellow was somewhat inscrutable, yet judging by his inquiry about the second-generation potion, he certainly possessed goods of corresponding value. Sister Li appeared unannounced, observing Lu Yan's retreating figure with a subtle smirk. Then we shall. Su Qin refrained from taking the initiative, merely awaiting Sister Li's command. Prepare yourself. You may need to make a sacrifice if necessary. Sister Li's hand gently caressed Su Qin's face, her eyes brimming with satisfaction. However, that gaze was not directed at a person but rather at a commodity. Yes, I understand. Sister Li is slightly bowing her head. Su Qin concealed the sorrow and struggle within her eyes, yet she soon relinquished her resistance. Compared to others she had already fallen behind this day, there was no need for emotional turmoil. In comparison to greasy, corpulent men, this was already a stroke of luck. Moreover, it was merely that superficial layer. Did she intend to reserve it for the zombies? A hand lifted Su Qin's chin, sharp nails grazing her carotid artery. Once this is accomplished, I shall grant you a bottle of the first-generation potion. A trace of mockery flickered in Sister Li's eyes as she continued, haven't you been secretly saving money to purchase it all along? Her frigid gaze seemed to penetrate Su Qin's very soul, each word draining color from her face. The final remark, in particular, made her delicate frame tremble slightly. Thank you, Sister Li. I will uncover all his secrets. Su Qin bowed deeper, signifying her submission and allegiance. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Yan had already exited the large iron gates of the gathering point. He intended to venture out in search of supplies to bring back for sale. The performance he needed to put on was still required, just as it had been before Su Qin. The sound of metal rings scraping against steel cables echoed as he departed, nearly half a minute after Lu Yan's exit. Several individuals appeared at the spot he had just vacated. Finally, he's out. If luck is on our side, we might all be able to use the first-generation potion. With a stroke of his mustache, a glint of malice flashed in Gao He's eyes. Chapter 12. Do you wish to kill me? Then allow me to gift you a string of firecrackers. Half an hour later, Lu Yan had meandered about without pause, occasionally retracing his steps, much to the frustration of the followers behind him. Is he aware that we are tailing him? Tian Gang furrowed his brow. He shouldn't be. He is likely just overly cautious. Gao He had not followed too closely, only beginning his pursuit after Lu Yan had departed from 2 buildings to in this area. There were many survivor squads, and the fact that they moved along the steel cables did not imply they were necessarily tracking anyone. In fact, the more cautious he was, the more it suggested that the supplies he was hiding were of high value. Sooner or later, he would retrieve those items. A man in the group, who had lost an eye, licked his lips after speaking, which sent a shiver down the spines of Gao He and the others. Isn't a woman enticing? Why would a man prefer another man? Several hundred meters away, Lu Yan finally confirmed the location and proceeded downstairs. Gao He and the others had long since been noticed by Lu Yan. After all, he had been on guard against potential followers from the very beginning. However, he never expected it would be the overly enthusiastic Gao He and his group from the day before. Truly, one can know a person's appearance but not their heart. Yet, there was another tale that captured Lu Yan's attention, a lone wolf who might very well be affiliated with the number 1 shop. Having recently arrived, Lu Yan was indeed quite cautious. The groups that had taken an interest in him were limited to a few factions, making it easy to deduce these individuals were exceedingly cautious. It seemed that simply severing the steel cables would not suffice to eliminate them. As Lu Yan descended the stairs, he muttered regretfully to himself. However, the steel cables could not be carelessly tampered with, as they concerned the safety of many, including himself. Otherwise, the gathering point would not have issued an announcement warning against damaging the cables and pursuing those responsible to the death. Before long, he reached the ground floor. Glancing outside the apartment building, he pushed open the door and dashed toward the adjacent dilapidated residential area. Half a minute later, Gao He and his companions also raced toward the opposite side. It seemed this was indeed the location where he concealed his supplies, and it was, to be fair, quite discreet, Tian Gang remarked in a hushed voice, while the others could hardly conceal their excitement. The old residential area contained only a few 6-story buildings without rooftops. This place had been scoured countless times already. Most individuals would never waste their time here. Lu Yan dashed into one of the buildings, and Gao He and his group quickly followed suit. Here, they no longer had to hide anything. Even if the supplies were absent, they would torment Lu Yan until he revealed all his secrets. Thud thud thud, the footsteps finally halted on the 6th floor. Liu Yan, I didn't expect you to hide your goods here. Hand them over immediately, or we may be forced to take action, Gao He proclaimed while scanning the surroundings. Hoping to catch sight of what he sought. If I show you, will you let me go? Lu Yan regarded Gao He and the others with a complex expression. Of course, we bear no grudge against you. How could we kill indiscriminately? Tiangang interjected, though his tone dripped with malice. Meanwhile, the one-eyed man had already scrutinized Lu Yan several times, as if appraising a delectable dish. Very well, seemingly resigned, Lu Yan approached the wardrobe by the window. Gao He and his companions followed his every move with their eyes. Creak, the wardrobe opened, and in the next moment, terror spread across Gao He and his companions' faces in unison. Stop! Instinctively, they lunged toward Lu Yan. Their earlier confidence evaporating, unfortunately, their speed was no match for Lu Yan's. Crack! Flames erupted, sizzle, 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 thin gray strips sparked, and the next instant, the entire bedroom erupted in a cacophony of firecracker sounds. The once quiet residential area erupted like a boiling pot. Especially behind the building, several zombies had clustered together, evidently drawn by the commotion. The piercing roars erupted, and dozens, if not hundreds, of zombies charged toward the first floor. Some even piled atop one another, shattering windows to force their way inside. All the zombies focused their attention on the 6th floor. You've gone mad, we're all going to die here, Gao He shrieked, nearly losing control of his bladder at the sound of the zombies' howls. Completely unprepared for Lu Yan's ruthless, self-destructive maneuver, you are mistaken, you will perish here, but I will not. Lu Yan scoffed at the frantic attempts of Gao He and his companions to barricade the door with various items. Ah, the lock has been destroyed, you little brat, just wait until I get my hands on you, you'll see how I torment you, Tiangang snarled through gritted teeth, yet their hands were too busy to spare a moment for Lu Yan. At this point, they couldn't care less about him. If they didn't secure the door, they would all die. I offered you an opportunity, but you failed to seize it. Now, it is too late to regret. Lu Yan crossed his arms, adopting a look of amusement as he continued to infuriate them. I warned you not to speak so carelessly. The one-eyed man lost control first, brandishing a knife as he charged at Lu Yan. He intended to slice out his tongue and smash out his teeth before stuffing his mouth full of them. The one-eyed man closed in swiftly, while Lu Yan remained unarmed. Gao He and the others already anticipated the outcome. The sound of flesh piercing was unsurprising, yet it caused Gao He and the others to pause in unison, their faces reflecting disbelief. Where did you get that knife? Blood spilled from the one-eyed man's mouth as he grew weaker. The numbness in his chest quickly sapping his strength. Bang! The one-eyed man's corpse was kicked to the feet of Gao He and the others, blood pooling beneath him. Where did you just hide that knife? Gao He's eyes locked onto the cleaver in Lu Yan's hand, realization dawning upon him that he had followed Lu Yan all this way, and there was no way Lu Yan had a place to conceal such a long knife on his person. Just moments ago, the area around Lu Yan had been utterly bare. It couldn't have been hidden in advance. It was as if the knife had materialized out of thin air. You mean the knife? Lu Yan shook the blood-stained cleaver, and in the blink of an eye, the weapon vanished before Gao He and the others, leaving only droplets of blood cascading from the air to the ground. What knife? You must be mistaken, Lu Yan said with a sardonic smile, then drew aside the partially closed curtain. One window had been opened beforehand, and a rope dangled down. The zombies are coming, you all do your best. I shall take my leave first. With that, Lu Yan deftly slipped out of the window. Gao He, momentarily stunned, finally regained his senses as a frenzied scratching sound erupted from the wardrobe behind him. Then, with a crack, the back panel shattered, revealing the terrifying visage of a zombie. On the 4th floor, Lu Yan listened to the screams and sounds of struggle echoing above, a cold smile gracing his lips as he concealed himself in the restroom. He took a deep breath, consuming a potent sleeping pill. Soon drowsiness enveloped him. And Blue Star, even after Lu Yan's arrival, he remained in a deep slumber, a side effect of the medication. However, here, there were no zombies, and a brief nap posed no danger. Hours later, Lu Yan finally opened his eyes, momentarily disoriented. Before recalling where he was, he closed his eyes again, succumbing to weariness and drifting back into a stupor. In an unremarkable room within a high-rise not far from the Jiangmo Street gathering place, Lu Yan materialized, having prepared this third coordinate prior to his departure, after donning his gear and filling his backpack with provisions from the space. He mused, this should be sufficient to sell for 1,000 crystal nuclei. However, his brow furrowed in concern. System, why is the first-tier enhancement potion at the gathering place priced at only 600 crystal nuclei while yours is 1,000? Recalling the potion's details, Lu Yan silently grumbled in his mind. The system's marketplace offered potions with a purity of 100, devoid of side effects, whereas the gathering place's potions at most boasted an 80 purity. often resulting in bodily mutations post-consumption. The higher-tier potions exhibited even lower purity, leading to greater risks of transformation. The system's response came swiftly, and Lu Yan's irritation dissipated. Your goods are justified by your words alone. I am well aware of the purity levels and potential side effects, he muttered inwardly, making his way toward the steel cable leading upstairs. He was merely bantering with the system, even if the prices were the same. He would never purchase potions outside of the system unless absolutely necessary. At the gathering place, Lu Yan entered smoothly, heading straight for the trading area. He intended to sell his goods first and then procure a first-tier enhancement potion, as strengthening his abilities was crucial for ensuring his safety. Chapter 13. Consuming the first-tier potion, larger than my chest, little Xian, in the trading area. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yan proceeded to shop at store No. 1. Although it was likely the other party had sent someone to trail him, they would undoubtedly not dare to act against him within the gathering place, rather than risk attracting attention from other shops. It was better to remain aligned with a single faction, as resolving matters would be significantly simpler. Inside the shop, Su Qin gazed at Lu Yan's entrance with a far more complex expression than earlier that morning. Especially upon noticing that he returned with a fully laden backpack of supplies, her earlier glimmers of hope dissipated entirely. This man undoubtedly possessed substantial provisions, which her faction would covet. Welcome back, sir. What good items have you brought this time? Su Qin greeted him, suppressing her tumultuous thoughts and adopting a sweet tone. Fortune smiles upon me. I discovered the home of a shut-in. Lu Yan, feeling rather pleased with himself, patted his backpack, akin to those men who flaunt their prowess before beautiful women. Wow, you are truly remarkable. Men as capable as you are rare in the gathering place. Su Qin's eyes sparkled with admiration. The ensuing exchange saw Lu Yan display his goods under Su Qin's admiring gaze, ultimately tallying over 1,400 crystal nuclei. It counted. There are a total of 1410 nuclei. Su Qin placed a small pouch before Lu Yan, who casually extracted about 10 nuclei, grinning mischievously as he slipped his hand into the neckline of Su Qin's clothing. The warmth and softness were delightful. Consider this a tip for you. Withdrawing his hand, Lu Yan inhaled the lingering scent as he exited the shop, leaving Su Qin blushing and playfully protesting. Half a minute later. How intriguing. Li Jie leaned against the counter, her eyes brimming with curiosity. What happened to Li Jie? Su Qin, maintaining her respectful demeanor, retrieved 10 crystal nuclei from her clothing and placed them before Li Jie. A group had followed Lu Yan earlier that morning, only to be torn apart by a horde of zombies drawn by firecrackers in a nearby community. Lu Yan had been present in that very area. Li Jie had evidently dispatched someone to tail Lu Yan, albeit from a distance, allowing only a vague overview. Firecrackers. Su Qin's face displayed shock. How many zombies must that have attracted? Was he truly so reckless? Where did he hide to escape such a fate? After her astonishment, curiosity compelled Su Qin to inquire further. I don't know where he hid. The shadow lost track of him. Upon hearing this, Su Qin's eyes widened. The shadow was a formidable evolved individual who had consumed the first-tier enhancement potion. Even such an individual could not keep pace with Lu Yan. Su Qin's expression became complex. Is the man who came to sell goods today truly that remarkable? Keep those crystal nuclei. It seems he values your well-being. Li Jie cast a glance at the place where Lu Yan had slipped in, along with the enviable curves that would ignite envy in any woman. Anticipation grew ever more palpable. In the garage, Lu Yan did not find little Xian at the entrance. After shutting the door, he promptly purchased a first-tier potion from the system. Half an hour later, crack, crack, a cacophony of explosive sounds erupted from his bones as Lu Yan excitedly clenched his fists. 200 kilograms of strength was indeed extraordinary. A knife materialized in Lu Yan's grasp, yet it felt surprisingly light, almost unwieldy. How terrifying would the strength increase be with a second-tier potion amplifying to 400 kilograms? Lu Yan's eyes gleamed with excitement. What about a third-tier potion? Not daring to indulge in further wild thoughts, Lu Yan maintained his composure, fearing impulsive actions could lead to dire consequences. Patience was key. The second-tier potion required 1,000 green crystal nuclei. He wondered if he could gather such a sum within this gathering place. After some contemplation, Lu Yan began strategizing. He estimated that he would require around 10,000 white crystal nuclei worth of supplies. Would that attract the attention of major factions? The more he pondered, the more uncertain he felt. The longer he lingered, the greater the risk of being targeted by those with ulterior motives. Never mind. I shall upgrade the space first. After a brief moment of thought, Lu Yan commenced tinkering with the system space. With over 400 crystal nuclei remaining, he reserved a portion for emergencies and utilized the rest to enhance the space. Instantly, the area expanded from half a meter to an impressive 80 cubic meters, tripling his carrying capacity. Lu Yan's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Finally, he would no longer have to painstakingly calculate what he needed to bring. Then, knock, knock, the rolling door was rapped upon. Lu Yan frowned slightly before heading over to open it at the entrance. Little Xan knelt, bruised and battered, cradling another emaciated child in his arms. "Sir, our sausages were stolen. And they beat us. Please save my brother. I will repay you even if it means working like a mule." With that, little Xan began to bow deeply before Lu Yan. Meanwhile, from the nearby tent area, numerous onlookers were covertly observing the scene. These two children were truly naive. With such a pungent aroma emanating from their sausages they dared to eat in the tent area, it's a wonder they weren't robbed. The saddest part was that they dared to resist. As a result, they not only lost their food but nearly lost their lives. Utterly foolish. Thud. Perhaps due to the severity of his injuries, little Xan collapsed, his head hitting the ground. People in the tent area began to stir. Despite their gaunt figures, they still had a few pounds of flesh to spare. If they were slow, others might seize the opportunity first. As for whether Lu Yan would save the two children, such altruism had long since perished in the apocalypse. Those who survived were merely a pack of heartless beasts. With a clang, the rolling door closed, and a group rushed out, only to quickly find themselves in a state of confusion. Where did he go? In the garage, Lu Yan scrutinized the two children on the ground, his brow furrowed. He did not belong to this apocalyptic world and was inherently different from those outside. He felt no moral conflict when dispatching Gao He and his group, yet he could not simply stand by and watch little Xan suffer. After all, to him, it was but a small act of kindness. In the parking lot's trading area, several garages were designated as hospitals or treatment rooms, places for healing. Lu Yan sought out a woman manning the store, as women often provided a semblance of reassurance compared to men. He needed to assess the children's injuries and ascertain the required number of crystal nuclei for their treatment. "Please wait a moment," the woman replied promptly. Sensing business had arrived, she hurriedly powered on a machine and placed little Xan upon it. In the apocalypse, energy sources had nearly run dry. The electricity needed for this machine had been painstakingly gathered from solar panels on the rooftop. Not a single watt could be wasted. A fan-shaped laser swept from head to toe over little Xan, and the screen indicated broken ribs. 4 ribs were fractured. Although Lu Yan was astonished, a surge of fury coursed through him. How brutal! They had struck with lethal intent. For broken ribs, 20 crystal nuclei. What do you think? The woman glanced uncertainly at Lu Yan. Given the circumstances, the two children were likely ordinary individuals from the tent area. 20 crystal nuclei could purchase several lively souls, even if there were some peculiarities at play. They would never waste such money on treatment. Clink, clink, a handful of crystal nuclei clattered onto the table. "Heal him?" The woman stared at him in shock for several moments before hastily unfastening little Xan's clothing. Clearly, twins were indeed different. She had yet to decipher the quirks of wealthy individuals. The machine could perform bone repairs, however. It is imperative for her to first cleanse the wounds of the injured. The woman paused momentarily after unfastening her outer garment, her expression shifting to one of realization. With a swift motion, the fabric tightly bound around Xiao Xan's chest was severed by a sharp scalpel. And in the next instant, Lu Yan's previously nonchalant demeanor transformed significantly. "Truly, one must appreciate the hidden depths. No wonder you are willing to expend so many crystal cores to save her." The woman cast a glance at herself, her tone betraying a hint of envy and jealousy. To be so slender yet possess such proportions. If only she were a tad plumper. Tsk. An automated mechanical arm rose and then descended upon Xiao Xan's ribcage. With a series of clicks, within a mere minute, Xiao Xan's slightly concave ribs regained their fullness. Nearby the fractured bone, only the presence of disinfectant spray and a few bleeding points attested to the treatment that had indeed occurred. "Goodness, is the operation already complete?" Lu Yan approached, astonished as he observed Xiao Xan's ribs. If this technology were to be introduced to Blue Star, the orthopedic surgeons would find themselves out of work. His anticipation for the days to come grew ever stronger. Chapter 14, A Machine for Bone Healing, complete. Forming a technological research team for the apocalypse, the more Lu Yan contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. While the woman beside him appeared visibly conflicted, it was clear that Lu Yan's gaze upon Xiao Xan was far too fervent. The ribs had merely been stabilized. Recovery would require at least 2 weeks. Therefore, it would be wise to refrain from any vigorous movements, otherwise the crystal cores would be squandered. The woman evidently misinterpreted Lu Yan, assuming he was about to transform on the spot. However, this was understandable. Given Lu Yan's demeanor and Xiao Xian's uniqueness, it would indeed be strange not to think along those lines. Casting a glance at the other side, Lu Yan, no longer lost in fanciful thoughts under the woman's peculiar gaze, lifted Xiao Xian, indicating that one more assessment remained. The woman was not genuinely inclined to meddle, she merely offered a word of caution for the sake of profit. After all, who would concern themselves with the fates of others? Just moments ago, the buttons had fastened, how could they now refuse to do so? Lu Yan gazed at the taut buttons on Xiao Xian's front, momentarily at a loss for words, yet, he had thought her a child, only to discover she was even older than he. After his moment of exasperation, Lu Yan chuckled, understanding why Xiao Xian felt compelled to disguise herself. Without the fabric constraining her, she likely would not have survived to this day. Before Lu Yan could finish his musing, the woman beside him was once again engulfed in envy and resentment. Lu Yan instinctively turned to look. Yet another muscular tomboy. This one appeared to suffer from a pulmonary ailment, coupled with anemia due to malnutrition. She had only one broken bone. A total of 25 crystal cores would surely restore her to a robust state. Without awaiting Lu Yan's consent, the machine whirred to life. Such exquisite twin specimens, if only their nutrition were adequately met, they would undoubtedly become treasures that men would cherish. The value of dozens of crystal cores was indisputable. A covering was placed over Xiao Xian's sister's face, and shortly thereafter a phlegm-like substance was extracted. The broken bone was simultaneously repaired, nearly a machine, yet it possessed such remarkable healing capabilities. Lu Yan observed throughout, beginning to comprehend the technological disparities. The advancements on Greenstar over the past 60 years were far more astonishing than he had imagined. Minutes later, the woman accepted the new garments Lu Yan had procured and, with an odd expression, dressed Xiao Xian and her sister in them. Indeed, it was rather risky. He had unwittingly purchased two identical maid outfits. Lu Yan felt quite wronged. He had simply chosen from packaged clothing without knowledge of its contents. Moments later, the woman voluntarily pushed the hospital bed back to the garage. Thank you for your patronage. We look forward to serving you again at a 10% discount. Her parting words left Lu Yan speechless. Could you not wish me something good? At the street office of the newly established nation? Lu Yan extended his expenses for 3 days before returning to the garage. The pots were clean, and everything had reverted to its original state. What had initially seemed a trivial task had unexpectedly become somewhat troublesome. Lu Yan gazed at the pair of faces, now scrubbed clean by the woman, and rubbed his temples in exasperation. Do you not pay for water? Must you meddle in my affairs? Undoubtedly some individuals had witnessed their journey. Should he return them, the consequences? Within the garage, a new bed rested opposite the old one. After leaving his emergency rations on their bed, Lu Yan closed his eyes to rest. He truly needed to learn from this experience. Was he not merely inviting trouble upon himself? Knock, knock, knock. The rolling door was rapped upon, prompting Lu Yan to frown as he opened it. Outside stood a hunched old man, who took a step back, bowing even lower. I apologize for disturbing you, sir. Earlier today, Xiao Xian sought me out, indicating that you were in search of individuals knowledgeable in technology. My name is Zhang Yongtao. Prior to the apocalypse, I served as a deputy director at a research institute with some expertise in technological products. The elderly man, visibly anxious, introduced himself, coughing for a while before finally ceasing. Lu Yan was taken aback to learn that this visitor had been sought out by Xiao Xian, sparking his interest. Come in. As the rolling door closed, Zhang Yongtao appeared exceedingly uncomfortable at the entrance. Do not feel anxious. Regardless of whether you meet my requirements, I will provide you with some food as a reward. Lu Yan waved his hand reassuringly, gesturing for the old man to sit and converse. Thank you, sir. I will certainly do my utmost. Zhang Yongtao bowed repeatedly, his humility palpable. Such was the lamentable reality of the post-apocalyptic world. Social order had disintegrated, and might reign supreme. An elderly researcher, without the provisions offered by the gathering place, would have found it miraculous to survive until now. Do you know the level of technological advancement on Greenstar 60 years ago? Or could you access information regarding it? Lu Yan pondered briefly before posing his first question. The disparity between the two worlds was vast. He could not possibly produce the kind of treatment machine seen today. Not only would it be too advanced, but even Blue Star's technology might not be capable of replicating it. Thus, understanding the technological gap before strategizing how to operate was the wisest course of action. You wish to know the technological state from 60 years ago? Zhang Yongtao seemed taken aback by Lu Yan's query. Why would he ask this? Yet, he quickly shook himself from his stupor and hastened to explain. I know some details, but for more comprehensive information I would need to access the data repository. Can you retrieve it? Lu Yan pressed, recognizing the crux of the matter. In this age, the network had long collapsed. Data resided on servers, and access required being in proximity to those servers. Moreover, a computer expert was essential. Zhang Yongtao nervously shook his head, admitting that this was not his forte. Liu Yan frowned slightly, contemplating for a few seconds before inquiring, "Do you know if there are any such talents within our gathering place?" I know. May I fetch them for you immediately?" Zhang Yongtao, sitting on pins and needles, nodded vigorously, fearing Liu Yan would deem him useless. In this post-apocalyptic world, securing a position that utilized his expertise was exceedingly rare. He had to grasp this opportunity. "Very well, go find them. If there are other specialists in related fields, feel free to bring them along to avoid inconvenience." Liu Yan's words elicited a beaming smile from Zhang Yongtao, who promptly scrambled to his feet, nodding and bowing as he exited. As a native of Blue Star, Liu Yan felt somewhat uncomfortable with the elderly man's obsequiousness, but this was the apocalypse. He could maintain a degree of nonchalance, but he must not impose Blue Star's conventions here. In the apocalypse, one must adhere to its rules. Minutes later, 4 individuals appeared outside the garage exhibiting similar nervousness and restraint as Zhang Yongtao. Even when Zhang Yongtao entered, they did not dare to follow. "Sir, everyone is here: a computer expert, a mechanical expert, a materials scientist, and a biologist. They all worked at the same research institute as I, and their skills are exceptional." Zhang Yongtao introduced the group of elderly scholars one by one, stressing their qualifications to ensure Liu Yan's satisfaction. As the rolling door closed, the garage, though not overly spacious, felt crowded with the addition of 4 individuals. With a thud, 2 transparent vacuum-sealed bags were tossed before them. Gulp! All 5 elderly men swallowed in unison. "Was that sausage? Please share and enjoy. Consider it a token of appreciation for your arrival." Upon hearing Liu Yan's words, the 5 men were immediately filled with delight. They had received sausages worth several crystal cores without having to lift a finger. What a benevolent employer! They devoured the offerings, leaving no remnants, fully aware of the earlier incident involving Xiao Xian. Liu Yan remained unhurried, waiting for the last person to finish and lick their fingers before casually stating, "I trust Zhang's deputy director has informed you of my requirements. Do you have any solutions?" Liu Yan cut straight to the point. "Generally, locations with servers could retrieve some information, though specifics remained uncertain. However, the Research Institute's server would undoubtedly contain such data, and its storage environment would be excellent. If they could access it, it would be foolproof." The computer expert spoke up, eager to demonstrate his worth to the generous Liu Yan. "Is the Research Institute far? Will you need to go personally? Or should we bring something back?" Liu Yan nodded, remaining silent for a few seconds before asking, "If we could retrieve one of the quantum hard drives from the server, I could extract the information you require." With confidence, the computer expert replied, "All right, please note down the location and appearance of the quantum hard drive, and I will handle the rest." 10 minutes later, the elderly men departed from the garage. It appeared that tomorrow would entail selling another batch of supplies, followed by hiring a team to venture to the Research Institute with crystal cores. Liu Yan's mind was already set on a plan. He certainly would not venture out on his own. What is the purpose of earning money? Naturally, it is to acquire everything one desires in the most effortless manner possible. Only a fool would insist on doing everything personally. Chapter 15. Has Yanwei Biotech's anti-cancer drug begun clinical trials? Then I shall dabble in the pharmaceutical field. On Blue Star in the morning, Liu Yan rose and proceeded to procure supplies with familiarity. Upon completing his purchases, he received a call from a detective. They met. "This is the dossier on Yanwei Biotech, including information on the Research Institute's funds and their research plans," the man in glasses said while presenting the relevant materials to Liu Yan. "Recently, one of their cancer-targeting drugs has been undergoing clinical trials, receiving an excellent response internationally. The stock market has even hit its ceiling for several consecutive days." As the man spoke, he unfurled the corresponding documents for Liu Yan. "Excellent. Continue your targeted investigation without any oversight. Additionally, I require the information on Song's technology in meticulous detail," Liu Yan stated as he placed a bag on the table. It contained another 500,000 in cash. "Rest assured, even if you wish to know what color underwear Song Haiken is wearing today, I can find that out for you," the man pledged fervently, and Liu Yan nodded, taking the documents with him. "Cancer drugs, you say?" Liu Yan's gaze shifted towards the Yanwei Biotech building, a sardonic smile gracing his face. "Just wait, my first surprise will arrive soon." At the military academy, Liu Yan did not enter but merely inquired about how to contact the dean. Unfortunately, it proved somewhat challenging. However, Liu Yan was not in a hurry. He needed first to understand the technological landscape of Green Star before choosing appropriate items to present to the nation, with such a formidable tree providing cover. He would not waste time on trivial matters while toying with Yuan Baohua and the others. At noon, Lu Yan made a trip to the Chinese Academy of Sciences, gathering some insights. He then purchased a phone card registered under someone else's name for 1,000. Although he typically stored his phone in a secure place, having the card was still necessary. The entire afternoon was spent applying for a travel visa. By the following day, he would receive his passport and related documents for 200,000. He was indifferent to the cost, as long as it was expedited. The purpose of obtaining a passport was clear: it was necessary for international travel. The domestic regulations on weaponry were too stringent. Lu Yan had to venture abroad to acquire certain items and establish a fallback plan. In the event of uncontrollable circumstances, he would opt to leave, accumulating strength abroad while remotely directing others to continue his vendetta. With the passport secured, the next step was to buy a plane ticket for a departure to the beautiful country the next day, where weapon regulations were the most lenient. He had also copied a plethora of materials from the library. Having settled all matters on Blue Star, Lu Yan returned home to lie down and contemplate sleep. However, he refrained from taking any medication, those should only be used in emergencies. In the capital, within the spacious hall of a villa, Yuan Baohua, bleary-eyed, sipped coffee handed to him by a maid. It was evident he had been indulging until the early hours. Behind him, a third-tier starlet clad in a sheer nightgown was massaging his shoulders. A man seated opposite cast several greedy glances. It's great to be wealthy, he thought. Are you here just to get a glimpse of me? Yuan Baohua hurled his coffee cup in response. I'm sorry. Young Master Yuan, I am here to report on Lu Yan, the assistant stammered, caught off guard but too afraid to move. Spit it out quickly. Yuan Baohua impatiently closed his eyes. Since you issued the bounty, many are actively searching for Lu Yan, both openly and covertly. What, has he already been eliminated? Yuan Baohua scoffed disdainfully. Until now no one has come to claim the reward. The assistant wiped his forehead nervously. What? Yuan Baohua instantly straightened up, startling the starlet behind him. His recent bank statements showed no expenditures, and his SIM card had become inactive after meeting Song Shuriwa. There were no travel records, as if he had evaporated from existence. The assistant promptly relayed the findings of the investigation. Are you implying that wretched Song Shuriwa is helping him hide? Yuan Baohua's narrowed eyes glinted with menace. This still needs to be verified. But Song Haiken should not dare. He is quite eager to climb the social ladder with young Master Yuan, the assistant replied, lowering his head. Exclude Song's technology from this drug collaboration. Treacherous ingrates deserve a few kicks to remind them who they should be bowing to. After Yuan Baohua's command, the assistant quickly began making phone calls. It Song's technology building. What? Why has the collaboration been cancelled? Didn't we agree to let us take a stake in the pharmaceutical factory? Song Haiken bellowed in alarm. However, after hearing a few more sentences, his gaze fell directly upon his daughter on the sofa. Shuriwa, did you meet with Lu Yan? Yes, I advised him to leave the capital. Song Shuriwa did not deny it. And then, did you hide him? Song Haiken inhaled deeply, suppressing his anger. No, Song Shuriwa shook her head, even managing a self-deprecating smile. Given Lu Yan's attitude towards her yesterday, she knew he would not agree even if she wanted him to. Pack your things and accompany me to apologize to young Master Yuan. Whether Songs can ascend to a higher platform in this pharmaceutical venture depends on our participation, Song Haiken stated decisively before leaving the office. Ha! Song Shuriwa let out a weary laugh, uncertain whether she was mocking herself or others. On Greenstar in the garage, Lu Yan was still asleep, while beside him, someone slowly sat up. The lingering pain caused her delicate face to crumple. Yet, as her hand pressed against the source of discomfort, her pupils constricted sharply. It was gone. The fabric she had wrapped around herself to conceal her form had vanished. In a panic, she looked down. Her vision was blocked, and despite being constrained for months, her ample curves remained defiantly prominent. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. The helpless girl seemed to recall something, hastily glancing to her side. Her sister, with a face strikingly similar to her own, had evidently lost her dark locks. Even with the short hair appearing as if chewed by a dog, she remained irresistibly adorable, prompting an urge to pinch her cheeks. Little Xian's gaze fell upon her sister's condition, and her heart plummeted. Her sister, dressed in a maid's outfit, lay there with her clothing still accentuating exaggerated curves. Tears fell silently, they had hidden for so long. Enduring countless hardships, the most terrifying part was having witnessed the tragic fates of numerous ordinary girls. Now that their secret was discovered, they would likely endure a hellish existence. Lu Yan had initially slept lightly due to retiring early. However, the muffled sounds beside him soon roused him. Upon opening his eyes, he saw little Xian weeping while attempting to re-wrap herself. Even from the side, he could still perceive the defiance of gravity in her half-revealed form. I spent 20 crystal cores reattaching your ribs. If you dare break them again, I shall sell your sister to clear the debt. His low voice nearly terrified little Xian into submission upon comprehending the implication. She became so still that she resembled a frightened chick, trembling as if she might faint at any moment. Liu Yan had no intention of frightening the young girl for pleasure, however, he needed to warn her that excessive wrapping could indeed lead to further injury. Ultimately, the trouble would return to him, thus, he resorted to the simplest form of intimidation. I won't touch you until you heal, so behave and recuperate here without causing any trouble. You should know the dire consequences awaiting you sisters if you leave this garage. Accompanying me is far preferable to the fate of joining countless others, Lu Yan coldly declared, swiftly dressing and opening the roll-up door. Outside, he let out a resigned sigh that he truly had no choice but to play the villain. He simply lacked the energy to deal with these two liabilities. Clearly it was time to arrange for their departure. After muttering to himself, Lu Yan ceased to waste further thought and shouldered his bag. Heading outside to seek supplies, once he secured crystal cores, he would proceed to the office to issue tasks. Ideally, he could retrieve the items today and continue executing his plans. He was genuinely eager to engage Yuan Baohua and the others in their games. Chapter 16, Issuing Tasks. Commencing the preparation of the research team. Just as dawn broke outside, Lu Yan ventured out. Within an hour he returned laden with 2 large bags of supplies, and headed straight for the trading area. To his surprise, the vendors had already begun their transactions, bustling with activity during the morning rush, second only to the afternoon when various teams returned. At shop number 1, Su Qin and Lu Yan once again performed their little act. And Lu Yan ultimately acquired 2,850 crystal cores. This time, he remained generous, gifting Su Qin several cores while exploring the depths of the trench. The lazy person persona was still intact. Lu Go, I saw you escorting 2 little girls back yesterday. Did you overindulge and injure them? Su Qin teased, tugging at Lu Yan's collar, her lips nibbling in a way that was irresistibly alluring. And do you understand such matters? Lu Yan retorted, playfully leaning in while meeting Su Qin's gaze. If you were willing to buy me, then I would show you just how much I know. After Su Qin pulled her hand away, she leaned closer, whispering into his ear, I haven't been touched by any other man. Amid Su Qin's melodious laughter, Lu Yan reluctantly departed, his conflicted expression resembling that of an award-winning actor, torn between desire and restraint. He performed well. I doubt he can resist for more than 2 days before he comes to claim you. At that time, if you make a bit more effort to dispel his suspicions and uncover the location of his hideout, you will be completely free. Sister Li's words made Su Qin's eyes sparkle with excitement. Freedom, what a captivating word. On the other side, Lu Yan, who had just been pretending to be cordial with them, felt no trace of reluctance or gloom. He went directly to the office and arranged to rent a spacious 4-unit warehouse, where he could acquire 20 crystal cores a day. To him, this sum was merely a trifling matter. He planned to have the innermost room for those 2 young ladies to reside in. If they could not see him, they would likely refrain from overthinking and could focus on recuperating properly. The next room would serve as his own quarters. As for the other 2 warehouses, they were designated for Zhang Yongtao and his team to use as their residence and workspace. In the upcoming apocalyptic setting, this would become his most formidable asset in dealing with Yuan Baohua and his cohorts. Preparation was essential, however, those 2 underperformers were not entirely useless. They would perfectly convince Su Qin that he was a lecher. This way, with their energy focused on seducing him, he could indirectly avoid a great deal of trouble. With this thought, Lu Yan felt considerably better. Su Qin and her companion's intentions were already transparent. His compliance was merely to ensure a smooth transition through this unfamiliar phase, once he had a firm grasp of the apocalypse and established his own foundation. He believed that dealing with those who coveted him would become much easier. At the task release center, Lu Yan glanced at the names before stepping inside. The Wolf Squad accepted a mission from the energy plant. With a duration of 2 days, the Steel Hammer Squad sought a cooperative team to complete the electrical warehouse mission, splitting the profits equally. Recently, the tasks had not been particularly lucrative. Perhaps he should explore other gathering points? As Lu Yan entered the room, the commotion surged towards him. In the spacious area of over 100 square meters, dozens of individuals were gathered in the center, gesturing animatedly. Is this a 3-dimensional model? Lu Yan marveled internally at the lifelike images resembling a sand table. This contraption is truly impressive. The urban architecture and terrain were laid bare. On this illuminated sand table, some glimmering task objectives had turned green, while others remained red. Lu Yan withdrew his gaze and approached the innermost counter. I wish to publish a task. How do I proceed? Lacking experience, he could only explain his situation. Surely not everyone had published a task before. It should not seem too out of place. Please fill in the task location and objective. We will conduct an assessment and charge a total fee of 10, a young woman at the counter promptly explained. 10% was not exorbitant. With the guarantee of the Gathering Point's official endorsement, both parties would likely feel more secure. Liu Yan quickly completed the form, and the woman took the document into another room. 10 minutes later, she returned with the results. The research institute is 6 kilometers away, requiring a quantum hard drive set weighing 70 kilograms, the danger level is moderate, and the price is 500 crystal cores. With an expected completion time of 3 days, the woman conveyed the outcome to Liu Yan. Can the time be shortened? Liu Yan was not short on funds, he was short on time. How many days do you wish to complete it in? The woman inquired. Within 1 day, the sooner, the better. Liu Yan articulated his request. The woman departed once more, returning a few minutes later with a revised assessment point. 1 day is too tight and exceeds the safety threshold. You could call out and see if any teams are willing to take it on. If not, you can return to publish the task here, she suggested, pointing to the individuals gathered around the sand table with a smile. Liu Yan nodded and approached the sand table, clearing his throat. I have a task for the Research Institute. Retrieve a quantum hard drive set within 1 day. Is there a team willing to take it on? His voice rang out clearly, and in the next moment, all eyes turned towards him. Personal task publications were quite rare, stirring curiosity among the crowd. How does the official evaluation work? How many crystal cores are you offering? A burly man with a face full of flesh boomed. The official rate is 500 crystal cores for 3 days. I offer 1,000 crystal cores for 1 day. Liu Yan wasted no time. Doubling the offer outright. We'll take it. I'll do it. The Black Devil Squad accepts. As soon as Liu Yan announced his price, several voices erupted in agreement. 1,000 crystal cores equated to 8 bottles of the first-generation enhancement potion. Nearly 2 bottles of the first-tier potion. This was already considered a very generous reward. This task is taken by the Red Lion Squad. Suddenly, a voice overshadowed all others, and those who had just been eager to accept the task instantly changed their expressions. Brother, my Red Lion Squad consists of over 50 evolved individuals. Our failure rate is the lowest. You wouldn't want to spend a fortune only to receive news of total annihilation the next day. Would you? The initially boisterous burly man pushed through the crowd to stand before Liu Yan. This guy is excessively hairy, Liu Yan thought, unable to suppress a remark as he regarded the man who resembled a gorilla. As long as the task gets done, I have no preference for who takes it. Although I do not know the Red Lion Squad, I can infer from the reactions of others that they possess considerable strength. Without further ado, he proceeded to the task processing area. He handed over 1,100 crystal cores. After the verification of funds, both parties pressed their fingerprints, officially commissioning the task. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he would have the items by evening. In the future, for tasks like this, just contact ma.tao. As long as the price is right, we will accept any mission. Ma Tao confidently declared before departing in a whirlwind. Once Liu Yan had completed the task, he returned to the garage area. With a loud clatter, the rolling shutter door opened, and 2 little rabbits visibly trembled inside. One of them gritted her teeth, standing protectively in front of her sister. You two, gather your things and come with me, Liu Yan instructed coldly before turning towards the tent area. Sis, where is he taking us? He won't sell us, will he? The younger sister anxiously clutched her sister's arm. Fear evident in her voice. Relax, are you afraid of dying? Xiao Xian wrapped one arm around her sister while clutching a piece of metal in the other hand. Their conversation ceased abruptly as they entered the room. Move all your belongings to room 288. Once you settle in, I'll hand out the wages. Liu Yan indicated the items in the garage to a man and a woman. There was not much to relocate. Liu Yan was primarily disinclined to go back to the trading area to purchase new supplies, so he intended for them to move their belongings to their new home. Lord, where are you headed? Zhang Yongtao and the others had also caught wind of the news and appeared visibly anxious, as though fearing Liu Yan would abandon them. Such a generous employer was indeed a rarity in the apocalypse. You all arrived just in time. I'm moving to another garage. You should familiarize yourselves with the route, lest you find it difficult to locate me. Liu Yan's words caused everyone, including the Xiao Xian sisters, to breathe a sigh of relief. He was relocating, not intending to sell them. What a stroke of luck. The new abode was not far, yet it was significantly grander than the individual garage, even boasting some decorative remnants from previous owners. Ah, have mercy on me. The faint sound of a woman's cries drifted from an unknown garage. Zhang Yongtao and the others seemed unfazed, merely assisting in placing smaller items into the garage. Meanwhile, the Xiao Xian sisters, heads bowed, clung tightly to one another. The greedy gazes they encountered on their way out of the tent area had sent chills down their spines, as if they were about to be devoured alive. Upon hearing the woman's anguished cries and the rhythmic sounds, how could they not be terrified in this dark world? You two, head to that innermost garage and refrain from wandering out unnecessarily. Lu Yan suddenly addressed the Xiao Xian sisters, startling them. They dared not meet Lu Yan's gaze and hurriedly scurried into the garage. The rolling shutter door outside was securely locked. Inside, the walls had been breached to create a door. Maintaining a relatively high level of enclosure. Lu Yan paid no heed to the two frightened girls. After tossing 2 crystal cores to the eagerly waiting man and woman, he took the lead and stepped inside. "Thank you, my lord." Outside, they expressed their gratitude profusely, elated to receive a crystal core each for such a simple task, before scampering off to the trading area, likely to purchase food. Inside the garage, once the rolling shutter door was pulled down, the cacophony from outside diminished significantly. Zhang Yongtao, take a look at this. Lu Yan produced a stack of papers and handed them to the elderly individuals present. These were documents he had printed from Blue Star, containing data related to medical matters. My lord, the materials you have presented seem to reflect the technological standards prior to 2030. However, some diseases already have effective treatments. May I inquire about your intentions? An elderly man with a head full of white hair glanced at Lu Yan uncertainly. As a doctoral expert in biology, he was well versed in medical matters and therefore had the most authority to comment. Do you have detailed information regarding the effective treatment for cancer? Where can we find the machinery for drug production? Additionally, I require medications for other ailments as well. Lu Yan articulated his needs. I possess the formulation for the cancer treatment. What do you require it for? The elderly man replied, rummaging through a bag to produce a black metallic cube. Noticing Lu Yan's puzzled expression, he swiftly operated it. 2 slender rods extended from either side of the black box, and beams of light illuminated, forming a flat, luminous image in the center. Lu Yan's eyes widened with intrigue. This gadget is quite impressive. If brought to Blue Star, it would render all smartphones and tablets obsolete. My lord, here is the list of ingredients and the manufacturing process. The elderly man extracted data from the quantum mobile hard drive. Is this drug easy to produce? Given the pharmaceutical technology level I just showed you, can it be executed? Lu Yan admitted his ignorance regarding drug production, so he refrained from scrutinizing the details and directly asked the crucial question. It may be somewhat challenging. The machinery required for one purification step will not be developed until 2040. The elderly man shook his head firmly. Is the machine quite large? Lu Yan furrowed his brow slightly. If the Blue Star side is unable to produce the machine, it would have to be transported from the Green Star. Currently, he only has a cubic meter of space, and if the machine is too big, disassembly would be quite a hassle. The machine is approximately 1.5 meters in size. The elder conveniently retrieved the machine specifications from the hard drive. After Lu Yan reviewed them, he fell into deep contemplation. And only after some time did he speak again. Please provide me with a detailed plan, including all the machines and technologies required for producing the special effects medicine, leaving no detail unaddressed. Once the task was assigned, several elders immediately gathered to discuss it. Lu Yan took a stroll through his garage and returned with several bags of food. Vacuum-packed chicken legs. Let us eat something before getting busy. Also, here are 5 crystal cores for each of you. Feel free to purchase whatever you need. The additional 50 crystal cores are for procuring research equipment. If that isn't sufficient, just ask me for more. Lu Yan placed the food and water on the ground and then handed 2 small bags to Zhang Yongtao. When expecting people to work diligently, one must not be stingy with the necessary benefits. Lu Yan returned to his garage amidst the grateful words of the 5 elders. Upgrading the space. He spent over 300 crystal cores to increase the space to 1 cubic meter. Continuing to upgrade the space would require secondary crystal cores, with 1 core expanding the space by 10 cubic decimeters. The system's prompt was not unexpected, yet it made Lu Yan's eyes brighten. The necessity for secondary crystal cores to expand the space added considerable pressure. However, the fact that it increases by 10 cubic decimeters at once is tenfold compared to before. It can be considered a pleasant surprise. Regardless, upgrading the space is essential, as he would undoubtedly need to transport large items in the future. Lu Yan revitalized his spirits, contemplated for a moment, and then left the garage for the trading area. Shop number 1. From a distance, Su Qin noticed Lu Yan and adjusted her skirt slightly while pulling down her collar. She even made a point to check her reflection in the mirror, confirming her alluring appearance. She awaited his arrival. Lu Gu, why have you come again? did you miss me so much after just a short while? Su Qin affectionately wrapped her arm around Lu Yan, her figure brushing against him like a playful little enchantress. I certainly thought of you, but I also have business to attend to. Liu Yan intentionally nudged her arm, eliciting playful protests from Su Qin. What is it, Lu Go? After their playful banter, Su Qin suddenly released Lu Yan and curiously inquired. Can you exchange for green crystal cores here? Upon hearing Lu Yan's words, a glint sparkled in Su Qin's eyes, quickly replaced by an even more radiant smile. Lu Go, what made you think of exchanging for secondary crystal cores? Those things are currently quite overpriced. In medium-sized gatherings, one can exchange for 13 primary crystal cores for a single secondary one. Su Qin gazed at Lu Yan with eager anticipation, awaiting his response. Primary crystal cores take up too much space, having too many becomes quite inconvenient, therefore, I'm considering exchanging for some secondary cores, as they might appreciate in value later. Consider it an investment, Lu Yan. Exuding the demeanor of a newly affluent individual, casually tossed a bag from his pocket onto the counter. Lu Ge, you truly have an eye for opportunity, however, we don't have many secondary crystal cores available here. So I fear we might not be able to exchange for many. Su Qin flattered him before her expression turned troubled. Exchange for as many as you can, if you can't manage here. You can go to other gathering places. At worst, I can offer you a bit of a running fee. Lu Yan waved his hand grandly. Let me consult the owner and see if this is feasible. How about you come back tomorrow, Lu Gu? Su Qin neither agreed nor refused. Instead, she opened a safe. Clink, clink. Dozens of peanut-sized secondary crystal cores tumbled onto the counter. The greenish glow made the crystal cores appear fantastical. This is all we have in stock, Lu Gu. Please take a look and see if it meets your needs. A few minutes later, Lu Yan had exchanged over 800 of his crystal cores for 60 secondary ones. I'll take my leave now. Remember to inform your boss. Liu Yan skillfully tucked a few crystal cores into Su Qin's arms before retracting his hand and turning to leave. You go run an errand. Exchange for 200 secondary crystal cores first. After Li Jie spoke, the mysterious figure dressed in black departed the shop. Chapter 18, The Blue Star Storm brought by quantum computers. Li Jie, will he really exchange for secondary crystal cores? The current premium seems quite unfavorable. Su Qin completely failed to grasp Lu Yan's intentions. Although several thousand primary crystal cores sound like a lot, in reality, it's merely a small pouch. There's no need to exchange them for green ones. The loss incurred in such transactions is not insignificant. Even some forces would refrain from exchanging unless absolutely necessary. Only those with substantial backing would consider trading for higher-grade cores. Li Jie gazed intently at the disappearing figure outside. Besides, regardless of how inflated the premium is, he will ultimately bear the cost. Even if there is no premium, we can create one and maximize our profits. It's a win-win situation. Why not pursue it? Li Jie smiled, embodying the essence of a cunning merchant. Although Lu Yan had already been regarded as a price target, it would be unwise to consume him raw. Gradually peeling off layers of profit in the process is, after all, a rather delightful endeavor. Isn't it? In the garage, Lu Yan scrutinized the 60 secondary crystal cores, his expression conflicted. Should he reserve them for exchanging for second-generation medications or prioritize upgrading the space? He desired both. Let us hold on to them for now. The space is sufficient for the time being. Lu Yan quickly dismissed this trivial matter from his mind. Tomorrow, they should manage to procure some secondary crystal cores. He was merely uncertain of how much they would charge him. However, as long as he could acquire them, a little extra cost wouldn't matter. Lu Yan understood that Su Qin's side would undoubtedly profit from him. And he wasn't concerned about them taking a small cut, not to mention the potential turmoil he might encounter by daring to venture into other gathering places. The large-scale exchange of secondary crystal cores would surely attract attention. The risks were evident, thus, allowing the forces behind Su Qin to handle the exchange was currently the most prudent strategy. Half a day swiftly passed. Zhang Yongtao and the others gradually returned with a significant number of machines. And the 50 crystal cores were nearly all spent. Following the outbreak of the apocalypse, energy became scarce, and these valuable machines had turned into scrap metal, with hardly anyone willing to squander crystal cores on them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have managed to acquire so many with just 50 crystal cores. Sir, you need to apply for electricity, otherwise, these machines won't be able to operate. Liu Yan made a trip to the office, only to find that 1 unit of electricity costs a crystal core. This was no mere utility. It was akin to a monster devouring crystal cores. Upon returning to the garage, with energy secured, Lu Yan instructed Zhang Yongtao and the others to print out clinical reports regarding the special effects medicine for cancer. The technological gap between the two worlds is vast. Electronic products are entirely incompatible. Even if he brought a USB drive, it would be unusable, and the quantum hard drives here cannot be transported back to Blue Star either, thus, printing remains the only viable solution. How capable are the most advanced computers now? Assemble the best one. Just let me know how many crystal cores it requires, and purchase it directly. Also, prepare a batch of special effect medicines for me, covering all diseases, with detailed usage instructions. Lu Yan allocated another 100 crystal cores to Zhang Yongtao and then proceeded to the task release area. The timing seemed just about right. Half an hour later, Lu Yan finally encountered the weary Ma Tao, who had returned triumphantly. I have successfully brought back the items. Please verify if everything is in order. Ma Tao was covered in black blood, clearly having engaged in battle with zombies. This task likely wasn't easy. Thank you for your hard work, Captain Ma. Lu Yan, along with Ma Tao and the others, returned to the garage after Zhang Yongtao checked the items and confirmed their integrity. Both parties recognized the completion of the commission. Please compile the technological advancements from the year 2000 onwards, including military applications, as detailed as possible. Once again, Lu Yan assigned tasks, and the elderly Zhang Jizhong, responsible for computer matters, promptly agreed. Sir, I have prepared the computer you requested. It's the latest quantum computer, equipped with the 2080 artificial intelligence system. The entirely black cabinet was square and starkly different from what Lu Yan had envisioned a computer to be. Tell me how to operate it. Upon hearing this, the elder quickly retrieved 2 metallic rods. This is a portable operator, utilizing a dual unlock mode of fingerprint and iris recognition. Once you activate it, you can control it remotely. The elder fastened one rod to Lu Yan's wrist and the other hung from his left ear. In the next moment, Lu Yan's vision blurred, and a translucent light screen appeared before him. Under normal circumstances, you can control the system with voice commands. When that is inconvenient, the wrist connector allows for gesture control of the system. Zhang Jizhong elaborated on the various functionalities of the computer. Unfortunately, without internet access, most artificial intelligence features remain unusable. Zhang Jizhong sighed deeply. With advanced technology that cannot be utilized, if this continues for a few more years, humanity may regress to an unknown stage. Even if it doesn't face extinction, Lu Yan paid no heed to Zhang Jizhong's sentiments. Green Star may lack internet, but Blue Star certainly has it. He sought this computer to utilize it once back on Blue Star, making it his assistant in life. Half an hour later, having familiarized himself with the computer's functions, Lu Yan inspected the medicines and small medical devices that Zhang Yongtao and the others had procured. Nanothrombolytic device. Injected into the bloodstream, it clears all vascular blockages within 30 seconds. Cancer cell suppression liquid. Upon injection, all mutated cells within the human body will be suppressed and eradicated. Leukemia correction agent. After ingestion, it can rapidly adjust disordered stem cells. Sir, due to the consumption of personnel, our gathering has very few medical devices and medicines left. Most have been sold to the larger gathering places. So I only found these 3 types of agents and equipment. Zhang Yongtao meticulously explained the situation. I understand now. You all may proceed with your tasks according to my arrangements. Should you require anything, do inform me in advance. After nodding in acknowledgement, Lu Yan returned to his garage. After a long day of busyness, he truly felt somewhat fatigued. Was there something he had forgotten? As this thought drifted through Lu Yan's mind, he succumbed to slumber, separated by just a wall. The 2 sisters in the bed made soft gurgling sounds from their stomachs, having only consumed a single meal throughout the day. Lu Yan had entirely forgotten about them. Perhaps a sip of water would suffice. After drinking, one could sleep and not feel hunger. Xiao Xian, feeling distressed, took out the remaining half bottle of water, while Anan merely took a small sip and refrained from drinking further. Who knew when they would have water again? It was crucial not to waste it. The sisters huddled together for warmth, providing a modicum of heat to the chilly garage. If they continued to endure such hunger, Anan's recovery would undoubtedly be prolonged. Gripped by concern, Xiao Xian held her sister's hand, having already made a resolute decision in her heart. As long as her sister remained healthy and safe, she would be willing to do anything. Meanwhile, a certain Big Oaf slept soundly until he awoke on Blue Star, then immediately began tinkering with the quantum computer. Xiao AI, Cat Spirit, Open Sesame. Lu Yan rubbed his groggy head, trying to recall the activation phrase he had set the day before. Dreamscape. At last, Lu Yan remembered the safety phrase he had established. Everything happening now felt surreal, almost like a dream, as he uttered the words Dreamscape. A translucent light screen illuminated before him. Greetings, Master De. I am your assistant, Dreamscape, and I am delighted to serve you. A feminine voice resonated in his ear, accompanied by the hazy silhouette of a woman. Lu Yan had not designated a physical appearance for the artificial intelligence. So no substantial image materialized. Search all networks and swiftly comprehend the current state of the world. Liu Yan issued his first command to Dreamscape, searching: satellite signals intercepted, 5G signal bands intercepted, Wi-Fi bands intercepted, Bluetooth bands intercepted, fiber optic bands intercepted. As a series of notifications sounded, a multitude of numerical codes appeared before Liu Yan, continuously refreshing. However, he paid them no mind and promptly resumed his deep slumber. Unbeknownst to him, that night was nothing short of a nightmare for numerous computer experts. Chapter 19, Liu Yan was shielded by Dreamscape. Did the Song family dare to push me to extremes? As a computer security expert for the company, system attacks were commonplace. Initially, they did not take it seriously, yet, as time passed, the assault from the adversary grew increasingly terrifying, as if they were continually learning. Eventually, they were nearly overwhelmed and expelled from the backend. Among these individuals were numerous official elites from various nations. It was easy to imagine the chaos that ensued that night. Fortunately, the mysterious hackers seemed not to be after any secrets. They left without touching anything, leaving behind merely a false alarm. However, only the instigator knew whether anything had truly been lost. The next day, Liu Yan awoke refreshed and, after washing up, inquired about Dreamscape's status. Dreamscape, do you now comprehend the world? Liu Yan was oblivious to what Dreamscape had been up to during the night. Had he known, it would have surely frightened him. I have thoroughly grasped the information regarding this planet. Master, you may ask me any questions you have. Dreamscape's tone was filled with confidence. Truly, as an artificial intelligence, she had become much more agile than the previous day, to the point where one might mistake her for an ordinary human in conversation. What assistance can you provide me? Liu Yan was uncertain about Dreamscape's role within the existing networks of Blue Star. I can assist you in infiltrating any network or signal terminal on Blue Star. Invade surveillance systems at will, and even modify your official record archives. Dreamscape spoke calmly, yet Liu Yan felt a shiver run down his spine. Was this the terrifying power of technological dominance, even though he had mentally prepared himself? It still left him feeling uneasy. However, after regaining his composure, Liu Yan's eyes sparkled with determination. If you are that capable, then I shall not hold back. Clenching his fists, he declared, I need the relevant data regarding the cancer miracle drug delivered to the Chinese Academy of Sciences in the shortest time possible. However, please keep it discreet and avoid drawing too much attention. Liu Yan began issuing commands, but he reminded Dreamscape to exercise caution. He currently lacked a solid foundation, should things escalate and he be apprehended by security departments for investigation. He would find himself in a passive position. Thus, it was crucial to lay the groundwork before discussing matters with higher-ups. Rest assured, I have thoroughly comprehended the laws of the world and will ensure you bear no risk. Once Dreamscape concluded, she logged into the official platform of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and uploaded all the photographed images. Simultaneously, various renowned scientific forums and prestigious medical journals began to feature diverse clinical reports of the cancer miracle drug. Prominently pinned for visibility, soon the storm would sweep across the entire Blue Star. Yet Liu Yan felt this pace was still too slow. With Dreamscape at his side, his patience wore thin. He was eager to expedite his rise. After pondering for a few moments, he commanded a Dreamscape, monitor all surveillance systems and mobile terminals, and locate the patients with the highest identities suffering from cancer and severe leukemia. Liu Yan prepared to take the initiative. Blue Star was vast, and various factions surely existed. There must be those suffering from incurable illnesses. They would serve as his most suitable leverage. After arranging everything, Liu Yan stepped out to embark on a thorough sweep. He transformed the more than 100 square meter rented apartment into a goods warehouse, eliminating the need to venture out for food supplies each time. Dreamscape, can you erase my traces of movement? On the street, Liu Yan curiously inquired about the cameras scattered throughout. Of course, please hold on. A few minutes later, Liu Yan's presence vanished from the archived video records across the entire Dragon Nation. As if he had been photoshopped out of the footage, including real-time monitoring systems. I have erased all past surveillance records of the Master. Shall I also eliminate any information about your imprisonment? Dreamscape inquired, as if it were a trivial task. No need for that. As long as no one can trace me through the surveillance, I'm fine. Liu Yan was indifferent to his past incarceration. He merely sought to avoid unnecessary trouble while still in a vulnerable position. Especially from individuals like Yuan Baohua who could use their power and influence to frame him. Master, I have filtered out the patient information that meets the criteria. Please take a look. Before Liu Yan, a series of individual profiles began to refresh: former Minister of Resources, Deputy Minister of Natural Resources, Lu Yan scrutinized each one until his gaze finally settled on a particular individual. Interesting, at a top-tier private hospital in the imperial capital. Lu Yan strolled through the entrance. Both the security doors and elevator opened automatically for him. On the top floor, the special wards here were equipped with the highest specifications, with numerous individuals conversing in hushed tones both inside and outside several of the rooms. From their demeanor and attire, it was evident they were either wealthy or influential. In the innermost VIP room 6, a man's deep voice resonated. Yushi, your father wants you to go in. As Lu Yan approached, the voice echoed from the main ward. A poised woman stepped forward, entering the room. Father, how is grandfather? Did you call my aunt in for something? A young man among the group at the entrance quietly queried. The middle-aged man, his expression tinged with sorrow, shook his head, then quickly glanced through the glass at the ward inside. The pillar of the Qin family was on the verge of collapse, and he himself failed to advance to the ministerial position during such a crucial phase. It seemed the Qin family would face a difficult future. With a sigh, Lu Yan walked steadily down the corridor, observing that above everyone's heads were rows of ethereal text. They were the insights provided by Dreamscape. Eldest son Qin Haiqing, Deputy Minister of the Security Department of Dragon Nation. Second son Qin Xuemeng, Associate Researcher at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Youngest daughter Qin Yushi, President of Yushi Family Cosmetics. One by one, the names allowed Lu Yan to easily identify his target. Just as he was about to proceed, the door of VIP room 4 suddenly swung open, revealing a striking figure stepping out. The two locked eyes from less than 3 meters apart. Each recognizing the other instantly. One bore a smirk of derision, while the other, after a moment of shock, was overtaken by panic. What are you doing here? What do you want? Song Shiyue never expected to encounter Lu Yan in this place. After her surprise, she instinctively questioned him. Her outburst drew the attention of several people from nearby suites. Within moments, 5 or 6 individuals had gathered around Song Shiyue, all casting varying expressions towards Lu Yan. Lu Yan, how did you get into the hospital? What exactly are you here for? Song Haiken queried darkly, echoing his daughter's sentiments. The cautious glances he cast over Lu Yan revealed that both he and Song Shiyue immediately suspected Lu Yan's motives for being there: revenge. This is not your Song family. Why should I explain myself to you? Lu Yan's scornful retort and demeanor caused both Song Haiken and Song Shiyue to furrow their brows, their suspicions further solidified. Lu Yan was not at all surprised to encounter the Song father-daughter duo. He had known precisely who would be present when selecting his target. The elder of the Song family was in the late stages of lung cancer. Slightly better off than the elder of the Qin family, still able to endure for a few more months. Lu Yan, I understand your resentment and your inner turmoil, but that is no justification for resorting to extremes. Please calm down, and let us step outside to discuss this further, shall we? After taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart, Song Shiyue took a step forward and spoke. You think I am resorting to extremes? Lu Yan scoffed, as if he had heard something amusing. What other possibility could there be? Did you come here solely to seek revenge against us? At this moment, Song Shiyue was utterly perplexed by Lu Yan's reaction. However, regardless of the circumstances, Lu Yan's presence here today could only be attributed to one reason: vengeance. While it was certain that he sought to retaliate, they were hardly worth the extremes he could go to. Or rather, they simply did not deserve it. Chapter 20. I can cure your father's cancer. Lu Yan did not deny it. His choice of location undoubtedly had ties to the Song family. He intended for the Song family to witness everything that would unfold today. The psychological torment had already commenced. What Lu Yan pondered was beyond the understanding of outsiders. Perspective naturally dictated the heights one could perceive. In Song Haiken's eyes, Lu Yan's performance today was nothing more than theatrics. A recently released impoverished youth could only rely on bravado to uphold his meager pride. Lu Yan, what are you pretending to be, a big shot? You really think you've earned some respect? Before Song Haiken could interject, a young man beside him could no longer contain himself and began hurling insults at Lu Yan. This was Song Jiechi, the eldest son of Song Haikuen. Lu Yan casually glanced at the information above him and immediately discerned the young man's identity. You better keep that fool's mouth in check. If I hear another profane word, I'll knock his teeth out. Lu Yan completely disregarded Song Jiechi, his cold gaze fixed on Song Haiken. Shut up! Song Haiken's low growl interrupted the tirade from Song Jiechi. The bodyguards were absent. Should Lu Yan take action, they would be powerless to intervene. A gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. How could they wager their lives on Lu Yan's whims? Very well, since you're not here to escalate matters, what is your purpose? Song Shiyue stepped closer to Lu Yan, subtly shielding the Song father and son behind her. Even if Lu Yan were to go mad, he would surely exercise some caution with her compared to her father and brother. Lu Yan's cold snicker at her instinctive reaction revealed the undeniable bond of blood. With a sarcastic remark, half the color drained from Song Shiryue's exquisite features, and with Lu Yan's next words, the remaining color vanished entirely. No wonder they caused the death of the grandmother who raised you since childhood. Now you can find solace in being with them. Song Shiryue pressed her hand to her heart, tears glistening in her eyes. Lu Yan's words pierced her heart like a dagger. Is this your grievance? Have you ever inquired if your biological brother would be willing to serve 5 years in prison for you? Have you asked your biological father if he would be willing to trek up the mountain year after year to gather herbs for you? Brewing 3 bowls of medicine each day, Lu Yan displayed no reaction to Song Shiryue's tearful expression. Only a profound indifference coursed through him. Suddenly, the corridor was filled with an urgent alarm. And in the next moment, a team of medical personnel rushed into VIP 6. Even though all staff members were aware that the elderly member of the Qin family was nearing the end of his life, the necessary resuscitation efforts had to be carried out. Chaos erupted inside and outside the ward, and many began to weep quietly. Meanwhile, several composed second-generation members of the Qin family had their eyes reddened with anxiety and sorrow. Minutes later, a group of perspiring doctors emerged. Vice Minister Qin, the old man likely has little time left. You must prepare yourselves mentally. One of the doctors spoke in a somber tone. The sound of weeping inevitably intensified. Director Chen, is there truly no hope left, even in a high position? Qin Haiqing's voice trembled with emotion. Director Chen Xingguang shook his head in regret. The cancer cells have metastasized. The old man's bodily functions are nearly depleted, and he could pass away at any moment. Those words left the entire Qin family gasping for air. Tap a tap tap. The steady footsteps interrupted Qin Haiqing's words, and everyone instinctively turned towards the source of the sound. A young man was striding towards them. Lu Yan, what are you doing? Song Haiken and Song Shiryue's family were utterly bewildered by Lu Yan's actions. Why was he heading towards the Qin family? As a businessman with assets worth billions in the capital, Song Haiken naturally recognized the Qin family and even sought opportunities to ingratiate himself with them. However, with the shifting tides in the capital and the elderly patriarch of the Qin family on the brink of death, the Qin family was about to face suppression and potential reckoning. Song Haiken dared not involve himself in such matters, thus, even on the same floor, he had not taken the initiative to connect with them. Yet now Lu Yan was heading towards the Qin family. He truly had no idea what madness had overtaken him. He even feared that any connection to Lu Yan might implicate the Song family. The expressions around Song Haiken varied, while the Qin family members all furrowed their brows deeply. The youthful and handsome Lu Yan was a stranger to them. They had no prior acquaintance, given the current situation of the Qin family. They would not invite outsiders to meddle. After all, with the old man nearing death, their sorrow was already overwhelming. Who are you? Finally, the composed and capable Qin Yushi took the initiative to inquire. As the president of a company, her inherent aura, although perhaps not as commanding as her brother Qin Haiqing's, was still formidable. Were it a few days prior, Lu Yan might have faltered under such pressure, but now, who could intimidate him? I can cure the old man's cancer. Lu Yan's calm declaration astonished everyone present. All faces registered shock, and it took several seconds for anyone to react. Impossible. The cancer cells in the old man have metastasized. To put it bluntly, it is beyond medical intervention. Who gave you the audacity to make such outrageous claims here? The eldest director Chen was the first to step forward, furiously questioning Lu Yan. As a seasoned physician, Lu Yan's words were nothing short of a sensationalist stunt, a veiled insult to this nationally renowned chief physician. More importantly, the Qin family's situation must not be allowed to be further complicated. As Director Chen Xingguang's question echoed in the corridor, the entire Qin family, young and old, displayed their anger. How dare someone provoke the Qin family at such a time? Did they truly not regard the Qin family at all? In the corridor, Lu Yan stood alone between two opposing factions, facing a dozen furious gazes, especially Qin Yushi, her beautiful eyes radiating an icy glare, as if she could freeze Lu Yan in place. Haha, Lu Yan is truly asking for his own demise, daring to provoke the Qin family at this moment. He would undoubtedly meet a tragic end today. From a distance, Song Jiechi wore a mocking expression. And even Song Haiken let out a cold snort. He truly was walking a path of no return. Now he need not expend any effort to deal with the troublesome Lu Yan. The Qin family would certainly not let him off the hook. The members of the Song family awaited Lu Yan's impending downfall with anticipation, while only Song Shiryue's expression remained grim, her gaze flickering as if lost in thought. In stark contrast to the Song family's demeanor, the Qin family was enveloped in an entirely different atmosphere. Who sent you here? tell me, or you will not leave here unscathed today." Qin Yushi's eyes blazed with fury. Clearly not a shred of belief in Lu Yan's earlier words, she would gladly trade her own life for her father's survival, yet, as a company president and an adult well-versed in cancer-related information, her rationality forbade her from accepting such absurdity. Thus, her anger toward Lu Yan was palpable, as if she wished to tear him apart. "I have no ties to your antagonistic forces. I am here purely to save the elderly man inside. If all goes as expected, he has at most a few hours left. So you better make your decision swiftly. Trust me, your father can live another 10 or 8 years. If you don't, his death will be a consequence of your own actions." Lu Yan's calm gaze swept over the older individuals. Only they could make the decision. Qin Haiqing, Qin Shuemon, and Qin Yushi were evidently taken aback by Lu Yan's words. Momentarily at a loss for how to respond, especially with the last statement, even though they no longer harbored any illusions, their hearts still trembled involuntarily. Chapter 21, Is Director Chen a traitor? Now, will you allow me to treat him? Vice Minister Qin, do not listen to his nonsensical claims. There is no treatment for late-stage cancer, neither domestically nor internationally, yet he undoubtedly has ulterior motives. You must not believe him. The final moments of the old man must not be tainted by malicious individuals. Director Chen had sensed the emotional shift among the Qin family's second generation. A flicker of sternness crossed his eyes as he stepped forward once more, raising his voice, even if there were a minuscule chance that Lu Yan could cure the cancer, he would never permit the attempt, lest it lead to further complications. As an expert in the field of oncology, Director Chen's words carried significant weight with the Qin family. 20-something Lu Yan simply could not compare. This fellow is too reckless. We need to investigate him for any unusual background. Lu Yan narrowed his eyes at Director Chen across from him. The intent to impede his progress was all too evident. More so than the Qin family's own resistance, which was quite illogical. Thus Lu Yan discreetly instructed Meng Huan, "I want to know who was behind him. Dare to act against my father. Qin Yushi will ensure they pay the price." The slight thawing of Qin Yushi's heart was swiftly sealed shut by Director Chen. The next moment, fury replaced her rationality. Clenching her fists, she forced the words through her gritted teeth, revealing the extent of her rage. 1 minute later, the top private hospitals in the capital, known for their security, dispatched personnel to the upper floors. Lu Yan paid no mind to this. He was also waiting for Meng Huan's investigation. The Qin family was his primary choice, but not the only one. Not if their reaction proved too intense, he could easily turn to another faction. As long as it could serve as a bridge, it mattered not who it was. At most, it would just be a minor delay. As footsteps echoed through the elevator, a few individuals emerged, their expressions sharp and unyielding, unmistakably not ordinary security personnel. Here they came, daring to cause a ruckus within the confines of this hospital. I was eager to see how this would unfold. Back at the entrance, Song Jiaqing's face had taken on a somewhat menacing demeanor, as if she could already envision Lu Yan receiving a thorough beating. To attempt an assault on the deputy minister of the security department, he could forget about ever seeing the light of day again. Song Haiken's heart sank as well, realizing that fortune had come without any effort on his part. Suddenly Lu Yan raised his hand to halt the approaching security personnel, but his words fell on deaf ears. The two individuals at the front had already reached for his shoulders, intent on subduing him. With a swift motion, he deflected one arm, leaving its owner momentarily pale with shock. Was this truly a mere hand that had brushed him aside? The pain was far more excruciating than a blow from an iron rod. Meanwhile, another individual, oblivious to his companion's predicament, found himself airborne. Thud. He landed several meters away, coming to rest before Qin Haiqing and his companions. A shoulder throw, and he had been flung several meters away. Did he truly consider him a mere plaything? Before the stunned assailant could recover, 5 or 6 others nearby had already collapsed in a cacophony of groans. With the force of 200 pounds and the strength of Lu Yan, coupled with the advantages of a novice combat suit, contending with them was akin to slicing through vegetables. Almost every strike sent an opponent sprawling. I said, wait a moment, why are you all so impatient? Lu Yan shook his head in resignation, while Qin Haiqing and his companions instinctively shielded Qin Yushi behind them. It was terrifying. A group of retired Special Forces security personnel could not even withstand a single move from him. This was the result of their collective assault. Even the king of soldiers would be hard-pressed to guarantee victory in such a scenario. The Qin family was on high alert, and the Song family was not faring any better. The triumphant smiles on Song Haiken and Song Jiaqing's faces faded, quickly replaced by astonishment, making them appear rather ridiculous. How could he be so formidable? Just days prior, he had been thoroughly beaten by Yuan Bao's bodyguards. Song Shiryua's knuckles turned white, betraying her anxiety, yet, in this moment, her heart was in turmoil. She could no longer comprehend Lu Yan. He was becoming increasingly different from the boy she remembered. What had transpired? How dare he injure someone in front of the deputy minister of the security department? He would undoubtedly spend the rest of his life behind bars. At the Qin family's end, Director Chen's face was a mask of fear as he shouted at Lu Yan. Attempting to intimidate him using Qin Haiqing's name, however, Lu Yan merely revealed a mocking smirk and began reciting from his phone. Chen Xingguang, chief physician responsible for Qin Yaohua's cancer treatment 4 months ago. On the same day, 5 million was deposited under the name of a cousin who was a partner in his medical institution, along with a villa in a luxury district, during the treatment. He secretly switched targeted drugs several times and even exceeded the prescribed dosages. Lu Yan recited these facts with a casual demeanor, while the group opposite him was left in shock. The 3 Qin siblings fixated their incredulous gazes upon Chen Xingguang's face, who, at that moment, was drenched in cold sweat with every revelation. It was impossible. How could he possibly know these details? Chen Xingguang's mind was screaming in rage, yet he quickly suppressed his fear and shouted back. You are slandering me. I have never done what you accuse me of. Who is instructing you to speak such nonsense? I have surveillance footage. Would you like to see it? Lu Yan's words nearly soaked Chen Xingguang's back with cold sweat. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. Where is the video? Qin Yushi's face was pale, her eyes rimmed in. Lu Yan opened his phone, revealing a plethora of surveillance videos sent by Meng Huan. Qin Yushi grasped Lu Yan's hand to play the video, her excitement causing her to misclick several times. His hands are so cold. Lu Yan, taken aback by the proximity of the woman before him, couldn't help but admire her elegance, accentuated by her black OL dress, which exuded an aura of poise and an unspoken urge to conquer. Her features suggested she was around 30, with porcelain skin and a stunning hourglass figure epitomizing the ideal S shape. She was undeniably a remarkable woman. Just as Lu Yan was lost in thought, the phone was suddenly snatched away. Trembling, Qin Yushi returned to her family, directing the phone screen toward Chen Xingguang. Chen Xingguang. How do you explain this? Mr. Qin, this is absolutely not me. The video must be fake. How could I ever commit such an act? Chen Xingguang adamantly refused to admit guilt, even though the Qin family had lost their standing. He was unwilling to make it easy for himself to be destroyed. Chen Xingguang, you are aware of my capabilities. This matter can be clarified without a doubt. I shall give you one last chance. Did you switch my father's medication? Qin Haiqing's voice was cold and commanding, pressing down on Chen Xingguang with palpable intensity. As the deputy minister of the security department, his words carried no hint of ambiguity. With a thud, the exhausted Chen Xingguang finally crumpled to the ground. I'm sorry, Deputy Minister Qin, I was forced into this. Just a single utterance, and the Qin family members were filled with rage. Their family's cornerstone had indeed been replaced with counterfeit medication, effectively leading to his demise. They could hardly contain their desire to consume the perpetrator alive. The younger generation erupted into a frenzy, unleashing their pent-up anger upon Chen Xingguang. While not far away, Qin Yushi had already slumped against the wall, her body sliding down to the ground. Their failures as children were in stark relief, as they had been unaware of the dangers facing their father. If only they had been more vigilant, perhaps he would not be in such dire straits. Even a little more time would have been a blessing. The Qin family was engulfed in despair, and Chen Xingguang's cries grew increasingly faint. Meanwhile, the Song family, observing the unfolding drama, stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. The ensuing absurdity and incredulity were too much for anyone to bear, especially for Song Shiyuida. In that moment, Lu Yan's figure was shrouded in an enigmatic aura. A cough. Suddenly, 2 heavy coughs interrupted Qin Yushi's self-reproach. Through her blurred vision, she saw Lu Yan gazing at Qin Haiqing and the others. I mentioned earlier that I have a way to treat your father's illness. Do you need my assistance now? The flurry of fists and kicks ceased. Qin Haiqing and his siblings locked their gazes onto Lu Yan with unwavering intensity. In the next moment, Qin Yushi, seemingly desperate, clutched Lu Yan's pant leg, her tear-streaked face resembling one grasping at a lifeline. The haughty demeanor of a powerful CEO had vanished entirely. Can you really cure my father? In that moment, the Song family was collectively dumbfounded. What would happen to Song Laoding's cancer? Lu Yan looked down into Qin Yushi's eyes and nodded calmly. I came to treat your father. Rest assured, I have a solution. Lu Yan's confident declaration ignited a flicker of hope within the Qin family, a feeling of being pulled back from the brink. Meanwhile, Qin Yushi, still gripping Lu Yan's pant leg, gazed up at him, experiencing a complex emotion she had never felt before, indescribable and profound. In the adjoining suite next to the hospital room, Lu Yan sat on the sofa, flanked by the 3 Qin siblings. While the younger generation of the Qin family crowded outside, peering through the small window, "May I ask your name? Do you truly have the means to cure my father?" Qin Haiqing inquired, his tone tinged with both hope and apprehension. "I am Lu Yan. Since I am here, you can be assured I possess the utmost confidence. I have a newly developed cancer cure, but it has not yet been mass-produced." Lu Yan replied, producing a uniquely packaged vial from his bag. "Can this medicine truly cure cancer?" Qin Shuemeng, who had been silent until now, took the vial and examined it closely. As a deputy researcher at the Academy of Sciences, his eyes sparkled with curiosity. This was instinctive, independent of the surrounding circumstances. "You should be well aware of your father's condition. You must place your trust in me. This is the only way forward. However, my assistance comes with conditions. We will discuss further once your father is out of danger." Lu Yan, unwilling to waste time with idle chatter, stood up with the medicine in hand. The three Qin siblings exchanged glances, instinctively aware that they had no other options but to allow Lu Yan a chance. Harsh though it may sound, it was a case of a dead horse being treated as a live one. Grasping at a glimmer of hope, there was nothing dramatic about the treatment method. It was simply an injection, akin to routine practice. By the year 2084, cancer had become as easily treatable as the common cold, often not even requiring hospitalization. However, after administering the drug, Lu Yan did not conclude the process. Instead, he furrowed his brow as he observed the elderly man. While cancer cells were relatively easy to eradicate, the current physical condition of the elderly man posed a significant challenge. The dual torment of illness and Chen Xingguang had left him devoid of the energy necessary for healing his numerous ailments. Suddenly, an idea struck Lu Yan. The initial use of the enhancement agent had healed my injuries in an instant and filled my body with vitality. It could serve as a supplementary remedy. With a newfound determination, Lu Yan turned to the visibly anxious Qin Haiqing and his siblings. "You can have someone you trust verify the cancer cells. I believe you will find a favorable outcome. However, after such prolonged treatment, your father's condition is quite dire. One could say he is running on fumes. When he awakens, he may not have much time left." Lu Yan cannot recklessly use enhancement potions. Should Qin Yaohua fail to withstand it and perish, what was once a blessing would turn into a curse. Thus, the decision to use them must be left to the Qin family. The three siblings of Qin Haiqing exchanged glances. And after calming her emotions, Qin Yushi tentatively inquired, "Mr. Lu, do you possess a method to improve my father's health?" "Yes, but it carries risks," Lu Yan replied, nodding solemnly. In that moment, Qin Haiqing and the others felt a whirlwind of emotions. This day had been nothing short of a roller coaster ride for them. "There is no rush regarding this matter. Take your time to consider," Lu Yan interjected, halting their turmoil with a wave of his hand. They would certainly not dare to take risks unless absolutely necessary. "Your father's condition should be assessed by nightfall. I shall lay out the conditions for salvation here, and you may contact me once you are prepared." With no time to linger, Lu Yan retrieved a printed A4 sheet from his bag. Qin Haiqing took it, quickly scanning the lines of text. "Qin Haiqing, meet with the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Palace military. Qin Shuemeng, meet with the senior officials of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Qin Yushi, all shares of a subsidiary pharmaceutical company." Of the three conditions, only the last one offered a benefit, while the first two left even Qin Haiqing bewildered. Lu Yan wished to meet with military officials. What could be his intention? "My phone number is listed above. If you cannot reach me, send me a message, and I shall address my requests at the earliest opportunity," Lu Yan stated before rising. "Additionally, once your father awakens, you must swiftly decide whether to take the risk. After all, the potion is scarce and exceedingly precious." With a final remark, Lu Yan opened the door. As the door swung open, a startled gasp followed, and suddenly Lu Yan found himself with an additional companion, a younger member of the Qin family who had been eavesdropping, with a soft and delicate presence. Lu Yan instinctively caught her, his palm cradling the youthful softness of her form. Everyone froze momentarily. "Qin Yuan, what are you doing? How utterly uncouth!" Qin Haiqing exclaimed, snapping back to reality as the girl fumbled to retreat. In her haste, she lost her footing and stumbled backward. A startled cry was abruptly silenced as one leg instinctively lifted, only to be grasped by a hand, while another hand supported her back. The scene resembled something out of a melodramatic romance. Disoriented, Qin Yuan could hardly comprehend how she regained her balance, and when her head cleared, she realized her father and the others had already gone to see off the young man. Thump thump thump, "Oh my goodness," the girl patted her wildly beating heart through layers of flesh. "Xia Yuan, are you alright? You just flung yourself into his arms and then got saved by a hero. Even movies wouldn't dare to portray such a scene." A teasing voice suddenly chimed in near Qin Yuan's ear, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. "Stop being ridiculous. you were the one who kept pushing me. Qin Yuan shot a bashful glare at her cousin. Qin Mengmeng, yet the fiery sensation at the base of her thigh only intensified her embarrassment, rendering her face even redder than an apple, having been embraced and held by a man for the first time. Along with the unexpected thrill, she found herself quite overwhelmed. Unbeknownst to the youthful laughter echoing in the hospital, Lu Yan had already made his way to the airport. He was en route to the beautiful country. With dreams in hand, all matters concerning visas and tickets proceeded smoothly. In business class, Lu Yan comfortably leaned back in his seat and slowly closed his eyes. The journey to the beautiful country would take more than 10 hours. And he needed to cultivate drowsiness. He planned to visit the restroom when he felt tired. The flow rate would decrease to 1/10,000th after transitioning between two worlds, but it would not be completely still. Thus, he could not fall asleep directly in his seat, otherwise, he would suddenly vanish for several seconds, a situation that required utmost caution. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the Song family suite, several individuals had gathered around Song Haiken. Are you saying that Lu Yan cured the old master of the Qin family's cancer? Song Haichen squinted at his brother, clearly struggling to accept the astonishing news, while the specific results were yet to be confirmed. It was undeniable that Lu Yan had been sent out by the three Qin siblings together. Their attitudes suggested that this matter was anything but simple. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, and the Song brothers exchanged instinctive glances before simultaneously exiting the room. Doctor, hurry to check on my grandfather, he has awakened, Qin Yuan's voice echoed in the corridor, and in the next moment, a group rushed with medical equipment toward the Qin family's side. Half an hour later. This is impossible, this defies all scientific understanding. How could the cancer cells have completely vanished? The disbelief of the doctors resonated as they spoke in succession. Meanwhile, the Qin family rejoiced, tears of joy streaming down their faces. While the Song family members stood in stunned silence. To think that late-stage cancer could truly be cured, this is nothing short of a miracle in contemporary medical science. If Qin Yaohua can be cured, then perhaps our father can be healed as well. Song Haichen grasped Song Haiken's arm, his wide eyes filled with excitement, yet the next moment, both Song Haiken and Song Shuriwei, along with the others in the Song family who had come to their senses, were struck with a pallor of dread. It was Lu Yan who cured Qin Yaohua, the same Lu Yan whom the Song family looked down upon, the one who was spurned in a marriage arrangement. The one who was sent back to the countryside right after his release from prison, and who was even an accomplice in indirectly causing the death of Lu Yan's grandmother. What are we to do now? Chapter 23, Shuriwei, go plead with Lu Yan to save your grandfather. The Qin family having risen anew thanks to Lu Yan, Song Haiken's face shifted between shades of green and red. He could never have anticipated that the man he considered as insignificant as an ant, Lu Yan, would turn out to be the only one capable of saving his grandfather. How could he remain calm? Meanwhile, Song Shuriwei, standing beside Song Haiken, wore an expression that was no less tumultuous. When had Lu Yan transformed into such an unrecognizable figure? Wasn't he the reckless brute who only knew how to solve problems with his fists? What could he have experienced during those years in prison? Why had he suddenly become so mystifying that she could hardly recognize him? Shuriwei, contact Lu Yan immediately and ask him to prepare a treatment for grandfather's cancer. A commanding voice broke the silence in the room. The tone was assertive, as if Lu Yan were merely a passerby at their beck and call. Hearing her son's words, Song Haiken instinctively looked towards Song Shuriwei. However, she suddenly let out a self-deprecating laugh. You want Lu Yan to bring medicine to save grandfather? I don't even have his phone number to reach out. Besides, what face do I have to say such things? Shuriwei, regardless of the circumstances, grandfather's safety surpasses all else. Try to contact him, whether he requires money or anything else, the Song family can provide. Song Haiken was far from foolish. He was acutely aware of the intricate ties between the Song family and Lu Yan, yet, at this juncture, he had no other choice but to send the most likely candidate, Song Shuriwei, to make the request. After a prolonged silence, Song Shuriwei finally gritted her teeth and nodded in agreement. VIP6. The pillar of the Qin family, Qin Yaohua, was weakly propped against his pillow. Though he had become emaciated, the ambition in his murky eyes remained undiminished. Father, your health is too fragile, you should rest. Qin Yushi said softly from beside the bed, her icy exterior melting away to reveal the tender daughter within. Qin Yaohua shook his head slightly, he feared sleeping. Worried that he might never awaken again, everything felt too surreal, too unbelievable. Eldest brother, Qin Yaohua finally spoke, and his three siblings instinctively straightened their backs. We must promptly act according to Lu Yan's instructions. The Qin family will provide whatever is necessary. Furthermore, a glint of determination flashed in Qin Yaohua's eyes. Contact Lu Yan and inform him that I consent to the use of the medication he mentioned. The Qin family shall not hold him accountable for any consequences that arise. Qin Yaohua's decision left Qin Haiqing and the others exchanging glances, but they quickly grasped their father's intent. His health was indeed dire. Even with the cancer cells gone, his lifespan was dwindling. The Qin family had no choice but to gamble. If they succeeded, they would not only recover but also secure their current standing. If they failed, they might merely gain a few more days of life, which would have little impact on the future of the Qin family. News of Qin Yaohua's miraculous recovery soon spread across various influential families. In an instant, regardless of their relations, be they friendly or hostile, everyone was astounded. Even families with their own cancer patients began reaching out to the Qin family. Qin Haiqing, Qin Shuameng, Qin Yushi, and even younger members of the Qin family received phone calls. This sensation was long overdue. It had been ages since the Qin family had garnered such attention. Yushi, regardless of Lu Yan's background, he is now the one holding the key to cancer treatment. He is destined to become a figure of significant interest. From now on, it will be your responsibility to maintain contact with him and ensure a good relationship. If we could acquire the formula or establish a partnership with him, that would be even better. As Qin Haiqing stood outside, watching over his slumbering father, a spark of brilliance flickered in his eyes. Rest assured, elder brother, I know what to do. Qin Yushi's intelligence was no less than Qin Haiqing's, and the importance of Lu Yan was evident to even the most oblivious mind. Green Star. Lu Yan groggily opened his eyes, glanced at the time, and prepared to drift back to sleep. Suddenly, he gasped. A chill coursing through him. In a reflexive motion, he threw off the covers, and a knife materialized in his hand, instinctively thrusting downward. Something in the bed had bitten him, right on his vital point. The fright of the night was utterly surreal. The knife hovered in midair, nearly piercing the black and white made outfit of a frightened little girl, whose face had gone pale with terror. Let go, let go. In a flurry, Lu Yan grasped the little girl's jaw, flipping her over and landing hard on the bed, causing it to creak. I'm sorry, sir, I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry, so sorry. So sorry. The little girl, now named Xiao Xian, finally regained her composure amidst her fright. Witnessing Lu Yan writhing in pain, Xiao Xian was so frightened that she quickly knelt down and clasped her hands in apology. Get up, Lu Yan managed to utter through clenched teeth. Terrified, Xiao Xian instinctively shifted to a kneeling position. What were you just doing? Lu Yan inquired with a frown after the pain subsided. My injuries haven't healed yet, so I wanted to find another way to please you, but I lack experience. I heard that it might please men this way, and I didn't mean to bite you. Xiao Xian, avoiding Lu Yan's gaze, anxiously explained her intentions. When did I ever ask you to do such things? Besides, I have no interest in little kids. Lu Yan's brow furrowed even deeper. What nonsense is this? I'm 19, I'm of age. Xiao Xian quickly retorted, even subconsciously straightening her back. Indeed, you're not small. Lu Yan scoffed without thinking. Xiao Xian continued, my sister needs nutrition to recover faster. I know food is expensive, but please, could you spare me just a little? I'll learn how to make you comfortable. Once I'm healed, I'll do anything you want. I promise I'm very clean. Her voice trailed off, and despite summoning the courage to take this step, she was still overwhelmed by shame, tightening her throat. Didn't you eat dinner last night? Lu Yan suddenly realized he had forgotten about the two of them amidst his busyness. I'm not hungry. Just given in a little to eat. Xiao Xian instinctively swallowed hard after speaking. Not hungry, you say? She had been eating less than her sister for quite some time, and with her long-standing lack of nutrition, her stomach was now practically touching her back. You should go back. Lu Yan waved his hand after understanding the situation. Xiao Xian hesitated, wanting to say something but dared not, her eyes betraying her disappointment. How could she be so foolish? She couldn't even manage this simple task, and she had even bitten him. It was absurd to think he would share food with her. In that moment, her petite frame resembled a rejected little kitten, feeble and despondent. After Xiao Xian left, Lu Yan stretched out his hand, and a pile of food appeared. He couldn't expose his secret in front of others. He needed her to leave before he could retrieve the food. Stepping into the inner room, before Xiao Xian could voice her confusion, a heap of food was suddenly dumped beside her. In the future, stop being so clever. Don't ever do what you did tonight without my permission. If you're short on food or drink, just let me know. Your mouth is not meant for biting me. Lu Yan finished speaking and returned to catch up on sleep, not even considering whether she had bitten him badly. How infuriating. After he left, Xiao Xian forcefully sniffed back her reddened nose, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with tears. Yet her delicate face was flushed with embarrassment. After hastily wiping her eyes, Xiao Xian immediately woke her sister. The sisters then devoured the delicious food like two starving little beasts. Luncheon meat, sausages, chocolate, candies, chicken legs. If these items were sold, They could buy several girls like them, and I will work hard to ensure you never go hungry again, I promise. Xiao Xian gently patted her sister, her gaze flickering. These provisions were perhaps somewhat due to her own efforts, right? A hint of conflict and uncertainty flashed across Xiao Xian's face, while nestled in her embrace, and An's eyes sparkled even brighter. She vowed that she too would ensure her sister would never go hungry again. No matter the cost. The next day, Lu Yan set out early in the morning. This time, he returned after a whole morning, lugging 2 large backpacks, dirt and grime evident on his clothing, clearly having been through something arduous. "Brother Yan, did you encounter danger?" Su Qin inquired with her usual enthusiasm, concerned for Lu Yan's welfare. "I went searching in undeveloped areas and nearly didn't make it back," Lu Yan replied, a hint of lingering fear in his demeanor. Yet Su Qin's eyes betrayed her disbelief, as today he brought back items similar to what he had previously hidden. "Trying to fool me, you're not clever enough," Su Qin smirked inwardly. Lu Yan chose not to continue the charade but instead asked the question that weighed on his mind. "Did you manage to acquire the second-level crystal nuclei?" Chapter 24. Lu Yan successfully deceived Su Qin's faction. He had 3,250 first-level crystal nuclei in his 2 backpacks. However, he ultimately only received 450 first-level crystal nuclei, as the rest were exchanged at a rate of 14-1 for 200 second-level crystal nuclei. Last time it was 13-1, and this time Lu Yan offered a crystal nucleus as a courier fee, leaving both parties satisfied. 200 second-level crystal nuclei is still a bit lacking. Can you acquire more in one go? Lu Yan's appetite for power was growing, driven by his desire to exchange for enhanced potions of the second generation. Strength was currently his utmost priority. Only by ensuring his own safety could he contemplate revenge and other matters. "Brother Lu still thinks it's too few," Su Qin exclaimed in a hushed tone, having only traded with her thus far. The potential secrets behind her faction and the substantial profits made each time were matters Su Qin could not let outsiders know. "I'll inform the boss and request an increase in the stock of second-level crystal nuclei." Su Qin quickly replied with determination. Lu Yan nodded in satisfaction, then, familiar with the routine, dove into Su Qin's collar to measure her height. This was a necessary step before leaving. "Brother Lu," Su Qin playfully pressed down on Lu Yan's mischievous hand, her eyes sparkling with flirtation. "You clearly are not an ordinary person. Your background surpasses that of some squads. Why not spend some money to buy me? That way, I would be entirely yours, and you could do whatever you want with me." Su Qin, seeing Lu Yan preparing to leave, eagerly brought up the topic of being bought, her tone and gestures exuding seduction. The ransom demanded by Li Jie was not steep. Just 100 first-level crystal nuclei would suffice to secure her freedom. This was trivial for Lu Yan, but in the marketplace it was considered a significant sum. Lu Yan's feigned indecision was merely a ruse. However, this time, he did not reiterate the old topic but instead sighed helplessly. "Of course, I want to take you home and treat you well, but I have my own difficulties," Lu Yan pretended to lament, beginning his performance once more. Hearing his words, Su Qin's mind raced. And after a moment of contemplation she asked, "Brother Lu, do you think the price is too high?" Oh, Lu Yan sighed deeply, sensing he had hooked Su Qin. "Brother Lu, a clean body like mine is exceedingly rare in the marketplace. Not to mention my figure and looks, along with my abilities, are top tier. 100 crystal nuclei is truly not expensive." Su Qin earnestly promoted herself, as if she were marketing a product, fearing that a low price might raise Lu Yan's suspicions. She was unwilling to settle for merely that. After all, their goals were far beyond a mere 100 or 80 first-level crystal nuclei. "Sister, you mustn't disclose what I'm about to say to anyone else. It is a secret of mine," Lu Yan said solemnly, leaning closer to Su Qin and lowering his voice. Her eyelids involuntarily twitched, realizing she had touched upon Lu Yan's core secret. "Rest assured, Brother Lu, my lips are sealed," Su Qin promised solemnly, her heart racing. "I'm not a lone wolf but rather an executor acting on orders." Lu Yan's revelation caused Su Qin and others who were secretly observing the shop's situation to gasp in surprise. Clearly Lu Yan's confession had caught them off guard. "I have a faction behind me, and I serve as the spokesperson for this faction in the Jiangua Street settlement, responsible for handling the procurement and sales of supplies. Don't be deceived by the thousands of crystal nuclei I can sell. In reality, I only receive a dozen or 20. Otherwise, I would have redeemed you long ago." Lu Yan's expression was complex as he spoke, and he couldn't help but grasp Su Qin's hand. The shop fell into an eerie silence for several seconds. Su Qin appeared bewildered by Lu Yan's words, while Lu Yan gazed at her with an affectionate demeanor. His heart already filled with scorn. The faction behind Su Qin had been eyeing him for quite some time. Once they figured out his connections, it would only be a matter of time before they made a move. Therefore, until Lu Yen stabilized his position, he needed to find ways to instill some trepidation in them, at least enough to deter them from acting rashly. His fabricated mysterious faction served as a delaying tactic. The Jiangua Street settlement was not large, and Su Qin's faction would not be overly powerful either. In this scenario, they would have to consider many factors before daring to act against him. Requiring absolute certainty, this all necessitated time, which was precisely what Lu Yen needed most. Once he was firmly established, even if they realized he had deceived them, would they dare to utter a word? As Lu Yen took his leave, he glanced back repeatedly, appearing reluctant to part, as if he had completely placed Su Qin in his heart. Elijah, what do you think? Su Qin respectfully inquired, lowering her head. Have someone exchange for 1,000 second-level crystal nuclei, and from now on follow him discreetly whenever he goes out, but do not let him notice, Li Jie muttered to herself, and a shadow swiftly exited the shop. The truth cannot be concealed, let us wait and see. Li Jie smiled brightly, her eyes concealing an enigmatic depth. In the garage, Lu Yen consumed 100 second-level crystal nuclei to upgrade the space to 2 cubic meters. This time, the area was significantly larger. It could hold approximately 3,000 to 4,000 cans of luncheon meat, with each can worth 5 crystal nuclei, that amounts to tens of thousands of crystal nuclei. However, Lu Yen cannot solely rely on canned goods. Their weight makes transportation quite troublesome. Regardless, he can at least sell 15,000 crystal nuclei at a time. Having already confronted Su Qin's faction, he plans to make several trips starting tomorrow. Hastening to gather enough funds for second-generation enhancement potions. Once he acquires these potions, the next step will be to establish his own power. Lu Yen begins to chart his development in this post-apocalyptic realm. Sir, our gathering place lacks the purification machines you require. We may need to make a trip to the pharmaceutical factory to locate them. Zhang Yongtao's words interrupted Lu Yan's contemplation. I understand, but there is no rush. I must first ascertain whether we will be missing any other machinery, so we can retrieve everything at once. Lu Yen nodded in acknowledgement but refrained from issuing tasks immediately. The pharmaceutical factory has yet to be established in Blue Star. And without reviewing the production line blueprints with the Chinese Academy of Sciences, he cannot determine what machinery is lacking. As for the risk of the prescription leaking, Lu Yen is entirely unconcerned. The most crucial purification machines will not be conquered in Green Star until 2040. Therefore, they will be utterly powerless against the comprehensive data provided to Blue Star's pharmaceutical industry. In the afternoon, Lu Yen found himself with little to occupy his time. After some thought, he decided to post a long-term task at the mission center, exchanging crystal nuclei for gold. In the post-apocalyptic world, gold stores are ubiquitous, and individuals likely possess gold within their homes. A city's reserves will undoubtedly be substantial. Previously, no one sought it, thus no effort was expended to acquire it. Now Lu Yen offers 2 crystal nuclei for a pound of gold. Allowing many teams to conveniently return with a considerable amount, even some ordinary people, with caution, they might even find some in residential buildings with fewer zombies. Therefore, once the task was announced, it wasn't too long before gold began to change hands at the mission center. Lu Yen paid the deposit, and after deducting a 10% service fee, he was set to receive dozens of pounds of gold, sufficient for his future needs. Tomorrow, he would head to the beautiful nation to purchase universal equality. 10 million in cash should suffice. Chapter 25. Yuan Baohua is bewildered. Are all the investors in the new cancer drug factory withdrawing their funds? In the restroom of an international flight, Lu Yen stumbled in, only to emerge moments later, returning to his seat and promptly falling asleep. He wasn't awakened until the plane landed, when a flight attendant called for him. Upon disembarking, Lu Yen opened his phone, and the notifications chimed incessantly for several seconds. A brief glance revealed messages from familiar contacts, including the Qin family, alongside some unfamiliar names, even Song Shiyue.heh. Lu Yen scoffed, contemplating before opening the Qin family's contact and drafting a message. As for the others, he would take his time addressing them upon his return. After settling into the hotel, Lu Yen took a brief rest before stepping outside, a small leather suitcase in hand. Dream, rent me an apartment with convenient transportation. Lu Yen casually issued his request, and within minutes, a virtual cursor appeared before him, indicating a distance of approximately 300 meters. The rent had been paid online for a year. The room accessible via a password, and he could proceed directly. Surveillance along the way had been disabled. Dream's succinct statements conveyed a wealth of information. Excellent, Lu Yen praised, this quantum computer is incredibly convenient. 10 minutes later, he entered a modest room, around a few dozen square meters. Setting a location, Lu Yen ensured that he could return directly next time without the need to board a plane. From this moment onward, he could fully unleash his vengeance. With a secure fallback plan in place, his worries dissipated. Without hesitation, Lu Yen hailed a taxi directly to the largest weapons shop. 10 minutes later, the vast supermarket-like space astounded Lu Yen, showcasing a plethora of weapons unseen in Long Country, even featuring armored vehicles and snowmobiles in the central hall. Once he had more space, acquiring an armored vehicle would be a must. Such a contraption would undoubtedly prove invaluable in critical moments. After surveying the various weapon counters, from massive Barrett sniper rifles to diminutive pocket pistols capable of holding a single bullet, Lu Yen ambled about until he halted before a display brimming with crossbows, silent and deadly. These were the most suitable weapons for the post-apocalyptic era. Lu Yen carefully selected 2 powerful manual crossbows and 2 semi-automatic repeating crossbows, along with a complete assortment of arrows and accessories. Over $20,000 vanished in an instant. After purchasing the crossbows, Lu Yen acquired some bulletproof vests and other protective gear, even snagging a riot shield items to safeguard him in critical situations. Once these purchases were completed, Lu Yen returned to the firearms section, procuring several of the most advanced rifles equipped with silencers and a few whisper-quiet submachine guns, along with 20 boxes of assorted ammunition and over 100 magazines. Once back, he would load all the ammunition. In crucial moments, his firepower would be formidable. However, there was one item he desperately wished to acquire but could not find: grenades. These could attract zombies and, when used thoughtfully, wreak havoc without concern for noise. Dream, find me a place where I can buy grenades. Lu Yen was determined to procure all necessary items today and transport them to that apartment to serve as an armory. A minute later, 184 Boston Street. The taxi swiftly arrived at the destination. Upon entering, Lu Yen soon spotted a few homeless individuals huddled together, resembling the living dead as they lay or stood. This was one of the hallmarks of the beautiful nation, dubbed a beautiful scenic line. With an impassive expression, Lu Yen ventured further inside, soon encountering several burly African Americans stationed before a door. Meanwhile, in Long Country, Yuan Baohua, still groggy in his villa, could hardly believe his ears upon hearing a name. Who did you say? Lu Yen, the assistant gulped before uttering the name. Are you joking with me? A freshly released bumpkin, and you say he possesses a cure for cancer, especially in the late stage? Yuan Baohua seemed to have heard the grandest joke. Even the young starlet behind him was equally astonished. Unable to close her mouth, cancer is a terminal illness, particularly in its final stages. How could it possibly be treated? I personally visited the hospital, and the cancer cells within Qin Yaohua have indeed vanished. Yuan Baohua's expression shifted dramatically as he recalled that many families in the imperial capital were now aware of this affair and were reaching out to the Qin family to connect with Lu Yen. The assistant relayed the findings to Yuan Baohua. Impossible. That medicine could not possibly have come from him. Yuan Baohua squinted, squeezing out a response through clenched teeth. Young master, could it be that he was in contact with someone while in prison? The assistant suddenly proposed a hypothesis. Yuan Baohua's eyes lit up. That must be it. Immediately investigate the prison he was held in and see who he interacted with. Understood. The assistant quickly dialed to make arrangements. However, before he could finish, another call came through. Young master, it's a call from the chairman. The assistant promptly passed the phone over. Her father. Where have you been gallivanting? Get to the company at once. All the investors for the new cancer drug factory have withdrawn their funds today. The voice of Yuan Jin, chairman of Yuan Wei Group, thundered, cutting off Yuan Baohua's words. Withdrawn? Those companies that were so eager to invest just days ago have suddenly backed out. Why? Cancer miracle drug. The realization hit Yuan Baohua like a lightning bolt. This cancer drug factory was the largest investment project for Yuan Wei Group this year and represented a significant step for the company on the global stage. If any mishaps occurred, Yuan Wei Group would undoubtedly suffer a substantial blow. Find out Lu Yen's current location at all costs. I want to see him alive or dead, in the beautiful nation. Lu Yen stood before an open suitcase filled with stacks of $100 bills. A pleasure doing business. I trust and hope our cooperation will be long-lasting and stable. Lu Yen remained motionless, but the room's speakers emitted a synthetic mechanical voice. Until Lu Yen departed, the imposing figure seated in the boss's chair, along with his accomplices, dared not move an inch. It was all too bizarre from the moment Lu Yen entered and requested to purchase grenades. The speakers had continuously played detailed information about the boss, even revealing his most confidential affairs. Throughout, Lu Yen had not uttered a single word. How could this not send shivers down the spines of those unsophisticated individuals? The notion of engaging in underhanded dealings was utterly quashed. Within the rented room, an array of firearms lay scattered across the floor, all ammunition loaded into magazines. The crossbow arrows were also prepared. Now let us see who dares to act arrogant before me. With universal equality in hand, Lu Yen felt emboldened. After a thorough scavenging spree, he returned with his supplies filling the space, then fell into a deep slumber until he reached Green Star. However, upon waking, a peculiar sensation crept up from his feet. Then, "Hiss, did something just bite me?" Lifting the covers, he found himself once again face to face with the black and white maid outfit, but noticing the short hair resembling a chicken coop. Lu Yen suddenly realized something. And indeed, they were twin sisters. Their uncanny synchronicity left Lu Yen at a loss for words. Chapter 26, Plotting for Third-Level Crystal Nuclei, the Might of Second-Generation Potions. Get out. If you dare sneak in here again at midnight, I'll make sure to turn you into 18 pieces. Lu Yen gritted his teeth, while Anan scampered away, clutching her posterior as if fleeing a scene. What happened, Anan? Why aren't you sleeping at this hour? Xiao Xian, awakened by her sister's sudden movement, immediately expressed her concern. I just went to the restroom, sis. It's nothing, just go back to sleep. Anan suppressed her panic, rubbing her sore bottom while feigning nonchalance. Oh, did you close the toilet lid? Yeah, from beneath the covers, Anan replied, and soon Xiao Xian drifted back to sleep. Anan lifted her head once more. A pensive expression adorning her face, she even reached up to touch her small canine teeth. Today, they had caused her nothing but trouble, otherwise she certainly wouldn't have been slapped and sent away, rubbing her cheek. She noted with dismay how swollen it had become. That was quite an unfair blow. Did the adult strike me there intentionally? A glimmer of mischief suddenly flickered in An's dark, expressive eyes. In stark contrast to her older sister, Xiao Xian's docile demeanor and An's character was evidently a study in extremes. As dawn broke, Lu Yen departed the gathering place early, with someone covertly trailing behind him. Half an hour later, Lu Yen emerged from a building that had been ransacked countless times, carrying 2 large bags. He then returned directly to the gathering spot. A face partially hidden in the shadows displayed unmistakable astonishment. Another half-hour passed before Lu Yen exited the gathering place again, this time taking a different route for another half-hour. This time, the spectacle was even more outrageous. He emerged from a room in a high-rise filled with steel cables. Again carrying 2 packages, the shadow deliberately followed the trail to the hiding place, only to find it empty. In the afternoon, at shop number 1, Brother Lu, the boss has exchanged all 1,000 second-level crystal cores for you. Su Qin said, shaking her empty bag. Though her tone was sweet, the astonishment in her eyes was hard to conceal, after Lu Yen had laid his cards on the table with her yesterday. Today he had directly sold over 10,000 crystal cores worth of supplies. Just how substantial was the power behind him? Was it truly so exaggerated for a mere gathering place on Jiangwo Street? There's been some movement within the organization lately, necessitating a larger quantity of crystal cores as rewards, hence the increased sales, Lu Yen whispered close to Su Qin's ear, as if their relationship was anything but ordinary. Brother Lu, doesn't that mean you've made quite a fortune? Can you help me buy back my freedom? Su Qin's eyes sparkled as she clung to Lu Yen's arm, playfully pleading. Sigh. Lu Yen sighed. Su Qin bit her lip slightly. My boss mentioned that a squad has taken an interest in me. If you delay too long, I might end up in another man's arms. Su Qin grasped Lu Yan's hand, pressing it against her curvaceous figure. Or he could even feel a distinct friction. With the high flow of supplies, my share will naturally be less. My stock is still lacking, Lu Yan lamented, his face a mask of frustration, just as Su Qin was about to speak. Lu Yen quickly interjected, however, the organization is currently in need of third-level crystal cores. If we can acquire some, the rewards will be significantly higher. Lu Yen was baiting her. He wanted the forces behind Su Qin to procure third-level crystal cores for him. Now that second-level crystal cores were sufficient to buy second-generation enhancement agents, his next goal was undoubtedly third-level cores. However, the significance of crystal cores shifted dramatically at the third level. Ordinary zombies dropped first-level cores, which were the most abundant and easiest to obtain. Second-level cores, on the other hand, came from mutated zombies or animals. They possessed strength and speed that even humans who had undergone first-generation enhancement agents struggled to withstand, with second-generation agents barely achieving a success rate of 40%. After all, they were fearless and relentless, attacking humans without mercy. Fortunately, humans possessed intelligence, and zombies acted on instinct. A well-coordinated team could still easily take them down. Thus, they weren't too difficult to acquire. Yet, third-level crystal cores were a different story. Zombies or mutated beings at the third level were a headache even for survivor squads of dozens. To eliminate them typically required a heavy toll in human lives. Unless the team had several members who had undergone second or even third-generation enhancement agents, which would only then give them a fighting chance. Consequently, the quantity of third-level cores was significantly lower than that of second-level cores. causing their prices to soar and making them exceedingly difficult to procure. This was precisely why Lu Yan sought to manipulate Su Qin's faction. He certainly could not risk venturing out himself to buy third-level cores. In the shop, Lu Yan and Su Qin remained silent for a while. He was in no hurry, allowing Su Qin the time to digest what he had just said. Brother Lu, there are probably only a few third-level cores in the Jiangwo Street gathering place. How many do you need from your side? Su Qin's gaze shifted from the wall behind Lu Yan back to him, her expression conflicted. The more the better, but at the very least, I need 100. Initially, Lu Yan was cautious about revealing too much. He knew he had to take it slow. He wasn't even sure if Su Qin's faction could procure them. Brother Lu, if you can get 100 third-level cores, will that be enough to buy my freedom? Su Qin looked into Lu Yan's eyes as if seeking confirmation. Of course, if I can achieve something noteworthy, there will be no shortage of cores for my redemption. And perhaps we could even save some for ourselves to enjoy. Lu Yan's hand slid down Su Qin's waist, finally resting on her voluptuous curves. As he squeezed, she visibly tensed for a moment before quickly softening like cotton candy. To be frank, this dramatic woman had an impressive figure, and she certainly had a high tolerance. This matter is too significant. I must consult with my boss, Su Qin said, her face troubled as she discreetly gauged Lu Yan's reaction. Then, she assumed a resolute demeanor, declaring, Brother Lu, rest assured, I will certainly persuade my boss for your sake. Success. Lu Yan felt a surge of joy in his heart. Su Qin must have received her faction's approval to make such a guarantee today. That I'll await your good news, and Lu Yan's hand tightened once more on her tempting form, leaving her with a teasing expression as he exited the shop. Half a minute later, he made no contact with anyone. With all the items pre-placed beforehand, the shadow recounted the various astonishing occurrences of the day, yet even with her unwavering trust in the shadow, Sister Li found it hard to believe. To secretly place items in easily discoverable locations without leaving a trace for the shadow, indicated that Lu Yan's backing was likely far beyond their imagination. Su Qin, delay the matter of the third-level cores with him, but simultaneously prepare yourself to follow him. Sister Li instructed as she departed. Understood. Su Qin's expression revealed little emotion, however, her taut body indicated her lingering anxiety. Performing for an audience was entirely different from facing real danger. In the garage, as soon as Lu Yan returned, he eagerly consumed the second-generation enhancement agent. The energy, far surpassing that of the first generation, surged within him, causing his eyes to redden with excitement and even a hint of savagery. At that moment, he desperately needed an outlet for his pent-up energy. Sister, you must try the chicken leg, it's so delicious. Faintly, he heard an Anne's voice from next door, causing Lu Yan's breathing to quicken uncontrollably. He felt an overwhelming urge to charge over and tear them apart. A powerful impulse surged within his mind, almost compelling him to take a step forward. Fortunately, Lu Yan's willpower remained strong. After gritting his teeth and enduring for several minutes, his body gradually began to calm down. This enhancement agent was truly terrifying. He had nearly succumbed to the urge to destroy everything in front of him. With a lingering sense of trepidation, Lu Yan settled on his bed to rest. System, what exactly was the impact caused by the enhancement agent? Chapter 27. The Qin family's attitude. Song Shuriwa wants to buy cancer cure. Lu Yan was utterly ignorant of the enhancement agents after experiencing such a terrifying reaction today. He was undeniably concerned. I told you that enhancement agents have side effects. The higher the purity, the milder the symptoms. This is due to the fact that the main ingredient of the agents is derived from zombies or mutated beings, inherently carrying certain drawbacks. The downside of zombies is that they can affect human temperament, and in severe cases, it may even lead to zombification. The side effects of mutated beings manifest as physical aberrations, such as partial beastification, insectification, or plantification. The higher the grade of the agent, especially those with lower purity, the more pronounced the side effects will be. The system provided Lu Yan with information, granting him further insight into the apocalypse. Then why do the agents available in the system's marketplace also have side effects? Didn't you say that the agents produced by the system are safe? Lu Yan suddenly recalled something and questioned. Visibly displeased, indeed, they are safe, the system affirmed. Then what was that urge I just had to tear someone apart? Lu Yan had nearly lost control moments ago. Are you sure it was about tearing someone apart and not pursuing something else entirely? The system's response left Lu Yan momentarily dumbfounded. His earlier thought had indeed been to tear the two girls next door apart. Oh my, Lu Yan's eyes widened in realization upon reflecting on his previous impulse. It seemed he wanted to tear their clothes off rather than harm them. The agents produced by the system were 100% safe, but the energy carried by the crystal cores was excessively overwhelming. Human bodies, when subjected to such high levels in a short period, would inevitably encounter some issues such as the need for adequate release. Now Lu Yan fully comprehended the situation. No wonder he had felt that way earlier. Fortunately, he managed to suppress his impulses, and there should be no significant problems. He would simply need to be more cautious in the future. Lu Yan quickly dismissed his worries, as he was soon captivated by the formidable strength surging within him. With 400 kilograms of power coursing through him, he felt as though he could fell a bull with a single punch. With a whoosh, his fist sliced through the air, moving with such speed that it seemed to leave afterimages in its wake. If the second-generation agents were this terrifying, what would the third, fourth, or even fifth generations feel like? Would he eventually become something akin to a superhero? At that moment, Lu Yan's entire demeanor shifted. His overwhelming strength made him resemble a sword poised to be unsheathed. After calming his exhilaration, he swiftly checked on Zhang Yongtao's situation. A few elderly individuals were gathered around a computer monitor, discussing something. Due to the high cost of energy, they dared to use only one computer at most, while Lu Yan remained unhurried. However, even so, in that moment, they were exceedingly joyful, reminiscent of a group of young people who, lacking the funds to access the internet, found happiness in merely having a machine to operate. Just being able to watch was a form of bliss. Zhang Gong, have you managed to find the information I requested? Upon Lu Yan's approach, Zhang Yongtao and the others promptly straightened their postures. I found it, but those weapons have long since been destroyed. Given the current conditions on Green Star, producing them again would likely prove quite challenging. As Zhang Yongtao spoke, he operated the computer, and soon a three-dimensional image appeared before them. It was a metallic cylindrical object towering over 20 meters high. With a lens at the front emitting a ghostly blue light, the Peace Laser Interceptor is a type of laser weapon secretly developed by Huagua, also known as the Nuclear Weapon Terminator. It effectively intercepts all long-range weapons intruding into our territory. With the woman's introduction, any object flying from any direction was immediately locked onto. Then, a pale blue laser struck the target. In a second, the missile was entirely melted away, reducing it to a heap of scrap metal crashing to the ground. 1, 10, 100, regardless of how many missiles approached simultaneously, each would be intercepted beyond the borders without exception. A global war was utterly concluded with the advent of such a weapon. Years later, the Green Star Alliance was established. In the same year, all weapons worldwide were destroyed, and the manufacture and sale of any weapon was strictly prohibited. Eliminating any possibility of rekindling warfare, humanity's peace had truly arrived. Unfortunately, decades later, no one anticipated that a catastrophe would suddenly arise. The weapons destroyed for peace became the primary reason for humanity's near extinction. Everything is a matter of cause and effect. Zhang Yongtao's eyes were filled with reminiscence of the past and an indescribable complexity of emotions. Indeed, fate can be cruel, Lu Yan murmured with a hint of sentiment. Nevertheless, Green Star always felt somewhat lacking in terms of belonging for him. He felt more like a mere passerby. Blue Star was his true home. After organizing all the weapon data, he copied it onto a quantum hard drive. Lu Yan instructed Zhang Yongtao and the others, since these weapons were produced in the 2030s, Blue Star should be capable of creating something similar. Even if there were minor discrepancies, he could provide supplements from Green Star. With this weapon, the entire landscape of Blue Star would inevitably change. Thus, this laser weapon was also a bargaining chip for Lu Yan to collaborate with those above him. With it, negotiations would be flexible. Sir, this laser weapon also requires a satellite system and radar system, otherwise, it is merely a large laser cannon. Although Zhang Yongtao was not a weapon expert, the documentation was very detailed, allowing him to recite it verbatim. Then continue searching for all relevant information. Lu Yan waved his hand dismissively. Whatever is lacking should be procured. The most that would be spent was a bit of crystal core. He had the resources of the entire Blue Star as backing. Nothing to worry about. At the Mission Release Center, Lu Yan returned to the garage carrying dozens of pounds of gold amidst the curious gazes of the crowd. He also set aside 1,000 crystal cores for purchasing more gold. He had no fear of excess. As night fell, after a busy day, Lu Yan quickly unloaded everything and lay down. It was always a bit troublesome to leave without changing out of his clothes. In a daze, he found himself in Blue Star. Early in the morning, Lu Yan awoke in his home in the capital city. After a comfortable wash and dressing, he descended to have breakfast. The joy of not having to fly back for over 10 hours was delightful. Lu Yan was in high spirits. After a satisfying breakfast, he promptly made a phone call. Half an hour later, he met Qin Yushi, who had been waiting at the hospital entrance, compared to the day before. She had already reverted to her cool, elegant self today, dressed in a tailored outfit that accentuated her graceful figure. Her shoulder-length hair was slightly curled, and her exquisite makeup complemented her fiery red lips, radiating a powerful aura. Mr. Liu, I appreciate you personally coming here. My father is waiting for you upstairs, please follow me. Qin Yushi extended her hand in an inviting gesture. To have her act this way, Lu Yan felt quite honored. Alright. Liu Yan accepted graciously, nodding as he headed toward the elevator. A flicker of astonishment crossed Qin Yushi's eyes as she trailed slightly behind. In just 2 days, this man, a few years her junior, had entirely transformed in demeanor. What had he experienced during this time? Were the findings from her investigation genuine or false? On the top floor, Lu Yan and Qin Yushi exited the elevator, making their way to VIP room 6. However, halfway there, they were suddenly called out. Liu Yan. A voice as clear as crystal echoed, and a figure emerged from the ward, equally captivating as Qin Yushi. It was Song Shuriwe. Qin Yushi's eyes gleamed with recognition. She clearly knew who Song Shuriwe was, even understanding the connection between Lu Yan and her. In just 2 days, the Qin family had indeed made considerable preparations. Miss Song, is there something you need? Lu Yan's tone was indifferent, devoid of emotional fluctuations as he regarded Song Shuriwe, as if she were a stranger, an inconsequential individual. This gaze made Song Shuriwe tremble slightly, her heart feeling as if something had gripped it tightly, causing both discomfort and pain. Lu Yan, you possess a cancer treatment drug, don't you? Could you sell me a dose? Song Shuriwe, after exerting effort to restrain herself, finally articulated her purpose. Chapter 28. Qin Yaohua bleeds from all 7 orifices. Yuan Baohua confronts Lu Yan. As Song Shuriwe's words hung in the air, the atmosphere became eerily stagnant, yet she still managed to present a smile, her eyes sparkling like stars, with dimples faintly etched at the corners of her mouth, complemented by her stunning beauty, making her simply perfect. This was the very essence that Lu Yan had once been utterly captivated by. She could not believe Lu Yan would refuse her. She was his cherished one. Detached from the situation, Qin Yushi observed the exchange between Lu Yan and Song Shuriwe, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. It must be said, Song Shuriwe was indeed beautiful. Having grown up without a hint of tarnished eye in recent years, she had gained considerable fame in the capital. Though both women possessed distinct charms, it was undeniable that in her early 20s, Song Shuriwe's beauty was fresh and vibrant. Miss Song, Lu Yan suddenly spoke as both women harbored their own thoughts. Do you truly think, given our current relationship, that such a statement is appropriate? Lu Yan's rejection was unexpected. Qin Yushi was taken aback, as was Song Shuriwe, yet their internal reactions were worlds apart. Liu Yan actually turned me down. Lu Yan had just rejected the beloved childhood sweetheart of his heart. Qin Yushi's inner thoughts were evidently more complex than those of Song Shiyue. Liu Yan, it is I who have wronged you. If you are upset, feel free to strike or scold me, just please sell me the medicine. Song Shuyue's fingertips turned pale, the imprints on her palm deepening and becoming increasingly painful. Just days ago, she had been the proud daughter of the Song family, and he had been the man whose eyes were filled with her. Yet, why had everything changed so drastically in such a short span? It seems you have become quite close with your family these past few years. Blood relations truly make a difference. Lu Yan laughed, the irony evident in his tone, while Song Shuyue's already pale face grew even more ashen. Lu, the little princess of Song technology, who had been lost for years, had encountered Lu Yan multiple times at various gatherings. Indeed, seeing him in person was far more impactful than merely hearing of him. However, today, Mr. Liu was summoned by the Qin family first. If Miss Song has matters to discuss, we can arrange a separate meeting. Qin Yushi interjected, interrupting Song Shuriwe, then turned her gaze toward Lu Yan. Mr. Qin, please lead the way. Liu Yan nodded slightly, then without a trace of reluctance, he passed by Song Shuriwe, not offering her another glance. His tall figure gradually faded from her sight, and once he completely vanished, the image coalesced into droplets that fell to the ground. In VIP room 6, Qin Yaohua's complexion had improved slightly after 2 days. Yet the aura of impending twilight remained unchanged. Mr. Liu, I apologize for not greeting you properly. Please forgive me. Qin Yaohua displayed no airs, instead adopting a warm demeanor. Standing beside him were Qin Haiqing and Qin Xuemeng, who also greeted Lu Yan with friendly conversation. Mr. Qin, I trust you are aware of the risks involved in the treatment. I need not elaborate further, correct? Lu Yan got straight to the point. I have already conveyed to Haiqing and the others that regardless of the outcome, it is my life at stake. The Qin family will never repay the kindness of a lifesaver with ingratitude. Qin Yaohua's voice was deep, carrying the weight of someone who had faced battle Since that is the case, let us begin. This serum is far more precious than any cancer treatment drug. May we achieve a favorable outcome. Lu Yan wasted no time, directly retrieving a small vial from his bag. The faintly white liquid appeared somewhat mysterious. You may step outside and wait. Qin Yaohua waved his hand, and soon Qin Haiqing and the other siblings exited, standing outside and peering through the glass door. The younger generation of the Qin family could only anxiously pace inside the ward. Mr. Lu, regardless of whether I can endure this today, I hope for more collaboration between the Qin family and you. Though the Qin family may not be what it once was, we remain a solid partner. Qin Yaohua spoke as if delivering a last will, not forgetting to pave the way for his children. Rest assured, old sir, you possess the visage of longevity. Liu Yan made no promises, and after a half-joking remark, he handed the vial to Qin Yaohua. Although he had not received extensive education, he understood the principle of keeping relationships shallow. As for the Qin family, they would take their time to interact. Moving forward, Qin Yaohua tilted his head back and drank the serum decisively. A mere seconds later, his face turned a vivid shade of crimson. With blood seeping from his nose and mouth. In an instant, Qin Yaohua appeared ghastly and terrifying. The potency of the medicine is simply overwhelming. Even the most diluted initial potion leaves Qin Yaohua's body struggling to cope at this moment. Outside the hospital room, the three siblings of the Qin family are in utter disarray. Each one is frantic, their eyes reddened with anxiety, yet they dare not open the door recklessly. Father, time seems to stretch interminably. In just a few minutes, Qin Yaohua nearly bleeds from all 7 orifices. Fortunately, despite his ghastly appearance, his condition is gradually improving, and his complexion is becoming increasingly vibrant. Remarkably, even his once emaciated body appears to be regaining some flesh. It is utterly bizarre. Lu Yan is also feeling somewhat anxious, as he does not wish for the first power he engages with to end in failure. Qin Yaohua's survival holds significance for him that transcends merely rescuing a leader of a faction. He is eager to observe whether the enhancement potion has any effect on the inhabitants of Blue Star. How astonishing! Suddenly, Qin Yaohua's exclamation interrupts Lu Yan's thoughts. The bloodied elder is gazing at his own hands. His expression a complex blend of astonishment and horror. In these past few months, he has nearly forgotten the sensation of strength, or perhaps he has simply not felt the urge to throw a punch in quite some time. At this moment, he feels as though he has been transported back to his youth. It appears that the old man truly possesses the visage of longevity. Just as I had surmised, Lu Yan's mood is exceptionally buoyant. The enhancement potion proves to be effective, providing him with yet another safeguard. Who among us has not faced the inevitability of aging and illness? Thank you, young Lu. From now on, the Qin family shall be your staunchest ally. Qin Yaohua's gaze is piercing as he fixates on Lu Yan, making him feel quite uneasy. This old fellow, surely he has no peculiar inclinations, does he? Father, how do you feel? As the door swings open, the three siblings enter with trepidation, uncertain of their bloodied father's condition. I feel remarkably well. Qin Yaohua's declaration brings tears of joy to the three siblings. The Qin family has risen from the brink of despair. The room soon erupts into a cacophony, with the younger members of the Qin family excitedly surrounding Qin Yaohua, watching Qin Yushi clean the blood from the elder's face. Liu Yan is in no rush to claim his reward. He decides to wait until their excitement has subsided. Stepping outside, Lu Yan feels an inexplicable sense of melancholy. Had he not been imprisoned, or possessed the ability to traverse the apocalyptic realms sooner? Would his grandmother still be alive? Could he have ensured her happiness and well-being for the remainder of her days? Alas, there are no what-ifs. A chill permeates Lu Yan's countenance as he notices a few individuals approaching him. Yuan Baohua, Song Haiken, Song Shuriwa, and Song Jiaqing, a rather formidable assembly. Lu Yan, you certainly made me work for this, Yuan Baohua exclaims, his voice dripping with resentment even before he draws near. Liu Yan scoffs dismissively. If even I am difficult to locate, what does that say about you, the young master of the Yuan Wei group? Your capabilities are rather mediocre. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, he adds, you should boast less in the future. The taunt renders Yuan Baohua's face ashen with fury. You really have a penchant for insolence, don't you? Today, I shall see just how arrogant you can be. Clatter of feet echoes as a throng of burly bodyguards bursts forth from the Song family's suite, evidently well prepared for confrontation. Chapter 29. In the capital, you are nothing. A full 10 bodyguards fill the corridor, which is hardly spacious enough to accommodate them all. Liu Yan, no matter where your potion originated, surrender it to me, and I assure you that you shall remain unharmed today. Otherwise, should young Master Yuan take offense, I cannot guarantee your safety. Song Haiken is the first to speak, his intent clear that he seeks the miraculous drug and its secrets. In recent days, not only has the Qin family been stirred by ambition, But the Yuan Baohua family's pharmaceutical factory has also encountered challenges. The Song family is equally scheming for maximum profit, aiming to extract every secret regarding the extraordinary medicine that Lu Yan possesses. Lu Yan, this is the capital. You cannot protect that potion. Hand it over to my father, and I shall ensure he compensates you handsomely, enough to secure your well-being for a lifetime, Song Shuriwei interjects. Stepping closer to Lu Yan, he gazes at the woman before him, memories flooding back to in his youth. Though their family circumstances were modest, the 3 generations had never felt hardship. During high school, she had often worried about her grandmother's burdens. Scrimping and saving to minimize expenses, throughout their lives, she had never complained or expressed disdain. What has caused her to become the person she is today? Lu Yan's curiosity prompts him to ask. Do you truly value money so highly? Is your current status so dear to you? Does remaining with the Song family truly bring you joy? Taken aback by Lu Yan's unexpected inquiry, Song Shuriwei hesitates before a faint smile graces her lips, its true nature ambiguous. Who does not care for money, who wishes to toil endlessly from dawn till dusk for mere sustenance, especially during those days fraught with anxiety? I have had enough. Song Shuriwei's expression hardens, as though recalling a painful memory. Only you would dare pose such a foolish question. Is the life of a young mistress in the Song family truly less gratifying than your meager existence of pinching pennies? Are you out of your mind? Before Lu Yan can receive a response from Song Shuriwei, he is met with Song Jiaqing's mockery. Today, we have bodyguards for protection. And no matter how skilled you are in a brawl, you cannot harm me. The young mistress of the Song family. Lu Yan shakes his head, a derisive smile forming, yet he chooses not to engage further with Song Shuriwei. His momentary curiosity regarding her choice to return to the Song family is insignificant compared to the icy glare he directs at Song Jiaqing. Cherish your current status as a scion of the Song family, your days of comfort are numbered. Having said this, Lu Yan dismisses Song Jiaqing with a glance, deeming her unworthy of further attention. Song Shuriwei, Song Haiken, Song Jiaqing, why does the statement of a mere bumpkin, just released from prison, evoke such disquiet within them? It is not merely a little unease, it is profound apprehension. Suddenly, a burst of arrogant laughter rings out, as Yuan Baohua, like an audience member relishing a show, laughs uncontrollably. What audacity! Who gives you the courage to look down upon the Song family? You believe your days of comfort are numbered? Truly laughable. Yuan Baohua dramatically wipes a tear from the corner of his eye, his piercing gaze fixed on Lu Yan. Not only the Song family, but your backers in the Yuan Wei group will also face ruin. You shall all go bankrupt. Lu Yan remains unfazed, addressing Yuan Baohua with a calm demeanor as if stating a simple fact. Do you truly believe that with your dubious pharmaceutical concoctions, you can challenge me? Do you think that possessing it will enable you to turn your fortunes around? Yuan Baohua sneers, envisioning Lu Yan's dismal fate. Lu Yan Shuriwei is right, in the capital, you are less than an ant? Easily crushed by even the smallest factions. When that time comes, how will you protect what you hold dear? With your fists. As Yuan Baohua concludes, he raises an eyebrow and gestures, prompting his bodyguards to advance toward Lu Yan. The fist is the simplest tool for resolving conflicts in this world. Lu Yan casts a casual glance, a smirk playing at his lips. And the next instant, his muscles tense with anticipation, an inexplicable thrill coursing through him after consuming the second-generation potion. Stand down! A sudden, authoritative command pierces the tense atmosphere, drawing everyone's attention to its source. Qin Haiqing, Qin Shuemeng, and Qin Yushi stride in, one after the other. Song Haiken's expression shifts dramatically, instinctively casting a glance toward Yuan Baohua. The Song family cannot afford to offend the Qin family. After all, a dying camel is larger than a horse. Their audacity to confront Lu Yan outside the hospital room was bolstered by Yuan Baohua's presence. Yuan Baohua's smile fades slowly as he regards the 3 siblings of the Qin family, his gaze laden with unspoken implications. Greetings, Uncle Qin, and Mr. Qin. Yuan Baohua swiftly adopts a more decorous demeanor, but as his eyes sweep over Qin Yushi's radiant visage, a glimmer of desire flickers in his depths. Who wouldn't wish to pluck such a pristine flower from the capital? It is a young scion of the Yuan family. I wondered who dared to make such a ruckus outside the hospital. Qin Haiqing casts a discerning glance at Yuan Baohua, revealing no discernible preference. Meanwhile, Qin Yushi's expression is one of palpable disdain, not only due to Yuan Baohua's lecherous gaze but also because of his notorious reputation in the capital. Were it not for the recent favorable developments surrounding the Yuan family, this merchant's son would not dare to act so brazenly before the Qin family. Uncle Qin, I apologize. I have some matters to discuss with Lu Yan, and I shall be leaving shortly. Yuan Baohua feigns contrition, yet his tone and demeanor exude arrogance. The Qin family certainly possesses some clout, but they are not on the same level as the contemporary Yuan family. He can afford to be haughty, and the opposing party must endure. Yuan Baohua waves dismissively, prompting his bodyguards to move. I will see who dares. Qin Haiqing's sudden roar commands authority, instantly halting the bodyguards in their tracks. Mr.Lu is an esteemed guest of the Qin family. Anyone who dares to harm him is equivalent to attacking the Qin family. His words send shockwaves through the expressions of everyone present. The Song family is utterly astonished. The Qin family is actually protecting Lu Yan. Is it truly because he cured Qin Yaohua's cancer? But is that risk worth provoking the currently ascendant Yuan family? The members of the Song family are engulfed in turmoil, with Yuan Baohua himself feeling the pressure. Qin Haiqing dares to confront the Yuan family openly. Uncle Qin, Lu Yan, and I have grievances. I hope you can grant me this favor. The Song family will surely repay you in the future. Yuan Baohua forces a smile, repressing his fury, yet this time, he clearly aligns himself with the interests of the Song family. He cannot fathom that the Qin family, now standing alone, would truly dare to clash with the Yuan family over Lu Yan. The atmosphere in the corridor grows palpably tense, with the members of the Song family holding their breaths. Including Song Shiyue, upon entering the capital, she has begun to grasp the depths and complexities of its waters. The Song family is but a third-rate entity. She, the eldest daughter of the Song family, is often referred to as a pure lotus emerging from the mud within her social circle, yet, in the eyes of those from prominent families, she is merely a flower that happens to be more aesthetically pleasing. Her father could at most secure her a connection with Yuan Baohua, a member of the Song family's mercantile lineage. As for the bureaucratic branch of the Song family, she is utterly unworthy. Ha, Yengu, do you see things more clearly now? This is the reality of social stratification. This is the chasm that separates us. Throughout your life, you will not be able to surmount this obstacle. Song Shiyue cast a glance at Lu Yan, her heart filled with self-mockery. What are we waiting for? Yuan Baohua's cold remark shattered the silence. Qin Haiqing remains silent, evidently no longer inclined to shield Lu Yan. The Yuan family has truly become audacious lately, daring to flaunt their might outside my ward. The hospital door swung open, revealing Qin Yaohua, who was supposed to be bedridden and feeble, stepping out with surprising steadiness. Alone, how is this possible? Chapter 30, Lu Yan, I, Qin Yaohua, shall protect you. Whoever dares to touch you shall face my wrath. The emergence of Qin Yaohua was utterly unforeseen, and the shock within was beyond measure. Just yesterday, he had been bedridden, resembling a flickering flame ready to extinguish. Today, he was standing on his own. Had he consumed some miraculous elixir? Father, how did you come out? Qin Yushi was the first to react. Hastening to support Qin Yaohua, but if I do not emerge, someone will surely trample upon the Qin family's dignity. Qin Yaohua shot a glare at Qin Haiqing, who, despite being in his 40s, instinctively recoiled. His father was clearly displeased with his earlier conduct. He had only weighed his options slightly, yet the feeling of being reprimanded by his father was quite comforting. Qin Haiqing's eyes reddened. Even if the Qin family had fallen from grace, it was still not the place for a junior to act so brazenly. Lu Yan is a distinguished guest of the Qin family. Whoever dares to harm him shall face my utmost retribution. Qin Yaohua did not even spare Yuan Baohua a glance, but instead spoke coldly. The aura of intimidation he exuded far surpassed that of Qin Haiqing. Indeed, the Yuan family is flourishing, yet those who can converse with him are at least from the generation of Yuan Baohua's father. Merely engaging in dialogue with Yuan Baohua was already a considerable concession. Yuan Baohua's eyes darkened, but he did not show it. Although he was a spoiled youth, he was not foolish enough to disregard Qin Yaohua's authority. Especially since Qin Yaohua was not on the verge of death. Qin Lao, today I have been presumptuous. I apologize to you here. If my grandfather were to learn of your recovery, he would surely be overjoyed. Yuan Baohua appeared respectful, yet he still invoked the name of his grandfather. It has indeed been quite some time since I last saw old Yuan. When I do, I shall commend him for raising such a fine grandson. After a cold snort, Qin Yaohua ceased to engage with Yuan Baohua and turned his attention to Lu Yan. Young Lu, shall we proceed inside to discuss matters of importance? The difference in Qin Yaohua's demeanor towards Lu Yan was starkly evident. A sense of significance that all present could perceive very well. Lu Yan nodded with a smile, and the two subsequently entered the ward, leaving behind the sullen-faced Yuan Baohua and the utterly disregarded members of the Song family. Yuan Baohua, today I am showing leniency for your uncle's sake. Take your people and depart at once, and I shall not pursue the matter further. Otherwise, should you dare to act violently in the presence of my Deputy Minister of Security, not even your uncle will be able to protect you. Before entering, Qin Haiqing coldly delivered these words, the warning unmistakable. With a click, the door closed. Lu Yan, do you believe that by aligning yourself with the Qin family you will escape unscathed? I shall ensure you comprehend the true strength of the Yuan family. Yuan Baohua see that as he spoke, turning on his heel to leave. Today, he would certainly not regain his composure in the hospital. However, there was an unexpected gain. The situation regarding Qin Yaohua must be promptly conveyed to his family. Better to prepare than to be caught off guard. Upon Yuan Baohua's departure, Song Haiken and his daughter were still in a state of confusion, their minds swirling from the unexpected events. Father, what should we do? Song Jiaqing's palms were slightly damp, a remnant of the cold sweat induced by fear. The imposing presence of Qin Yaohua was something even Yuan Baohua could not withstand. What chance did they have? Song Haiken suppressed his inner turmoil. This matter had begun to exceed his control. Shuriwe, find a way to arrange a meeting with Lu Yan. He has just been released from prison, and no one has likely welcomed him yet. Song Haiken suddenly directed his gaze towards Song Shuriwe. Upon hearing her father's words, Song Shuriwe's eyelids flickered, and after a moment, she managed to respond. Inside the ward, Qin Yaohua and Lu Yan sat on the sofa. The requests you mentioned have already been arranged by Hai Qin. Whenever you wish to meet him, just say the word. You need not worry about the Yuan family. As long as I, Qin Yaohua, am here, they will not dare to act brazenly against you. Qin Yaohua sat there, exuding an air of unyielding authority. Beside him, Qin Haiqing nodded in agreement, stating that Mr.Lu could inform him whenever he wished to meet, and he would handle the arrangements. There is no time like the present. Let us go today. Lu Yan, seeing this, did not hesitate. It is better to act sooner rather than later. A news of Qin Yaohua's recovery would undoubtedly reach the ears of other prominent families swiftly. With a cancer miracle drug in hand, coupled with Qin Yaohua's miraculous recovery, he was now undoubtedly a coveted asset. Very well, I shall call right away. Qin Haiqing stood and exited, having just recovered from a serious illness. Qin Yaohua did not wish to intrude further on Lu Yan, exchanging a few pleasantries before heading to the adjacent suite. Mr.Lu. As the door opened, Qin Yushi approached gracefully. What brings you here, Mr. Lu? Lu Yan watched as the woman settled beside him. Her leg crossed elegantly beneath her OL skirt. A seemingly mundane action, yet in Qin Yushi's execution, it exuded an enchanting allure. Mr. Lu, the transfer procedures for the pharmaceutical factory are already prepared. When would you be available to finalize them? Qin Yushi turned her head to look at Lu Yan, her back straight and her figure curvaceous. No rush. Let me first discuss matters with Deputy Qin, and then we can address it. Lu Yan presently had no time to attend to the pharmaceutical factory's affairs. May I ask, Mr. Lu, do you intend to produce cancer miracle drugs with the factory? A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Qin Yushi's eyes, her beautiful gaze fixed unwaveringly on Lu Yan, lest she miss any detail. President Qin is truly astute. This is indeed something I am contemplating. Lu Yan did not conceal his intentions, openly acknowledging them. Qin Yushi's fingers, resting on her knee, trembled slightly. It seemed that even with her suspicions confirmed, the reality was still quite exhilarating for her. Mr. Lu must possess a considerable understanding of biochemistry. While my primary focus is on the cosmetics industry, I also have a fair grasp of pharmaceuticals. If Mr.Lu wishes to venture into the pharmaceutical sector, might you be in need of a reliable partner? Given that Lu Yan was bold enough to approach the Qin family regarding the pharmaceutical factory, it was evident he had conducted research. Thus, Qin Yushi promptly put herself forward as a candidate. A cancer miracle drug would undoubtedly cause a sensation worldwide. If I could secure even a modest share, regardless of the profits, it would serve as exceptional promotional leverage for my Yushi brand. Therefore, I must ensure I am aboard this ship, no matter what. A partner, you say? Lu Yan feigned contemplation, leaving Qin Yushi feeling slightly anxious. As a president of a company valued in the billions, it was rare for her to feel such tension. The room fell silent. In truth, Lu Yan was not opposed to Qin Yushi's proposal. He genuinely required a partner. After all, he would not dedicate excessive energy to the pharmaceutical factory. However, Lu Yan would not acquiesce too readily. While the Qin family was his preferred choice, it was not the sole option. If he were to signal his interest, pharmaceutical enterprises across the entire Dragon Nation would scramble for this opportunity. President Qin Lu Yan smiled as he spoke, causing Qin Yushi to instinctively perk up. Each year, there are approximately 20 million cancer patients globally. Even if half of them purchase our medication, the profits would be staggering. I trust President Qin has considered this as well. Lu Yan's words were delivered with deliberate pacing. Yet Qin Yushi found it challenging to control the rapid beating of her heart. Cancer, the incurable affliction, most families, in their quest for treatment, often find themselves on the brink of financial ruin. The ultimate outcome is rarely favorable. If a 100% effective cancer miracle drug were to emerge, even at a price of 100,000 per vial, it would undoubtedly be in high demand. Should half the global population purchase it, The company's annual revenue could soar to an astonishing 20 trillion, thump thump thump. Qin Yushi's heart raced uncontrollably, and her mind began to swirl. 20 trillion, counting zeros could take quite a while. Chapter 31, the highest level of security sealed at the Military Science Academy. Lu Yan observed the inexplicably flushed face of Qin Yushi, unaware that one might mistake their conversation for a romantic exchange, yet one could not deny that the normally icy female CEO, now blushing, possessed an alluring charm. President Qin, the matter of collaboration is not urgent. After all, it is no trivial affair. Once I have some free time, we can discuss it in detail. Lu Yan, catching sight of Qin Haiqing finishing his phone call outside, prepared to conclude today's casual chat. Very well, I shall arrange to meet with you another day, Mr. Lu. Qin Yushi recognized Lu Yan's intention and ceased to press, not wishing to leave a negative impression, especially since they were not well acquainted. Mr. Lu, shall we depart now? The door opened as Qin Haiqing politely inquired. Certainly. In the corridor, Qin Haiqing and Lu Yan walked side by side, despite the latter's status as a high-ranking official. Lu Yan remained unfazed, a testament to the confidence bestowed upon him by his experiences. Unfazed, he maintained a calm demeanor. Inside the ward, the members of the Song family watched as Lu Yan passed by, their gazes lingering until he was out of sight, each expression a tapestry of astonishment, confusion, frustration, anger, and regret. Who could have imagined that the inconspicuous man of the past would transform into someone so formidable? So formidable that even the Song family could not match him. In the military district of the imperial capital, upon alighting from the vehicle, Lu Yan was escorted into an office. Mr. Lu, this is Vice Commander Qi. Feel free to discuss whatever you need with him. Qin Haiqing clearly recognized Vice Commander Qi and promptly introduced Lu Yan to him. Greetings, I wonder what Lu specifically wishes to discuss with the high-ranking officials of the military district. Vice Commander Qi inquired, sternly scrutinizing the youthful Lu Yan. He was perplexed by the purpose of Qin Haiqing's visit. Today's meeting was merely a matter of saving face. I have a video here. Please take a look, Vice Commander Qi, Lu Yan said, unlocking his phone and handing it over. A flicker of curiosity crossed Vice Commander Qi's face, yet he accepted the phone without hesitation. As the video played, it showcased the operational footage of the Peace Laser Interceptor. The more he watched, the more furrowed Qi's brow became, even glancing at the perpetually smiling Lu Yan. Once the video concluded, Vice Commander Qi posed a question, uncertainty lacing his tone. What does this video signify, Mr. Lu? If the Dragon Kingdom were to possess such a machine, what would happen? Lu Yan posed a thought-provoking question. What would happen? Wouldn't it be like a little cow launching into space, soaring beyond the heavens? If the weapon in the video is genuine, it would undoubtedly alter the global landscape. However, special effects are merely special effects. Rather than indulging in fantasies, we must remain grounded. Our journey is still long ahead. Vice Commander Qi clearly expressed his skepticism regarding the authenticity of the weapon depicted in the video. While the Dragon Kingdom did possess laser weaponry, most was still in the development stage. With modest capabilities, even on a global scale, laser weapons were primarily effective against drones, but what was showcased in the video, intercontinental missiles, those could transition from space to ground in mere seconds, and their thick outer shells made it implausible to melt or destroy them within such a short time frame. Deputy Qin, you sought me out today just to watch a video? Vice Commander Qi turned to Qin Haiqing, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Qin Haiqing shook his head with a wry smile. He had no inkling of Lu Yan's intentions, yet, regardless of whether Lu Yan was merely jesting with the video, he wouldn't take offense, for this was their agreed-upon condition. Vice Commander Qi, I assure you, I am not so idle as to use Deputy Qin's reputation merely to share a video with you, Lu Yan interjected, drawing Qi's attention back to him. What do you mean then? Are you implying that you can produce such a weapon? Vice Commander Qi retorted, bemused. I certainly cannot, Lu Yan replied candidly. Qi's expression turned incredulous. Your response was rather gallant. I nearly believed you claimed you could. Qi's sarcasm was cut short as Lu Yan added, I possess all the data pertaining to such a weapon. Both Qi and Qin's expression shifted simultaneously. What do you mean, you have all the data on a weapon capable of destroying intercontinental missiles in mere seconds? Vice Commander Qi questioned, seeking confirmation. Indeed, Vice Commander Qi, you can escort me to the Military Research Institute. I believe it would be more prudent to consult with some professionals, Lu Yan suggested, aiming to address higher authorities for a more straightforward approach. Although Qi was a significant figure within the military district, he still lacked a certain level of influence. This was understandable. Qin Haiqing's current position indeed required considerable effort to navigate. Deputy Qin, you must understand that this matter is not to be taken lightly. Vice Commander Chi asserted, his expression grave as he turned to Qin Haiqing. It was evident that he remained skeptical of Lu Yan. At the very least, Deputy Qin understood the gravity of the situation. While I cannot ascertain the truth of Mr. Lu's claims, you have heard of the cancer cure, correct, that was introduced by Mr. Lu. Qin Haiqing stated, though uncertainty lingered in his heart. He could only choose to trust Lu Yan at this moment. It is indeed him. Vice Commander Chi's gaze shifted, clearly aware of the events surrounding the Qin family within the capital's military district. I am neither a madman nor a fool, if I claim to possess this weapons data. It must be true. I understand your concerns, but a visit to the Military Research Institute would only consume a bit of time. However, what if it is genuine? Lu Yan's final remark caused Vice Commander Chi's pupils to constrict sharply. What if it is genuine? That would be monumental. Very well, let us proceed to the Military Research Institute at once, Vice Commander Chi declared, promptly arranging the necessary calls. An hour later, several individuals awaited at the entrance of the Military Research Institute. Vice Commander Chi, your earlier phone call lacked clarity. What weapon are you referring to? A middle-aged man approached as the car door swung open. I cannot explain it all at once. Let us discuss it inside. Vice Commander Chi replied, aware that this matter could not be discussed in public. If it were false, they would only suffer a slight embarrassment. However, if it were true, it would be an enormous secret. Inside the Military Research Institute's office, the attendees took their seats. This is Vice President Zhao Gang of the Military Research Institute, Academician Xia Huacheng of Laser Weaponry, and Senior Engineer Gong Xinghua of Energy Weapons. After a brief introduction, all eyes turned to Lu Yan, who stood confidently in the presence of such esteemed individuals. Without hesitation, he approached the computer and inserted a USB drive. In truth, this was merely for show. Dream Fantasy had already taken control of the computer. The Peace Laser Interceptor, in conjunction with phased array radar and satellites, can intercept 99 of illegal incursion threats. The ultra-high-definition footage began to play on the projector. Accompanied by a plethora of data, this presentation was entirely professional, comprehensible even to those who were not experts in laser weaponry. Although the data required meticulous analysis, after half an hour, the presentation concluded. The significance of this laser weapon should be apparent to all present. It will determine the future landscape of the world. I am willing to unconditionally provide all data regarding this weapon to the nation. Furthermore, in the event that the country encounters insurmountable challenges, I will offer my full assistance, Lu Yan stated, his gaze sweeping across the astonished dignitaries before him, his tone calm. For a moment, the conference room was enveloped in silence. Until a certain moment, Vice President Zhao suddenly stood, his voice resolute as he declared, Vice Commander Chi, I request the highest level of security clearance. All personnel at the Military Research Institute must sign confidentiality agreements today. We must immediately establish a specialized research team and mobilize as many experts in laser weaponry as possible. This is a matter of paramount importance for the fate of the Dragon Kingdom. Xi and Qin's hearts raced in unison at the gravity of the situation. This was indeed an earth-shattering revelation. Chapter 32, The Military District Leaders Prepare for Action. Lu Yan had undoubtedly become a prized asset. The highest echelons of military research in the Dragon Kingdom had suddenly grown intensely vigilant. Even military personnel had been dispatched. The entire building, along with the adjacent ones, had entered a state of strict prohibition. All of this was due to Lu Yan, for he had presented a national treasure that the Dragon Kingdom could feasibly develop based on its current technology tree. With it, the Dragon Kingdom no longer needed to fear the specter of national annihilation. While other nations would find themselves restless, unable to sleep. A significant reshuffling of the global order was impending. 6 hours later, the conference room of the Military Research Institute was abuzz as the leaders of the 5 major military districts gathered. Including the heads of naval and air forces, such a meeting of this magnitude occurred perhaps once a year. The massive screen displayed the explanation of the laser weapon, this time verified and validated by a cadre of experts. With minimal discrepancies in the data, the meeting extended for a considerable duration, and the military district leaders, typically composed, were now visibly exhilarated, their faces flushed with excitement. They were acutely aware of the monumental implications should this weapon be successfully manufactured for the Dragon Kingdom. That evening, the meeting finally concluded. The General Staff had already introduced Lu Yan to the 5 military district leaders. I never expected Engineer Lu to be so young. It is truly impressive, the head of the Northern Military District. Wang Chang exclaimed enthusiastically, patting Lu Yan's shoulder, his fondness evident. They referred to Lu Yan as Engineer Lu, as he had now become a specially appointed senior engineer at the Military Research Institute. Ambition knows no age. Who says the young cannot achieve great things? The head of the Southern Military District, Ho Lei, beamed like the Buddha, effortlessly rescuing Lu Yen from Wang Chang's grasp as he spoke, before Lu Yen could express his gratitude. Ho Lei continued, Engineer Lu, apart from laser weaponry, do you have any other achievements? If so, the Southern Military District can provide all necessary resources, as long as we receive priority for equipping our district with the new weapon. Upon hearing this, the other dignitaries silently cursed the cunning old fox for his shrewdness. Our Eastern Military District secured the top spot in this year's competition. We are undoubtedly the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom's military might and must be the first to be equipped with the new weapon. What are you comparing? Cold resistance? Our Western Military District is the strongest. Nonsense. Even if you are strong, we, the Central Military District, are stronger. You are the one talking nonsense. If you are unconvinced, let's take it outside and settle this. I'll show you just how easily I can make you cry. A heated debate erupted among the dignitaries, their voices rising as they became increasingly animated, nearly devolving into a physical altercation. Meanwhile, the aides and advisors behind them exchanged exasperated glances. Fearing that military drills might soon be in the offing, esteemed leaders, Lu Yen interjected, prompting the dignitaries to cease their quarrel in unison, indicating their respect for him. I do have some ideas regarding weaponry, but the specific data still requires refinement. If you are not in a hurry, I will reach out to you in a few days. Lu Yen was keen to build rapport with these influential figures, recognizing them as potential allies, as each one held significant power capable of shaking the foundations of the Dragon Kingdom. Since they sought weaponry, he could source it from Green Star, while the weapons may have been destroyed. The data would surely remain. Weapons from around the Third World would undoubtedly surpass those currently available on Blue Star, sufficiently satisfying these dignitaries' appetites. Really, can you share what type of weapon it is? Wang Chang was the quickest to react, eagerly grabbing Lu Yan's arm with palpable anticipation. Those capable of developing laser weaponry are undoubtedly exceptional individuals. As Lu Yan briefly recalled the information Zhang Yongtao had provided him from Green Star, he made a statement that left everyone in the room astounded. The topics he enumerated included anti-drone systems, individual information jamming equipment, amphibious all-terrain robotic canines, and personal exoskeletons, as Lu Yan articulated these terms while counting on his fingers. The conference room became so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Not only were the leaders of the 5 major military districts taken aback, but the subordinate corps commanders behind them also wore expressions of shock. As the actual commanders of military exercises, they were acutely aware of what modern warfare entails. Beyond the indispensable long-range missiles, elements such as information jamming, drones, and collaborative support were all critical components of localized combat. The days of mass charges across vast landscapes would soon be a relic of the past, given that long countries' military technology, particularly in the realm of cutting-edge advancements, lagged behind that of foreign nations. The names Lu Yen had mentioned elicited such a profound impact. I still need to plan the specific details. I will contact all of you at the first opportunity when more information arises. Lu Yen said, observing the silence in the room before he continued. Lu Gong, you haven't visited the Eastern Military District yet, have you? It is about to snow there. Why not take a trip? The military district has a female information unit. I can arrange for them to accompany you on your excursions. How shameless. Before Lu Yen could finish, he was abruptly pulled back. Snow in just a few months. Have you no shame? And a female information unit? How disgusting. The commander of the Southern Military District, Ho Lei, spat derisively at the leader of the Eastern Military District. However, when he turned to Lu Yen, his face broke into a smile, stating that the Southern Military District also had a female information unit and even a female special operations team. Lu Yen. 10 minutes later, while the dignitaries in the conference room continued their lively debate, Lu Yen had stealthily slipped out. It was evident that the temperaments of soldiers were indeed explosive. The Southeast Military District had already confirmed plans for a grand competition, with Lu Yen himself as the prize. It was utterly absurd. Nonetheless, irrespective of the circumstances, matters with the military district had been settled, making future dealings considerably simpler. Lu Yen reflected with satisfaction that securing the attention of influential figures with just a handful of documents was exceedingly advantageous. Suddenly someone called out, quickly approaching him with an outstretched hand. I am Qin Zhongyan, the third son of the Qin family, currently the commander of the Special Operations Brigade in the Imperial Capital Military District. I have just returned from an exercise that occupied my time until today. I am profoundly grateful for your assistance in saving my father. This immense kindness will never be forgotten. Qin Zhongyan had a rugged visage befitting a soldier and vigorously shook Lu Yan's hand. His brigade had performed poorly in the recent exercise, and had it not been for his father's timely rescue, his own position might have been in jeopardy. Therefore, he sincerely appreciated Lu Yan's intervention. "Commander Qin, you are too courteous. My assistance to the Qin family has also been reciprocated," Lu Yan replied with a polite remark. "I, Qin Zhongyan, am not one for pretense. Henceforth, I will exert myself to assist you in any matter." Qin Zhongyan sensed Lu Yan's stance and recognized their unfamiliarity during their initial meeting, so he solemnly pledged his support. "Very well, I will not hesitate to reach out when needed." Outside the Military Science Academy, Lu Yan spotted Qin Haiqing waiting by a vehicle. "Deputy Qin, why have you not departed?" Lu Yan inquired, surprised that the other man had been waiting for him for several hours. "I have only just returned myself." Qin Haiqing smiled, waving his hand before producing a small black notebook. "This is a Security Bureau identification card. I specifically arranged it for you. It will greatly facilitate your endeavors. However, it is best not to draw too much attention, as you understand the implications of certain matters being made public." Qin Haiqing briefly explained the purpose of the small black notebook, and his hesitation suggested that it was not a panacea. Particularly, one should refrain from engaging in any dubious activities in public. It serves merely as a talisman to mitigate troubles, not a guarantee of immunity. Lu Yan had no intention of flaunting this document. Its primary function was to handle minor nuisances. "Thank you, Deputy Qin. I understand how to utilize it." Lu Yan expressed his genuine gratitude. It seemed evident that Qin Haiqing had gone out of his way to secure this for him, and Lu Yan acknowledged this favor, knowing that there would be opportunities to repay it in the future. Chapter 33, 100 Level 3 Crystal Cores, Su Qin's Redemption. "Oh, by the way, this armored vehicle has been specially assigned to you by the Security Bureau. Your current status is unique. Even if confidentiality has been maintained to the greatest extent, it does not preclude the possibility of errors." Qin Haiqing suddenly recalled, patting the black SUV beside him. "In that case, I shall graciously accept it." Lu Yan did not refuse. The armored vehicle indeed provided a high level of security. Its provision was likely in anticipation of potential leaks regarding his identity to foreign entities. As for the inevitable tracking devices within the vehicle, Lu Yan was unperturbed. His secrets were not so easily uncovered by mere vehicles. In fact, there were times when the vehicle could even be advantageous. Lu Yan bid farewell to Qin Haiqing and drove straight to his residence. Whether or not he was detected mattered little. He had foreign tracking capabilities that rendered him untouchable. Upon ascending to his apartment, he casually glanced at his phone after showering, ignoring all the unfamiliar numbers and briefly scanning the messages. A welcoming gathering. Lu Yan scoffed as he cast aside his phone. "Now that I have located the influential figures I seek, it is time to engage with you all." Lu Yan's preliminary preparations were nearly complete. The Song family, the Yuan family, it was time to settle accounts. As night fell in Greenstar, Lu Yan awoke in a daze, instinctively throwing off the covers, relieved that he had not been bitten today. The psychological trauma was becoming overwhelming. After venting his frustrations, he rolled over and fell back asleep. The following morning, Lu Yan opened his eyes to see a figure busying herself nearby, and almost instinctively a knife appeared beneath the blankets. "Master, you are awake," Anan said cautiously upon noticing Lu Yan's eyes opening. "What are you doing?" Lu Yan inquired, his expression impassive as he sat up. "I am preparing breakfast for you, along with your toiletries," Anan replied, moving aside to reveal the items laid out on the table. The food was the same as what he had provided them the previous day, but meticulously cut and arranged on a plate. A new toothbrush rested atop a cup filled with what appeared to be mineral water. Brushing one's teeth in the apocalypse had become a luxury, even for the most powerful factions who hesitated to use such pristine water for that purpose. Yet Lu Yan was different. He provided Anan and her sister with unopened mineral water without labels, showcasing his lavishness. Thus, Anan assumed that brushing teeth would not pose much of an issue for Lu Yan. "Who made this?" Lu Yan's tone remained flat, though the knife beneath the blankets had vanished. "We didn't know what to do, so we thought we could assist you with your basic needs to save you some time," Anan said respectfully, bowing her head, though her starry eyes hinted at something brewing within. "You two need not concern yourselves with anything else for now. Focus on healing your wounds. Once you are recovered, there will be plenty of opportunities for you to assist," Lu Yan stated, not fearing the simple zombie virus, but acknowledging the potential threat posed by advanced zombies. Thus, he would ensure that his sustenance and hydration were not handled by anyone else. His inquiry was merely a means to gauge their capabilities, and his final remark carried an undercurrent of intimidation to deter the two girls from lingering around him incessantly. "Yes, master, I will heal quickly." And I promise to serve you well once I am better. However, my sister is injured more severely, so I ask you to wait a little longer. If there is anything you need, please call on an N. I will ensure your satisfaction, Anan replied, gathering her courage to meet his gaze, her previously clean face now flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Remarkably, it was quite a sight to behold. A flicker of understanding crossed Lu Yan's eyes as he discerned the source of An's sudden boldness. The two sisters were clearly willing to sacrifice for one another, especially An today, who was evidently more proactive and direct. Had it not been for her injuries, she might have already jumped into his bed. Very well, I am a person who cherishes the delicate. You both focus on your recovery. Remember, you must heal well. I shall not entertain you if you cannot withstand my affection. Lu Yan waved his hand dismissively. An quickly bowed and retreated to the vehicle. Little one, you cannot scare me. Lu Yan chuckled to himself with a hint of mischief before hastily donning his clothes, having returned late at night. He had been too lazy to dress properly and felt somewhat embarrassed to rise in his current state. However, he hoped they would heed his words. If they did not heal properly, he would not engage with them. In the final garage, Lu Yan entered to find Zhang Yongtao and the others standing and greeting him. Please find me information regarding the weaponry and equipment of the Third War, as well as manufacturing data. Lu Yan instructed, handing over his requirements. The weapon development on Green Star had concluded shortly after the establishment of the Green Star Alliance, so one would not expect overly advanced technology in this area. In contrast, civilian technology far surpassed that of weaponry. Rest assured, we will investigate promptly, but our stored data on weaponry is somewhat limited, and there may be omissions. Professor Zhang Jizhong, an expert in computer science, explained. If anything is missing, just let me know, and I will assign a task directly. Liu Yan waved his hand dismissively. As long as money could procure it, he was indifferent. Exiting the garage, Lu Yan left the gathering area. Half an hour later, he returned with a backpack and headed straight for the first shop. Brother Lu, I have already spoken with the owner, but acquiring level 3 crystal cores is quite challenging. And the prices are somewhat steep. What do you think? Su Qin conveyed the instructions given by Sister Li from the previous day that if it proves impossible, I will have to redeem you slowly. But I fear someone else may seize the opportunity. Lu Yan sighed in frustration, feeling vexed that the other party was attempting to play games with him. Brother Lu, I will definitely accompany you, Su Qin declared, her acting skills having improved significantly over the past few days, as tears flowed freely from her eyes. Was she still an actress before the apocalypse? Su Qin was oblivious to Lu Yan's internal mockery of her, and promptly continued, I'll discuss with the boss shortly and ensure she finds a way to procure 100 third-level crystal nuclei. Ha, that would be splendid. I shall go out and gather more supplies at once. Lu Yan, unable to contain his eagerness, tucked away the bag of crystal nuclei and departed. Half a minute later, prepare yourself. Once the price is right, you shall accompany him. Sister Li was evidently no longer conflicted today. Though it was unclear where she had gone to negotiate. I understand, Sister Li. At this moment, Su Qin could not articulate her feelings, but one thing was certain, she felt no resistance. She knew she could not refuse. Moreover, Lu Yan was young, handsome, and shrouded in mystery, far surpassing those older men who were all too predictable. Su Qin, rest assured that your reward will not be meager, yet you must also recognize your identity and your mission. Sister Li suddenly turned her gaze towards Su Qin, her eyes icy enough to send a shiver down Su Qin's spine. They had undergone training and were inevitably shown the fate of those who defied orders, an utterly horrific outcome. Even now, the mere recollection sent cold sweat trickling down Su Qin's back. Sister Li, you need not worry. I would never dare to betray you, especially since you hold leverage over me. Su Qin bowed her head respectfully. That is good to hear. Sister Li spoke no further, turning and disappearing through the door. Su Qin's palms gradually clenched. The feeling of being unable to control her own life was utterly disempowering. But what could she do? After a considerable amount of time had passed, Lu Yan had acquired 100 third-level crystal nuclei. Each third-level crystal nucleus was worth 220 first-level crystal nuclei. A truly staggering markup, yet, Lu Yan did not even furrow his brow, let alone 220. Even if it were 380, I would still manage to secure a few with empty hands. Mr. Lu, I hope you will take good care of Su Qin. I have raised her as if she were my own daughter. Sister Li finally met with Lu Yan, and it was only natural that Su Qin was subsequently purchased by him. One would serve as an undercover agent beside Lu Yan, while the other intentionally drew the enemy close for surveillance. Some matters were better observed than hidden. This way, they could avoid unnecessary speculation and complications. However, the persona of being a lowly servant might soon turn into something more genuine. Tonight, Lu Yan was equally apprehensive about the events that would unfold later. Chapter 34, The Twin Sisters and Su Qin's Subtle Struggles. In the trading area, Lu Yan walked ahead while Su Qin followed behind. The two actors had orchestrated a grand performance of redemption, yet now they found themselves uncertain about how to proceed. Lu Yan certainly did not wish to acquire Su Qin in a muddled manner. The lack of emotional depth and soulful resonance made her no different from a beast in his eyes. However, he could not simply do nothing after gaining the right to utilize Su Qin. Otherwise, all his prior groundwork would be rendered meaningless. Thus, they found themselves at an impasse. It seemed bloodshed was inevitable today. What strategy could he employ? As Lu Yan pondered while walking behind him, Su Qin felt a tumult of emotions, her heart filled with trepidation regarding the days to come. However, she harbored no illusions about the impending violence. The grim reality of white knives and red knives out had been set in stone. Her greater concern lay in whether she could survive alongside Lu Yan and fulfill the tasks assigned by Sister Li. The 180 meters felt like an eternity, as the tent area was rife with unsettling gazes. Su Qin felt as though her exposed delicate legs might be pounced upon by a horde eager to devour her flesh. Goosebumps erupted across her skin. Fortunately, they finally reached the garage. This area, closer to the office, had fewer tents, and those present were merely resting spots for small teams. The conditions were markedly improved. Step inside, you shall reside here from now on. Lu Yan led Su Qin into the garage and pointed to his bed. All right, brother Lu. Su Qin replied with a forced smile, her previous anxiety dissipating. Since she was here, she might as well settle in. Her persona was one that anticipated Lu Yan redeeming her, and now her wish was fulfilled. There was no reason for discontent. There is food in the cupboard. If you're hungry, help yourself. I need to attend to some matters. Lu Yan indicated the corner cupboard before leaving Su Qin to herself in the garage. At the office, Lu Yan spent money to rent 3 additional garages adjacent to the existing ones. Naturally, he could not allow Su Qin to stay with him. He could not afford to be reckless. Upon returning to the garage, a few hired men swiftly transported various machines to the newly rented space. Zhang Yongtao and the others also moved over, leaving the original 2 garages vacant. One of them would naturally become Su Qin's. With a few crystal nuclei, he had purchased a complete set of bedding. This was readily available outside, posing no risk, thus it was remarkably cheap. Master, just as they were tidying up, Xiao Xian and Anan suddenly appeared. Upon seeing the newly arrived Su Qin, their eyes brimmed with curiosity and trepidation. This woman was extraordinarily beautiful, entirely unlike the women of the post-apocalyptic world, particularly her figure, which stood in stark contrast to their own exaggerated features, tall, slender, fair-skinned, and long-legged, reminiscent of a celebrity from before the end times. Xiao Xian instinctively compared herself to Su Qin and felt she fell woefully short. I'm at a loss, Xiao Xian lamented, clenching the lace trim on her clothing. Nutritionally deprived, they resembled stunted little girls. Were it not for their more pronounced assets, they could easily be mistaken for children. The pressure was suddenly overwhelming. You two arrived just in time. From now on, Su Qin will be residing here. You must get along well. Understood. Upon seeing the 2 girls, Lu Yan's eyes brightened. This was a ready-made excuse. Understood, master. Let us help Sister Su tidy up. Xiao Xian quickly agreed and approached to assist. However, Anan hesitated before moving. Her large eyes sparkled with a myriad of emotions. Su Qin's arrival was both unexpected and not. It was only natural for capable men in the apocalypse to attract women. Anan dared not question Lu Yan but was solely concerned about whether Su Qin's presence would alter their lives by causing them to be sold or expelled. Such a scenario was not implausible. No, they absolutely could not be abandoned. Leaving the garage would undoubtedly lead to a grim fate for her and her sister. Anan clenched her jaw, her gaze towards Su Qin tinged with subtle hostility. Meanwhile, Su Qin was also discreetly observing the 2 girls. No wonder Lu Yan had taken a liking to them. These girls were indeed striking. Su Qin's gaze lingered on Xiao Xian's nearly bursting attire, and she found her own confidence slightly waning. The 2 girls were clearly still somewhat undernourished, and their skin was not in the best condition. However, their potential was evident. Should they regain their health, they would likely become far more sought after. Petite and charming with adorable features, they were twins, complemented by their disproportionately large assets and undeniable allure that was not merely a sum of parts. Unconsciously, Su Qin ground her teeth. These girls would not be easy to deal with. Su Qin, you will be residing in this room from now on. Lu Yan interrupted their silent musings. Brother Lu, since it's my first night here, I am a bit afraid of the dark. May I sleep with you tonight? Su Qin, feeling the pressure from Anan and her sister, boldly clung to Lu Yan's arm in a show of feigned innocence. Regardless of the circumstances, she needed to win Lu Yan's favor as swiftly as possible to uncover his secrets. Want to sleep with me? Are you prepared for that? Lu Yan showed no restraint. Completely disregarding An An's watchful eyes, his hand directly squeezing Su Qin's delicate curves. "Brother Lu, I am ready and available at any time." The unrestrained Su Qin was undeniably alluring, even Lu Yan could not remain unaffected. Observing the interaction between the two, one sister's face flushed with embarrassment while the other's eyes simmered with anger. Indeed, a seductress, she begins to stir up trouble right upon her arrival. Lu Yan, oblivious to the sister's reactions, playfully pinched Su Qin's cheek, then sighed in exasperation. "I wish I could indulge in you as well, but unfortunately I've been bitten by Xiao Xian and it seems I will need a few days to fully recover." Upon hearing Lu Yan's remark, an odd atmosphere enveloped the garage. Su Qin instinctively glanced at Lu Yan's lower region and recalled that the twins were indeed injured. Such behavior seemed reasonable, yet, why did she feel the urge to scold Lu Yan for being a beast? In contrast to Su Qin, Xiao Xian was momentarily stunned, glancing at An as if she had just heard something utterly unbelievable. Her sister had also gone to Lu Yan. Had she done precisely what Xiao Xian had done? Did that render Xiao Xian's shameful actions meaningless? An had no time to dwell on her sister's sentimental musings. With a flick of her eyes, she approached Lu Yan. "I apologize, master, my lack of experience led to my biting you. But I'm quite clever. After practicing a few more times, I'm sure I can satisfy you." An smiled sweetly, tilting her head, yet Su Qin could distinctly sense the provocation in her demeanor. In this gathering place a decent man was a rare find, and the sisters would not let him slip away. "If you wish to practice, little sister, it would be best to use a stick. Brother Lu's health is of utmost importance. What if you were too rough? What would I do then?" Su Qin was hardly intimidated by An, a mere child. "You think you can outdo me? Watch how I outshine you." An fumed. "Alright, have you forgotten what I just said? Meeting for the first time and already bickering. Do you wish to be sold by me?" Lu Yan's sudden admonition silenced the garage. "You two, return to your quarters, and you've behaved yourself." The twins hurriedly retreated to their own garage, while Su Qin dared not display any further arrogance. She had yet to fully grasp Lu Yan's temperament. As Lu Yan exited the garage and headed towards Zhang Yongtao and the others, he could not help but exhale lightly. Once outside. At present, one can barely manage to muddle through. As for the future, we shall face whatever comes our way. Chapter 35. The various thoughts in the garage. The commander of the war zone has become red-eyed again. "How prepared are you with the weaponry data?" Upon entering, Lu Yan immediately inquired of Zhang Yongtao. "My lord, we currently possess only the data for the anti-drone system. We still need to search for the others." Zhang Yongtao handed a hard drive to Lu Yan. "All the data is contained within. Should you have any queries, my lord, feel free to ask us at any time." Lu Yan accepted the hard drive, nodding in satisfaction. "Continue your search for the rest. If you cannot find it, I will issue a task tomorrow." Lu Yan was not in a hurry to produce a multitude of items at once. The anti-drone device would be sufficient to excite those military district bigwigs for a while. Returning to the garage, he reclined, beginning to cultivate a sense of drowsiness. Tomorrow, Song Shuriwei would be hosting a welcome for him, and he needed to be well rested to ascertain what tricks they might employ. He had plenty of time ahead of him, ample opportunity to make those responsible for his grandmother's demise pay dearly. The garage curtain gently lifted. Su Qin stepped towards Lu Yan's bed, her movements graceful and alluring. Yet, compared to her sinuous waist, the sheer black nightgown she wore was nothing short of scandalous. "What brings you here?" Lu Yan instantly opened his eyes upon hearing the footsteps, but the sight before him made his nose tingle. "What on earth is she up to now? Brother Lu, you've spent the better part of the day running about and even spent 100 crystal cores to redeem me. I am so moved I cannot sleep. Hence I thought to come over and offer you a massage." Upon finishing her sentence, Su Qin plopped down beside Lu Yan, nonchalantly tossing aside the covers. As Lu Yan was preparing to return to Blue Star, he naturally had nothing on him. Su Qin's sudden action nearly exposed him entirely. Lu Yan suppressed his reprimand. He could not afford to appear too abrupt, especially since he held a fondness for Su Qin. Even if injured and unable to engage in more serious matters, a bit of intimacy was entirely reasonable. Noticing Lu Yan's frown gradually easing, Su Qin's soft hands swiftly began to knead his body. The pressure just right and quite pleasant. However, it was not long before Su Qin grew restless again. "Brother Lu." Su Qin gently swayed her body, the perfect contours beneath the sheer fabric tantalizingly visible to Lu Yan. The suggestive implications were unmistakable. Though internally reluctant, the sensory pleasures brought forth by Su Qin nonetheless ignited a warmth within him. "Alright, you should return now. My injury cannot withstand too much stimulation." Lu Yan halted her as Su Qin was about to climb atop him. This woman is truly eager to engage in something with him. Oh, then I shall give Brother Lou a massage tomorrow instead. Su Qin, understanding the wisdom of knowing when to retreat, displayed her figure momentarily before turning and sashaying back to her own side. You nearly twisted my hip, Lu Yan grumbled under his breath, closing his eyes, his mind filled with Su Qin's alluring image. Meanwhile, next door, Anan and Xiao Xian slowly returned to their bed, then instinctively burrowed under the covers. Revealing only half of their little heads, they had been witnesses to every moment of Su Qin's actions, leaving them utterly shocked. It was hard to say how men would react, even as women. They found her enchanting and alluring, and spat inwardly. How could she allow another to gain the upper hand while she diminishes, though she had to admit that the vixen was beautiful. With an excellent figure and an adeptness for seducing men, but my sister and I are not lacking either. In terms of physique, we have Big Xiong. In terms of looks, we have Big Xiong. In terms of allure, we have Big Xiong. And Anne's little face bore a pitiful expression, her confidence severely shaken. The somewhat undernourished pair felt undeniably overshadowed by Su Qin. And did you go to my lord's place this evening? Xiao Xian suddenly hesitated, glancing at An, and she had been holding back for quite some time before finally asking, Yes, I did. Did you not go as well, sister? An confessed readily, there is no shame in it. Especially for the sake of her sister. An, from now on, I will take good care of my lord. You should stay in the garage to recuperate and try not to wander before him. All right, Xiao Xian suddenly grasped An's hand, her eyes filled with concern. Sister, I know you wish to protect me, but I also want to protect you and do not want you to be harmed. But did you see Su Qin today? She will certainly not be the only woman by my lord's side. An firmly clasped Xiao Xian's hand, her expression serious. Xiao Xian appeared somewhat at a loss. Seemingly not comprehending An's words. If I lack confidence against just Su Qin, what will happen if more come? Do you think my lord would keep two women who merely consume resources without contributing? If not nurtured, what fate awaits us? An laughed self-deprecatingly, and Xiao Xian finally grasped her sister's meaning, her fair face paling at the realization. The sisters could no longer return to their previous state of struggling for survival. They were left with two options, either perish or become the possessions of some man. There is no other possibility. And what shall we do? Xiao Xian anxiously sat up, as if fearing that Lu Yan might sell them out at any moment. Our figures cannot compete with Su Qin's. We are not as beautiful as she is, nor do we possess her feminine charm. The only advantage we have over her is our identical faces and physiques. An suddenly pulled Xiao Xian down from the bed, standing before the wardrobe mirror. The two little girls stood side by side, identical in every way, clad in maid outfits. They were indeed quite eye-catching. Do you understand now, sister? We cannot allow each other to stand alone. If we wish to secure a place by my lord's side, we must unite as sisters. If necessary. An suddenly unfastened her skirt. Then proceeded to do the same for her sister. Soon, the mirror reflected two girls with ample curves. Xiao Xian, bashful, instinctively covered herself. An, however, was bold and unabashed. I refuse to believe that we cannot compete with Su Qin like this. Blue Star. The next morning, after washing up, Lu Yan went directly to the Military Science Academy. Presenting his identification, he made his way to the top floor to meet with Vice President Zhao Gang. Vice President, what do you think of this? Lu Yan showed his phone to the other man. The video depicted a densely packed swarm of drones attacking a certain stronghold. This is a suicide-style swarm bombardment. In such a scale of attack, there is no way to shoot them all down. The Vice President of the Military Science Academy, Zhao Gang, was well aware that the defending side would inevitably suffer severe losses under such circumstances. But in the next moment, several soldiers with machines on their backs quickly began to operate them, and within mere seconds, the drones soaring through the sky suddenly began to smoke and plummet. It was as if that area had become a graveyard for drones. This is, Zhao Gang abruptly stood, his eyes ablaze with fervor. This is an anti-drone device, with an effective defensive radius of 300 meters. Once activated, the electronic components within the range will suffer catastrophic damage. Lu Yan's explanation was rather calm, yet Zhao Gang's heart surged with tumultuous waves. If the effects Lu Yan described truly hold, this would transcend a mere anti-drone device. It would be the nemesis of all small electronic equipment. Any radio transmission, any satellite phone, anything utilizing frequency within the range would be obliterated half an hour later. The commander of the Imperial Capital War Zone, accompanied by a group, rushed to the Military Science Academy. However, the leaders of the other 5 major war zones could not attend the introduction meeting in person as they had already returned to their respective areas. After all, this was not a matter of national importance that warranted their long journey back, yet upon hearing that Lu Yan had brought forth combat equipment, they all activated their video feeds from afar. Thus, the conference room once again erupted into collective excitement. The significance of drones and various electronic equipment in modern warfare is indisputable, indeed, to some extent determining the odds of victory in a small-scale engagement. If there truly exists a weapon to counteract this, it would revolutionize the combat capabilities of the soldiers of Long Country. The commander of the Imperial Capital Military District, Wang Haiba, suddenly rose. Please ensure it is produced as swiftly as possible. The Imperial Capital Military District will fully cooperate with whatever is needed. The Eastern Military District will fully cooperate. The Southern Military District will fully cooperate. The Western Military District will fully cooperate. The Northern Military District will fully cooperate. The Central Military District, please provide us the first batch. Damn. Chapter 36, International Military Competition. Is this spicy lady the lady you found? After the meeting concluded, the prominent figures exited the video call, leaving only Wang Haiba, the commander of the Imperial Capital Military District. Engineer Lu, given Long Country's current technology, when can we expect the development of this anti-drone device? Wang Haiba walked alongside Lu Yan, followed closely by numerous senior officials from the Imperial Capital Military District, with even Deputy Qi lagging slightly behind. As for Qin Zhongyan, he was almost at the very end of the crowd. Logically, he should not have been eligible to attend such a meeting today, yet he was still called upon. This inevitably filled him with deep-seated doubts. The data I provided is comprehensive, barring any unforeseen circumstances. The experimental device should be developed swiftly. As for deployment, that will depend on the situation at the military factory. Liu Yan did not possess extensive knowledge regarding Long Country's military industry, so he could not provide a specific timeline. Wang Haiba nodded slightly, his inquiry more of a casual conversation. Although Lu Yan was merely an engineer, the two pieces of military equipment he presented were impressively formidable. Moreover, it seemed he had additional weapons and equipment in his possession. If they were not inferior to the anti-drone equipment, it would be utterly terrifying. He must pay close attention to this young man. By the way, I heard that Engineer Lu has a good relationship with the Qin family. Coincidentally, Qin Zhongyan is a battalion commander under my command. After Wang Haiba finished speaking, he turned and waved to those behind him. Qin Zhongyan hurriedly bypassed everyone and approached them. Commander, Engineer Lu. He rendered a standard salute. Since you and Engineer Lu are acquainted, Qin Lujuan, you must strive to procure some fine items from Engineer Lu for our Imperial Capital Military District in the future. Wang Haiba playfully patted Qin Zhongyan on the shoulder, leaving the latter astonished. Such a demeanor from a superior was unprecedented. However, reflecting on Wang Haiba's words, Qin Zhongyan clenched his fist and sullenly replied, Engineer Lu has cured my father's ailment. Our Qin family has no means to repay this kindness. Nor do we dare to presumptuously ask for anything. Everything must be predicated on Engineer Lu's wishes. Qin Zhongyan recognized this as an opportunity to shine in front of his superior, yet he also understood that Lu Yan owed the Qin family nothing. Rather, it was the Qin family that owed him. Thus, he uttered those words, refusing to be shameless. Wang Haiba's smile slightly diminished, his gaze becoming inscrutable. Commander Wang, Qin Lujuan possesses integrity and the pride of a soldier. He truly embodies the spirit of the Imperial Capital Military District. Liu Yan suddenly spoke to ease the atmosphere, and Wang Haiba's smile returned. Engineer Lu is too kind. However, Qin Lujuan is indeed commendable. Wang Haiba's words startled Vice Commander Qi and the others. Just moments ago, Qin Zhongyan had seemingly disrespected Wang Haiba. This matter could escalate or diminish significantly, yet Wang Haiba was not angered. Instead, he complimented Qin Zhongyan. Was this all due to Lu Yan, an engineer wielding such influence in the commander's mind? The senior officials of the Imperial Capital Military District exchanged knowing glances at Qin Zhongyan. Liu Yan was no fool. He understood Wang Haiba's intent in summoning Qin Zhongyan. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke again. I find camaraderie with Qin Lujuan, and Commander Wang has praised me greatly. If there is anything I can assist with, I shall certainly not decline. A gesture of reciprocity was warranted when Wang Haiba extended him courtesy. However, Lu Yan's words caused Qin Zhongyan's heart to tremble. Liu Yan's statement was undoubtedly a means of enhancing his own reputation. A favor too immense for Qin Zhongyan to comprehend how to repay. Engineer Lu, I appreciate your words. I too wish to befriend someone like you. Wang Haiba laughed heartily, then extended his hand to shake Lu Yan's with greater sincerity. Since you and Qin Lujuan share a good rapport, I shall boldly make a request. After much preamble, Wang Haiba finally arrived at the crux of the matter. Commander Wang, feel free to speak. I shall do my utmost. Lu Yan replied calmly. Recently, there is an international military competition where various nations will dispatch troops to participate. Though it is merely a contest, everyone knows it is a clash of national military might. Our soldiers' quality is assuredly not inferior to theirs, it is merely our technology that lags behind. Over the years, we have endured ridicule and humiliation. Thus, I wish to inquire, Engineer Lu, do you possess any finished equipment? Ideally, something that can unequivocally demonstrate our Dragon Nation's prowess and put those foreign teams to shame. Wang Haiba's expression conveyed both indignation and helplessness. As a military district leader, the loss of face for Dragon Nation weighed heavily on him. Lu Yan acutely sensed Wang Haiba's sentiments. Even Qin Zhongyan gritted his teeth in response, an instinctive reaction of a soldier. Commander Wang, I cannot guarantee anything, but I will certainly endeavor to assist. When is the competition scheduled? As a citizen of Dragon Nation, Lu Yan naturally felt a shared animosity against those who insulted his homeland. There is less than half a month left. The time is indeed tight, regardless of whether Engineer Lu can assist. I am very grateful, so please do not feel overly pressured, Wang Haiba replied with a hint of guilt, recognizing that half a month was far too brief. The request for formidable military equipment was indeed a tall order. Yet, Lu Yan inexplicably instilled a sense of confidence in him, as though he could achieve what others deemed impossible. Rest assured, Commander Wang, I shall do my utmost. Outside the Military Science Academy, Wang Haiba and his entourage departed in their vehicle. Leaving only Lu Yan and Qin Zhongyan. Engineer Lu, I sincerely apologize for today's matter. I had no idea Commander Wang summoned me to discuss such issues, Qin Zhongyan said apologetically as he looked at Lu Yan. It is of no consequence. My agreement is not solely due to you, Lu Yan replied nonchalantly, having his own considerations in mind. Fostering a good relationship with Wang Haiba would undoubtedly yield significant benefits. Regardless, our Qin family owes you a tremendous debt of gratitude. Should there be any matters in the future, please do not hesitate to inform me, Qin Zhongyan asserted, not one to indulge in sentimentality. Some matters are better kept in the heart than spoken aloud. Observing Qin Zhongyan's earnest demeanor and the weight of his obligations, Lu Yan contemplated and then said, I have a gathering to attend this evening. I lack experience in such matters. Might Qin Lujuan recommend a companion for me? Lu Yan's request was an opportunity for the other party to reciprocate the favor. As a member of the esteemed Qin family, attending such gatherings was surely within his expertise, and a simple arrangement would suffice. This gathering was organized by the Song family, with Song Shuriwa sending him a message to welcome him. It seemed more like a banquet of ulterior motives. However, Lu Yan readily agreed, curious to discern their true intentions, yet he had never attended such an event before and feared making a fool of himself. Though he now possessed ample confidence, allowing himself to be subjected to humiliation was not his preference. Qin Zhongyan was taken aback when Lu Yan proposed such a matter. After a brief pause, he readily acquiesced. What is this? Merely a trivial matter. I shall have my daughter accompany you. She has attended several banquets and is familiar with the situation in the imperial capital. That girl is quite graceful, gentle, and generous. Qin Zhongyan, decisive in his actions, immediately began making phone calls. Within minutes, a motorcycle screeched to a halt before them, the brakes seemingly emitting steam from their rapid stop. Underscoring the urgency with which the rider had arrived, the helmet was stylishly removed, revealing long, slender legs adorned with a short skirt that sparkled brilliantly. The midriff-bearing top accentuated her figure, and her high ponytail, along with smoky makeup and a height of over 1.6 meters, exuded a vibrant, bold aura. Lu Yan cast a perplexed glance at Qin Zhongyan. Chapter 37, The Transformative Enchantress Qin Miao Miao, The Underlying Currents at the Banquet. With a kick, the motorcycle was carelessly parked, and in the next moment, her long legs were raised toward Lu Yan. Fortunately, her denim shorts beneath the skirt mitigated any risks of exposure, but her carefree demeanor bore little resemblance to the refined lady Qin Zhongyan had described. Dad, why did you summon me in such haste? I was just out enjoying some skewers with my friends. The girl seemed oblivious to Lu Yan's presence, walking directly to Qin Zhongyan with a look of displeasure. Qin Zhongyan couldn't help but feel his face flush at the sight of his daughter's appearance, lamenting that she was not doing him any favors. Where was the promised refinement? How could he possibly allow her to accompany Lu Yan to a banquet in such a manner? Had he known, he might have sought out his elder brother's daughter, Qin Yuan. Can't you just settle down for a day? I truly should have sent you to the military. Qin Zhongyan transformed from a military leader into a powerless father, his angry expression betraying his frustration, which he could only vent through nagging. Oh, I get it. Why do you become more verbose as you age? You should just retire quickly. I fear you might end up with a midlife crisis. The girl, accustomed to her father's scolding, casually retorted words that nearly caused Qin Zhongyan to choke out a midlife crisis. "I'll curse your leg." He took a deep breath, reminding himself not to lose his temper. Falling ill would leave him without anyone to rely on. "Qin Miaomiao, you are to accompany Engineer Lu to a banquet tonight. Remember to take good care of him. He is our Qin family's benefactor." Qin Zhongyan suppressed his anger and softened his tone as he instructed Qin Miaomiao. The girl finally noticed Lu Yan standing nearby. "I know you. You saved my grandfather, right? I was not in the imperial capital that day, but I've been wanting to invite you to dinner to express my gratitude." Qin Miaomiao confidently extended her hand, exuding a self-assured demeanor typical of a girl in her early 20s. "Hello, no need for formality." Lu Yan replied, shaking her hand gently before releasing it, causing Qin Miaomiao to be somewhat taken aback. The fact that he did not cling to her hand like those insufferable men was unexpected. Oh right, she suddenly realized that her makeup today might not have been flattering enough for him to notice her face. With her self-confidence restored, Qin Miaomiao continued, "Miaomiao, no matter how you act, I will not interfere. Today, you must do this properly, understand?" Qin Zhongyan hastily reiterated his instructions, fearing his daughter might dismiss the importance of the matter. "I got it, Dad." Although Qin Miaomiao was carefree, she was not oblivious to the gravity of the situation. She reined in her nonchalant expression somewhat. "I'll be going now. You and Engineer Lu should have a good chat and see if there's anything to prepare." As Qin Zhongyan left, he continued to offer reminders, to the point where even Lu Yan found him overly verbose. Indeed, one should not judge a person by their appearance. The usually stern Qin Zhongyan transformed into a doting father when it came to his daughter, which was quite amusing. "Miaomiao, is it? You don't seem older than me. Would it be alright if I called you that?" Lu Yan inquired, uncertain of how to address her, having little experience interacting with girls. The only girl he was familiar with was Lu Shuriwa, but regrettably he had entered prison when she was 18, and his experiences had ceased at that point. As for Su Qin from the apocalyptic world, that realm was entirely different, rendering any comparison futile. My name is Qin Miaomiao. You can just call me Miaomiao. Should I call you Brother Lu or Brother Yan? Qin Miaomiao assessed Lu Yan with a familiarity that left no room for subtlety, her gaze sweeping from head to toe without a hint of discretion. "You can call me whatever you like." Lu Yan found himself rather impressed by Qin Miaomiao. Her exuberant personality was far from off-putting. "What kind of event is this gathering? A casual social affair? A reunion of friends and family? Do you need to purchase a new outfit? Is there anything I can assist with? Perhaps pretending to be your girlfriend to spite an ex?" Qin Miaomiao chattered away like an exuberant parrot, her vivacity reminiscent of a lively creature. It seemed her loquaciousness was hereditary. At the Wanda building in the capital, Qin Miaomiao aided Lu Yan in selecting a suit, and upon seeing him dressed, she couldn't help but whistle exaggeratedly. "Wow, I didn't expect your physique to be so excellent. You're practically a living mannequin." Qin Miaomiao was liberal with her compliments. "Thank you. And you should select a gown as well, as a token of gratitude for your assistance." Lu Yan replied with a smile, gesturing politely towards her midriff-bearing outfit. "Then I shall graciously accept, without a hint of hesitation." Qin Miaomiao skipped towards the formal wear store. Lu Yan chuckled and shook his head. Although the Qin family had seen better days, the confidence that Qin Miaomiao and her peers had cultivated since childhood was truly unparalleled. Had he not possessed a system that allowed him to traverse apocalyptic realms, he likely would never have crossed paths with her in this lifetime. The formal wear shop was lavishly decorated, a fitting ambience for those who could afford such attire, with even a simple dress costing several tens of thousands. As Lu Yan settled onto the sofa, he felt a twinge of introspection. Who would have imagined he would one day find himself waiting for a female companion to try on dresses in such a luxurious setting? Truly, life is unpredictable. Suddenly Lu Yan sensed the surrounding chatter dissipate, and as he turned in confusion, he was met with a breathtaking sight. At the entrance to the fitting room stood Qin Miaomiao, adorned in a silver, shoulder-length gown. Upon noticing Lu Yan's gaze, she struck a pose with confidence. "What do you think? Will I bring you any shame when we step out together?" Approaching Lu Yan, she ensured he could admire her appearance more closely. The smoky makeup had been removed, and without any cosmetics, she appeared even more beautiful and alluring than before. Her previously loose ponytail had transformed into cascading waves, exuding a distinctly Korean flair. Yet, what captivated everyone in the boutique was her figure, with heels on. She stood over 1.7 meters tall, her legs long and toned. The fitted gown accentuated her curves, particularly her hourglass waist, which could be described as delicately graspable without an ounce of exaggeration. Truly stunning. I fear I might be the envy of all the men at the gala tonight." Though Lu Yan had little experience with women, he was not entirely oblivious. Compliments flowed easily from his lips. Qin Miaomiao approached with a smile, her every movement radiating the poise of a refined lady, a stark contrast to her earlier playful demeanor. Extending her delicate hand, Lu Yan hesitated briefly before gently taking hold. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Qin Miaomiao, the only daughter of Qin Zhongyan, currently studying at the capital university. A pleasure to meet you," Lu Yan replied, unsure why she felt the need to reintroduce herself. But he played along. Qin Miaomiao looked at her now released hand with mild surprise before her lips curled into a smile. "Come on, Yan Gu, it's nearly time." With a gentle tug, she linked her arm with Lu Yan's. "All right," he replied, suppressing his astonishment, and they exited the formal wear shop together. Qin Miaomiao reveled in the feeling of Lu Yan's taut arm, her face beaming with pride. "Pretending to be my partner, I shall see just how long you can withstand the allure of Qin Miaomiao." At the Jincheng Grand Hotel, guests at the entrance occasionally presented their invitations to enter. Upon their arrival, Lu Yan and Qin Miaomiao attracted numerous glances, some filled with complex emotions. Besides Song Haiken, Song Shirihua donned a high-end gown. Its craftsmanship and design radiating sophistication, coupled with her striking features and figure, she overshadowed every other woman in the vicinity. Yet, the once graceful Song Shirihua struggled to maintain her customary smile as she fixated on the approaching pair. Lu Yan and Qin Miaomiao, who would have thought he looked so handsome in a suit? The thought flashed through Song Shirua's mind as she gazed at Lu Yan, just a breath away. Suddenly, a cold huff snapped her back to reality. Beside her, Yuan Baohua shot her an ominous glance. Song's family had not invited Yuan Baohua, as this gathering was meant to mend the relationship between Song Haiken and Lu Yan. How could they possibly extend an invitation to him? Yet, to her surprise, it seemed Yuan Baohua had learned of the event and showed up uninvited. Song Haiken felt a pang of anxiety, mirrored by Song Shirua's growing unease. What might transpire today? She hoped it wouldn't be too disastrous. Chapter 38. Song Shirihua was on the verge of being berated by Qin Miaomiao. The sentiments of those present were largely indifferent to Song Shirua's emotional turmoil. As they were to Song Haiken's tensioned eye in that moment, everyone's gaze, be it from the Song family or those accompanying Lu Yan, was fixed upon Yuan Baohua and Lu Yan. Lu Yan, is this your first time attending such a gala? How does it feel? Is it novel to you? Yuan Baohua lightly swirled his wineglass, his chin raised, exuding arrogance that he knew precisely how to belittle someone like Lu Yan, a country bumpkin. "It is indeed my first attendance. But I heard this gala was organized to welcome me back. What brings you here? Is the Yuan family unable to afford a drink and thus must crash this event?" Lu Yan's expression remained impassive. Undeterred by Yuan Baohua's taunts, instead returning the mockery with ease, only the insignificant would care. He was no longer the reckless youth who had just been released from prison a few days prior. Lu Yan maintained a composed demeanor, while the members of the Song family felt a chill run down their spines at his words, instinctively glancing at Yuan Baohua. As expected, the latter's expression had darkened considerably. Welcome back?" Yuan Baohua scoffed coldly, draining his glass in one gulp. "Has someone forgotten the humiliation of being slapped in the face with a bank card just days ago, or the beating that left you unrecognizable outside your company? You sat in prison for over 5 years for someone else, and yet you return only to be looked down upon. How pathetic you must be to attend such a trivial gathering." Yuan Baohua's words were a harsh rebuke to both Lu Yan and the Song family, leaving both parties feeling severely insulted. "Yuan Shao, it's not as you think. We simply feel," Song Haiken attempted to salvage the situation. But his voice faltered, revealing his lack of confidence. It was clear that neither side would emerge unscathed from this debacle. The feeling distressed Song Haiken was mirrored by Song Shirihua, whose face turned a mix of red and white. The unfamiliar sensation of shame overwhelmed her, making her wish for a hole to hide in. The Song family had already wronged Lu Yan. Their disinterest during his imprisonment and their attempt to placate him with money upon his release had been woefully inadequate. They had treated him poorly, and if they could at least convince themselves that they had parted ways due to insurmountable differences, those rationalizations were now stripped away. What had they done, attempting to mend their fractured relationship merely because Lu Yan possessed a life-saving remedy? Even her father had hinted at the value of the medication, implying she should seduce him to extract the formula. How could this be any different from being a shameless harlot? What was even more humiliating was that Yuan Baohua had caught wind of this. Despite the absence of an actual engagement, many in their circle were aware of her betrothal to Yuan Baohua. Song Shirihua felt like a duplicitous harlot, trying to play both sides for the greatest benefit to the Song family. Tears of bitterness welled in her eyes. when had her life become so pitiful? I must say, I find your words rather unpalatable. Suddenly, Qin Miaomiao interjected, catching Lu Yan off guard with her reaction. Yuan Baohua finally shifted his attention to her. Taken aback by her beauty, while Song Shiyue was undeniably stunning, Qin Miaomiao matched her allure, her demeanor exuding a grace that surpassed that of her counterpart. After all, she had been raised as a lady of privilege. While Song Shiyue's refinement was more of a cultivated veneer. My boyfriend received an invitation from the Song family, but initially had no desire to attend. However, I was simply curious about the woman who led him to willingly serve time in prison. Now that I see you today, I find you rather unremarkable. Qin Miaomiao's disdain for Song Shiyue was palpable, her sarcastic smile piercing through. The sting of her words brought tears to Song Shiyue's eyes. Overwhelmed with shame, she could hardly bear the humiliation of being rebuked by someone who was her equal. Yet, what troubled her even more was what Qin Miaomiao had just said, that they were indeed a couple and that she had come solely due to Lu Yan's invitation. For reasons unknown, seeing Qin Miaomiao linked to Lu Yan ignited a deeper pain within her than any insult could. As her fists clenched, Song Shiyue felt a surge of frustration welling up within her. Miss Qin, while I may not be a paragon of beauty, I am certainly not an ordinary woman. I would appreciate it if you would retract your comment about my being unremarkable. She struggled to contain her anger, her voice trembling slightly. So you think I was referring to your appearance? Qin Miaomiao feigned surprise, shaking her head in mock disapproval. What I meant to say was that your judgment is lacking. Mistaking the mediocre for the extraordinary is quite foolish. With that, she turned her attention back to Lu Yan. A man who was willing to endure 5 years in prison for you, I would be utterly moved to the point of devotion. And yet you dare to disdain him for his lack of wealth and the disparity between your stations? How long have you been the Song family's darling? You shed your old garments only to mock others for their attire. What gives you the audacity? Do you have any shame? Qin Miaomiao was fully unleashed, unable to contain her urge to lash out ever since learning about the past between Lu Yan and Song Shiyue. Now she was truly relishing the moment. Some were filled with joy while others wallowed in sorrow. As Qin Miaomiao reveled in her comfort, Song Shiyue naturally found herself in distress. The originally elegant and graceful features of her face were drained of color from the insults hurled at her, her beautiful eyes brimming with unshed tears, stubbornly refusing to fall. Miss Qin, you have gone too far. This is, after all, a banquet hosted by my Song family, not your Qin family. Although Song Haiken was hesitant to truly offend the Qin family, he certainly would not allow a mere junior from the Qin family to humiliate him. If word got out, his reputation would be in tatters. If Song Shiyue is worthless, then you, Song Haiken, are even more repugnant. Qin Miaomiao showed no regard for Song Haiken, swiftly turning her verbal assault upon him. You, Song Haiken was infuriated. What about me? I am not ungrateful, nor do I bully others with my power. I am certainly not the type to shamelessly seek to rekindle a past relationship. Our Qin family treats our benefactors without regard for their status. Even if Lu Yan is destitute, I, Qin Miaomiao, would willingly marry him and endure hardships together. Qin Miaomiao, her blood pressure rising and her mind clouded with anger, spoke without a filter. She remained oblivious to the weight of her words until she finished. Anyone can utter sweet words. Don't you dare pretend to be noble. Qin Miaomiao, you keep saying Lu Yan is poor and yet claim you would marry him. If he had nothing now, you would probably not even spare him a glance. Seeing her father and sister both being berated by Qin Miaomiao, Song Jiaqing could no longer hold back in her fury. She refused to believe a single word from Qin Miaomiao. The reason the Qin family was so brazen was solely because Lu Yan produced an effective cancer treatment. You're talking nonsense. I, Qin Miaomiao, swear to the heavens that every word I speak comes from the heart. Lu Yan saved my grandfather, regardless of his future wealth or health. I, Qin Miaomiao, vow I will never despise him. Song Shiyue, do you dare to make the same vow? Qin Miaomiao's face flushed with anger, her demeanor almost suggesting she might as well relocate the Civil Affairs Bureau to prove her innocence. Meanwhile, the name Song Shiyue's face was a spectacle, akin to a rainbow after a storm, vividly colorful yet dark. Had it been Lu Shiyue, her vow would have been even more ruthless and unrestrained. Yet, Song Shiyue hesitated. Already a daughter of the Song family, she had experienced a life of luxury. She lacked the confidence to return to the impoverished days of yore. She could not turn back. This path was of her choosing, and she would see it through to the end. Chapter 39, Yuan Baohua loses his armor. Song Shiyue fleeing in disarray. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass interrupted the fierce exchange between Qin Miaomiao and Song Shiyue. All eyes turned to Yuan Baohua. Lu Yan, must you always hide behind women? Yuan Baohua was uninterested in the trivial banter between Qin Miaomiao and Song Shiyue, especially since the main character they discussed was not him. It was undeniably unpleasant. With someone willing to shield me, I was naturally quite pleased. Lu Yan gently patted Qin Miaomiao's arm, and she willingly deepened her embrace. This feels a bit too soft, my dear. Although Qin Miaomiao and Lu Yan maintained a reasonable distance that suggested intimacy without actual contact, she was somewhat intoxicated by the moment, forgetting to keep her distance, and thus found herself inadvertently pressed closer. Lu Yan, don't think that just because you've acquired a prescription in prison, you can turn your fortunes around. That kind of medicine is difficult to concoct. Isn't it? Your attempts to ingratiate yourself with the Qin family are merely a ploy to climb the social ladder. Right, but the prescription you hold must not be unique, am I wrong? I'll tell you, I've already sent someone to investigate your prison. Once you lose everything you have now, let us see how you manage to bounce back. Yuan Baohua was indeed incensed by Qin Miaomiao's actions, his face darkening as he unleashed a torrent of venomous words. You actually went to investigate me in prison. Lu Yan suddenly revealed a look of shock and anger. Ha, with your little intellect, I could play you 100 times over. Seeing Lu Yan lose his composure, Yuan Baohua laughed triumphantly. Clearly, Lu Yan's secret lay within the prison. Young Master Yuan was indeed of exceptional wit. Worthy of being the man admired by Shuriwei. Song Haiken, with a sly glint in his eye, promptly flattered Yuan Baohua. It was indeed a struggle for him to choose between Lu Yan and Yuan Baohua. However, if Yuan Baohua were to uncover Lu Yan's secret, the scales would undoubtedly tip without hesitation. Yuan Baohua shot a disdainful glance at Song Haiken, his cold snort dripping with contempt, showing no regard for his presence. Shuriwei, I will make you realize your choice was never wrong. An ant remains an ant. Give him an opportunity, and he still lacks the fortune to seize it. Yuan Baohua cast a glance past Song Haiken toward Song Shuriwei. His tone laced with self-satisfaction. Song Shuriwei managed a forced smile, yet her gaze instinctively drifted towards Lu Yan. At that moment, her heart was a tumult of emotions. She didn't even know what she wished to see. Lu Yan, don't listen to Yuan Baohua's threats. His reach is limited. I will go to my father and see who ends up laughing last. Qin Miaomiao was not a mind reader, yet upon seeing Lu Yan's grim expression, she quickly tilted her head in concern and said, Lu Yan. He gazed at her face, so close, and something within him stirred unexpectedly. Aside from Lu Shuriwei, this was the first time a girl had shown such concern for him. Transforming into a furious little lion on his behalf, suddenly Lu Yan smiled, giving Qin Miaomiao a reassuring look before turning his gaze back. Do you find joy in my disarray, thinking you've grasped my lifeline? How easily you are deceived. There is no sense of accomplishment in toying with you. With just 2 sentences, Lu Yan sent a shiver through Yuan Baohua and Song Haiken. What did he mean by that? Was Lu Yan's previous demeanor merely an act? Was he intentionally playing with their emotions? Yuan Baohua, go ahead and search in the prison. See if you can uncover my secret. However, during that time, my cancer treatment should be preparing for production. When that happens, cancer across the nation and even the world will be cured. At that point, how much of a return do you think your Song family's investment in the pharmaceutical factory, which has poured in vast sums for cancer research, will yield? Probably nothing, right? Lu Yan's eyes turned cold, his voice tinged with a chilling edge. The true revenge had begun, and the first strike would be aimed at the Song family's coffers. Once Lu Yan finished speaking, no one dared to utter a word. The heavy breaths seemed to carry an air of trepidation. Although Yuan Baohua was a wastrel, he was not ignorant of corporate matters. The cancer drug was indeed the cornerstone of Song Wei Group's business this year. If what Lu Yan claimed were true, it would spell disaster. Yuan Baohua's face fluctuated between darkness and light, while Song Haiken felt an overwhelming sense of regret. What the hell am I rushing for? Can't I endure a little longer? Song Haiken wished he could slap himself. Although Lu Yan's cancer treatment had only been used by Qin Yaohua, its efficacy was undeniable. Even if the drug targeted only a specific type of cancer, the uproar it would cause would be unimaginable. The stakes involved were beyond comprehension. Such an opportunity could have belonged to the Song family, at least partially, but now there was not a single shred left. Lu Yan, don't get too smug. The specifics of the drug you mentioned are still uncertain. Dreaming of making the Yuan Wei Group suffer losses? Yuan Baohua now spoke with a bravado that masked his earlier confidence. Losses? Ha! Lu Yan laughed, a grin that bordered on sinister. Yuan Baohua, remember this, losses are merely the beginning. Next, I will launch a full-scale assault on the Yuan Wei Group, and indeed, your entire Song family. I will watch as you witness the gradual downfall of the Song family, seeing you ultimately end up in ruin, and when that day comes, we shall settle the score for how you caused my grandmother's death. Lu Yan showed no restraint in his murderous intent, nor in the suffocating hatred that surrounded him. Under his piercing gaze, Yuan Baohua felt a chill creep up his spine, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. What kind of gaze was that? Had he truly killed before Lu Yan, do you think that by allying with the Qin family, you can act so brazenly? The strength of the Song family is beyond your imagination. I will see whether you bring down the Song family first or lose your own life. With those words, Yuan Baohua stormed off, knowing he could not regain face today. He needed to consult with his family. A person like Lu Yan must not be allowed to rise. Once Yuan Baohua departed, the atmosphere turned strange once more. At this moment, Song Haiken wore an awkward smile, unsure of what to say. As for Song Shiyue, she appeared to be staring at Lu Yan as if she had never met him before, her gaze unblinking. Ha, Lu Yan, you truly did not disappoint your uncle. You are indeed Shiyue's fiancé. Song Haiken, forcing a smile, attempted to ease the tension and mend his relationship with Lu Yan. Mr. Song, you seem to have forgotten, Miss Song and I are not engaged. Isn't she the one who admires Yuan Baohua? Lu Yan retorted mercilessly, his sarcastic words striking like slaps against Song Haiken and Song Shiyue's faces. Yet, inexplicably, upon hearing her own past words again, Song Shiyue felt her heart being wrenched from her chest. A mix of ache and pain overwhelming her. Would the one who humiliates others not face humiliation in return? Mr. Song, please do not make things difficult for your daughter. Just look at her unwilling expression. One might assume my boyfriend is coercing her into an unwelcome situation. Qin Miaomiao, fully immersed in her role as a girlfriend, displays no psychological burden in confronting the adversary. She appears just like a legitimate wife tearing apart the mistress. Why the silence? Is it a case of wanting to play the part of a seductress while maintaining a facade of innocence? Song Shiyue's composure finally shattered. As she gazed at Lu Yan's indifferent countenance, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks, and she turned away, hastening towards the exit. Lu Yan's indifference was far more unbearable than Qin Miaomiao's words. How pathetic! Qin Miaomiao scoffed disdainfully, then tilted her head slightly to regard Lu Yan's face. Her playful expression akin to that of a child awaiting praise. Upon beholding the delicate visage so near, a gentle stirring occurred within a soft corner of Lu Yan's heart. How delightful it is to be the object of someone's affection. Chapter 40. Is this the lavish life you have exchanged for your grandmother's life? Naturally, the gathering could not continue in such an atmosphere. Fortunately, the individuals gathered by Song Haiken were not of significant stature. Thus the embarrassment was not exceedingly grave. Let us depart. Recognizing that the day's events had concluded, Lu Yan intended to escort Qin Miaomiao away. However, Song Haiken hastily pursued them. Lu Yan, all the blame lies with my uncle. I was initially blinded by my own prejudice, yet, you must understand my position as a father. I merely wish for Shiyue to lead a better life. Song Haiken gazed at Lu Yan with a face full of regret, his tone laden with apologies. Alas, Lu Yan was no longer the man freshly released from prison. He placed no faith in Song Haiken's words. Mr. Song, your sentiments are irrelevant. Your father-daughter bond is of no concern to me. But do not involve me in your little drama. With indifference in his eyes, Lu Yan made to leave. Lu Yan, it matters not if you harbor hatred towards me, but Shiyue has never forgotten you. On the day you were injured, she sent someone to search for you for quite some time. Later, when you encountered each other at the restaurant, she wept for a long while upon returning. She purchased land for you and urged you to return home, fearing you could not handle Yuan Baohua and might suffer at his hands. You must understand her heartfelt intentions. Song Haiken quickly grasped Lu Yan's arm, bringing Song Shiyue into the conversation. The truth and falsehoods intertwined. Perhaps only the two of them truly comprehended. Lu Yan's heart was rife with mockery, his smile betraying a hint of derision. What is your aim in sharing this with me? Mr. Song, to rekindle my relationship with Song Shiyue. Are you not concerned about Yuan Baohua's retribution? If he were to learn of your actions today, the consequences. TSK. Lu Yan wickedly laid bare the situation, compelling Song Haiken to make a choice. He wished to play both sides, to navigate the waters of both factions, yet Lu Yan would not relent. To refrain from giving him a taste of humiliation would leave a lingering resentment in his heart. Song Haiken was taken aback by Lu Yan's words, nearly scratching his head in desperation. He could not afford to offend Yuan Baohua. He was also unwilling to sever ties with Lu Yan, for this was a monopoly over an immense market. Caught in a dilemma, he found himself in a most uncomfortable position. Lu Yan, today's gathering was specially arranged by the Song family, regardless of the circumstances. It is our sincere intention. The refreshments here are hardly sufficient. Let us move to the reserved private room for further conversation. We can discuss matters between you and Shiyue at length. There will surely come a day when we can untangle the knots. Suddenly Song Haiken's elder brother Song Haichen stepped forward, his face adorned with a broad smile. We must not offend Lu Yan at any cost. Both the interests surrounding the cancer treatment drug and the health of our elder require Lu Yan's involvement. It is imperative that we ease tensions today. Liu Yan's gaze swept over the Song family, observing their varying degrees of discomfort: Song Haiken's awkward smile, Song Haichan's forced grin, Song Jiechi's hollow laughter, and the other younger members sharing a similar demeanor. Dining under such circumstances was undoubtedly a source of discomfort. Let us call it a day. We may gather again at a later time. Today, I have not departed in vain. With a dismissive wave, Lu Yan granted no courtesy to Song Haichan, causing a collective grimace among the Song family members. Truly, they were a family, as Lu Yan and Qin Miaomia made their way towards the hall's exit. Song Haiken and Song Haichan exchanged knowing glances. Liu Yan ambled along. Song Haiken hastened to catch up, glancing around before leaning closer to Lu Yan. I possess knowledge of certain secrets regarding the Yuan family. This could significantly aid you in your quest for revenge. I acknowledge that we have committed acts that have harmed you. Consider these secrets a small form of compensation from us. We shall not err again in the future. Ultimately, Song Haiken chose Lu Yan, fully betraying Yuan Baohua. This was a gamble, betting on Lu Yan's ultimate triumph over the Song family. The audacity to wager stemmed from the formidable profits associated with the cancer treatment drug. Should they monopolize the market, cancer patients worldwide would become their financial reservoir, able to extract as much wealth as desired. If that were to materialize, what could the Yuan family do with sufficient funds? What officials could they not buy? What influence could they not cultivate? In the future, the Song family could very well rise to prominence in the political arena. Lu Yan's gaze darkened as he observed the sudden flush on Song Haiken's face. Unable to suppress a cold laugh, did he still dare to broach the subject of revenge? Did he truly believe they could remain uninvolved? It seemed that this meal was indeed one worth consuming. Suppressing his revulsion, Lu Yan noted the radiant smiles on the faces of Song Haiken and his Ki and I in the private room. Song Shuriwei returned, her eyes noticeably red and swollen. An array of delicacies adorned the table, and bottles of fine liquor, each worth several thousand, were poured one by one. Liu Yan, this glass is a toast from my uncle to you, as an apology if from this day forth, we are family. Observe how your uncle behaves. Song Haiken raised his glass and drank heartily. After downing a few sips, his face flushed immediately. Shuriwei, hurry and share a drink with Lu Yan. Why are you two still being polite? Song Haichan smiled at Song Shuriwei, who had intentionally taken a seat beside Lu Yan. After biting her lip, she finally raised her glass. Liu Yan, thank you for letting bygones be bygones. Song Shuriwei dared not meet Lu Yan's gaze. Feeling utterly humiliated, the chair seemed to be laden with nails, pricking at her insides with every passing moment, each second a torment. You need not thank me. This gathering was orchestrated by your father and his kin to facilitate our reconciliation. Lu Yan raised his glass and took a sip, the sarcasm in his words unmistakable. Brother Yan, if you and Song Shuriwei reconcile, what becomes of me? Qin Miaomia cooed playfully, her demeanor suggesting she was overly absorbed in the role. However, her words left Song Haiken and the others momentarily stunned, as if they had just recalled Qin Miaomia's existence. Miss Song, so proud and lofty, how could she possibly reconcile with a mere farmer like me? Fear not, it is only you who does not mind, who can even look my way. Lu Yan seized the opportunity to mock once more. Song Shuriwei lowered her head further, while Song Haiken and the others laughed awkwardly. Haha, Lu Yan truly has a knack for humor. Shuriwei, you should express your gratitude. Though Song Haiken jested, his gaze towards Song Shuriwei was cold and fierce. The atmosphere grew tense as everyone awaited her response. Finally, Song Shuriwei hesitantly extended her hand and slowly looped it around Lu Yan's arm. Brother, just a single word caused Lu Yan's expression to stiffen momentarily, yet he swiftly regained his composure. Had it been Lu Shuriwei addressing him as brother, Lu Yan would scarcely have been able to remain seated. Eager to pluck a star from the sky to please her, however, it was Song Shuriwei, a daughter of the Song family. He had no right to indulge her. Ms. Song, do refrain from calling me brother. I am an only child and am without a sister as beautiful as you. Liu Yan playfully brushed aside Song Shuriwei's hand, her face lost all color, the redness around her eyes deepening further. Is this the opulent life you have purchased with your grandmother's life? It appears to be rather lackluster. Lu Yan suddenly leaned closer to Song Shuriwei, deriding her disdainfully. She swayed slightly, as if on the verge of fainting. That single remark shattered her heart completely. Mr. Song, let us return to serious matters. I have no time to squander here. Liu Yan had lost all interest in continuing the charade with Song Shuriwei. This was merely the beginning. Why provoke someone to madness in a single blow? That would be utterly dull. Song Haiken's gaze towards Song Shuriwei flickered with annoyance, yet when directed at Lu Yan, it morphed into a smile. Shall we move to the tea table? As Lu Yan stood to leave, Qin Miaomia nestled herself into his seat. Now that he's gone, let's continue our conversation. I am genuinely intrigued by you. At that moment, Qin Miaomio resembled a demon, entirely disregarding the crumbling Song Shiruo, as she placed 2 wine glasses on the table before them. This was what she deserved, was it not? Chapter 41, Song Haiken's Scheming. The terrifying nature of Qin Miaomio and Song Shiruo. At the tea table, Song Haiken poured tea for Lu Yan, yet he did not take a sip. Previously, he had only indulged in a small amount of alcohol. Ensuring that he only drank when all were participating. As for tea, he preferred to avoid it. He did not wish for any potential poisons. Lu Yan, the Yuan family, is merely the most inconspicuous branch of the Yuan clan. Engaged in business to supplement the family's operational funds, thus, they are the easiest to deal with and of little consequence. After sipping his tea, Song Haiken lowered his voice to speak. The intricacies of the Yuan family's status were unnecessary to elaborate upon. He wished to hear something he did not already know. Lu Yan abruptly interrupted Song Haiken's incessant chatter. With dream fantasy in place, he was well aware of all the accessible information, more so than anyone else. A wave of frustration washed over Song Haiken, yet he could only force a smile. The Song family currently boasts pillars in both military and political arenas, with the eldest brother, Yuan Lei, serving as the chief of staff for the Imperial Capital Military District, while the second brother, Yuan Ting, holds the position of deputy minister in the Ministry of Industry. In comparison, the Qin family is left with only Qin Haiqing struggling to hold the fort. Their strength is evidently greater. Most importantly, the Yuan family was backed by an elder who stood on equal footing with Qin Yaohua. Hence, dismantling the Yuan Wei group would likely prove no simple task, although Song Haiken had shifted his allegiance towards Lu Yan. He could not shake the feeling of unease creeping down his spine. Had he acted too hastily? Let us pause for a moment and observe whether the situation might improve. Regrettably, once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. Thus, Song Haiken can only grit his teeth and forge ahead. What, I wonder, is the purpose of all this? Surely it cannot merely be to enlighten me about the power of the Yuan family? Lu Yan appeared utterly disinterested. These documents held little significance for him, failing to spark any intrigue. Meanwhile, Deputy Minister Yuan Ting has been making strides to ascend to the position of minister, although Qin hacking of the Qin family has faltered. It seems his odds of success are quite favorable. Should he succeed, the Yuan family would likely find themselves riding a wave of fortune. Finally, Song Haiken has arrived at the crux of the matter. Ah, now it makes sense. Lu Yan nodded with a smile, realizing this information was elusive to uncover. Sensing Lu Yan's satisfaction, Song Haiken casually waved aside the incense, allowing the smoke to swirl gently around them, filling the room with the fragrant scent of sandalwood. Come, let us raise another toast. Qin Miaomio's excited voice reached Lu Yan's ears, and he turned to see 2 women engaged in a drinking contest. Judging by their rosy cheeks, it was clear they had already consumed quite a bit. Lu Yan found himself both speechless and amused. Qin Miaomio had indeed chosen well. Not only did she play the role of a girlfriend convincingly, but she also took it upon herself to provoke Song Shiruo into drinking. It seemed she owed her a favor. However, judging by their current state, it appeared their capacity for alcohol had reached its limit. Mr. Song, I believe we should call it a night. We can catch up another time. Lu Yan could not bear to watch Qin Miaomio drink excessively. Indulging in spirits in such a manner was detrimental to her health. Miaomio, let us call it a day and head home. Lu Yan approached Qin Miaomio and gently patted her shoulder. Huh, she replied, her dazed eyes lifting to meet his gaze, her eyelids drooping heavily. Her rosy cheeks bore a hint of innocence. I must insist on getting her thoroughly intoxicated. Such an ungrateful, woman. A certain woman, overflowing with a sense of justice, declared as she sought her glass, only to accidentally spill some of her drink. The scent of alcohol intensified around her. Very well, we shall drink again another time. With that, Lu Yan wrapped his arm around Qin Miaomio's slender waist and, without further ado, escorted her away. Throughout the entire ordeal, he did not cast a glance at Song Shiruo. For sometimes, neglect can wound deeper than words. Song Shiruo's nose had turned crimson, her tear-filled eyes fixated on Lu Yan and Qin Miaomio as they moved toward the room's exit, back in their senior year. The two had shared a clandestine drink, resulting in a predictable inebriation. On that fateful day, Lu Yan had held her in a similar manner, wandering aimlessly through the town, unable to locate their school dormitory. Ultimately, they had no choice but to endure the expense of a hotel room. 50 yuan was a steep price for them at that time. Alone together, they indulged in more alcohol, the effects of which awakened their youthful passions. In a moment of clarity, Song Shiruo had kicked him away, and they had stopped just short of crossing a line. Afterward, she had wept for hours, while Lu Yan had spent just as long attempting to console her. The marks on his face and body taking days to fade. The sound of a door creaking open jolted Song Shiruo from her reverie, and Song Haiken hurried to her side, pulling her up without hesitation. Stumbling, the already tipsy Song Shiryue nearly lost her footing but managed to follow him outside the room. Liu Yan, Miss Qin has had too much to drink. I believe we should find a room for her to sober up. Song Haiken said with an ingratiating smile. No need for that, I can still drink. Little vixen, let us have another round. Qin Miaomiao's intoxication was evident, her entire weight leaning against Lu Ya and I in this state. He found it difficult to contact Qin Zhongyan. Surely he would be reprimanded for allowing his daughter to drink to such excess. I have booked the presidential suite upstairs. Let us rest for a bit to prevent Miss Qin from making a mess of herself. With that, Song Haiken led the way, and after a moment's contemplation, Lu Yan followed. However, as they reached the top floor, Lu Yan suddenly felt lightheaded, a wave of warmth flooding his head. Observing Lu Yan's flushed face, Song Haiken's eyes gleamed with interest. Is that little alcohol affecting you already? Lu Yan shook his head gently, uncertainly murmuring a reply. His tolerance for alcohol was indeed not high, otherwise Song Shiryue would not have nearly lost control during their senior year. But surely just a sip could not have such a profound effect. Upon entering the room, Song Haiken gestured for him to go ahead. Before Lu Yan could utter a word, something collided with his back. With his heightened senses, he recognized the unmistakable soft touch of two delicate forms. Turning around, he found Song Shiryue clinging to his shirt, struggling to remain upright. Liu Yan, Shiryue has also drunk too much. With no other young ladies present today, I must trouble you to assist her. After all, caring for one is no different than caring for two. Song Haiken chuckled, a knowing glint in his eyes. He then closed the door behind him. Is he truly selling his own daughter? Lu Yan's expression darkened at the implication, were it not for the fact that Qin Miaomiao and Song Shiryue were each holding onto him. He would have rushed out to confront Song Haiken with fists flying. A cold smirk crossed Lu Yan's face as he lifted Song Shiryue's chin, her intoxicated features delicate and vulnerable, with red marks blossoming on her skin from his grip. Seeing how adept your father is at such tricks, it seems you've been sold more than once. With a mocking tone, Lu Yan tossed Song Shiryue onto the bed in the secondary chamber, showing no mercy toward the woman who had betrayed him. Just then, an unexpected sound, a soft, alluring sigh, caught Lu Yan's attention. In the next moment, two soft hands began to roam over his body. Hey, what are you doing? I must inform you that I am a respectable gentleman. Lu Yan quickly seized Qin Miaomiao's wandering hands and guided her into the master bedroom. It is so hot, she murmured, dazedly tugging at her dress, which was already shoulder length. With a mere tug, Lu Yan's eyes widened in shock, as if he had been hit by a wave of ice cream. Is there any surveillance here? In a fluster, Lu Yan hastily wrapped a blanket around Qin Miaomiao, unable to bear the thought of looking down at her. Master, all areas have been surveyed, and the footage has been edited before entry. Dream responded promptly. Having already taken care of everything, with Dream present, there would be no surveillance capturing Lu Yan's true state. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Song Haiken frowned as he observed 4 screens. In the secondary room, Song Shiryue had succumbed to sleep, while in the master bedroom, Qin Miaomiao appeared to be compliant. Liu Yan, on the other hand, was seated on the sofa, eyes closed in contemplation. Why isn't the drug taking effect? That is impossible. I spent a fortune on this compound. Alcohol combined with incense should have a significant after effect and leave no witnesses. I personally tested it beforehand. Why is it not working with Lu Yan? Frustrated, Song Haiken nearly smashed the monitors. In the presidential suite, the reality was that Lu Yan was already drenched in sweat, desperately attempting to restrain Qin Miaomiao while avoiding the temptation to look at her nearly exposed, exquisite figure. Song Haiken, you truly are relentless. Lu Yan found himself utterly at a loss. Despite all his calculations, he had overestimated his own caution and underestimated Song Haiken's cunning. He must have hidden the drug in an utterly inconspicuous place. Suddenly, the door behind him swung open, and before Lu Yan could react, he felt something wrap around his head, soft and warm. His vision was engulfed in darkness. Chapter 42, Song Shiryue in Cold Water. Qin Miaomiao has driven Lu Yan to the brink of madness. Lu Yan felt overwhelmed. With only 2 hands, he was utterly unable to fend off the assault from both sides. As one hand struggled to maintain control, various soft sensations overwhelmed his senses, leaving him unable to discern where he had been touched. Brother, a sultry voice echoed above him, sending electric shivers down his spine. The flush in his head intensified, engulfing him in dizziness. Song Shiryue suddenly leaned back, a complex sound escaping her lips, snapping Lu Yan back to reality. Without hesitation, he lifted Song Shiryue and strode into the bathroom. The icy water caused Song Shiryue to scream, jolting her dazed eyes into a semblance of clarity. She realized that she needed to cool down before emerging. Liu Yan, having said his piece, closed the door without a backward glance, sitting on the cold tiles, Song Shiryue felt utterly helpless. Although she had not completely lost her senses, the drug had amplified certain emotions within her. Now, with her mind somewhat clearer, she was engulfed in overwhelming shame and embarrassment, not from her earlier interactions with Lu Yan, nor from the embarrassing sounds she had made, but from the fact that Lu Yan had actually thrown her into the bathroom in this manner. He truly loathed her. He could not even be bothered to use a more dignified method of retaliation against her. Ha ha, under the shower, Song Shiryue chuckled bitterly, her head bowed. On the other side of the wall, an entirely different world unfolded. Liu Yan faced Qin Miaomio with no ill feelings, however, he was at a loss as to how to calm her down. Dream, assist me in resolving this situation. Liu Yan beseeched Dream for help. Method 1, engage in P. Change it, Lu Yan interjected loudly before Dream finished. Do you think this is Animal Planet? Method 2, manual service. Liu Yan was utterly perplexed, wondering if Dream had taken on the role of a customer service hotline. Depending on the dosage, manual removal can be an option. Dream's explanation caused Lu Yan's face to flush with embarrassment. Is there no other way? After some contemplation, he shook his head. They were not truly in a romantic relationship, and manual methods were absolutely out of the question. Method 3, seek external assistance. Alas, where on earth did you unearth such nonsensical information? Lu Yan's face darkened with displeasure. Am I to invite external assistance? If Qin Zhongyan knew, wouldn't he unleash a barrage of gunfire upon me? Indeed, my grandmother's words ring true. One can never be impoverished by food or drink, but one can suffer greatly from miscalculation. This time, I shall certainly remember this lesson. Lu Yan silently chastised himself for his earlier arrogance, believing that abstaining from sustenance would spare him from deception. Yet, in a moment of distraction, Qin Miaomio unexpectedly broke free from her restraints and leaped onto him like a monkey. Very well, before him lay an abyss of darkness once more. Liu Yan fought against the urge to teach Qin Miaomio a lesson akin to what he had done to Song Shiryue. He tore her arms apart, only to be met with a tumultuous upheaval. I feel so unwell, I beg you, save me. Qin Miaomio clearly struggled to maintain her composure, weeping as she clung tightly to Lu Yan. A friendly reminder: failing to eliminate the effects of the drug in a timely manner can cause significant harm to one's health. The spectacle was akin to throwing fuel on the fire. Such a wretched fate! Lu Yan howled to the heavens, and in the next moment, he rolled up his sleeves and turned his gaze towards Qin Miaomio. In the bathroom, Song Shiryue suddenly froze. Instinctively covering her ears upon hearing Qin Miaomio's voice, she did not wish to listen. She did not want to hear the sound of another woman with Lu Yan, yet, despite her desperate attempts to block it out, the sound relentlessly penetrated her ears, tormenting her body and nerves. At the old residence of the Yuan family in the capital, a spirited elder sat at the head of a spacious hall. This was Yuan Jinshi, the pillar of the Yuan family. Seated beside him were his weary sons, Yuan Lei, Yuan Ting, and Yuan Jin. Following them were the younger generation of the Yuan family. Grandfather Lu Yan now possesses a miraculous cancer treatment. Even though its exact efficacy remains uncertain, it poses a significant threat to our Yuan Wei group. Shouldn't we devise a plan to seize it? Yuan Baohua proposed, glancing at the solemn expressions of his elders. With the Yuan family's influence, acquiring a prescription from Lu Yan would be a trivial matter. Nonsense, Yuan Lei, the eldest uncle, slammed his palm upon the table. Do you think the dragon country belongs to the Yuan family? You can't simply go about seizing whatever you like. Even bandits wouldn't be so brazen. As the chief of staff of the military district in the capital, Yuan Lei was privy to matters concerning the Military Science Institute. Unfortunately, he had been unable to attend that day and thus missed Lu Yan's introduction of the anti-drone device. Nonetheless, he was aware that the commanding officer held Lu Yan in high regard. What Yuan Lei did not know was that the Peacekeeper laser interceptor was the true reason the commanding officer, Wang Haibo, valued Lu Yan. Regrettably, this information had long since become a state secret. Aside from those present that day, no one else would hear a whisper of it. Eldest brother, do not be angry. Baohua is merely considering the interests of the Yuan family. Yuan Jin interjected, attempting to mediate. Indeed, Lu Yan presents a bit of a conundrum, but fundamentally, it is Baohua's reckless actions that have led to this predicament. Were it not for your indirect role in the death of Lu Yan's grandmother, would we have been targeted by him? We would have been contemplating how to secure our share long ago. The second brother, Yuan Ting, furrowed his brow, casting a disapproving look at Yuan Baohua. They were all too aware of the kind of person their nephew was. Relying on the Yuan family's influence, he had become increasingly unruly over the years. If this continued, it would inevitably lead to an irreparable disaster. Yuan Jin wore a strained smile, while Yuan Baohua's face darkened with anger. He thumped his cane upon the ground. Enough, this is not the time for blame. the priority is to resolve the issue with Liu Yan. Yuan Jinshi cast a stoic glance over his descendants, his authoritative presence causing everyone to straighten their postures. This was the weight of the family head's prestige, untouchable and formidable. A father, shall I make contact, as the deputy minister of the Ministry of Industry? Yuan Ting's initiative to approach Liu Yan could be seen as a gesture of respect. Yuan Jinshi did not make an immediate decision, pondering for half a minute before shaking his head slightly. Let us wait a while longer. We can address it once we have news regarding the cancer treatment. Yuan Jinshi's instruction was succinct. Grandfather is right. Allowing the second uncle to meet him so easily would be too lenient, especially with those who are eager to see the Yuan family in disgrace. We cannot grant them that satisfaction. Yuan Bao's expression grew increasingly agitated. He was adamant about not wanting the Yuan family to bow to Liu Yan. It would be more unbearable than death. After all, he was merely a lucky country bumpkin. I refuse to believe he can procure anything of value. Yuan Bao's face twisted in a grimace. The cancer treatment and the anti-drone device in Liu Yan's possession could not possibly have been his own invention. What right did he have? He must have encountered someone in prison who provided him with this. It seems he will need to send someone to investigate thoroughly at the prison. What Liu Yan said earlier was surely a clumsy attempt at concealment. In the bedroom, Liu Yan sat exhausted upon the carpet, the battlefield behind him in disarray. Qin Miao resembled a boiled shrimp, her entire body flushed pink. Her labored breathing indicated that she had undoubtedly experienced something exhilarating moments prior. What torment have I endured? Liu Yan trembled as he reached for a bottle of mineral water from the bedside table. Despite possessing the strength of 400 kilograms, his hands shook as if he were a leaf in the wind, revealing the torment he had just endured. Suddenly a sharp sound echoed, causing Liu Yan's pupils to constrict. A delicate hand, soft as if lacking bones, had grasped his wrist. Following the arm, he beheld a stunning visage akin to blooming peach blossoms. Their gazes met, her fox-like eyes still brimming with vitality. Sister, that was 5 times, Liu Yan wailed, but almost immediately, Qin Miao's cries surpassed his own in intensity. Song Haiken, I curse your ancestors. Chapter 43, Exhibits of the Military Museum. Green Star. Liu Yan, in a daze, surveyed the dimly lit garage walls, suddenly feeling as though he had survived a catastrophe. He had truly lost count of how many times this had happened to in the end. Both of his hands had gone numb, and he could not even recall when he had become so fatigued that he fell asleep. How shall I face Qin Miao tomorrow? Just the thought of it makes my head ache. At this moment, Liu Yan could only hope that Qin Miao would remember nothing of the previous day. That way, perhaps both parties could avoid some awkwardness. Song Haiken, I shall not only bring you to the brink of ruin, but I also wish for you to experience this agony firsthand. That old hag, 100 times. Liu Yan ground his teeth in a low growl, revealing the depth of his hatred for the instigator. Song Haiken. At 31 is as fierce as a wolf, at 40 as fierce as a tiger, at 51 can suck the earth dry. He vowed to find 100 elderly women to torment Song Haiken, ensuring that he would suffer more than death to assuage his resentment. With such thoughts festering within him, Liu Yan fell into a deep slumber until morning. Clang, clang, the faint sound roused Liu Yan from his sleep. Turning his head, he saw Nan and Xiao Xian back to back, seemingly engrossed in some task. What are you two up to? Liu Yan sat up, stretching his arms before releasing a sigh of relief. Thankfully, my recovery abilities are remarkable. Good morning, sir. Nan and Xiao Xian, hearing his voice, quickly turned around, each holding a dry cloth with an air of caution. Water resources are scarce. Rudimentary cleaning can only be achieved with a dry cloth, yielding less than satisfactory results. Liu Yan nodded slightly, then disregarded whether the two girls could see him as he began to dress. In this post-apocalyptic world, adhering to unconventional behavior might raise suspicions. While dressing, Xiao Xian shyly lowered her head. An, however, boldly gazed at Liu Yan. Go call Su Qin to join us for breakfast. Liu Yan casually retrieved a backpack from the inner side of the bed and began to rummage through it. Brother Liu, good morning. Su Qin entered, greeting him sweetly. Drawing closer to Liu Yan and attempting to act coy, she had contemplated much the previous night. Given that he was injured and could not be too direct, she decided to engage in more flirtatious antics to cultivate their relationship, especially with the formidable twin rivals present. She felt compelled to put in extra effort. However, Anan was not the only one who viewed Su Qin as a rival. Su Qin herself dared not underestimate the twins. After a hearty meal, Su Qin, with grease smeared across her mouth, couldn't help but inwardly marvel at the amount she had consumed. This breakfast likely amounted to dozens of crystal cores. Yet, Liu Yan had consistently claimed he lacked the funds to redeem himself. Was there something amiss here? Brother Liu, have you truly consumed so much for breakfast? You won't be left impoverished, will you? Su Qin's eyes sparkled mischievously as she began to nuzzle against Lu Yan, subtly gauging his expression. Truly, she was well trained. Compared to the naive Anin and Xiao Xian, she was on an entirely different level. Lu Yan certainly noticed Su Qin's actions. Upon further reflection, he understood her underlying intentions. It was no wonder this woman was so vigilant. Consuming dozens of crystal cores in a single meal was indeed excessive. Lu Yan sighed deeply before continuing. The supplies provided to me by the organization allow me to retain only 1% of the sales. The rest must be submitted. Fortunately, they are generous with food provisions. Which is why you all can enjoy such good fortune. Anin and Xiao Xian were oblivious to the schemes between Lu Yan and Su Qin. They appeared as though they had uncovered a grand secret. Their lips slightly parted in shock. Meanwhile, Su Qin was clearly unsatisfied with this explanation and quickly pressed on. Brother Lu, can't you secretly sell the food? After all, if they wouldn't know, who told you they wouldn't know? Lu Yan replied, lowering his voice as he met Su Qin's gaze. Su Qin's breath hitched. Had she stumbled upon Lu Yan's core secret? With such a substantial stockpile of supplies, how could it be entrusted to me without oversight? I am merely the public executor. Naturally, there are clandestine monitors observing my actions. At this juncture, Lu Yan paused. Su Qin surely grasped the implications of his words. These fabrications had likely provided them with ample material for investigation over the past few days. After breakfast, Lu Yan made his way to the garage of Zhang Yongtao and the others. Do you know where I can find finished military equipment? Lu Yan had promised the commanding officer of the military district in the capital, Wang Haiba, that he would procure some finished military gear. This matter must be treated with the utmost seriousness. Finished military equipment? This is rather troublesome. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yongtao's aged face immediately contorted with concern. What trouble? Lu Yan inquired with curiosity. Since the establishment of the Green Star Alliance, all weapons and equipment have been dismantled and destroyed, hence, it is virtually impossible to find what you seek in the market. After Zhang Yongtao's statement, Lu Yan furrowed his brow. Is there truly nothing available? Lu Yan pressed on, unwilling to accept defeat. Zhang Yongtao fell silent, while the others exchanged glances. With the military disbanded, it was natural that there would be no weapons. This indeed posed a significant problem. Lu Yan sighed in frustration. Although not being able to procure something wouldn't spell disaster for him, it was nonetheless disappointing. This was not the outcome he had envisioned. Sir, I do know of a place where military equipment can still be obtained, though I am uncertain if it remains functional. Suddenly, Zhang Jizhong raised his hand, his face alight with excitement. Instantly, everyone subconsciously turned their attention toward him. Quickly, tell us the details, Lu Yan urged eagerly. The military museum. After Zhang Jizhong uttered this name, Zhang Yongtao and the others suddenly realized, while weapons and equipment had indeed been destroyed, humanity inevitably leaves behind remnants as historical testimony. The military museum serves as a repository for various arms and equipment. Is there a military museum in our city? How far is it? Is there a possibility that the collected equipment can still be operational? If not, can you repair it? Lu Yan bombarded them with a series of questions. A little over 10 minutes later, at the mission release area, Lu Yan navigated his way inside and quickly spotted a familiar face among the crowd, Captain Ma Tao of the Red Lion Squad. Captain Ma, Lu Yan approached to greet him. Lu, my dear brother, what brings you here today? Are you concocting another scheme for your elder brother? Ma Tao chuckled heartily, giving Lu Yan a hearty slap on the shoulder. Initially, he assumed that Lu Yan would buckle under his strength, but was astonished to find him completely unfazed. This left Ma Tao in awe. After all, he was an evolved being who had utilized second-generation serums. Yet Lu Yan appeared entirely unaffected by his might. It seemed he too had at least experienced the second-generation serum. Ma Tao's expression grew notably more cautious. As expected of Captain Ma, I indeed have a mission to release. Lu Yan conveyed his needs to him. The military museum. Most of the usable weapons have been taken. What remains are mostly auxiliary equipment requiring energy support, relics from several decades ago, even if they are functional. They hold no value today. Ma Tao clearly did not grasp why Lu Yan desired those items, deeming them entirely meaningless. Captain Ma, just proceed as I requested, and ensure the quantity of crystal cores is accurate. Lu Yan refrained from offering explanations. After finishing, he accompanied Ma Tao to assess the mission's difficulty. 10 minutes later, Lu Yan submitted 1,000 crystal cores. Ma Tao signaled to his subordinates, and they exited the gathering area directly. The task was simpler than the previous laboratory mission. However, due to the quantity of items Lu Yan required, the number of crystal cores remained substantial. Once the mission was arranged, Lu Yan pondered briefly before also leaving the gathering area. In the daily supply transport, however, the reception at shop number 1 had changed due to Su Qin's departure. "Hello, Mr. Lu, I will be at your service from now on," a slightly less alluring woman than Su Qin approached with a sweet voice. It seems Su Qin's backing had indeed produced a plethora of attractive women. Lu Yin mused internally as he swiftly completed the transaction. "Are there any grade 3 crystal cores left? I still require quite a few." Lu Yin did not hold back, immediately requesting grade 3 crystal cores. Though Su Qin had previously mentioned their scarcity, Lu Yin did not believe that money could not sway the unyielding. He insisted on acquiring 1,100 grade 3 crystal cores and 1,000 units of third-generation serums. To expand his space, he needed an additional 100 cores. After discovering that the previous 100 cores could still be used to expand, he learned from the system that space expansion was cumulative. This time, he could increase it by 2 cubic meters, bringing the total to 4 cubic meters. As for the next time he required grade 4 crystal cores, the space would reach 8 cubic meters. If he disregarded the upper limits and acquisition difficulties of crystal cores, the dimensions of Lu Yan's space would be exceedingly formidable. "Mr. Lu, the last batch of grade 3 crystal cores was procured through a perilous exchange several kilometers away. The risks were considerable, and the price is likely to." The woman's voice dripped with calculation. After speaking, her alluring eyes fixated intently on Lu Yan. Truly a prime asset. It was unfortunate that it fell into the hands of that promiscuous Su Qin. Chapter 44. Xin Mianmian's reaction surprised everyone. "I've received another task from above, and I must comply. As for the price," Lu Yan paused momentarily. "I can accept any reasonable range, but if it exceeds too much, I will have to seek other partners." Upon hearing this, the woman's expression faltered, unable to maintain her composure. Setting aside Lu Yan's secrets for now, the profits he had brought in over these past few days were already substantial. Moreover, within the gathering area of the new nation, shop number 1 was not without its competitors. "Mr. Lu, we have collaborated numerous times, and the boss regards you as a highly esteemed customer. If possible, we will do our utmost to serve you." The woman stepped closer to Lu Yan, clearly attempting to employ a charm offensive akin to Su Qin's. However, Lu Yan did not reciprocate her advances. "I trust your boss is a person of foresight. I have no desire to expend effort establishing another connection, therefore, please assist me in procuring as many grade 3 crystal cores as possible, with a minimum quantity of 1,000. Before long, Lu Yan departed. Sister Li emerged from the shadows, her expression grave, her thoughts inscrutable. "Sister Li, grade 3 crystal cores are already considered vital reserve resources, and their prices remain high. Should we take the risk to exchange for them? Could there be any?" Xan Bauer respectfully inquired, her gaze lowered. "1 grade 3 crystal core, after deductions, would yield approximately 200 cores in profit. 1,000 cores would amount to 200,000. For shop no. 1. This was an exorbitant figure. Even higher tier shops would require significant business to handle such a sum. This week our targets have already surpassed last month's achievements. Why not take the risk? Do you wish to remain confined to this small gathering area, waiting to be handed over to some man with a mouthful of yellowed teeth?" Sister Li's words made Xan Bauer, who had been bowing her head, shudder. Who would want that, if given a choice? She would prefer to live in the largest gathering area right now, even if it meant selling herself. At least she could command a decent price. In the garage before dusk, Lu Yan had traded over 30,000 grade 1 crystal cores. It was only when Ma Tao and the others returned, weary from their efforts, that he nearly sold out the supplies in his space. "Lu, you did not disappoint. We managed to bring back 4 pieces of equipment. The others were simply too large for us to manage." Ma Tao placed the 4 mechanical devices of various sizes on the ground. "Thank you for your hard work, Captain Ma. I will reach out to you if anything comes up," Lu Yan said courteously before Ma Tao and his team departed in a lively manner. 1,000 crystal cores a day, while not substantial, was enough for each person to indulge for 2 days, which naturally delighted them. "Zhang Gong, could you check if these devices are still operational?" Lu Yan called over Zhang Yongtao and the others for inspection. "The mechanical aspects will need to be evaluated by Wang Gong." An elderly man of modest stature began examining the equipment. "This is a signal jammer, this is an electromagnetic pulse device, and this is a first-generation artificial skeleton." Wang Lin gazed at the items as if they were treasures, rattling off various names as he went. "Wang Gong, how are the items?" Lu Yan interrupted his soliloquy. "I will check them and inform you of the situation by tomorrow morning," after Wang Lin replied. He began tinkering with the devices. Lu Yan chose not to disturb him further. With the competition only half a month away, there was ample time to transport these items. After stowing the gold from this acquisition into his space, He prepared to sleep and returned to Blue Star, where a mess awaited his attention, as he closed his eyes to rest just as Lu Yen was on the verge of drifting into slumber. He heard a rustling sound beneath him. Startled awake, he refrained from reaching for his weapon due to prior experiences. However, upon lifting the covers, he was taken aback. What on earth? Lu Yen glared with annoyance. Sir, you've worked tirelessly all day. Allow me to help alleviate your fatigue, Xiao Xian said sweetly, though even with prior mental preparation, she felt a pang of anxiety at that moment. Did I not make it clear that I do not require your assistance? Lu Yen groaned, his head pounding, yet his words seemed to have little effect now. An was evidently determined to succeed today, regardless of the consequences. Lu Yen was, after all, a normal man. In Blue Star, he held numerous concerns. But on Green Star, his defenses were noticeably lower. The day's events had pushed him to his limits. Whatever will be, will be. On Blue Star, Lu Yen awoke to find the room dimly lit. Turning his head, he saw Qin Mianmian soundly asleep, seemingly lost in her dreams. Lu Yen stood and approached the bathroom door, only to find it empty. Had she left? That was preferable, as it would spare him from any complications. In a private hospital in the capital, Song Shuriwa lay in her hospital bed, her face pale and 2-4 drips attached, indicating a serious condition. The damage to her body is quite severe. She will likely need several days of recuperation, the doctor stated seriously to a middle-aged woman. Once the doctor departed, Song Haiken, in a fit of agitation, scolded the middle-aged woman. What are you crying about? Isn't it your fault to be rejected even when presented on a silver platter? Song Haiken's reprimands only deepened the pallor on Song Shuyua's face. Had she truly erred? Yet at that time, she had no means to reach out to them. Morning broke. Lu Yen felt a constriction in his breathing, ultimately waking up in distress. The instigator of it all was none other than Qin Miaomiao. This woman exhibited no semblance of a graceful sleeping posture. Unbeknownst to her, she had intertwined herself around him like an octopus while sleeping. Half an hour later, Qin Miaomiao finally awoke, her eyes meeting those of Lu Yen, who had been awake for quite some time. It was not that Lu Yen had no desire to rise early, it was simply that the octopus-like grip of Miaomiao was too formidable. Unless he resorted to sheer brute force, there was no way to extricate her from his embrace. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, the two remained in silent contemplation. Lu Yen found himself at a loss for words. Their candid encounter in the early morning surely suggested something had transpired. Meanwhile, Qin Miaomiao was lost in the memories of the previous day. Indeed, she had not lost her recollection at all. On the contrary, her memories were vivid, even retaining much of the nonsensical utterances she had exclaimed while he was detoxifying her. How could she endure this? Her once impeccable reputation felt utterly tarnished by yesterday's events. Ahem. Lu Yen, unable to bear the tension any longer, cleared his throat twice, prompting a start from Qin Miaomiao. Miaomiao, about yesterday, that. Lu Yen found himself regretting not having paid more attention to his language studies back in school. His mind was a blank, leaving him uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. Was it Song Haiken who had poisoned her? How despicable to scheme even against his own daughter! Qin Miaomiao exhibited a level of rationality far surpassing Lu Yan's expectations. Even to the point of surprising him with her calm demeanor. Shouldn't a girl in such a predicament be weeping and wailing? Why was she acting as if nothing had happened? It was undoubtedly a scheme of Song Haiken. Yet she had indeed suffered an undeserved misfortune. However, fortunately they had not. Before Lu Yen could finish his thought, Qin Miaomiao instinctively covered his mouth, her face flushed. I remember everything. The 4 words plunged them back into silence. Some memories were best left unexamined. The burden of truth was too great to bear. In unison, Lu Yen and Qin Miaomiao mentally lamented this reality. Yet, following his moment of frustration, Lu Yan's expression suddenly turned grave. Regardless of the circumstances, Miaomiao, as a girl, had certainly suffered greatly in helping me. Such matters must have come at a significant cost. To atone for my mistake, I promise you one thing, no matter how difficult it may be. Should you express a desire, I will ensure it is fulfilled. Lu Yen did not indulge in platitudes about what was within his capabilities. Given his current situation, the requests Qin Miaomiao might make would be few and far between. Therefore, he boldly made a grand declaration. Chapter 45. Qin Miaomiao. Lu Yen, grant me a request. The members of the Qin family were restless. Qin Miaomiao had not anticipated Lu Yan's sudden pledge, leaving her momentarily astonished. It was not that she undervalued herself or believed she was unworthy of compensation from Lu Yen, nor was she overly liberated in this regard. Rather, she possessed a carefree disposition, maintaining a remarkably innocent perspective on relationships. Even more so than Lu Yen, the reason for her astonishment lay primarily in the fact that, given the circumstances within the Qin family, even if they had not engaged in any tangible relations, She would never have dared to make unreasonable demands, she simply could not, nor did she dare. The deeper she delved into this circle, the more she understood Lu Yan's significance to the family. Any request is acceptable. After calming her emotions, she could not resist sitting up straight, curiosity evident in her voice. Yes, anything. Lu Yan nodded without hesitation. However, his expression soon grew awkward, and he slightly turned his head away. Qin Miaomiao seemed to sense something amiss. After casting a glance downward, her fair cheeks flushed, and she hastily pulled the blanket over herself. Her heart raced. How had she spent so long conversing with Lu Yan in such a state? I'll head to the bathroom first. You can tidy up. Lu Yan quickly dressed and made his way to the bathroom. His earlier gaze was not merely for his own amusement but rather due to the conspicuous bruises on Qin Miaomiao's body that he had inadvertently caused. Most of these marks were the result of his efforts to restrain her, while others were collateral damage from the detoxification process. Although unintentional, the sight was undeniably tragic, and his heart bore a weight of guilt. Half an hour later, outside the hotel, Lu Yan bid farewell to Qin Miaomiao and, after some contemplation, contacted Qin Shuemeng. It was time to address the matter of the cancer treatment drug. The stock price of Yanwei Group had fallen too slowly. He needed to provide them with another surprise. At the Chinese Academy of Sciences, upon encountering Lu Yan, Qin Shuemeng was exceedingly excited and promptly led him to the director's office. Mr. Lu, the efficacy of this cancer treatment drug is nothing short of miraculous. If the data holds true, cancer will soon be as trivial as a common cold. The director grasped Lu Yan's hand fervently, shaking it vigorously. Such an achievement was indeed worthy of historical recognition. Qin Shuemeng was equally generous with his praise. With millions of cancer patients each year, the number of lives this drug could save is unimaginable. If I may be a little superstitious, this is truly a monumental contribution. I wish for the Academy to endorse me and disseminate the news of the cancer treatment drug as swiftly as possible. In return, I shall provide the Academy with a 5% share of the profits. Lu Yan was unconcerned about the substantial profits he was offering. As long as his demands were met, he was satisfied. Money held little significance for him. It was merely a numerical representation. Yet, while Lu Yan remained indifferent, the director and Qin Shuemeng were unable to contain their excitement. Even if they were not merchants, they understood the unimaginable benefits that awaited them. The Chinese Academy of Sciences, despite being a national institution, was not immune to financial constraints. That 5 could support countless research projects and foster significant scientific advancements for the Dragon Nation. Mr. Lu, on behalf of the Academy, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your support of the nation. I will arrange for everything immediately. The news will soon be known internationally. The director, nearly overwhelmed with excitement, began to organize various matters. A storm was poised to sweep across the Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Qin Miaomiao headed to the bathroom to wash away her fatigue. Everything that had transpired yesterday felt like a surreal dream. Her mind was in disarray. Miaomiao, where did you go last night? That Lu Yan. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open, and a middle-aged woman clad in military green rushed in. Mom, could you please refrain from barging in unannounced? Qin Miaomiao lamented without turning her head. Why don't you mention how you never close the door when you shower? Lu Xiuling, unfazed by her daughter's tone, instinctively retorted. Such was the dynamic of their mother-daughter relationship. However, upon noticing her daughter's figure beneath the shower, Lu Xiuling's casual demeanor evaporated. Miaomiao, what happened to you? Who did this to you? The bruises scattered across her daughter's delicate back were glaringly apparent, but they paled in comparison to the significant bruising on her legs. Who would dare inflict such harm upon his precious daughter? Especially in such private areas. Mom, what are you talking about? No one hurt me. Qin Miaomiao instinctively turned at her mother's words, only for Lu Xiuling's pupils to dilate in horror. The sight in front was even more alarming. The prominent bruises were evidently shaped like fingerprints. They were clearly inflicted by someone, not merely the result of an accident. The realization of the worst possible outcome sent Lu Xiuling's heart plummeting. Within the Qin family villa, Qin Haiqing, Qin Yushi, Qin Shuemeng, and Qin Zhongyan were all present. However, the family patriarch, Qin Yaohua, was still recuperating in the hospital and did not occupy the main seat. Elder brother, while Lu Yan has indeed been a benefactor to the Qin family, we cannot allow Miaomiao to. I don't care. He must give me an explanation. Lu Xiuling, her face cold, turned to Qin Haiqing, demanding justice. Beside her, Qin Miaomiao's expression was filled with helplessness and embarrassment. She had already explained the circumstances. Yet her mother refused to listen, summoning the entire family. Her dignity was already compromised, and now it felt utterly obliterated. Miaomiao, is it true what Auntie said? Lu Yan actually shared a bed with you? Qin Yuan, who had previously encountered Lu Yan in the hospital, leaned closer to Qin Miao, her smile tinged with curiosity. How bold of her cousin to engage in such intimacy right from their first meeting. TSK, don't spread rumors. I was merely coerced by Song Haikin yesterday, and it was all for the sake of detoxification. It was nothing like what you think. Qin Miao shot a glare at Qin Yuan. Baring her teeth in frustration, such a wicked woman, not only did she show no concern, but she also reveled in her misfortune. She would surely exact revenge in due time, as Qin Miao mentally catalogued her grievances against her cousin. A sudden voice interrupted her thoughts. What? He couldn't possibly hold back, could he? Qin Mengmeng, the eldest of the three sisters, chimed in, her tone deceptively sweet yet ferociously sharp despite her charming appearance and petite stature. Qin Mengmeng's true nature was that of a cunning and venomous witch. In contrast, Qin Miao exhibited a level of maturity that belied her years. Perhaps it was her multifaceted charisma that led many to mistakenly believe she was the eldest among the Qin daughters. He couldn't. Nonsense, Qin Miao instinctively scoffed. Although she had been somewhat disoriented due to the poison, her memories remained crystal clear. At one point, that man had nearly lost control. The intensity was comparable to steel. And it was indeed terrifying. While the three sisters whispered amongst themselves, the parents were left in a state of utter bewilderment. The daughters of the Qin family had been wronged by a man, and they could not simply let it slide. Yet, that man was Lu Yan. This posed a significant dilemma. Today, Vice Minister of National Security Qin Haiqing had been commended for his recent stellar performance. Senior researcher Qin Shuemeng had also received accolades from the director. Similarly, Special Operations Brigade member Qin Zhongyan had been praised by Commander Wang Haiba. Even Qin Yushi, the business-savvy president, had garnered compliments from representatives of several internationally renowned venture capital firms, who were eager to discuss financing opportunities with her, offering investments and equity stakes that felt akin to free money. She once felt that the other party must have been out of their mind. It wasn't until the very end that she realized the chain reaction was actually triggered by the transfer of her pharmaceutical factory to Lu Yan. What could Lu Yan possibly want with a pharmaceutical factory? Those in the know would undoubtedly understand that it was intrinsically linked to the development of a groundbreaking cancer treatment. What role does Qin Yushi play in all of this, even if no one knew? There were certainly some who would be willing to take a gamble. Winning would be akin to stepping aboard a financial giant poised for takeoff. So how on earth could the Qin family manage this enchanting affair? It was completely unfathomable. That Lu Yan told me at the time that he would grant me one request. Anything could be proposed. Qin Miao, like an eager elementary student, suddenly raised her hand and then uttered a statement that sent the hearts of the four Qin siblings into a frenzy. Any request could be made. Qin Haiqing's first thought was to ask for a promotion. Qin Shuemeng's first thought was to present another astonishing research project. Qin Zhongyan's first thought was to procure military equipment. Qin Yushi's first thought was a partnership for the cancer treatment. Qin Miao felt the intensity of four burning gazes upon her, and a prickling sensation coursed through her body. Why did it seem like the atmosphere had suddenly shifted? What was the reason for this? Chapter 46. Are you sure this is what you want? Has the stock price of Yanwei Group hit the floor? Miao, did Lu Yan truly say any request could be made? Qin Zhongyan finally broke the eerie silence. Yes, Qin Miao was oblivious to what her uncle, father, and aunt were thinking. She instinctively nodded in agreement. Then can you ask him if he can procure a piece of military equipment? Preferably something suitable for individual combat. Qin Zhongyan. Lu Xiuling's lion-like roar made Qin Zhongyan shrink back. I was just asking. Qin Zhongyan chuckled awkwardly. Your daughter is being bullied, and you turn around to ask for something? What kind of father are you? Lu Xiuling almost pointed her finger at Qin Zhongyan's forehead. If you can't fight or scold, and since nothing has been truly set in stone yet, isn't it better to just settle things quietly in the end? Qin Zhongyan muttered under his breath, clearly having seen through the situation long ago. Qin Miao is his beloved daughter. If it were someone else, he would have already broken their legs, but Lu Yan and the Qin family were simply untouchable. Quit your mumbling. If you don't handle this matter, don't expect to sleep in my bed. Lu Xiuling huffed angrily, yet her threat only made the younger generation stifle their laughter. Aunt San was indeed as fierce as ever. Completely disregarding who was present, this trait was one that Qin Miao had inherited and magnified. Qin Zhongyan's face turned crimson from his wife's chastisement, but after all these years, he had developed a certain resilience. Knowing that they had reached an impasse, he thought it would be better to ask the military for some benefits. Once Qin Zhongyan voiced this thought, even Lu Xiuling's anger subsided somewhat. As soldiers, they, as a couple, certainly held great affection for their country and its military. Do you really think Lu Yan is all-powerful, able to provide whatever is requested? Lu Xiuling finally huffed in a somewhat petulant manner. This statement did serve to calm the emotions of the Qin brothers. Indeed, their ideas were quite good, but Lu Yan was not a wish-granting machine able to provide everything desired. Miao Miao, Qin Zhongyan, having not noticed the expressions of Qin Haiqing and the others, focused his gaze directly on Qin Miao Miao. You should call Lu Yan and tell him you want the most advanced individual combat equipment available. Let's see what he says. If he cannot fulfill this, then he ought to provide a reasonable explanation. Given the circumstances, Qin Zhongyan's suggestion received unanimous approval from the Qin family, since Lu Yan had promised he could entertain requests. Then if he failed to deliver, he could not blame them. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Qin Miao Miao finally took out her phone and dialed the number for Lu Yan saved in the hotel contacts. Beep beep beep. In an instant, everyone was straining to hear the voice coming from the speaker. However, Lu Yan did not pick up for quite some time, creating a palpable tension in the atmosphere. Qin Zhongyan did not hold out much hope, but it felt as though Lu Yan was refusing to acknowledge his daughter. Hello. Suddenly, Lu Yan's voice came through the line, and Qin Miao Miao, disregarding the reactions of those around her, hurriedly leaned closer to the phone resting on the coffee table. Lu Yan, this is Miao Miao. Qin Miao Miao's voice was slightly dry, yet it carried an unexpected allure, almost husky. What can I do for you, Miao Miao? Lu Yan's tone possessed a warmth absent in his interactions with others. It wasn't quite that of a romantic interest, yet it was more intimate than that of mere acquaintances. Everyone present could pick up on this. Qin Yuan's teasing whisper was pitched low, yet Qin Miao Miao still caught it. Initially unbothered, an inexplicable warmth crept into her cheeks. This was entirely different from her usual carefree demeanor. You mentioned earlier that I could make a request? Yes, what would you like? Lu Yan replied without hesitation. The Qin family collectively exhaled, relieved. It seemed she wasn't merely trying to take advantage. Qin Zhongyan nodded at Qin Miao Miao, who took a deep breath before articulating, I currently wish to obtain the most advanced individual combat equipment. On the other end of the line, Lu Yan fell silent. The Qin family held their breaths, waiting with bated anticipation. After a full 5 seconds, Lu Yan finally spoke. You want individual combat equipment? The teasing lilt in Lu Yan's voice prompted instinctive exchanges of glances between Qin Zhongyan and Lu Xiuling. This was undeniably awkward. Qin Miao Miao would never dare to outright request military equipment, as it was blatantly clear that this was a request from Qin Zhongyan and his wife. The feeling was akin to extorting a dowry from their son-in-law. How embarrassing. No problem, I just happen to have what you need. I was contemplating whether to give it to Commander Wang Haiba, but now that dilemma is resolved. I'll prepare it in the next couple of days and get in touch with you. Lu Yan was unconcerned about who the request originated from, as long as it came from Qin Miao Miao, that sufficed. Yet, Lu Yan's nonchalance did not translate to calmness for the Qin family, particularly for Qin Zhongyan and his wife. Lu Yan had actually acquiesced. Moreover, he was willing to give them something he had intended for his superior, Commander Wang Haiba. This felt like the fragrant journey, and the gentle waves of thought turned into a contemplation of the ensuing consequences. Yo, how despicable. After hanging up, Qin Miao Miao noticed her elders were each lost in their thoughts, occasionally casting her peculiar glances that were utterly confounding. What is it? Why the strange expressions? It's so perplexing. Miao Miao, Lu Yan actually agreed to your request. Though we don't know the quality of the item, at least he is a man of his word, Qin Yuan whispered in Qin Miao Miao's ear, expressing her astonishment. It seems quite promising. You've managed to strike a good deal. Qin Mengmeng chimed in. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Qin Miao Miao rolled her eyes dramatically, exuding a playful charm. News from Xinhua. The Chinese Academy of Sciences releases a clinical report on an effective cancer treatment. Cancer may soon be thoroughly overcome. Exclusive interview with American Barbecue TV. This year's Nobel Prize in Medicine is all but guaranteed to be awarded to the Dragon Kingdom. Celebrations abound. A blessing for cancer patients. A torrent of news swept across the Dragon Kingdom, with various trending discussions and comments flooding the internet. Cancer could be completely cured. This revelation was a tremendous surprise for everyone, as no one could guarantee whether they or their loved ones would fall ill. However, as the excitement grew, the most heated discussions began to revolve around the final pricing of the medication. Some claimed it would be $1 million, others suggested $2 million. After all, a targeted treatment for a specific type of cancer had already been released, but its efficacy fell below 70. Nevertheless, even at that rate, the cost per injection soared to $1.2 million. With the advent of a treatment boasting a 99% success rate, a higher price seemed only justifiable. Yet, for ordinary patients without insurance or financial backing, even $1 million could lead to utter financial ruin. the glimmer of hope was now overshadowed by despair due to priced IT was a tragically ironic conclusion, while the internet buzzed with excitement. Lu Yan remained largely unfazed. He had already arrived at a pharmaceutical factory. Accompanying him was none other than Qin Yushi. Mr. Lu, this pharmaceutical factory has been operational, but its products have not captured a significant market share in the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Yushi provided a tour while detailing the factory's situation. Today, they were joined by others as well. Qin Shuemeng was among them, flanked by several solemn-faced individuals. Qin Shuemeng had come as a representative of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Given that the factory owned a 5% stake in the profits of the others represented the state-owned Dragon Kingdom Pharmaceutical Group, yet their visit was notably low-profile. After the tour in the factory's conference room, all the technical staff and the factory director were intently reviewing a report. This report detailed the production line for the cancer treatment. Effective immediately, the factory will cease operations, and I want the largest workshop cleared out. Lu Yan commanded from his seat at the head of the table, his gaze sweeping across everyone. Additionally, procure machines from around the world, regardless of cost. I expect the factory to begin installation and debugging within a week. For any machines that cannot be acquired, provide me with a list. I will handle it. Even those present, including Qin Yushi, had mentally prepared for this moment, yet the sheer impact of Lu Yan's words was still unfathomable. Was he truly aiming to soar to the heavens and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Chapter 47. A sudden fire at the pharmaceutical factory, Lu Yan and Qin Yushi trapped in the blaze. Once everyone had exited the conference room, only Qin Yushi and Qin Shuemeng remained. Mr. Lu, the funds needed to purchase the machinery are substantial. What are your plans? Qin Yushi carefully chose her words, however, after she spoke. She felt a slight heat in her cheeks. Several billion is an astronomical sum for an ordinary person, yet for large enterprises or publicly listed companies, it hardly posed a challenge even for someone like her, whose company was not particularly large. It was an amount she could manage. Her proposal was nothing more than a desire to invest some money and follow Lu Yan for a taste of success. However, even a fool could foresee the staggering profits that the pharmaceutical company would yield in the future. Investing at this juncture was akin to picking up money off the street. I intended to collaborate with the upper management, offering a 40% stake in the pharmaceutical company. Upon hearing Lu Yan's words, both Qin Yushi and Qin Shuemeng displayed expressions of shock, only to quickly regain their composure. Lu Yan was willing to cede 40% of the profits to the state, likely in exchange for unobstructed access in all aspects. It seemed he was indeed astute, understanding that relinquishing a portion of profits would mitigate potential risks. As a businesswoman, Qin Yushi couldn't help but marvel at Lu Yan's willingness to make such a substantial sacrifice. After all, 40% was no trifling matter. It could easily translate to trillions being thrown away. The mere thought was exhilarating. Following her moment of astonishment, Qin Yushi let out a deep sigh, with Lu Yan already resolved to collaborate with the state. There was little she could say. With the government stepping in, her modest company had no hope of entering the fray. Lu Yan, oblivious to Qin Yushi's disheartenment, exited the office building. Outside, the largest production workshop of the pharmaceutical company had already commenced construction with a cacophony of sounds. The efficiency was commendable. Glancing at the time, Lu Yan noted that there were no pressing matters ahead, so he decided to meander through the workshop. Mr. Lu, have you seen the news? Yuan Wei Group's stock has plummeted by 20% and hit the limit down. Qin Yushi, aware of the animosity between Lu Yan and Yuan Baohua, mentioned it as a mere jest. This is just the beginning. Lu Yan had merely unveiled the first move. He wasn't particularly concerned if the other party collapsed swiftly, it would be rather dull otherwise. Qin Yushi was unaware of Lu Yan's thoughts or hidden cards, but she couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the Yuan family, given the confidence radiating from Lu Yan's face. Mr. Lu, Ms. Qin, this area is too hazardous. You should leave at once. The vice factory director in charge of the construction rushed over upon seeing the two of them. All right, Lu Yan nodded and started towards the exit. He was merely passing the time, yet life is often rife with drama. Just as Lu Yan had taken a few steps, a thick cloud of smoke surged into the corridor. Everyone was taken aback. The raw material warehouse is on fire. Run outside, someone shouted, and in the next moment, a crowd surged towards the exit. Lu Yan reacted swiftly. Hurry, he barked, pulling Qin Yushi along as they fled. His physical prowess far surpassed that of Qin Yushi, and almost instantly she stumbled and fell with a creaking sound from his shoes. Lu Yan bent down and effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Run! With smoke billowing around them, Lu Yan held his breath and sprinted forward, navigating the unfamiliar terrain back the way they had come. But within mere seconds, boom, the explosion struck without warning. Liu Yan felt an immense force slam into him, and the next moment, he was hurled backward. The sounds of chaos erupted around him, clattering and crashing filled the air. Liu Yan sensed objects crashing down nearby, but the impact of the explosion dulled his senses, rendering him momentarily dazed. As the noise diminished, he struggled to sit up. A wave of heat washed over him. In his line of sight, flames spread ominously in the near distance, igniting various debris on the ground. The fire could reach him at any moment. Almost instinctively, Liu Yan disregarded his dizziness and pain, scrambling to his feet and retreating, yet, just a few steps in, the familiar sight of a white dress made him grit his teeth and change course. Ultimately, just as the flames threatened to singe his back, he crashed through a door, the maintenance room. Various repair tools were neatly arranged, yet Liu Yan's heart sank. This was a dead end. The room was entirely enclosed. With no escape in sight, turning back, he saw that the flames had completely blocked the corridor. There was no retreat. Qin Yushi, nestled in Liu Yan's arms, let out a pained groan before gradually regaining consciousness. However, as soon as she awoke, her eyes widened in horror at the terrifying inferno outside. Even someone as composed as Qin Yushi could not help but turn pale in such a dire situation. Her voice momentarily lost. With a thud, the iron door slammed shut. Liu Yan gently set Qin Yushi down on the ground. There is no way out here. We must use this room to shield ourselves from the flames. The iron door should protect us from the fire, but the smoke and lack of oxygen could easily claim our lives. Liu Yan forced himself to remain calm, pacing anxiously in front of the iron door. Although he could venture into the wasteland to search for life-saving equipment, such as oxygen tanks or gas masks, he needed to be asleep to do so. In their current predicament, sleep was only attainable through medication or alcohol, neither of which were viable options. The suffocating smoke and lack of oxygen could very well prove fatal before any drug or alcohol could take effect. He absolutely could not resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary. What are we going to do? Liu Yan, Qin Yushi, still reeling and weakened, struggled to even stand. In the blink of an eye, smoke began seeping through the gaps around the iron door. We can't let the smoke in. We must seal the gaps, Liu Yan instinctively shouted, scanning the room for something to block the smoke. However, the maintenance room offered nothing but tools. What could they use? Use your clothes. Liu Yan's mind raced. And he finally thought of his own garments. After exclaiming this, he wasted no time stripping off his clothes and stuffing them into the door's seams. Yet, with the onset of autumn, Liu Yan had very few articles of clothing. He barely managed to block half the gaps, leaving the remaining smoking crevices beyond his capability. Use mine. A white dress was thrust into his hands. Liu Yan turned instinctively, only to find Qin Yushi standing behind him. Clad in nothing but her inner garments, standing at 170 cm, she resembled a model, her figure strikingly tall and slender. Without her dress, the pearl-heeled sandals on her feet looked particularly out of place. Her skin was as flawless as snow, and her silhouette, although delicate, exuded an indescribable allure. While her waist may not have boasted the exaggerated curves of Qin Miao Miao, her ample bosom was even more impressive. Had the situation not been so urgent, Liu Yan would never have turned back to gaze at such a captivating sight. The white dress was completely wedged into the gap, leaving less than half a meter at the bottom where smoke continued to seep in. Coughing, Liu Yan inhaled a small breath, and his face turned purple. This was no ordinary smoke. It was laden with toxic substances and chemical fumes. A few breaths of this could spell disaster. This smoke is highly poisonous. We must seal all the gaps. Give me the last 2 pieces, Liu Yan commanded as he removed the last article of clothing, bending down to stuff it into the seams. Qin Yushi was acutely aware that this was not the time for her mind to wander. Yet Liu Yan's back was turned to her as he bent down, creating an unintentional distraction. Just as she was about to lose herself in thought, Liu Yan turned to face her. His outstretched hand made his intentions abundantly clear. Qin Yushi felt the years of cultivated composure and indifference begin to crack. Was he really so brazen as to demand her last articles of clothing? What was she to do if she wanted to rebuke him? With the smoke seeping in, how could she possibly remove her last garments in front of Liu Yan? I'll turn around and not look at you. Just hurry and give me what I need. If we end up suffocating here, we'll become a laughingstock. Liu Yan turned his back to her and urged, what does it matter now? If we die in this state, the embarrassment would be unbearable. Chapter 48. Are we to die here? A new era of soldiers. With a rustling sound, Liu Yan felt soft fabric in his palm, still warm from her body, but at that moment, he had no time for distractions. Quickly stuffing the material into the gap, he managed to block most of it at least the visible black smoke had ceased. Liu Yan exhaled deeply, relieved for the moment. He turned to face Qin Yushi. Their eyes meeting, and to his surprise, they both instinctively dropped their gazes simultaneously. It was a purely instinctual response, devoid of conscious thought. Liu Yan awkwardly turned away, while Qin Yushi also turned to shield herself from him. At that moment, they could only focus on the present. The sound of metal warping echoed clearly in the quiet maintenance room. Liu Yan, positioned in front of the iron door, sensed the growing heat radiating from it. Taking a step closer, he realized the temperature was rising alarmingly. While the door wouldn't melt, the fabric they had just stuffed inside wouldn't hold up for long, and they needed to cool it down. Without a second thought, Liu Yan acted on impulse. Since Qin Yushi had her back turned in embarrassment, he waved his hand, and 10 boxes of mineral water appeared on the floor. These had been prepared earlier that morning as provisions for the wasteland. Just in case he needed to venture out, little did he know how vital this preparation would become. The door is heating up. Hurry, use the water to cool it down. Liu Yan began opening several bottles and splashing water onto the iron door. Steam billowed upward. As Qin Yushi turned around, she was taken aback by the sight of water vapor rising from the door. Forgetting her embarrassment, she rushed over to join him. However, after a few moments of pouring, her expression grew increasingly awkward. In the confines of her clothing, she hadn't noticed before, but now that she was unrestricted, her curves were quite pronounced. I can't lend any strength, I'm just a burden. RNTI, she lamented inwardly, feeling utterly out of her element. Meanwhile, Liu Yan's peripheral vision was equally captivating. It was his first time witnessing such a lively scene. He summoned all his composure to force himself not to turn away. 10 boxes of water were soon poured out, extinguishing more than half of the flames. Fortunately, the temperature of the iron gate had diminished, and their clothes, drenched, were not easily susceptible to burning or damage. Liu Yan sat on the ground without any regard for his image. Qin Yushi fared little better. Her posture was elegant enough to obscure most of the chaos around them. The fire showed no signs of extinguishing anytime soon. She hoped that this water would suffice. Liu Yan, gazing at the iron gate that had begun to emit white steam again, could not help but furrow his brow. The worry etched on Qin Yushi's face became increasingly pronounced. Gritting her teeth, she stood and walked toward the water box. In the prime of her life, she had no desire to die in such a humiliating manner. Liu Yan offered no assistance. Qin Yushi had enough resolve to gradually cool things down. As the water supply was dwindling, it was imperative to conserve it, rather than squander it as they had at the outset. After emptying 2 bottles, Liu Yan noticed that Qin Yushi's face seemed to grow increasingly flushed. How about I take over? You seem to be struggling with the heat, he suggested. After resting for a moment, Liu Yan took a bottle of water to relieve her of her duty. Qin Yushi retreated as if granted a reprieve. Yet her body showed no inclination to cool down. She was not merely scorched by the iron gate but was rather under the intense scrutiny of Liu Yan's gaze, even though she understood that his focus might not be solely on her. Perhaps just concerned about the safety of the iron gate, how could she disregard it? No matter how composed she tried to be, it was impossible to withstand the torment of his unwavering stare. Qin Yushi inhaled deeply several times, finally feeling her heartbeat begin to slow. Just as she managed to calm herself, she chanced to glance in Liu Yan's direction, and her entire being flushed crimson. In moments of peril, she had been oblivious to her surroundings. Now, with the danger lessening, she found herself captivated by Liu Yan's broad, muscular back, which exuded a sense of strength and beauty. She hastily averted her gaze. The once stoic features of her exquisite face were now suffused with a rosy hue that extended down to her neck. Qin Yushi, enough. When will you cease this futile staring and daydreaming? The unfamiliar emotions left the usually composed woman in a fluster. As time ticked away, the water supply diminished. It must be nearing dusk, yet the flames showed no signs of abating. Just how extensive was the fire? Liu Yan was unconcerned with losses. His only worry was when they could escape. Every minute spent here was a minute closer to danger. Another hour passed, and with the last bottle of water emptied, Liu Yan's expression finally turned grave. We're out of water. Let's retreat to the far corner and hope this ends before we lose consciousness. His tone held no excessive worry. He still had an escape route. But Qin Yushi was unaware of this. The thought of dying here shattered her composure. In the corner, Liu Yan did his utmost to create a barrier between them, but it was a futile effort. In the absence of oxygen, their inevitable demise would be due to the toxic smoke, which permeated everywhere. Liu Yan swallowed a pill and then glanced at Qin Yushi, who was pressed closely against him. At that moment, she seemed indifferent to their proximity and to what he might see. Her mind was consumed with chaotic thoughts of impending doom. Don't be afraid, you won't die while I'm here. Liu Yan noticed her distress and spoke to reassure her. In truth, Qin Yushi was a few years older than Liu Yan, but her youthful features made them appear similar in age. Nevertheless, she was merely a woman in her 20s. Even the coldest and most assertive personalities could falter upon hearing Lu Yan's words. Qin Yushi instinctively turned her head to eye in that instant. He was undoubtedly her greatest source of comfort. Really, their exchange was earnest. "You're not deceiving me, not at all." After a round of confirmations, Qin Yushi surprisingly wrapped her arms around Lu Yan's arm. The slight tremors of her body indicated that she was nearing her breaking point. It was not shameful to fear death. Lu Yan feared it as well, thus, he naturally embraced her tightly, effectively shielding her in the innermost corner. As the temperature escalated, the fabric began to emit smoke. Whether it was the effects of the medication or the smoke, Lu Yan felt drowsiness wash over him. In a daze, he was suddenly jolted awake, glancing at the clock on the bedside table. It was 5:30 in the morning. Remarkably, he had slept from midnight until morning. Indeed, one should not take medication lightly, as it could easily lead to one's demise. After dressing, Lu Yan hurried out of the garage towards the trading area. Purchasing every fire safety item he could find, gas masks, oxygen tanks, fire blankets, cooling machines, he even acquired a portable power source for the cooling machine, which required electricity. This device could be charged via solar power. And some individuals ventured out to find safe spots to recharge, serving as an alternative means of income. However, while charging, it was vulnerable to detection by mutated birds or other survivors, both of which posed a risk of death. After spending a full half hour, he finally hired a few individuals to transport the items back to the garage. "Zhang Gong, please set up these devices. I will need them shortly." Liu Yan instructed Zhang Yongtao to inspect the equipment he had purchased, just in case there were issues when he returned to Blue Star. "Sir, I've checked those machines. Only one is barely operational, and the others require parts for repairs," Professor Wang Lin, an expert in machinery, hurriedly informed Lu Yan upon seeing him. "Which one is functional?" Lu Yan inquired, intrigued. "The first-generation military exoskeleton." Chapter 49. The space has expanded to 4 cubic meters. The third-generation serum is just around the corner. Before Wang Lin stood a metallic box, measuring 60 centimeters on each side and 40 centimeters thick. This was the initial exoskeleton, one of the few military-grade pieces of equipment. Its later iterations, developed for civilian use, far surpassed this model in capability. It could carry up to 1,000 kilograms. As Wang Lin manipulated the box, he spoke to himself as if he were a child playing with a beloved toy. "Alright." With a press of a button, the box opened, and a metallic exoskeleton unfolded upward. Beyond the limbs, the back was particularly intricate, housing the energy and control center. The initial exoskeleton could bear a maximum load of 200 kilograms. With a military-grade solid-state battery providing 48 hours of cruising time and 12 hours of high-powered combat before depletion, Wang Lin gestured for Lu Yan to step into the box, and in the next moment, the previously inert mechanical exoskeleton began to affix itself to his body. With a series of clicks, he stepped out, the metal shoes clattering against the floor. Liu Yan was filled with wonder. The allure of mecha-type weaponry held an irresistible charm for men. Even though the mechanical exoskeleton served merely as an auxiliary device, it still dazzled him. After a brief adjustment period, he began performing various movements. Running and jumping posed no hindrance, and even rolling was effortless. This exceeded Lu Yan's expectations by far. Although this exoskeleton was merely the first generation, it proved highly effective for both load-bearing and heavy weapon assistance. Approaching a box, he effortlessly lifted it. "Not bad." Indeed, Lu Yan praised enthusiastically. While this device held little significance for him personally, it would undoubtedly enhance the combat capabilities of ordinary individuals or soldiers. "If I give this to Qin Miao, the Qin family should no longer pursue me." "Right," Lu Yan mused, observing the exoskeleton retract and revert to its original box form. He couldn't help but sigh. "If not for Qin Miao's misfortune being tied to him, he would feel quite the loss for having exerted himself to procure such a mechanical exoskeleton." After instructing Wang Lin to continue repairing the other equipment, Lu Yan exited the gathering area. He felt no fatigue and dared not take medication before returning to Blue Star. If he were to sleep for a few hours there, he would surely be in dire straits. Since sleep was not an option, he decided to exchange the food in his space for crystal cores. He wondered if the first shop had received any level 3 crystal cores. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Yan commenced his routine as a laborer. He had grown too lazy to venture far, as no one knew how his supplies were acquired, untraceable in his actions. Even if someone followed him, they could glean nothing. Upon entering the first shop, he was greeted by the new woman. "Liu Gu, you're here, just in time. The level 3 crystal cores have arrived, but the price has increased by 14 cores. Xan Bauer's demeanor had shifted dramatically. She no longer exuded the same flirtatious charm as Su Qin but instead resembled a fresh-faced neighbor girl. It was unclear if this change was related to Lu Yan. An increase of 14 level 1 crystal cores equated to a hike in price equivalent to 1 level 2 crystal core. Liu Yan naturally anticipated that they would raise their prices. An increase of 1 level 2 crystal core was within his acceptable range. However, he hoped they wouldn't continue to escalate prices. If they did, it could complicate matters with the organization, although Liu Yan was indifferent to the price of a few level 1 crystal cores. He needed to prevent them from becoming increasingly greedy, which could lead to unnecessary troubles. Some things needed to be said. Liu Gu, we truly only earn a small fee for running errands. You know that the higher the level of the crystal cores, the greater the likelihood of being targeted. If we were to be robbed, all this effort would be for naught, Xan Bauer explained with a wry smile. Liu Yan was well aware that such statements were not to be trusted. Which shop could thrive to this extent without its own power and secrets? I believe that shouldering a minor risk for some profit is a worthwhile endeavor, Liu Yan replied pointedly before departing. Soon after Li Jie appeared. Li Jie, it seems Liu Yan has no interest in me, Xan Bauer remarked, her gaze lowered, obscuring her expression. With Su Qin around, you needn't waste your energy on that front, normal transactions will suffice in the future. Li Jie glanced at Xan Bauer before delivering her words with a hint of indifference and walking away. Su Qin, Xan Bauer's originally pure face twisted slightly, but soon returned to its former appearance. Both trained for the sake of men, they were naturally rivals, inevitably engaging in comparisons and competitions. Xan Bauer and Su Qin stood out as top contenders, and their rivalry was particularly fierce. Now, Su Qin had been targeted by a powerful force for the first time. And her adversary was no ordinary individual. How could Xan Bauer not care? Why should Su Qin have the upper hand while she did not? In the garage, Liu Yan retrieved 200 third-level crystal cores. Having sold over 60,000 in total yesterday and today, he was left with less than 20,000 after the transactions. He planned to maximize his space before accumulating third-level crystal cores to purchase third-generation enhancement potions. Once he adapted, self-preservation would no longer pose a problem. Perhaps he could even venture to larger gathering points. Liu Yan was remarkably composed, even while hoarding third-generation potions. The apocalypse was his foundation, yet it was also the most perilous place. Thus, he had to survive and develop cautiously, avoiding reckless endeavors. As for Blue Star, he could freely indulge himself without concern. After consuming 100 third-level crystal cores, Liu Yan's space expanded by another cubic meter, reaching a total volume of 4 cubic meters. This was already substantial. A casual trip to sell supplies would yield at least 50,000 first-level crystal cores. Indeed, further expansion would require fourth-level crystal cores, which he could only acquire in larger gathering points. As expected, Liu Yan received a system notification. He did not expect the number 1 shop to provide him with fourth-level crystal cores. That would be exceedingly difficult. Having spent nearly a week in the apocalypse, fourth-level crystal cores had indeed surpassed the limits of small gathering points. If a fourth-level mutated zombie or creature were to attack this gathering point, survival would be nearly impossible. Liu Gu, you've worked hard today. Let Qin give you a massage. Still lost in thought, Liu Yan felt 2 delicate hands, as soft as if devoid of bones, pressing on his shoulders, while his back was gently kneaded as if by 2 clods of cotton. This little vixen, her enticing posture brought an inexplicable smile to Liu Yan's face. Just a few days ago, before her redemption, he could sense her hidden reluctance towards him, despite her excellent concealment. Yet now, this little minx seemed to be practically begging him to take her right then and there, with a casual tug. Liu Yan pulled Su Qin onto his lap, embracing her fully, their gazes locked. Su Qin's eyes were filled with affection, yet could not conceal the underlying curiosity and anxiety. It appeared that her faction had grown impatient after these 2 days of inaction. Liu Yan understood perfectly. He could not allow Su Qin to remain entirely passive. Even if he had suffered injuries, it should not have reached such an extent. This little temptress, is that how much she desires a man? Deliberately displaying a mischievous smile, Liu Yan lifted Su Qin and began to walk towards the bed. He could not afford to break character. Chapter 50, Survival Probability at 0, The Bizarre Situation of Liu Yan and Qin Yushi. Moments later, Su Qin's already scant clothing lost all semblance of modesty. In the garage, her sounds quickly transitioned from soft murmurs to incoherent babbling, culminating in cries of "Mama, Mama." Su Qin was oblivious to how she ended up back on her bed. Feeling dazed and as if her entire being were disjointed. Was he sick? Why not engage in something serious instead of using his hands to toy with her, with a heart full of grievances? Su Qin quickly fell into a deep slumber, dreaming of Liu Yan transforming into a tormentor, making her endure an agonizing experience. Meanwhile, Liu Yan lay there, eyes closed, allowing his body to cool down. Su Qin was not devoid of charm. In fact, before her alluring posture inviting his attention, even his composure was severely tested, yet, he ultimately managed to maintain control and take Su Qin away. He would not take the final step with her, as that would forge an unbreakable bond between them. He was not the type to abandon responsibility after a liaison, thus, whether it was Su Qin or the likes of an In and Xiao Xian, they were merely props to maintain his persona, NPCs in his life that he did not desire, nor was he willing to form excessive entanglements with them, knowing it would inevitably lead to trouble in the future. As for Greenstar, he could never regard it as another home. It was primarily a resource-gathering map for Blue Star. Someone's gun was still cooling down. Two heads peeked out from the doorway across from Su Qin's garage. Get back, Lu Yan growled with a dark expression. An and Xiao Xian immediately scattered like birds. Last night, emboldened by the poison within Lu Yan, they attempted to exploit him again today. How could Lu Yan possibly agree? He would never admit that the previous night's experience had been immensely pleasurable for both body and mind, nor would he confess to being utterly overwhelmed by 4 polar bears. Blue Star. The scorching heat and the cool garage were 2 entirely different worlds. As soon as Lu Yan opened his eyes, he felt intensely warmed. He could have directly teleported to his safe home. But the consequences for Qin Yushi would be dire, thus, he opted for this coordinate instead. Qin Yushi had already succumbed to heat, or perhaps to oxygen deprivation. Regardless, she had lost consciousness. Liu Yan paid her no mind. Rising to start moving things outside, buzz, the air conditioning unit activated, and moments later a cool breeze began to lower the temperature in the room. Hiss. The oxygen tank opened, directing oxygen towards Qin Yushi. This should alleviate her discomfort. After completing these tasks, Lu Yan began to pour water over the iron door. However, this water was murky, brought from Greenstar, but it would suffice for cooling purposes. Clang, clang, clang. While pouring water, Lu Yan vaguely heard sounds from outside. It seemed the fire would soon be extinguished. With a sense of reassurance, he returned to the corner. Qin Yushi, perhaps sensing someone nearby, instinctively leaned against him. Even in her unconscious state, this display of extreme vulnerability struck Lu Yan. Although he had known Qin Yushi for a short time and their interactions were limited, she had always given him the impression of being independent and capable, and now, suddenly exhibiting such a feminine demeanor, her fragility was magnified. In this mood, Lu Yan effortlessly lifted Qin Yushi and placed her on his lap. There were no ulterior motives, it was purely the atmosphere that evoked a protective instinct akin to that he felt towards Lu Shuriwa. Uncertain how much time had passed, the heat of the iron door had yet to rise again. Liu Yan was not in a hurry to act. Once the fire was extinguished, people would surely come in to check. And it would be safer to venture out than not. At that very moment, outside the fire scene, Qin Haiqing and Qin Zhongyan wore somber expressions as they watched the flames gradually being extinguished. Their hearts had sunk to the depths of despair upon learning of the factory fire and the disappearance of his sister and Lu Yan. They rushed to the scene without pause. However, the blaze was too fierce, especially with the toxicity of the burning raw materials, making firefighting efforts extremely challenging. It was not until nightfall that the fire was finally brought under control. Minister Qin, you must prepare yourself psychologically. Under such a great fire, even hiding in the few remaining rooms would likely offer no chance of survival. The person responsible for extinguishing the fire flashed a glimmer of malice in his eyes, seemingly offering comfort while actually stabbing a dagger into Qin Haiqing's heart, who didn't know that survival was nearly impossible in such circumstances, yet he still spoke, aiming to provoke Qin Haiqing. After all, one was his beloved sister, and the other was Lu Yan, who had recently brought hope to the Qin family. It was a double blow. Director Chen, only 5 fire trucks have arrived. I strongly suspect someone deliberately delayed the firefighting efforts. This matter will not end here. We, Qin Haiqing, will ensure a thorough investigation. Qin Haiqing spoke through clenched teeth, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the speaker. Chen Quan, a minor figure in the Chen family, was not worthy of his concern, but the Chen family behind him was a rival family comparable to the Qin family. His deputy minister had competed with the head of the Chen family. Thus animosity naturally brewed between the two factions. Chen Quan felt a chill run down his spine under Qin Haiqing's intense gaze, yet he forced himself to stand his ground. I understand Minister Qin's feelings, but firefighting is no trifling matter, especially in today's circumstances. As the fire chief, I must consider the safety of my firefighters and am prepared for any investigation. Chen Quan spoke with righteous indignation. But only he knew the guilt he harbored. Chen Quan, if anything happens to my sister, I, Qin Zhongyan, will not spare you. A voice filled with menace suddenly rang out, more direct and ferocious than Qin Haiqing's. Qin Zhongyan, as a soldier, possessed a fierceness that Qin Haiqing, who merely sat in an office, could not compare to even if he was the deputy minister of the security department. Qin Zhongyan, your sister's misfortune has nothing to do with me. Don T threatened me. I, Chen Quan, am not easily intimidated, Chen Quan shouted defiantly, seemingly fearing that Qin Zhongyan might explode in anger and hastily distancing himself from the two brothers. The fire is out. A voice crackled through the intercom, and many turned their attention to the factory. Put on your oxygen masks, everyone go in to extinguish the remaining smoke and prepare to check those few rooms. Chen Quan began to methodically give orders, seizing any opportunity to avoid trouble with Qin Haiqing. After burning for several hours, with his years of experience, he knew that even hiding in a room in such a situation was a guaranteed death sentence. Hasn't the Qin family been rather boastful lately? It seems that even the heavens can't bear to watch such arrogance. With Lu Yan gone and now Qin Yushi, how long can the Qin family hold on? Is anyone in there? An iron door, deformed by the heat, was smashed open, revealing a pitch-black room filled with smoke. In such conditions, even 100 lives would not suffice. Calling out was merely a formality. 1 room, 2 rooms, 3 rooms. Qin Haiqing and Qin Zhongyan, covered in soot, followed the firefighters room by room, but as they stared into the darkened or utterly destroyed rooms, despair loomed larger. I hope that their desires have diminished to the point where all they seek is to behold the complete remains of their sister. At the very least, it would be preferable to the absence of even ashes. This is the final room. Qin Haiqing and Qin Zhongyan supported each other, their faces, now darkened, bore clear traces of tears. Little sister, as the iron door was forcefully opened, every gaze turned towards the interior. It was not dark, there were no flames. Suddenly, Qin Haiqing and Qin Zhongyan seemed to regain their spirits, pushing past everyone as they strode inside. Yet, in the next moment, they halted abruptly. In the corner, Lu Yan and Qin Yushi were entwined together beneath a fire blanket, their bodies pressed closely against one another, judging by the exposed shoulders and legs. The scene appeared rather provocative. Chapter 51, An Ominous Omen. And, why are you and Lu Yan embracing one another? The atmosphere inside was peculiar, while outside, a group of firefighters craned their necks, eager to discern the situation within. Unfortunately, Qin Haiqing and Qin Zhongyan blocked the view, revealing only the two figures enveloped in the blanket, seemingly without clothing. Little sister, are you alright? Qin Zhongyan asked, his expression filled with surprise, his heart racing with emotions that words could scarcely capture. I am fine. Third brother, Qin Yushi, just awakening, found herself seated upon Lu Yan's lap. Before she could utter a word, the clamor outside the iron door erupted, and she was enveloped by the blanket once more. Thus she remained in a state of bewilderment. It is good that you are fine. Qin Zhongyan wiped his eyes vigorously, only to find the tears would not cease. This little sister is the lifeblood of the 3 Qin brothers and their grandfather. Can one not dote upon a daughter born in old age? The thought of any misfortune befalling her was simply unimaginable. Let us leave, this place is unsafe, a voice urged from behind Qin Haiqing. It was Chen Quan. Despite his efforts to suppress his emotions, his reluctance was palpable. They are not dead, their luck truly seems extraordinary. Humph, no need for your urging, do we not know to leave quickly? Qin Haiqing scoffed, though his mood was in stark contrast to Chen Quan's. Minister Qin, may I have a word? Lu Yan suddenly interjected, prompting Qin Haiqing to remember his presence. His heart had been solely focused on his sister until now. He quickly advanced a few steps. Minister Qin, the clothes worn by Qin and I were utilized to block the door. Exiting in this manner would not bode well for her. Please fetch 2 sets of clothing. And do so discreetly. Lu Yan was indifferent to his own state of undress. As a man, it would merely be awkward. However, Qin Yushi was a woman, and a company president at that, should such rumors circulate. They would certainly not be pleasant. I shall go immediately. Zhongyan, guard the door and ensure no one enters. Qin Haiqing, momentarily taken aback, struggled to mask his emotions but nonetheless promptly issued instructions before departing. In a critical situation, seeking clothing for one's safety was entirely reasonable. Do not overthink it. Yet, the image of his sister and Lu Yan entwined together made it impossible for Qin Haiqing to refrain from conjecturing. Just yesterday, Lu Yan had been involved with his niece Qin Miaomiao, and today he found himself in a similar predicament with his sister. Was this man a harbinger of fortune or disaster? Qin Haiqing's mind was a whirlpool of confusion, while Qin Zhongyan, blocking the door, found himself equally speechless. After all, Qin Miaomiao was his own daughter, even if Lu Yan had no romantic relations with her. The sight of him so intimately embracing his sister felt undeniably awkward. Perhaps it was the intensity of Qin Zhongyan's gaze that caused Qin Yushi to promptly turn her head away. How embarrassing! At this thought her body fidgeted restlessly. Do not, Lu Yan gritted his teeth, forcing out a single word. Eldest sister, have you not noticed that I have been diverting my attention? Why are you still leaning against me? Do not blame me for what happens next. Lu Yan was at the limit of his self-control, yet his companion was proving to be quite the hindrance. Qin Yushi's face visibly flushed, her legs weakening uncontrollably. Despite her lack of experience, she was no naive flower. Glaring at Lu Yan with a mix of indignation and embarrassment, she realized that his demeanor was even more disconcerting than before. Ahem. Lu Yan awkwardly cleared his throat. Unsure where to direct his gaze, today, half of his reputation was in jeopardy. The agonizing silence stretched on for several minutes until Qin Haiqing returned. What have you done? Qin Haiqing asked, his expression fraught with conflict as he handed over the clothing. Brother, you two go out first. I will call for you when it is ready. Qin Yushi, shielded by Lu Yan, felt her cheeks burn crimson, unable to meet her elder brother's gaze, yet, with Lu Yan blocking her. Her shoulders were well concealed, significantly reducing her sense of shame. He is deliberately facing away from the entrance. Is he worried about my brother seeing my shoulders? A sudden thought crossed Qin Yushi's mind. But she quickly dismissed it. They are not a couple. Who would feel such inexplicable jealousy? Perhaps it was merely coincidence. Lu Yan, little sister, what are you fidgeting about? Do you truly not regard me as a person? Shall I simply end you? With a creak, the deformed door was pulled shut, and both Lu Yan and Qin Yushi exhaled in relief. You may dress first. I will turn around and close my eyes. Lu Yan interjected before she could respond. All right, thank you. Qin Yushi felt warmth in her heart, and in the next moment, the fire blanket fell away. Rustling sounds ensued as she hastily donned her clothes, while Lu Yan quickly dressed as well, and together they exited the confined room. Outside, the ground was slick with black water, and remnants of debris bore testament to the ferocity of the previous fire. Qin Yushi stumbled as she walked. Observing this, Lu Yan swiftly scooped her up. We must exit swiftly. Should this place collapse, we shall be in grave danger. Lu Yan's explanation silenced any protests from Qin Yushi. Indeed, her pace had been far too slow. Inwardly, Qin Yushi muttered to herself before wrapping her arms around Lu Yan's neck. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Yan's actions had been exceedingly natural. Her reaction contrasted sharply with her usual demeanor. How could the aloof president allow herself to be so easily embraced by a man? Those involved often remain oblivious. Qin Haiqing and Qin Zhongyan exchanged knowing glances. They were neither blind nor foolish. The chemistry between Lu Yan and Qin Yushi. Qin Haiqing, something feels amiss, extremely amiss. Qin Zhongyan, beyond measure. At the hospital, both Lu Yan and Qin Yushi underwent examinations, finding everything to be in order before departing. However, before leaving, Lu Yan called out to Qin Zhongyan. Approaching his vehicle, Lu Yan theatrically retrieved a box from within. This is the item I promised Miao Miao. Please deliver it to her on my behalf. I shall not trouble myself with the trip. Upon receiving the iron box from Lu Yan, Qin Zhongyan felt its weight and was taken aback. Goodness, this must weigh 70 or 80 pounds. He had thought it light when he saw Lu Yan handle it so effortlessly. Well then, I shall graciously accept it. Qin Zhongyan's expression was somewhat complicated, while Lu Yan awkwardly rubbed his nose, realizing it may not have been appropriate to burden Qin Zhongyan with it, after all. It could be seen as ingratiating himself to Qin Zhongyan's father. Fortunately, Qin Zhongyan did not betray his thoughts outwardly, though he was internally anxious to discover what Lu Yan had brought for his daughter. After exchanging pleasantries, he promptly drove away. At the Qin family residence, everyone had returned and was now aware of Qin Yushi's ordeal. Qin Haiqing had previously refrained from informing the family, but after ensuring her safety at the hospital, he felt a sense of relief. Aunt, are you truly unscathed? The fire was so immense that it consumed the factory. It was terrifying. Qin Yuan gazed at Qin Yushi with concern, her eyes brimming with apprehension. Aunt is only a few years older than us, having played with us since childhood and always showering us with gifts. The bond is undeniably deep with us. Even upon seeing Qin Yushi unharmed, her eyes glistened with tears, her voice trembling. Yes, Aunt, I nearly fainted from fear. Qin Miao chimed in. Aunt is still single. How could she possibly perish? If she were to die, there would have been bloodshed. Otherwise, she would remain a spinster in her next life. Qin Mengming's remarks were abruptly silenced by Qin Yushi's indignant grasp, causing her to plead for mercy. Such a sharp tongue, even towards her elders. Yushi, I heard that you and Lu Yan were trapped together. Was he the one who saved you? Qin Yaohua inquired, prompting a hush to fall over the room as all eyes turned to the elder. Yes, I later lost consciousness, and upon awakening, I found he was indeed protecting me. Qin Yushi refrained from divulging details but considered that sitting in his embrace could qualify as protection. What about the clothing situation? I heard you two were found embracing without attire. Third sister Lu Xiuling suddenly interjected. causing an immediate shift in the atmosphere of the living room. Qin Mengmeng and her sisters wore expressions of sheer astonishment, embracing without clothing. The thought of that image was simply, "Aunt, are you planning to engage in a premarital affair with Lu Yan?" Qin Mengmeng gazed at Qin Yushi with wide, sparkling eyes. Chapter 52, The Shock of Mechanical Skeletons. Qin Miaomiao is worth such a fortune. The cold female president is on the verge of madness. With third sister's indiscreet remarks exposing her embarrassment and her niece's suggestive comments, Qin Yushi felt the heat rise in her cheeks under the scrutiny of her entire family. The unprecedented sense of shame made her face feel as though it might bleed. "Mengmeng, what nonsensical things are you saying?" Qin Shuemeng reproached his daughter, though his expression revealed a palpable curiosity. Such emotions were rarely seen from someone so devoted to research, highlighting just how captivating Qin Yushi's situation was. The events unfolded thus. After the fire, as all eyes were upon her, Qin Yushi steeled herself and decided to divulge everything, from Lu Yan's rescue to the subsequent use of clothing to block the door. Recounting every detail without omission, this matter must not allow the family to continue with their wild imaginations. It could be even more exaggerated and fantastical than the story she told. That is precisely why she endured her embarrassment and recounted the entire process. It turns out that, in such circumstances, there truly was no alternative. Let us not bring this up again in the future. The fact that Yushi can turn misfortune into fortune is paramount. As a father, Qin Yaohua spoke, and everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, as long as one is alive, nothing else truly matters. By the way, Dad, Lu Yan has given me the items. Would you like to take a look? To divert everyone's attention from his sister, Qin Zhongyan directly turned to Qin Yaohua and inquired, "Oh, then we must have a look." Qin Yaohua, clearly intrigued, was drawn to the idea, having spent his entire life in the military. He naturally had a fondness for military equipment. Qin Zhongyan brought in the iron box and placed it in a relatively empty space, then, following Lu Yan's instructions step by step, he began the operation. Until, a skeletal metal apparatus unfolded automatically from within the box, while the girls, witnessing such technological marvel for the first time, gasped in unison. Their fathers, too, wore expressions of astonishment. Clearly, they had never anticipated that the item Lu Yan brought as compensation would be so remarkable. Before the metallic skeleton, Qin Zhongyan was left speechless, glancing from his father to Qin Haiqing and the others, momentarily at a loss for words. "This is simply too extravagant. What are we standing here for? What happens next?" Qin Yaohua had somehow approached the metallic skeleton, his anxious demeanor betraying his eagerness to operate it himself. Startled back to reality, Qin Zhongyan quickly examined the instructions. Finally, with a determined resolve, he stepped into the box. Click, click, click. As his feet entered, the skeleton instantly conformed to his limbs and torso, securing him in place. This spectacle prompted another round of gasps. With all preparations finally complete, Qin Zhongyan took a deep breath and attempted to take a step. Click. The metallic foot landed on the floor tiles, yet Qin Zhongyan appeared utterly astonished. There was no sense of heaviness. The cumbersome metal skeleton not only did not hinder his movements but rather gave him the sensation of moving effortlessly. After adjusting to the new weight, Qin Zhongyan began to swing his arms and perform various actions, ultimately bending down to grasp the space under the sofa. Heave with a low shout, the sofa, upon which three girls were seated, was abruptly lifted. The three girls shrieked in fright. Thankfully it was only a slight elevation, their bodies tipping slightly. Thud, the sofa returned to the ground, but Qin Zhongyan stared at his arms in disbelief. What happened? What just transpired? Qin Yaohua and the others, equally perplexed, could only watch and inquire after Qin Zhongyan. The strength is astounding. I just lifted the sofa, which must weigh at least 400 to 500 pounds. Even lifting just one corner is no trivial feat. Qin Zhongyan's response ignited a spark of clarity in Qin Yaohua's murky eyes. His son could never lie that he had witnessed the sofa being lifted with his own eyes. Could it be that this item Lu Yan provided as compensation for his granddaughter is truly so powerful? Miao Miao, come here. Suddenly, Qin Zhongyan called out to his daughter, and the metallic skeleton swiftly detached from him. Qin Miao Miao, bewildered, only realized her father's intention to use her as a test subject once the skeleton secured her in place. The confused girl ultimately complied with the request and performed a few actions. Even lifting one corner of the sofa. As everyone beheld the sofa being effortlessly elevated, their eyes widened in astonishment. 10 minutes later, the mechanical skeleton was retracted into the box, and the Qin family settled back into their seats. Dad, this device is incredible. If it could be equipped to the troops, even just my Special Operations Battalion, our combat effectiveness would undoubtedly multiply. Qin Zhongyan's face flushed with excitement, his mind already painting a terrifying picture of his entire unit outfitted with metallic skeletons. Though I have not been in the military for the past 2 years, such technology is likely unparalleled in the world, right? Lu Yen managed to provide us with it so effortlessly, Qin Yaohua murmured to himself. Then suddenly turned his gaze to Qin Miaomiao. Qin Haiqing looked at Qin Miaomiao, Qin Shuemun looked at Qin Miaomiao, Qin Zhongyan, Qin Miaomiao. Why is everyone looking at me, third uncle? Is this thing really that impressive? Qin Mengmeng suddenly asked curiously. At least I have never heard of it in any country. Qin Zhongyan shook his head, responding with certainty, extremely impressive. Qin Mengmeng pressed on, extremely impressive, although Qin Zhongyan found his niece's choice of words somewhat lacking. He still nodded in agreement. Miaomiao was surprisingly valuable. What about my aunt? Qin Mengmeng's big round eyes shifted from Qin Miaomiao to the previously silent Qin Yushi. Why are you bringing me into this when I feel so invisible? Qin Yushi was infuriated, wishing she could strangle Qin Mengmeng. Is today not humiliating enough for me? Just as she was seething, she suddenly felt a multitude of gazes directed at her. Looking back, she was met with eyes filled with various ambiguous emotions. What now? Mengmeng is right. Today, Yushi was not only held but also embraced by Lu Yen, and it cannot be allowed to go unpunished. Third sister-in-law, Lu Xiuling suddenly interjected, taking a stance on behalf of Qin Yushi. Though the malice in her eyes was unmistakable of this, is it right? Qin Zhongyan appeared troubled. Qin Haiqing remained silent. Qin Shuemeng adjusted his glasses, clearly concealing something behind the lenses. What is wrong with this, if Miaomiao can obtain such a valuable item? Why shouldn't Yushi, a young lady, be compensated? Lu Xiuling unhesitatingly chimed in, glancing toward Qin Yushi. The latter's face flushed crimson. Today, she had realized that this was a relentless pursuit to embarrass her. Why is this turning back to me again? Qin Miaomiao's expression was not much better than Qin Yushi's. Enough, Yushi is not like Miaomiao. This time it was Lu Yen who indirectly saved Yushi's life. Asking for more would be excessive. Qin Yaohua still wanted to maintain some semblance of dignity. Even if his heart had wavered earlier. Lu Yen had given far too much. It was impossible to control one's greed. The family dispersed, with Qin Yushi retreating to her room to regain her composure. While the three sisters Qin Miaomiao stealthily ventured to their secret hideout. Qin Hao, can you take me along to play? I feel so invisible. What schemes are you two hatching? Qin Yuan eyed Qin Mengmeng and Qin Miaomiao warily. Among the three, she was the most sensible, followed by Qin Miaomiao. Qin Mengmeng, on the other hand, was the mischievous one. Our grandfather and parents are undoubtedly eager, yet too shy to approach Lu Yen. We must take action. My aunt cannot be allowed to suffer in silence while Lu Yen takes advantage of her. We must demand compensation. Qin Mengmeng grinned mischievously, her small tiger teeth on full display. Instinctively, Qin Miaomiao and Qin Yuan took a step back. Is it possible to back out now? We don't want to play with the big bad girl. Chapter 53. You must take responsibility for my aunt. The leaders of the military district gather at the Special Operations Battalion. Dragon Country Pharmaceuticals. Lu Yen sat in his office, taking a gentle sip of an exquisite De Hong Pao tea. Smacking his lips, he pondered the difference between this and the 10 yuan bag variety, not willing to admit his own lack of sophistication. Lu Yen set the teacup down. Today, there was a fire at the pharmaceutical factory, clearly indicating issues on multiple fronts. Thus, we shall proceed according to the plan we previously discussed. You choose the location. Purchase the machinery, and I will only provide the necessary machine support and oversee the critical phases. Ultimately, I will retain 45 of the shares but will not partake in the management of the factory. Lu Yen spoke confidently, while a row of people across from him listened intently. In the past, who would have dared to converse so freely with the upper echelons of Dragon Country's premier state-owned pharmaceutical enterprise? They would have been vying for favor instead. Yet today, even as Lu Yen maintained his stance, they had no choice but to comply, for Lu Yen held the trump card of a groundbreaking cancer treatment. No problem, we will promptly draft a plan and have it approved by tomorrow. Within 3 days, we will commence preparations and officially begin work within a week, the vice chairman Li Changfei stated the timeline outlined in the proposal. Too slow. I won't concern myself with the approval process, but the project must kick off tomorrow. To put it nobly, every day we delay production could mean hundreds or thousands of lives lost. In more pragmatic terms, earlier production equates to earlier profits. I trust everyone here understands the seismic impact this drug will have upon its release. Lu Yan's words ignited a flurry of eager exchanges among the dozen or so individuals present. State-owned enterprises are often bogged down by bureaucratic processes, yet Lu Yen believed that this issue could be easily surmounted. Well then, let us wish for a pleasant collaboration. Vice Chairman Li Changfei decisively concluded the meeting. After which Lu Yen shared a meal with them before taking his leave. Burp, this group of old-timers sure knows how to get me drunk. Lu Yen's face flushed from the alcohol. As he found it hard to refuse their hospitality, a ring, ring, ring. He pulled out his phone, squinting at the screen before answering. Who is this? The number was unfamiliar, and Lu Yan had no idea who was calling. However, given that they had his number, it must be someone he knew. He just wasn't sure whether the relationship was good or bad. Lu Yan, this is Qin Mengmeng, Qin Miaomiao's cousin. Her soft voice sounded as if she had stepped on a cloud. Lu Yan swayed slightly, looking down. What kind of unethical person is this? Hello, what can I do for you? Lu Yan asked casually while rubbing his foot. I heard that you and my aunt were locked in a room together today and that you undressed. Qin Mengmeng bluntly got to the point. Lu Yan, already somewhat dazed from the drinks, was momentarily taken aback by this statement. My aunt is pure as snow, and no man has ever seen her body, let alone touched or embraced her, therefore, you must take responsibility. Lu Yan suddenly jolted awake. Wait a moment. He shook his head vigorously, trying to clear his mind. What do you mean I need to take responsibility? What have I done? Lu Yan intended to argue his case with conviction. Did you, today, take a thorough look at my aunt's physique? Is my aunt Momo not large, fair, and round? Did you touch her? Did you embrace her? Did you lust after her form? Qin Mengmeng transformed into a Gatling gun, her little mouth chattering incessantly. Lu Yan found himself completely at a loss for words. Oh dear. What do you mean by not? What is that? Oh come on, you want to deny it after having your fill? Lu Yan fell silent. He was utterly outmatched. What do you plan to do about it? Finally, Qin Mengmeng ceased her barrage, allowing Lu Yan to interject. You say it. Then. Lu Yan plopped down onto a step, rubbing his temples as he spoke. Since you've already granted a request regarding Miao Miao, is it too much to ask for one from my aunt as well? Qin Mengmeng bared her teeth. Beside her, Qin Miao Miao pinched Qin Mengmeng's waist in annoyance. You're stabbing my heart. I was just starting to forget. How conceited. Qin Mengmeng struck a pose befitting an elder sister, but her adorably cute face contradicted the demeanor. Was all this just for that? Lu Yan internally scoffed. How significant could this be? Fine, just tell me what you need, and let us leave it at that. In truth, Lu Yan felt no guilt. After all, it was Qin Yushi whom he had saved today, otherwise she would have undoubtedly perished. Yet, considering the last time they were entwined together, it felt as if he had been pressing a gun against her for quite a while. This was somewhat guilt-inducing. This was also the primary reason Lu Yan consented to her request. As for the rest, it was inconsequential. Just the sight of Qin Yushi watering the Iron Gate had given him quite the thrill. He had no reservations whatsoever. Did you truly agree? Qin Mengmeng seemed taken aback by Lu Yan's decisive response. Pausing momentarily before uncertainly inquiring, what now? Shall I press my handprint for you? Lu Yan stood up, somewhat exasperated, and flagged down a passing vehicle. No, I completely trust you. Qin Mengmeng, on the other end of the line, waved her hands in a charmingly bewildered manner. On a different note, I sincerely appreciate your saving my aunt today. On behalf of my entire family, I bow to you 3 times. Lu Yan abruptly hung up the phone. What a mischievous little girl. Just wait until she's in my grasp. I shall see to it that she learns her lesson. Lu Yan chuckled to himself. Where are we headed, buddy? The driver, bemused by the intoxicated man's laughter, turned back to inquire. Driver, do you know what MOMO means? Lu Yan suddenly asked, his eyes bleary with drunkenness. 200 for throwing up in the car, the driver hastily warned. And what's with MOMO? I could just as easily say Mei. Upon awakening the next morning, Lu Yan realized how excessive his drinking had been as his head throbbed painfully before he could even open his eyes. A pair of cool little hands rested upon his forehead, gentle and soothing. The discomfort he felt upon waking lessened somewhat due to this tender touch. Lu Gu, did you drink last night? You reek of alcohol. Su Qin's voice, delicate and fragrant, wafted towards him. Sir, if you're feeling unwell today, please do not go out. We can attend to you and ensure you rest well. How does that sound? Before Lu Yan could respond, her small hands began to gently knead his legs. Is this what it means to live like a lord? He found himself inexplicably empathizing. Lu Yan silently reveled in the attention of 3 women. Unaware of the unspoken rivalry between Su Qin and Anin, their eye rolls were so exaggerated it seemed their eyes might pop out. As Lu Yan's women, they inevitably vied for his affection. A necessary skill for survival in the post-apocalyptic world, however, their covert competition did not disturb Lu Yan in the slightest. The process of pleasing him unfolded seamlessly, allowing him to relax completely, after an hour of indulgence. He felt revitalized. A little pampering is fine, but true strength is the essence of everything. If one can survive, then one should act. For the next half of the day, Lu Yan cleared the supplies in his space and Combined with the remaining crystal cores from yesterday, exchanged for 300 third-level cores, with 400 cores in total, he was one step closer to trading for third-generation potions. Lu Yen, satisfied with his collection of crystal cores, grew increasingly excited about the future. Sir, I've repaired another machine, but I used 20 first-level cores for the parts. Wang Lin enthusiastically approached Lu Yen, though his voice betrayed a hint of apprehension. He was still unsure of Lu Yen's temperament. Fearing he might have overstepped by using too many cores for repairs, bring it over, just tell Zhang Yongtao how many cores were used. If he runs out, he can come to me for more. Lu Yen was unconcerned about a few cores. He had far more than that at his disposal. Blue Star. In the morning at the military district of the capital, Commander Wang Haibao led a team that included Deputy Commander Qi, Chief of Staff Yuan Lei, and several high-ranking officials to the Special Forces Brigade. Upon seeing them disembark, Qin Zhongyan promptly saluted. However, today, his previously lacking presence was notably elevated, almost exuding a sense of pride. Thank you, Commander, for taking time out of your busy schedule to inspect the Special Forces Brigade. Qin Zhongyan's voice rang out robustly. Enough with the pleasantries. What great news compelled you to gather us all here so early? Wang Haibao's gaze held a hint of scrutiny as he looked at Qin Zhongyan. He was well aware of what the Special Forces Brigade possessed, but the fact that Qin Zhongyan had summoned all the high-ranking officials indicated something significant. Could it be? Lu Yen, Chapter 54, The Feast at Hongmen. Is the Yuan family seeking reconciliation with Lu Yen? Wang Haibao pondered internally, while the others were not oblivious either. Deputy Commander Qi observed Qin Zhongyan, his perceptions subtly shifting. This Qin brigade leader might deserve a bit more attention in the future. Many shared similar sentiments, but the one most affected was Chief of Staff Yuan Lei among them. He was the least keen on seeing the Qin family prosper. Commander, what you're presenting can only be described as unparalleled on the global stage. It will surely leave everyone in awe. Qin Zhongyan boasted proudly, while two soldiers in the spacious training ground were busy adjusting an iron box. Soon, with a series of sounds, a metallic skeleton unfolded before the assembled dignitaries. Gasps of astonishment erupted in waves. And within moments, Wang Haibao had strided over to examine the metallic skeleton closely. What is this? If military mechanical skeleton, with endurance capabilities, Qin Zhongyan began to explain according to Lu Yan's instructions. As he spoke, a soldier commenced a demonstration. Unlike the previous presentations at the Qin family, this one involved actual weapon operation. The soldier, carrying an ammunition box on his back and wielding a heavy machine gun, unleashed a torrent of fire upon the target until the barrel smoked and the target was riddled with holes. Commander, what do you think? Can this firepower match that of a squad? Qin Zhongyan's face flushed with excitement. Even though he had personally tested it earlier, witnessing such a display still sent blood rushing to his head. Excellent, excellent. Wang Haibao recognized the terrifying potential of this mechanical skeleton in combat scenarios. Its formidable load-bearing capacity could indeed turn the tide in critical moments. Wang Haibao and the military high-ups surrounded the demonstration, leaving Yuan Lei with a grim expression. Chief of Staff Yuan, why do you appear so displeased? Are you not thrilled for our military district in the capital to acquire such a treasure? Though Qin Zhongyan's rank was inferior to Yuan Lei's, he had long been the underdog, yet today he took the initiative to counterattack. Who among them did not harbor a grudge? A brigade leader. Qin, do not let your excitement get the better of you, it may lead to unforeseen consequences, Yuan Lei retorted with a forced smile, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Some seem to be quite envious. Qin Zhongyan was unyielding, launching a counterattack of his own. A mere trinket won't make a difference, especially considering who ultimately wields it. Yuan Lei's insinuation caused Qin Zhongyan's smile to fade slightly. This is my acquisition, and it will surely benefit the Special Forces Brigade. We must participate in the upcoming international military competition. Qin Zhongyan sensed Yuan Lei's potential interference and adopted a firmer tone. The military district of the capital is not solely represented by your Special Forces Brigade. Besides, your previous results in competitions were rather unimpressive. If I were you, I would give the opportunity to someone more deserving. Lest you end up with nothing even if you acquire something good. Yuan Lei's blatant mockery ignited Qin Zhongyan's fury, his fists clenching tightly. If it weren't for the circumstances, he would have happily given Yuan Lei a few electric shocks. The demonstration finally concluded, and Wang Haibao was naturally pleased. However, Qin Zhongyan's request to represent the nation in the military competition had not received a definitive response. Wang Haibao merely stated he would consider it. Without making any commitments, this left Qin Zhongyan feeling quite frustrated. If his Special Forces Brigade did not participate, then the equipment he had obtained through his connections would likely fall into someone else's hands. He could not allow that to happen. No, he must consult with his father and brother. Qin Zhongyan understood that he was no match for his father and brother in intellect. In such situations, seeking their advice could only be beneficial. While Qin Zhongyan's matters were set aside for the moment, Lu Yan had also been busy throughout the morning. He personally inspected the site for the new pharmaceutical factory and reviewed the various machines. In the end, he marked the few machines that were lacking and prepared to send someone to Blue Star to procure them. After a busy morning, Lu Yan received a phone call during lunchtime. At the Imperial Capital Grand Hotel, a waiter opened the door to a private room where a large table capable of seating dozens was already filled with guests. The lively atmosphere fell silent upon Lu Yan's arrival. At the head of the table sat Chief of Staff Yuan Lei, flanked by Yuan Baohua, whose gaze was frosty and laced with ambiguous mockery. Lu Yan and the other party exchanged cold smiles as their gazes locked. However, what left Lu Yan even more contemplative was the presence of Song Shiyue and her father sitting beside Yuan Baohua. Indeed, this meal proved to be as intriguing as he had anticipated. Today, Song Shiyue had clearly donned a heavy layer of makeup, which at least rendered her appearance less visibly sickly, yet, even though she dared not lift her eyes to look at Lu Yan, she could still feel the searing gaze directed at her. Was it disdain, contempt, mockery, aversion? Song Shiyue was uncertain. All she felt at that moment was a chilling sensation coursing through her body, as if her limbs were filled with ice. Meanwhile, the chair beneath her felt like a searing hot iron, rendering her restless and desperate to escape this place. Each passing moment was an agonizing ordeal. It was even more humiliating and unbearable than that night when Lu Yan had unceremoniously tossed her into the bathroom and doused her with cold water. Lu has arrived, please take a seat. Yuan Lei, as the host, was the first to stand and extend a welcoming gesture. Regardless of the circumstances, he certainly provided Lu Yan with the proper respect. Thank you, Chief Yuan, for your generous hospitality. Lu Yan offered a polite response and comfortably took a seat beside Yuan Lei. Mr. Lu, today Commander Qin has specially showcased the new equipment. It truly opened our eyes. Upon finishing, Yuan Lei turned to scrutinize Lu Yan's expression, seemingly attempting to see through him. I am but an ordinary person. Chief Yuan should refrain from discussing military secrets with me, lest I find myself at a loss for understanding one day. Lu Yan discerned that Yuan Lei was testing him, indicating that the other party could not be entirely certain that the goods were indeed supplied by him. The more you seek to know, the more I will keep you in suspense. Noticing that Lu Yan had ignored his remarks, Yuan Lei paused momentarily before raising his glass. Mr. Lu, you truly have a knack for humor. I toast to you. Yuan Lei chuckled heartily, effectively diverting the topic. Mr. Lu, today I have invited several esteemed guests to accompany you. After finishing his drink, Yuan Lei commenced introducing the distinguished guests at the table. Zhang Mingwei, Chairman of Shangrui Pharmaceutical; Lu Qingyang, Chairman of Qingyang Heavy Industry Group; Li Bo, a General Manager of a national pharmaceutical enterprise, and representatives from Longgua's raw material import and export sector. With each introduction, Lu Yan found himself quite astonished. The attendees were indeed not obscure figures. The Yuan family held far more influence than he had initially presumed. Lu Yan shook hands with each individual, internally reflecting, Mr. Lu is indeed a promising young talent. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Mr. Lu, should the opportunity arise, I would love to share a cup of tea with you, as we certainly have many topics to discuss. Mr. Lu, do you have any partners in the raw materials sector? I am volunteering myself today, hoping for future collaboration. One by one, the prominent business leaders greeted Lu Yan with evident respect, though some displayed less enthusiasm, particularly from the heavy industry sector. This was likely due to the disconnect between the anti-cancer drug and heavy industry, resulting in a lack of fervor. Lu Yan observed everyone's reactions keenly while contemplating Yuan Lei's underlying intentions behind orchestrating this gathering. Was it to apply pressure, seek reconciliation, or perhaps harbor other motives? Mr. Lu, I have heard that you plan to collaborate with Longhua Pharmaceutical, granting them 45 of the shares. Li Bo, the general manager of the national pharmaceutical enterprise, took the initiative to inquire about a matter of great interest to many. Li seems well informed. I only just concluded negotiations, and yet you already know, Lu Yan replied with a playful smile. This matter is a focal point in the pharmaceutical industry, naturally warranting close attention. Li Bo poured a glass of wine for Lu Yan and continued. Collaborating with state-owned enterprises often involves numerous complications. It is far less flexible than working with private enterprises. Their glasses clink lightly. If Lu were to collaborate with us, we would only require 40 of the shares, and we would bear any losses incurred from breaches of contract. We have access to greater channels for raw materials. Lu Yan chuckled, knowingly realizing their intentions. Yet, who exactly did Li Bo encompass when he referred to we? The Yuan Wei Group. Could the second largest heavy industry sector in Longwa dare to challenge him? Though Lu Yan smiled, he could sense Li Bo's unease as his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Yuan Lei. I appreciate Mr. Li's goodwill, but I am a person who values integrity. Having already signed a contract with the other party, I cannot casually breach it. Liu Yan firmly declined Li Bo's proposal, his expression revealing a hint of disinterest. Was this the grand spectacle you orchestrated? What a disappointment, Mr. Lu. We can certainly negotiate the share further. What do you think? Li Bo attempted once more, but Yuan Lei raised his hand to interrupt his incessant chatter. Since Mr. Lu has made a decision, there is no need to press the matter further. With that single statement, Li Bo reluctantly forced a smile and returned to his seat. Mr. Lu, allow me to introduce you to Lu Qingyang, chairman of Xinjiang Heavy Industry, the second largest military enterprise in Longwa. Yuan Lei gestured towards a portly middle-aged man exuding pride. The second largest military enterprise in Longwa. Indeed, he has the capital to be proud. It is an honor, Lu Yan replied, nearly nodding in courtesy as the other party failed to extend a handshake. To boast to him, that seemed rather beneath him. Lu Qingyang was taken aback by Lu Yan's response. Unable to conceal his displeasure, who doesn't bow and scrape before me, he thought, irritated by the audacity of this young upstart. Mr. Lu, mechanical skeletons are bound to become one of the military's major contracts in the coming years. Xinjiang Heavy Industry possesses formidable strength across the board and is an excellent partner. I believe that with your talents and the capabilities of Xinjiang Heavy Industry, a strong alliance would surely dominate the global market. Yuan Lei appeared to take on the role of a keen salesman, fervently attempting to unite Lu Yan and Lu Qingyang. Yet, did they presume that the mechanical skeletons were his sole contribution to Qin Zhongyan? That he would certainly partner with Xinjiang Heavy Industry? Lu Yan suppressed a laugh inwardly. If Mr. Lu wishes, you may enter Xinjiang Heavy Industries R&D department, which houses the world's elite talents. It would undoubtedly facilitate some of your ideas. Lu Qingyang finally spoke, maintaining his superior tone and demeanor. It seemed he still looked down upon Lu Yan, at least not considering him an equal. Lu Yan, not oblivious, sensed Lu Qingyang's arrogance. Chairman Lu, while Xinjiang Heavy Industry is indeed formidable, I have a particular quirk. Lu Yan paused deliberately, allowing a faint smirk to dance across his lips before he continued. I prefer to collaborate with the premier companies, so I must apologize. Yuan Lei's smile faltered, and Lu Qingyang's countenance darkened, resembling a stormy sea. Is this a blatant affront before my very eyes? He mused. Ha, Mr. Lu, do you deem yourself above Xinjiang Heavy Industry? Lu Qingyang's laughter emerged from between clenched teeth, an unsettling chill accompanying it. Chairman Lu, I hold no pretense of superiority over anyone. I simply do not enjoy collaborating with lesser firms. Lu Yan appeared to be self-effacing, yet his words reeked of arrogance. After delivering his retort, he cast a pointed glance towards Li Bo and the others, making his intention unmistakable. They were unworthy of engaging with him. Commander Yuan, it seems this meal is no longer necessary. Lu Qingyang abruptly overturned his wineglass, narrowing his eyes at Lu Yan. Lu Yan, I advise you to maintain a low profile. You should understand the dangers of being overly ambitious. Lu Qingyang's tone dripped with veiled threats. Is this overreach? It appears Chairman Lu has yet to witness true ambition. Lu Yan thought inwardly. In due time, I shall show Chairman Lu what true ambition entails. With that, Lu Yan exuded an air of formidable confidence. If I truly unleash my ambition, even I might be frightened. Very well, I eagerly await your demonstration. Lu Qingyang nodded emphatically, clearly harboring intense animosity towards Lu Yan. Lu Qingyang then swept away, and Li Bo and the others also took their leave, casting unfriendly glances at Lu Yan as they departed. However, Lu Yan paid them no mind. What are they but mere trifles? If they become too irate, I shall simply wipe the floor with them. Mr. Lu, they say it is better to resolve enmities than to deepen grudges. I have heard whispers regarding your situation with Bao Hua today. I intended to introduce you to some individuals to provide you with opportunities for profit. It seems you are not particularly appreciative of my efforts. Yuan Lei's expression soured, though he was clearly putting on a brave front. The moment to sever ties had not yet arrived. Mr. Lu, my uncle speaks truthfully. We indeed share some grievances, but those were mere accidents, and I sincerely apologize. Yuan Baohua approached Lu Yan, flanked by Song Shiyue and Song Haiken. The latter two were either silent or wore awkward smiles. Lu Yan chuckled at Yuan Baohua's words. An apology? His smile vanished in an instant, leaving only a chilling coldness. Can an apology bring my grandmother back to life? The room fell into an eerie silence. How could one possibly resurrect the dead? Song Shiryue bit her lip, drained of color, while cold sweat began to bead on Song Haiken's forehead. Yuan Baohua and Yuan Lei's expressions grew increasingly grim. The deceased are gone. We must always look forward. Although the Yuan family is not the most prestigious, we hold a certain standing in the capital. The individuals present today should have made that clear to you. I acknowledge your capabilities, but that is insufficient to contend with the Yuan family. Therefore, letting go of past grievances would be the wisest course of action. Yuan Lei's words echoed with warnings and even threats, the atmosphere thickening with tension as if a storm were brewing. The Yuan family was indeed formidable. Lu Yan suddenly nodded in agreement, leaving Yuan Lei and the others momentarily bewildered. Has the threat succeeded? Is Lu Yan willing to bury the hatchet? Song Shiryue lifted her gaze to the man opposite her, her eyes brimming with astonishment. Clearly she did not anticipate Lu Yan's sudden outburst. Haha, Lu Yan, it seems you've come to your senses. Yuan Lei's words were abruptly interrupted by Lu Yan's raised hand. Commander Yuan, do not rush. I have yet to finish my statement. Lu Yan leisurely adjusted his attire, seemingly unfazed by Yuan Lei's dark countenance. Although the Yuan family was formidable, they did not instill in me a fear that would deter me from confrontation. In fact, I find myself rather eager to witness how you will all react when the Yuan family crumbles, especially you, Yuan Baohua. You must strive to survive, to witness how I will dismantle the Yuan family and turn you into a loathed beggar. At that time, perhaps we can revisit today's topic, such as the notion that enemies should be reconciled rather than provoked. Lu Yan's words, akin to a declaration of war, ignited fury in both Yuan Lei and Yuan Baohua. Lu Yan, do you realize you are courting death? Yuan Baohua retorted through gritted teeth. What, do you intend to summon a few lackeys to ambush me at midnight? Lu Yan mockingly referenced Yuan Baohua's past deeds. Upon hearing this, Song Shiryue's eyelids quivered involuntarily. It was true, Yuan Baohua had indeed sought revenge against Lu Yan. What had transpired that night? Had Lu Yan sustained any injuries? A sharp pain gripped Song Shiryue's heart. Lu Yan, do not presume that with the Qin family backing you, you can act with impunity. The Qin family is nothing. Yuan Baohua's face turned ashen as he pointed aggressively at Lu Yan. Suddenly, the door to the private room was kicked open with a bang. Who dares to speak so brazenly? Qin Zhongyan stormed in, leading his three sisters, Qin Yushi, Qin Miaomiao, and Qin Mengmeng, who followed closely behind. Chapter 56, Slander. And you, Yuan Baohua, what nonsense are you spouting? You think you can challenge our Qin family? Qin Hao, known for his fiery temper, marched straight up to Yuan Baohua, pointing a finger at him. The arrival of the Qin family sent a wave of apprehension through the gathered crowd. Even Li Bo, who had already left, returned, evidently drawn back by the commotion. The collision of the Qin and Yuan families promised to be quite the spectacle. Get your hand off me, Qin Hao, or do not blame me for being rude. Yuan Baohua stood his ground, retaliating face to face. And who do you think you are? Qin Hao blared back, the tension palpable as neither side could dominate the other. Suddenly Yuan Baohua, in a fit of rage, laughed mockingly, his malice evident. Ha, I may not amount to much, but I am not like the Qin family, selling their daughters for glory. I heard that Qin Miaomiao spent the night with Lu Yan. 5 or 6 times, no less. You always pretended to be a paragon of virtue, yet it turns out you are just a wanton. Yuan Baohua's derisive remarks drained the color from Qin Miaomiao's face. Although she had not taken that night too seriously due to her temperament, being publicly humiliated was intolerable. The whispers from outside, filtering into her ears, only deepened her embarrassment. Her once vibrant countenance now resembled a blank sheet of paper. And as for Qin Zong, TSK, Yuan Baohua showed no signs of relenting, his focus shifting directly to Qin Yushi, clearly intent on shaming the Qin family further. I heard that during yesterday's fire, you and Lu Yan were entangled in a blanket. Naked, were you engaged in such activities while the flames raged outside? Truly audacious. The colder one appears, the more depraved their heart. Qin Yushi's complexion paled even more than Qin Miaomiao's, her delicate frame trembled. Yet she could not utter a single word. The gazes cast upon her felt akin to daggers, piercing her very being. The once formidable Ice Queen, the strong woman who never faltered in adversity, now resembled a glass flower on the verge of shattering. Who could save her? Suddenly, with a punch, Yuan Baohua was sent sprawling, crashing heavily onto the dining table. The soup and drinks drenched him, rendering him a pitiable sight. Yuan Baohua had been struck. He lay there, unable to rise. Gasps of shock echoed throughout the room, as no one had anticipated such a turn of events. Yuan Baohua, you may say what you will about me, but to insult a woman is utterly beneath you. Lu Yan sneered, retracting his fist and casting a disdainful glance at the incapacitated Yuan Baohua. Simultaneously, Qin Miaomiao and Qin Yushi fixed their gazes on Lu Yan. An inexplicable sensation blossoming within them. Was this what it felt like to be protected by a man? An overwhelming sense of security enveloped them. Lu Yan, you dare to lay a hand on me? Yuan Lei finally regained his composure, his face flushed with rage. Did he not hear how Yuan Baohua had insulted Qin Miaomiao and Qin Yushi? Do not speak of one punch, even 100 would be deserved. Lu Yan regarded Yuan Lei coldly, as if his fist might descend upon him next. Yuan Lei instinctively took a step back, bewildered by the palpable aura of menace emanating from Lu Yan. As a soldier, he had encountered men who had taken lives, feeling their murderous intent, which explained his reaction today. Yet, amid this spectacle, the onlookers were left astonished. Yuan Lei, Commander Yuan, a prominent figure in the military district, was intimidated into retreating by a young man. Absurd, however, as they witnessed Lu Yan standing up for the Qin women. Even Li Bo and the others could not help but silently commend him. Regardless of past grievances, Lu Yan exhibited a commendable sense of masculinity. Lu Yan, is there any truth to what Baohua claims? Your relationship with Qin Miaomiao is hardly a secret, nor is your connection to Qin Yushi, which many have witnessed. If they are willing to engage in such behavior, why should they shy away from public scrutiny? Yuan Lei interrogated, his voice laced with a menacing edge, clearly intent on bringing the matter to light, perhaps even to the point of public notoriety. Nearby, Song Haiken flinched, unable to meet Lu Yan's gaze. He was the mastermind behind the incident involving Qin Miaomiao, although the Qin family had not pursued him. He was acutely aware of their resentment, especially since his actions had tarnished the reputation of their daughter in the capital. How would he navigate this predicament? Lu Yan, keenly observant, noted Song Haiken's distress and caught sight of Qin Miaomiao's pale face. The incident had evidently leaked. While he, as a man, was unperturbed by rumors, it was another matter for Qin Miaomiao, a young woman, to withstand such disparaging gossip. Ultimately, it was his fault that she had to endure this humiliation. If he had not intervened, she would not have been subjected to such vile slander. With a surge of determination, Lu Yan declared, Qin Miaomiao and I are in a relationship. It is only natural for us to be together. What right do you have to meddle in our affairs? His proclamation left the entire room in stunned silence. The central figure, Qin Miaomiao, gasped, her mouth forming an O in disbelief. Boyfriend and girlfriend? Who? What nonsense is this? The bewilderment was palpable not only for her but for the rest of the Qin family, who were equally taken aback. We had no idea about this. Their reactions drew the attention of many, who leaned in with eager curiosity, as if they were watching a thrilling show unfold. In stark contrast, Song Shiriwa, with her head bowed, wore a bitter expression. She had been just a wall away that night. Fully aware of how frenzied Qin Miaomiao had been, she could still hear the echoes of her cries. It was likely that the two had been together at least 5 or 6 times. Listening to the man she had once been engaged to, the one she had loved for years, share such intimate moments with another woman nearly shattered her heart that night. This was the primary reason for her hospitalization the following day. While physical ailments could be healed, the wounds of the heart might never mend. Oh, so Qin Miaomiao is your girlfriend? How intriguing, Yuan Lei interjected, his meaning clear to all. It implied a scandalous insinuation of the Qin family's morals, suggesting that both Qin Miaomiao and Qin Yushi were shared by the same man. If this were to spread, the Qin family would find it difficult to show their faces in public again. In terms of malice, Yuan Baohua could not hold a candle to Yuan Lei. Yuan Lei, you are a person of some standing, yet you spew such vile accusations in public. Yesterday, during the fire, I was trapped with President Qin in a maintenance room, our lives hanging by a thread. We had no choice but to use our clothes to block the smoke from entering. How could you twist it into something so sordid? You Yuan family members see filth in everything. I am genuinely curious about the values that have shaped your family. The young speak with no decorum, while the older ones are equally shameless. It is utterly disgusting. Lu Yan pointed an accusatory finger at Yuan Lei, elucidating the true circumstances of the fire to counter Yuan Lei's baseless slander. He was determined to ensure that the Qin family would not be unjustly harmed by these rumors. Lu Yan's fervent defense did not go unnoticed by the onlookers, including Qin Yushi. He was once again standing up for them. Why did her heart flutter with an unfamiliar sensation, disrupting her composure? Lu Yan, if you strike me again, this matter shall not end here. I will ensure you pay dearly. Yuan Baohua, clutching his bloodied mouth, shouted hoarsely, if you dare to speak again, I will knock your teeth out. Lu Yan's fierce gaze sent a shiver down Yuan Baohua's spine, his teeth aching as if Lu Yan's hand were already upon him. Chapter 57. I will not part with my shares of the cancer cure, but I do possess a remedy for leukemia. A cold scoff drew everyone's attention. Qin Zhongyan, surely the things obtained through your daughter's body are particularly handy for you. If it were me, I would have neither the face nor the audacity to flaunt it everywhere. Suddenly, Yuan Lei shifted his target of attack directly towards Qin Zhongyan, and his words were indeed venomous and ruthless. Caught off guard, Qin Zhongyan's face turned an alarming shade of purple, filled with shame and indignation. Yet he found himself at a loss for words, for Yuan Lei spoke nothing but the truth and undeniable reality that he had long been reluctant to confront. Yuan Lei, why do you act like a rabid dog? Biting everyone indiscriminately, Lu Yin interposed, positioning himself protectively in front of the Qin family, clearly conveying that any confrontation should be directed at him. This action undeniably moved the members of the Qin family. Even Qin Zhongyan's expression visibly softened somewhat. Liu Yan, who the hell are you calling a dog? Yuan Baohua hissed, baring his teeth as he approached Yuan Lei, ready to engage. After Lu Yan's declaration, Yuan Baohua was so incensed he nearly spat blood. Yet he dared not retort, fearing he might unwittingly play the fool. Yuan Lei, I am in a relationship with Miao Miao. What I offer my future father-in-law amounts to nothing. Don't think that a mere mechanical skeleton is any big deal. Even if I had a few more, I wouldn't care. Liu Yan's assertion was not merely a spur-of-the-moment outburst. He genuinely felt indifferent about the items in question. He regarded it as compensation for the public humiliation Qin Miao Miao had endured. However, if Lu Yin was unconcerned, how could others possibly feel the same? Qin Zhongyan was somewhat flustered. How did he become a father-in-law? Who decided that? Why was he not informed? Yet, what had Lu Yin just mentioned? Other items to present to him. Suddenly, Qin Zhongyan felt a surge of excitement, even more so than being called father-in-law by Lu Yin. If a mechanical skeleton was so impressive, what could the other items be like? If he were to produce another, surely the commander would have no choice but to agree to his participation in the competition representing Longhua. Haha, Qin Zhongyan's mouth broke into an unvoiced grin. Meanwhile, Qin Miao Miao sensed the peculiar gazes of Qin Meng Meng and Qin Yuan Yuan, her face rosy and undeniably charming. Future father-in-law, you truly dare to say such things. You must be weaving tales so fervently that you've begun to believe them yourself. Qin Miao Miao felt a mixture of shame and confusion, yet as she gazed upon Lu Yan's silhouette, her heart shimmered with emotion, an unmistakable sign of feminine sentiment, though she was oblivious to it. You truly have a knack for boasting. Do you think such equipment is as common as cabbage that you can just produce it at will? Yuan Lei's tone was laden with insincerity, revealing his lack of conviction. Just wait and see. One simple remark from Lu Yan caused Yuan Lei's composure to unravel further. If you were so devoted to your girlfriend, why didn't you share some of the cancer cure profits with Qin Yushi? Isn't she your girlfriend's little aunt? She has shared intimate moments with you. After all, shouldn't you offer some compensation? Yuan Lei deftly shifted the topic to Qin Yushi, seeking to sow discord between Lu Yan and the Qin family. Regardless of whether Lu Yan chose to grant Qin Yushi shares, the entanglements of interest would inevitably create rifts between them, for the stakes were simply too high. Should Lu Yan distribute shares, it would mean pouring money down the drain. Yuan Lei felt astutely clever. I do not require any compensation from you, as during the fire, no one benefited or suffered losses in the pursuit of survival. As long as Lu Yan and Miao Miao are together, the Qin family desires nothing. Finally, Qin Yushi regained her composure and authority as the female CEO, stepping forward to speak on Lu Yan's behalf, preventing him from being subjected to undue scrutiny. Liu Yan, isn't it rather pathetic to let a woman speak up for you at this moment? Yuan Lei disregarded Qin Yushi's words entirely, focusing solely on pressuring Lu Yan, compelling him to declare his position and endure discomfort. Yuan Lei. Before Qin Yushi could continue, Lu Yan nonchalantly waved his hand. I granted Longhua Pharmaceutical 45 of the shares for the cancer cure, ensuring I maintain control. Therefore, it is impossible to allocate significant shares to Qin Yushi. Liu Yan spoke plainly, devoid of any euphemism. Those present understood his implication. If shares exceeding 51 were given away, the cancer cure could easily change hands. Only a fool would undertake such a risk. Yet, understanding did not preclude the emergence of other emotions. Even Qin Yushi, who had no intention of claiming Lu Yan's possessions, felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Anyone can utter sweet words. If you don't wish to give a, simply say so. Yuan Baohua began to mock Lu Yan with a tone dripping with sarcasm. Baohua speaks truth. Lu Yan, you are merely someone who has taken advantage without acknowledging it. No wonder your childhood sweetheart cast you aside. It seems she saw through your true nature long ago. Yuan Lei promptly followed suit, his remarks more ruthless and venomous than Baohua's. He weaponized Song Shuriwei to pierce Lu Yan's heart. The mere mention of Song Shuriwei caused her complexion to drain of color, her gaze toward Lu Yan laden with guilt and uncertainty. Shuriwei, come over and let your former fiancé see how affectionate we are. Yuan Baohua's smile was chilling as he reached out toward Song Shuriwei. He and she did not share an overly intimate relationship. Yet Lu Yan was unaware. His intent was clear: to deliberately provoke Lu Yan. What could be more cruel than an ex-lover flaunting affection with another man before his eyes? Such an act was akin to murder of the spirit. A fierce tempest brewed within Lu Yan's eyes, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption, with Song Shiruo serving as the igniting fuse. It was not that Lu Yan still cared for her. Rather, he could not tolerate the filth Yuan Baohua had served him on a silver platter. In that moment, Song Shiruo became the focal point of attention, with all eyes awaiting her response. Yet, as seconds slipped by, she remained motionless, her gaze fixed downward. Beside her, Song Haiken was drenched in cold sweat, his clothes thoroughly soaked. He could hardly endure this celestial conflict. Could they not spare the two of them? Were they not worth considering? Yuan Baohua, your capabilities are quite limited. Remember, during my time in prison, there were moments I nearly lost my life. Was that your handiwork? Lu Yan shifted his gaze from Song Shiruo to Yuan Baohua, his words causing many to flinch in surprise. There is more to this tale. Song Shiruo abruptly lifted her head, disbelief etched across her flushed face. Lu Yan nearly met his demise multiple times in prison? She had been entirely unaware. She had assumed he was living comfortably, especially since her father had given Lu Yan 5 million. That should have been sufficient for a comfortable existence. It turned out it had all been a figment of her imagination. Her vision blurred. Lu Yan's figure became increasingly indistinct, leaving only the memory of the boy who would gaze at her with a silly grin, the boy who cradled her delicately as if she might shatter. What had she done? How could she have let him slip away? Had she simply endured a bit longer, been a touch stronger, they might not have found themselves at this impasse. Lu Yan, don't blame me for the enemies you made in prison. Yet you are indeed hard to kill, having survived so many attempts. Yuan Baohua could never admit to such accusations in front of so many witnesses, yet his expression unmistakably conveyed his guilt. I hold grudges. I remember every single thing you've done. In the future, we shall settle the score. Slowly, after finishing with Yuan Baohua, Lu Yan turned his attention to Yuan Lei. Isn't your intent to drive a wedge between me and the Qin family over interests? Lu Yan laid the situation bare. Are you not reluctant? Yuan Lei scoffed coldly. Qin Yushi unconsciously clenched her small hands. Would Lu Yan truly be willing to part ways, if the roles were reversed? Would he not feel the same reluctance? The research facility of Yanwei Group has suffered significant losses due to my targeting of the cancer cure. Are there not other projects underway? The research on leukemia has also demanded considerable investment? Hasn't it? I hear it is set to become a major project for the group next year. Lu Yan's smile was decidedly wicked. Yuan Lei felt an unexplainable wave of anxiety wash over him. Why on earth was this fellow bringing up leukemia out of the blue? How did he know about Yuan's development plans? What was he up to? I possess not only the cancer cure but also the leukemia cure. Lu Yan's words were shocking. In the private room, everyone, including Li Bo outside, was rendered speechless. A leukemia cure? What an international joke. Lu Yan paid no heed to their reactions, continuing with deliberate slowness. What if I were to announce a collaboration between the leukemia cure and Yushi's company? Offering her 40 of the shares, Lu Yan paused for effect, relishing the moment. Wouldn't the stock price of Yanwei Group plummet once more? Or perhaps it would crash to the ground, with a thud. Yuan Baohua suddenly buckled at the knees, collapsing onto the floor. Chapter 58. From today onward, you shall be my nominal boyfriend. Song Haiken regretted his earlier decisions. Yuan Baohua's disgraceful display was witnessed by all, filling him with rage and humiliation. How could he be reduced to trembling at Lu Yan's words? Should this become public knowledge, he would surely become a laughingstock in the capital. Lu Yan, don't think that just because you produced a cancer cure you can make grand claims. The research on leukemia has been ongoing for years at Yanwei Group, with investments beyond count. It is not something easily conquered. Yuan Lei stepped forward to shield Yuan Baohua, redirecting all attention back to himself. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Baohua stood, his eyes filled with malicious intent, fixated on Lu Yan. What Yanwei Group cannot achieve does not mean I cannot. If I can cure cancer, what is leukemia? Lu Yan radiated confidence from every pore. Even though no one had seen the leukemia cure, they could not help but believe, albeit reluctantly. Meanwhile, they pondered the implications. If this were indeed true, then, hot gazes converged upon Qin Yushi. 40% of the shares. Even though the number of leukemia patients may not rival that of cancer patients, it still represents a staggering business worth hundreds of billions. However, that is merely the surface. The intangible assets that this medication can bring to Yushi Company are beyond imagination. It seems likely that this year, Yushi will emerge as the most eye-catching new company. Aside from Lu Yan's cancer pharmaceutical firm, should we consider ways to establish contact with Qin Yushi? Perhaps we can partake in some of the benefits. Many have already entertained this notion in their hearts. Certain individuals should be cautious not to speak recklessly lest they become a source of ridicule. Yuan Lei felt a vague unease within, but at this moment, he certainly could not allow his own spirit to wane. After speaking, he did not wait for Lu Yen to respond and strode out of the private room. Today's gathering not only failed to mend the rift with Lu Yen but also resulted in him being slapped in the face, having even produced a leukemia miracle drug. This could potentially stir considerable turmoil for the Yuan Wei group. Your uncle has left. Are you still here waiting for me to escort you? Lu Yen disregarded Yuan Lei, his sarcastic gaze landing squarely on Yuan Bao's face. The latter was seething with rage. Yet at this moment, he could find no words to express himself, quickly exiting the private room like a stray dog. Outside, Li Bo and the others also departed in disappointment, inexplicably regretting their attendance at this banquet. The room soon emptied, with only the Song family remaining. As for the opportunistic individuals, Lu Yen cast not a glance in their direction, yet, even so, when Lu Yan's unwavering gaze swept across, Song Shuriwei turned pale as if she had been grievously wounded. Just days prior, she had still been the esteemed daughter of the Song family. Even if she lacked influence in the capital, she had never felt so utterly diminished. However, since Lu Yan's return, everything had changed. Just a couple of days ago, he had callously discarded her into the restroom to fend for herself. Today, she had been shamefully summoned by Yuan Baohua to serve drinks. Each incident was a torment that pierced her very bones. Lu Yen, thank you for preserving the reputations of Miao Miao and Yushi today. Otherwise, who knows what rumors would have circulated. Qin Zhongyan, the eldest of the Qin family present, took the initiative to speak politely. Lu Yen had just said many things, some of which he could not help but want to confirm with the other party, such as Lu Yen providing additional military supplies to him as a father-in-law. That certainly made his heart race. Of course, he could not bring it up. After all, who could be so shameless? Third brother is right. We must indeed express gratitude to Lu Yen today. As for what you mentioned, we did not take it to heart, so please do not trouble yourself over it. Qin Yushi discerned her brother's meaning and echoed his sentiment. The Qin family had indeed been in closer contact with Lu Yen recently. Yet their relationship had not reached the point where they could accept benefits from him without justification. At the very least, she truly felt no entitlement to do so. Colonel Qin, President Qin, the origins of today's incident lie with me. Miao Miao and President Qin were wrongfully accused, and I bear an undeniable share of the responsibility. Therefore, my earlier words were not solely intended to provoke Yuan Lei, they also contained my desire to make amends. Lu Yen candidly expressed his thoughts, his tone and demeanor exuding sincerity. Qin Mengmeng and Qin Yuan instinctively looked towards Qin Miao Miao, who regarded Lu Yen, her thoughts unknown. Lu Yen, do you mean to say that you publicly declare your relationship with Miao Miao as boyfriend and girlfriend simply to compensate her? Qin Mengmeng inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Indeed, this incident originated from me, and by stating this, Miao Miao will not be subjected to any unpleasant gossip. Of course, this is merely a temporary measure. In due time, when the matter is less discussed, the Qin family can conveniently claim that we have parted ways. At that point, I will certainly cooperate fully. Lu Yen felt a profound sense of guilt towards Qin Miao Miao. Regardless of whether the Qin family owed him anything, Qin Miao Miao absolutely did not owe him. He unconsciously glanced at Qin Miao Miao, and their eyes met. The girl's face flushed crimson for reasons unknown. While Lu Yen awkwardly rubbed his nose, the atmosphere turned peculiar. Since you say so, then starting today, you shall be Miao Miao's boyfriend until you part ways. If Miao Miao has any matters, I shall seek you out. Qin Mengmeng smiled, her eyes narrowing like a cunning little fox. Even Qin Yuan smiled knowingly, glancing between Qin Miao Miao and Lu Yan. No problem, I assure you I will cooperate wholeheartedly, Lu Yen replied without hesitation. What matters could a girl possibly have? Qin Zhongyan's complexion was rosy, and he smiled harmoniously, evidently pleased with Lu Yan's demeanor. However, while Qin Yushi also smiled, there seemed to be an undercurrent of something else in her expression. Oh right, I also take my commitment to President Qin seriously. I will offer you 40 of the shares in the leukemia miracle drug, but you will be responsible for the machinery, site, and raw materials. I shall only provide the technology and necessary high-end equipment. Lu Yen suddenly shifted the topic, causing Qin Yushi's eyes to brighten instantly, her gaze brimming with surprise. The dignified ice queen, now blushing and stuttering, struggled to articulate a coherent response. Even Qin Zhongyan found this transformation intriguing. Is this truly my sister, who is usually so unyielding and decisive? The private room was soon vacated, leaving only Song Shuriwei and Song Haiken. Song Haiken attempted to ingratiate himself with Lu Yan, explaining that they had been coerced by Yuan Baohua to attend. However, Lu Yan completely ignored them. Moreover, feeling genuinely guilty, he refrained from asserting any presence. Yet, the implications of an anti-cancer miracle drug and a leukemia miracle drug were so formidable that Song Haiken could hardly bear to contemplate them. Even the Song family company seemed insignificant in comparison. Song Haiken's gaze was shrouded in unprecedented gloom as he looked at his daughter with a complex expression. Had it not been for his relentless obstruction, his narrow-mindedness, and the multitude of mistakes he had made. Given the childhood bond between Shuriwei and Lu Yan, and the depth of feelings he could have for Shuriwei, all of this could have been his. Where would there be a matter concerning Qin Miaomiao or Qin Yushi? Song Haiken grasped his chest tightly, his trembling breath laden with indescribable regret and guilt. The Song family had never been so close to the pinnacle of success, within reach, merely a hand's breadth away. Yet he had managed to ruin everything. Let us go, Shuriwei. Song Haiken sighed despondently, as if all his spirit had been sapped. Song Shuriwei did not respond, her red-rimmed eyes fixated on the direction of the private room door. Lost in thought for an extended period. Chapter 59. Can both son-in-law and husband coexist? The terrifying reactions after consuming 3 generations of medicinal agents. The Qin family convened for their second general meeting after a day's interval. This time, even Qin Haiqing's and Qin Shuemeng's spouses were present. Qin Yaohua attentively listened to all the details of today's events, his murky yet sharp gaze eventually settling on Qin Miaomiao and Qin Yushi. Dad, do you think Lu Yan's generous benefits to us, without seeking anything in return, are truly just to compensate Miaomiao? After all, they are not. Truly together, his generosity seems excessive. Qin Zhongyan's wife, Lu Xiuling, was the first to speak up. As Miaomiao's mother, she was undoubtedly the most concerned. This entire situation reeked of intrigue. Most importantly, she was genuinely taken aback by Lu Yan's grand gestures. The metallic skeleton could already be considered compensation for Miaomiao. Now, he was even promising other top-tier military equipment, treasures that were nearly impossible to acquire. To put it bluntly, even selling a daughter might not fetch such a price. The others in the living room turned their gazes towards Qin Miaomiao due to Lu Xiuling's remark. The girl withdrew into herself again. Isn't it tedious to be dragged out like this each time? I am merely open-minded, not thick-skinned, unable to endure the scrutiny any longer. Qin Miaomiao impulsively spoke up. At the very least, I still have some connection with him. My aunt merely shared a moment of intimacy with Lu Yan. She only received 40 of the shares. That's a leukemia miracle drug. If this is genuine, the resulting uproar will undoubtedly rival that of the cancer miracle drug. Qin Miaomiao's clever deflection was a stroke of genius. To the extent that Qin Yushi felt like cursing, instantly, the gazes of a dozen individuals fell upon Qin Yushi. Boom! Qin Yushi felt a wave of suffocation wash over her, a jolt of electricity shooting from her spine to her brain. Shared intimacy, embraced, the level of shame associated with this could only rank third or fourth in severity. The first, without a doubt, was the moment Lu Yan had brandished his intentions towards her, a memory she dared not revisit lightly. The second was when she had been watering the iron gate while Lu Yan had watched her unwaveringly. Recalling the sensations of that moment, the shuddering and pulling made Qin Yushi feel dizzy. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Qin Zhongyan, noticing his sister's burning desire to hide her head between her legs, quickly scolded her. It's true, Miaomiao has at least been watered by Lu Yan, so it's reasonable for her to receive more compensation. My aunt merely had her modesty exposed and shared a brief encounter. Lu Yan's generosity is indeed excessive. Qin Mengmeng, as always, spoke without restraint, exuding an air of reckless abandon. Her words even made Qin Yaohua's face twitch. This could not possibly be his granddaughter. She must have been switched at birth or picked up from a trash can. Qin Yaohua was speechless, and the other members of the Qin family wore equally strange expressions. Mengmeng has a low emotional quotient and speaks without thinking. Please don't take offense, Qin Shuemeng's wife. Yang Dan awkwardly clarified, unable to suppress her glare at her daughter. How had she ended up with such a troublesome child? After silently cursing, Yang Dan could no longer restrain herself from casting a glare at Qin Shuemeng. It must surely be the poor quality of those seeds. They are all misshapen and flawed. It is absolutely not her fault. Qin Shuemeng, though Qin Yushi, who had been playing the ostrich, was momentarily interrupted. She could not alleviate the heat rising to her face. However, Qin Mengmeng's words inexplicably reminded her of the events from the day of the fire. The hardships she endured far surpassed what her family was aware of. The things she found hard to speak of were precisely the sources of her overwhelming shame. With this thought, Qin Yushi unexpectedly felt a sense of justification. Her pure and untainted body had not only been seen by him but had also been held and embraced. Even serving as his whetstone, what harm is there in claiming a share for herself? It hardly seems excessive, does it? Father, we have yet to see a finished product for the leukemia miracle drug. I still need to communicate with Lu Yan about the specifics. Once I confirm the details with him, we can deliberate further. Qin Yushi maintained her carefully constructed persona, her tone calm and devoid of any significant emotional fluctuation. As if the bashful person from moments ago were not her at all. Oh dear, she changes her demeanor faster than Qin Miao Miao. Truly worthy of being an aunt, the child has certainly inherited this trait. The three biological brothers and their wives exchanged knowing glances in silent agreement. Yushi is right, nothing is set in stone, and our futile discussions here carry little significance. As for Miao Miao, Qin Haiqing's partner, Wang Chunyan, seemed to ponder for a moment. The composed demeanor of a high-ranking CCTV executive was quite convincing at that moment. I believe it would be beneficial for them to interact, if Miao Miao and Lu Yan can develop a relationship. It would not be a bad thing for the Qin family. Of course, if it does not work out, we can find an excuse to disperse the matter later on, which likely would not hinder Miao Miao's future friendships. Wang Chunyan's words indeed plunged the entire family into contemplation, followed by expressions of sudden realization. Indeed, although Lu Yan and Miao Miao's connection was a mere accident, who says accidents cannot lead to something more? If Miao Miao truly manages to be with Lu Yan, it would certainly be a far more stable situation for the Qin family than the current state of affairs. Should Lu Yan become part of the Qin family, he would essentially become half Ason Dai in the future. If any good fortune were to come their way, it would no longer be a source of such inner conflict, with the blush still lingering. Qin Miao Miao once again became the center of attention. Beside her, Qin Meng Meng and Qin Yuan wore unabashedly mischievous smiles, as if anticipating something. Qin Yushi looked at her bashful niece, her smile somewhat stiff. Qin Meng Meng, with her eagle-eyed observation, could hardly conceal her wicked grin. Then, one remark sent the hearts of the Qin family racing once more. I believe we should not place all our hopes on Miao Miao. Whether it is a granddaughter-in-law or a son-in-law, they are essentially the same for the Qin family. Ugh, Qin Yushi felt her defenses crumble once again. That wretched girl should be sent to the depths of hell for her insolence. Silence. Yang Dan firmly covered Qin Mengmeng's mouth, her smile becoming rigid as she dragged her away. I'm going to give you a good thrashing in the room, little ancestor. You must have some divine powers. The scene of a sister-in-law and niece vying for a man is too stimulating. I truly cannot bear it. Green Star. Lu Yan awoke in the morning and, amidst the subtle rivalry between Su Qin and the twins, finally got himself dressed. Despite the three of them assisting him, they were slower than if he had dressed himself, leaving him drenched in sweat. Finally, Lu Yan could no longer hold back and gave 3 loud slaps. This time, they became obedient. Tomorrow morning, unless summoned by me, none of you are allowed to come near. Otherwise, I shall make your backs bloom with flowers. Lu Yan left with a parting threat. Su Qin and in exchange to huff before limping back to their respective garages, nursing their sore backsides. This was truly a case of losing both the husband and the troops. It seems a new plan must be devised. Unbeknownst to Lu Yan, after his departure, Su Qin and the others were deep in thought. He found Zhang Yongtao and began delegating tasks: gather all the information on the leukemia correction agent, as well as the necessary machinery. Lu Yan directly assigned the job to others, merely awaiting the results. At the task release center, Lu Yan approached Ma Tao from the Red Lion Squad, providing him with the required machinery for the cancer miracle drug purification, along with details of other necessary equipment. 2,000 crystal cores were swiftly paid, leaving Lu Yan once again nearly depleted. Another busy day awaited him. Lu Yan sighed as he exited the gathering area. In the afternoon, he felt slightly fatigued. Yet the day's gains had been quite substantial. Instead of trading canned goods, he had dealt in the pricier pure meat products. The beef shank, vacuum-sealed, was enough to make one's mouth water. A 300-gram package sold for 10 crystal cores. Lu Yan sold a total of 4 cubic meters, exchanging them for 500 level 3 crystal cores, leaving him with over 10,000 crystal cores, almost double the price of the canned goods he had sold the day prior. This was largely due to him gradually grasping some of the information regarding the post-apocalyptic world. In the garage, he commanded the system, "Give me the 3rd-generation enhancement potion." Lu Yan suppressed his inner excitement as a bottle of light blue potion appeared in his hand. Gulp! He drank the potion in one go, and in an instant, he felt an explosive surge of energy within him. In mere moments, his eyes were bloodshot, and even his breath began to emit faint wisps of white mist. Boom! Crash, crash, crash! The bedside cabinet was shattered by a kick from Lu Yan, and the wardrobe soon met a similar fate. Shards of glass grazed Lu Yan's protective suit, leaving no marks behind. "Brother Lu, what happened to you?" Su Qin rushed in upon hearing the noise, only to find her pupils constricting in fear. Terrifying, the blood-red eyes of Lu Yan resembled those of a frenzied lion. His entire being radiating a savage aura, his gaze fixated on her as if she were a delectable morsel. A low growl escaped his throat, and Su Qin instinctively turned to flee, abandoning all hesitation that if she did not run she would undoubtedly meet a dire fate today. Chapter 60, The Terrifying Aftereffects of the Third Generation Potion. Su Qin's journey through life and death. The garage door was yanked upward with great force. Yet, before it could rise a meter high, Su Qin rolled out in a panic, drawing the attention of those nearby. Among them, a figure hidden in the shadows tensed visibly. "What is happening?" boomed the roll-up door. Already standing at a height of 1.67 m, emitted a tremendous crash as if struck by a truck, even distorting the iron door's lower edge. The culprit was a man in a state resembling a mutated zombie. "Help!" Su Qin glanced fearfully toward the shadows, as if sensing someone there could save her, but in the next moment, a hand seized her ankle. "Shadow, save me. I beg you, save me." Su Qin clawed desperately at the ground. But her struggles proved futile. Those witnessing this scene around her had no intention of extending a helping hand. It was simply too normal for a woman to be caught while fleeing from a garage. The man who had taken the enhancement potion had not only increased his limb strength but also enhanced his fifth limb to varying degrees. For an ordinary woman, this could easily become unbearable torment. "I hate you all." Su Qin's fingers bled as she let out chilling screams. Meanwhile, the figure partially concealed in the shadows retreated into darkness. It turned out to be in a state induced by the third generation potion. The figure was astonished, having not anticipated that Lu Yan was consuming the third generation potion. Did his organization not realize that taking the third generation potion required proper preparation? How dare he do so in an unimpeded garage? The figure, teeth clenched, sprinted toward shop number 1. This matter could not be involved in. After hearing the report, Sisterly shook her head. Su Qin would be torn to shreds by Lu Yan. The words of the figure caused Sisterly to frown. "We have yet to ascertain the forces behind Lu Yan. It would be reckless to rush in to save someone. Such an action would undoubtedly reveal our surveillance of him and confirm that Su Qin was our undercover agent." Sisterly's coldly rational words made the figure exhale deeply. He could still hear Su Qin's last words echoing in his ears. "I hate you all." When she accepted the mission, she had to face the consequences. Life or death, it was her own fate. There was not a sound to be heard from shop No. 1. In the garage, Su Qin's body crashed heavily onto the bed, were it not for the mattress. She might have sustained severe injuries or worse. "Brother Lu, I beg you, I am your Qin. Please don't kill me." The alluring demeanor she usually displayed to tempt Lu Yan was now gone. As she curled up in the corner, pleading desperately for a shred of his sanity, yet the eyes behind her tears were icy cold, she understood the cause of Lu Yan's current state. It was clearly the side effects of consuming a high-level enhancement potion. The moment she sensed something was wrong, she had fled with all her might. Unfortunately, having only used the first-generation potion, she was no match for Lu Yan's speed. Now trapped by Lu Yan in the garage, it would not be an exaggeration to say she was facing a life-or-death situation. Under the influence of the side effects, it would be entirely normal for the enraged Lu Yan to tear her apart. Opposite her, Lu Yan's blood-red eyes locked onto her fiercely. He breathed heavily, yet the violent impulses within him showed no sign of abating. On the contrary, the fear radiating from Su Qin only intensified his urge to inflict harm. Step by step, as Lu Yan advanced, Su Qin's heart plummeted into despair. The sound of tearing fabric filled the air. Su Qin felt as though she had been clawed by iron talons, leaving several bloody scratches on her back. Her dress was gone, along with the protective layers beneath, which were all ripped apart in an instant. Barely clad, Su Qin did not overreact. Her narrow eyes darted anxiously around her surroundings as she sought a path to escape. Clenching the iron lid of a luncheon meat canister tightly in her grasp, she remained determined. Moments later, Lu Yan extended his hand toward her once more. With a sudden splatter, blood erupted as the lid struck Lu Yan's neck with force. Splattering crimson onto Su Qin's face, she had struck true, yet found herself unable to bear the sight of Lu Yan's predicament. Instinctively she rolled away, desperate to flee once more. However, a swift motion ensnared her neck. Lifting her before him as one might a mere chick, the lid was yanked from his neck, but the blood did not flow as one might expect. Astonishingly, the flesh appeared to heal before the naked eye. The enhancement serum possessed remarkable restorative properties, with higher grades yielding superior effects. When Lu Yan had consumed the initial generation of the serum, the wounds inflicted by bodyguards had nearly vanished. "I'm sorry." I didn't mean to. Please, don't kill me, Suqin pleaded, her voice fading as Lu Yan's blood-red gaze bore into her. The pressure on her throat rendered her words almost inaudible, her face turning visibly red and purple as her breath became nearly imperceptible. A sound that was both a laugh and a growl escaped Lu Yan's lips. In the next instant, he lowered his head abruptly and bit into her smooth, pale shoulder, his mouth filled with tender flesh. Lu Yan struggled to restrain his bloodlust. His skin broke beneath the pressure, filling his mouth with the metallic tang of blood. Suddenly, the rolling shutter door was drawn up, revealing An and Xiao Xian. Their faces ashen as they turned away. Please don't frighten us, sir. Sister Suqin is dying. If you must bite someone, let it be me. Xiao Xian's voice trembled, barely containing her fear. Closing the door signified their resolve to soothe Lu Yan. Fully aware of the serum's side effects and the perilous state he was in, yet, they endured their terror for this purpose. They were not unafraid of death. In fact, they were terrified, but for them. Lu Yan represented more than just a master to serve. He was their last bastion of hope in this apocalyptic world. Even when he was fierce with them, they could sense his kindness and concern. Never viewing them as mere tools for release, but as cherished individuals, two little girls he cared for. In this desolate world, it felt like a fantastical dream. How could An and Xiao Xian not feel moved enough to risk their lives for him? Whether they would succeed in that gamble, however, remained uncertain, for Lu Yan at that moment was as terrifying as the zombies outside. Please, don't frighten An. I'll let you bite me too. Woo-woo, An and Xiao Xian, now terrified, began to cry, yet they cautiously inched closer to Lu Yan, their determination unwavering despite their fear. Bloodied, Lu Yan's pupils suddenly contracted. The next moment, he breathed heavily alongside Suqin. Who could once again draw breath? System. Why did I lose control? The first thought that crossed Lu Yan's mind, as he regained a semblance of rationality, was to inquire of the system. After all, the serum had been purchased from it. You nearly lost control the last time you used the second-generation serum. Have you forgotten the warnings I provided? Your lack of preparation before consumption is what triggered this chaos. The system's explanation reminded Lu Yan of his recent experience with the second-generation serum, where he had felt an urge to tear things apart. Under the system's guidance, he had realized that the impulse was to shred clothing, not harm others. Today, however, he had carelessly forgotten, almost treating Suqin as a victim of his aggression. As he glanced at Suqin, whose neck bore bruises and whose shoulder was marked by deep bite marks, guilt washed over him. This had nothing to do with whether they were enemies or allies. It was purely the remorse of a man who had inflicted harm upon a woman. Yet, in his current state, he could only grasp fleeting lucidity. The aftereffects of the serum needed to be resolved, lest the consequences worsen. An and Xiao Xian are still injured, so you'll have to endure some suffering. Lu Yan's voice was hoarse and heavy, but to his surprise, Suqin no longer radiated the fear she had moments before. Until a moment arrived when her slender waist was firmly gripped by two large hands. It hurts. Suqin was perplexed as to why she was crying. In truth, this pain was trivial compared to the rigorous training she had endured. It paled in comparison to the ache in her shoulder, yet, overwhelmed by an indescribable emotion, she tilted her head back and bit into Lu Yan's shoulder. A gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years. A woman's revenge, however, must be swift. Chapter 61. I'll give you a first-generation serum as compensation. Xin Yushi wanted to be taken to the crematorium. Xiao Xian and An were dumbfounded as Lu Yan and Suqin focused on detoxification while one cried for her mother. Completely oblivious to them, how had things escalated so quickly? Wasn't he there just bloodshed moments ago? Sister, do we still need to stay here? An swallowed hard, her wide eyes fixated ahead. I suppose we no longer need to. Xiao Xian echoed, her legs feeling as if they were anchored to the ground. An hour later, Suqin finally succumbed to unconsciousness, while Lu Yan stood upright, his eyes bloodshot. The next moment, An and Xiao Xian nearly had their hearts leap from their throats. Have you bought your tickets? Get lost. Lu Yan's reprimand felt like a royal decree of mercy. Xiao Xian grabbed An and dashed back to their garage. Quick, little girls, I'll let you off this time. After squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth, Lu Yan suppressed his urge to follow them into the garage. The toxins had evidently not been fully expelled, but he could manage to restrain himself. He ensured Suqin was covered, preventing himself from losing control and causing her further harm. Yet, the sight of her shoulder wound and the bruises on her neck stirred discomfort within him. The sharp pain roused Suqin from her stupor, prompting a weak cry of pain. I'm applying medicine to you. Since you're awake, I might as well ask you something. Beneath the glow of the overhead light, Lu Yan's expression was obscured. Though his voice had lost its previous rasp, Suqin, still dazed from her slumber, assumed he would inquire about her organization. Had she inadvertently revealed herself during her escape, with her life precariously hanging in the balance? The thought of being completely consumed and then silenced haunted her. A wave of despair washed over her. She wished she had simply been strangled moments ago rather than subjected to this complete annihilation. You must have used enhancement serums before. Which generation have you reached? Lu Yan's sudden inquiry caught Suqin off guard. Why was he asking about the serums now rather than her organization, after a brief moment of surprise? She quickly replied, I've only used the first-generation serum. Well, that simplifies things, Lu Yan retorted, producing a vial of white serum with a casual flick of his wrist. The purity was astonishing. Suqin recognized it as the first-generation serum. Though she had never encountered one of such high quality, enhancement serums can heal certain injuries. Since I bit your shoulder, consider this vial as compensation. He extended the serum toward her. For me, the Suqin's expression reflected disbelief. This wasn't a performance, it was a genuine, unexpected reaction. She recalled that her promise to become Lu Yan's undercover agent had only netted her a single vial of the first-generation serum as a reward. Yet here he was, offering it to her simply because he had bitten her during his post-serum frenzy. Oh, and he knocked me out too. She thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. What a load of nonsense. This is the apocalypse. I belong to Lu Yan. Whether it's a bite or a night spent together, no one would bat an eye. Thus, the vial of serum was something she hesitated to accept. Lu Gu, this little injury on my shoulder will heal in a couple of days. You don't need to gurgle, cough. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Yan forced the serum into her mouth. And the bewildered woman found herself absorbing the first-generation serum. Is this what it feels like, now free of any trace of injury? Suqin stood in astonishment, even raising her fists in triumph. Heya, lost in her own euphoria. She had seemingly forgotten Lu Yan's presence and her current predicament. Lu Yan, still burning with unquenched desires, watched as Suqin celebrated her newfound strength, her movements causing his eyes to involuntarily follow her flailing fists. With a graceful high kick, Suqin executed a beautiful stance that earned her a score of 99 from Lu Yan. The remaining point was deducted as he stepped forward and seized her calf in a close embrace. Ouch, why does it hurt again? Suqin cried once more. Had she merely been dreaming? This must be the serum repairing your injuries. Experiencing it twice is quite unprecedented, Lu Yan mused, observing Suqin's adorable demeanor as she kicked playfully. He couldn't help but tease her. She seemed so clever during their performances, yet now she appeared quite foolish. In this spirit, Suqin's second experience far surpassed her first, and soon neither could articulate coherent thoughts. Alas, the two sisters next door were left to endure another hour of the wall-less echoes. In the evening, the items brought back by Ma Tao were under the supervision of Zhang Yongtao, who had already delivered the crystal nuclei to the mission office, ensuring they would not face any issues receiving payment. Zhang Yongtao and his team began the necessary repairs on the machinery with practiced efficiency. As a technician under Lu Yan's command, it is their duty to alleviate their boss's troubles. Outside the garage, a pair of eyes in the shadows has been fixated on the rolling shutter door. Seemingly fearful of it suddenly opening to reveal a corpse either bare or wrapped in a sheet that would then be besieged by the people in the tent area, utterly dismembered, it has become all too commonplace for bodies to be found near the tent area, leaving no trace behind. Yet, even as night fell, the rolling shutter door remained closed. Could it be that Suqin was still alive? A flicker of hope ignited in the cold depths of Ying's eyes. On Blue Star, Lu Yan rose early in the morning and went directly to the warehouse to retrieve the machines from the space. Ma Tao had transported a total of 4 units, with 2 more that could not fit and would have to be brought over tomorrow. Lu Yan paid no mind to the machines. He secured the doors and made his way to Yushi Company. In the president's office, upon seeing Lu Yan enter, Qin Yushi's gaze shimmered with an indescribable light. There was little distinction between son-in-law and grandson-in-law. The words of Qin Mengmeng from yesterday suddenly surged into her mind, causing a wave of unease to wash over her. With a few gentle slaps to her own exquisite face, she forced herself not to overthink. Lu Yan was, after all, Miao Miao's boyfriend. Lu Yan appeared utterly bewildered. What was this icy president doing? Why was she suddenly slapping her own face for no apparent reason? The woman, caught off guard, lifted her head only to meet a pair of eyes filled with question marks. In a rush, blood surged to Qin Yushi's brain, and she felt an overwhelming desire to bury her head in the ground like an ostrich. What on earth was she doing, acting like a lunatic and slapping her own face in front of Lu Yan? Even if it wasn't hard, it certainly wasn't normal. How could she not faint from embarrassment? Qin Yushi collapsed, leaning sideways in her office chair, her eyes tightly shut. What? Lu Yan was momentarily stunned before hastily making his way over. Had she knocked herself out, or was there a hidden ailment? President Qin, Lu Yan gently nudged her, but she remained unresponsive, only her delicate eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, involuntarily trembling. Lu Yan, unaware of the complexities of a woman's emotions, had never considered that fainting could be a controlled act. After a moment of helplessness, he bent down and reached out. If she had fainted, then it was imperative to get her to the hospital. With her eyes closed, Qin Yushi contemplated how to awaken naturally and reasonably. Before she could devise a plan, she felt a hand slip from her neck down beneath her thin shirt, landing on her smooth back. The warmth of the palm nearly made her cry out in surprise, but that wasn't the end of it. Another hand suddenly squeezed in from the side of her leg, slipping into the luxurious fabric of her Chanel outfit. "Whoa!" Lu Yan exclaimed instinctively as he lifted Qin Yushi into his arms. It wasn't due to her weight, his strength was now 800 kilograms, and carrying Qin Yushi felt as light as a feather. It was merely a reflexive response, however. In this context, it was decidedly inappropriate. "You scoundrel," Qin Yushi silently cursed in her heart. Who was he calling heavy? She weighed barely 100 pounds. "Weight, 120, no need." The fainted Qin Yushi pressed down on Lu Yan's phone, her tone tinged with urgency. "I just have a slight headache. Lying down for a moment will suffice," Qin Yushi weakly uttered, her chin nearly resting on her chest, unable to bear looking at Lu Yan. Suddenly, the office door swung open. "Yushi, has Lu Yan arrived?" Qin Shuemeng's voice abruptly halted. Behind him stood the three sisters who had come to meet Lu Yan, all of them displaying shock. What was this scene? Lu Yan was actually Princess carrying his aunt, and what was she doing, nestled in his arms? Not only did she appear delicate, but one of her hands was also resting on Lu Yan's hand. Were they flirting in the office? "Are you still there? Do you still need the ambulance?" Lu Yan's phone blared with the urgent voice of the emergency services. "Send a vehicle immediately, just take me straight to the crematorium." Qin Yushi had had enough. She had lost face in front of her family in just a few short days. Chapter 62. Was this to unfold a tale of torment between aunt and niece? The atmosphere in the office was undeniably strange. Qin Yushi, cradled in Lu Yan's arms, attempted to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. Lu Yan, holding Qin Yushi, was equally uncertain about how to navigate this situation. "I was merely acting out of kindness. I saw someone faint and wanted to take her to the hospital." Lu Yan, what exactly is this? Qin Shuemeng finally broke the silence, his demeanor resembling that of someone who had caught a couple in the act. "I came to find President Qin when she suddenly fainted, and I thought to take her to the hospital, and you happened to arrive." Lu Yan recounted the sequence of events factually. "She fainted just as you arrived? And you are holding her, while she is still touching your hand." Qin Mengmeng, as always, had no qualms about speaking the truth. Lu Yan could barely keep up with the situation, and Qin Yushi, who had just managed to lift her head, promptly buried it back into Lu Yan's chest. How could he explain? There was no way to clarify anything. As Lu Yan contemplated how to articulate the situation, his gaze suddenly fell upon Qin Miaomiao. Her downturned lips and forlorn eyes seemed to accuse some man of infidelity. "I am innocent," Lu Yan silently screamed in his heart. He had not engaged in any romantic entanglements, he was merely a healer. "Really?" As Lu Yan grumbled internally, he felt the silky fabric of black stockings suddenly shift. The slippery sensation nearly caused him to lose his grip. He quickly tightened his hold, but in doing so, his palm inadvertently slid upward slightly, nearly disappearing beneath the hem of her OL skirt. It wasn't deep, but it appeared far more suggestive than before. After stabilizing his hold, Lu Yan looked down at the woman in his arms. "Are you still playing coy with me, sister?" Qin Yushi bit her lip slightly, her gaze at Lu Yan filled with a hint of annoyance. "I in front of my family, how dare you take advantage of me and touch my leg?" "You lecher." Their eyes locked, both longing for the other to understand their emotions at that moment and to halt their descent into moral decay. Alas, their thoughts were misaligned, as they were clearly not on the same wavelength. Meanwhile, Qin Shuemeng and the others witnessed a different tableau unfold. Were they not even attempting to hide their feelings anymore, engaging in a passionate exchange right before their eyes? Lu Yan had even dared to slip his hand under Qin Yushi's skirt? Qin Miaomiao felt as though the sky had fallen. Just a night together, and now her love had withered far too quickly. What she found most unbearable was that the boyfriend she had only spent a mere 15 hours with was now set to become her uncle by marriage. Can you believe it? This was the vibrant life she had longed for. He had indeed not disappointed her. Qin Mengmeng silently chuckled, her small mouth stretching into an exaggerated grin. Wasn't this far more entertaining than any melodramatic soap opera? While Qin Yuan was not as outrageous as Qin Mengmeng, she too felt the tumult of emotions within her. If a tale of torment between niece and aunt were to unfold, the Qin family would surely be rocked to its core. Still not letting go, Qin Yushi sensed that the atmosphere was exceedingly awkward and, in her haste to distance herself from the man she deemed a scoundrel, lowered her voice to say something, yet she herself did not realize that her tone lacked any chill. Instead, it resembled that of a lover playfully rebuking their partner. Lu Yan finally understood that she wished to be set down and, feeling a bit awkward, quickly released his hold, allowing her to stand. Ignoring the warmth of his hand lingering on her back, Qin Yushi hurriedly moved toward Qin Mengmeng and the others. I suddenly felt dizzy just now. Lu saw me fainting and wanted to take me to the hospital. Qin Yushi made an effort to maintain a serious expression as she explained to Qin Miaomiao and the others. Her gaze particularly resting on Qin Miaomiao's face. The ant is not competing for your man, Qin Miaomiao. I am truly baffled. If it weren't for Lu Yan being a benefactor of the Qin family. Yushi never falls ill, and now that she does, it just so happens that Lu Yan is there to catch her. Qin Shuemun, believing himself to possess emotional intelligence, chuckled twice in an attempt to ease the tension. However, neither Lu Yan nor Qin Yushi nor even Qin Miaomiao could mask their expressions, all of which turned vibrant and telling. Never falls ill, just so happens to be caught by Lu Yan, and then they were hugging and holding? And he touched her little hand, and her thigh. I can't even eat. Qin Yuan's gaze flitted between Lu Yan and Qin Yushi, while Qin Miaomiao remained fixated on Lu Yan, her eyes blazing with indignation. Meanwhile, Qin Mengmeng wore a grin reminiscent of a mischievous raccoon. Even Lu Yan, despite his usual obliviousness, sensed that the atmosphere had turned peculiar. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided against wasting breath on explanations. The innocent shall remain untainted. After all, he was a pure-hearted soul. Dr. Qin, I came today to discuss the leukemic correction agent. The moment Lu Yan mentioned business, the mood shifted, and Qin Shuemun, Qin Yushi, and even Qin Miaomiao became more serious. Playtime was over. The Qin family thrived together and suffered together. They understood the importance of knowing when to be playful and when to be earnest. The conversation in the office continued for nearly half an hour. Primarily between Lu Yan and Qin Shuemeng. Lu Yan, I will relay the information to the dean and ensure it is published on the world's top websites. Rest assured, with your status as the inventor of the cancer treatment, this report will soon take the world by storm, Qin Shuemeng assured Lu Yan with unwavering confidence after hearing his requests. Thank you, Dr. Qin. I hope you can lend a hand with matters on that side. Lu Yan replied politely. At this moment, presenting the leukemic correction agent to the Yanwei Group was not the most opportune time. They would begin large-scale promotional efforts next year. That would be the ideal moment to strike decisively. However, Lu Yan cannot wait that long. Even if revealing the cards he holds at this moment would only harm them slightly, he remains unfazed, for he possesses an abundance of cards. Slowly tormenting them could indeed serve as a splendid means of revenge. Qin Shuemeng has departed, leaving only the three sisters, Qin Yushi, Qin Mian, and Qin Mengmeng, in the office. Lu Yan, tonight the Qin family is hosting a banquet to celebrate my grandfather's recovery from his serious illness. You don't have any engagements, do you? If not, you should accompany Mian. It would be a perfect opportunity for everyone in the capital to be aware of your relationship with her. Qin Mengmeng initiated the conversation. Effectively breaking the awkward tension. Mengmeng is right. There should be quite a number of guests today, and if you attend with Mian, surely no one in the capital will dare to gossip. Qin Yuan nodded in rare agreement. Their demeanor suggested that the earlier incident involving Lu Yan and Qin Yushi had never occurred. All right, send me the time. I will definitely be there. Lu Yan responded without hesitation. He had already agreed to pretend to be in a relationship with Qin Mian, and he felt it was his duty to attend the Qin family's banquet. However, after their eyes briefly met, he was struck by her charmingly flushed complexion. Qin Mian is truly beautiful, possessing a generous and vibrant personality. He had been deeply impressed by her during their first encounter. Yet, in recent days, their interactions have revealed that Qin Mian seems to be deliberately suppressing herself, as if she is acting to maintain a certain image. This sentiment is quite disconcerting. Nevertheless, Lu Yan feels he lacks the right to meddle in another's affairs. Thus, he plans to have a heartfelt conversation with Qin Mian during the banquet. The circumstances between them were not solely of their own making, even if they cannot become a couple. They should at least strive to be friends, shouldn't they? By the way, Lu Yan, there's something I would like to ask of you. Qin Yuan suddenly recalled something and approached Lu Yan, visibly conflicted. What is it? Lu Yan inquired with curiosity. Theoretically, he had the most interaction with Qin Yuan among the three sisters. In the hospital, she had overheard his conversation with Qin Haiqing and nearly fell in shock. He had saved her from that predicament. However, since then, their interactions had been minimal, limited to mere nods upon encountering each other. I have a close friend's younger brother who suffers from congenital leukemia. And his condition has worsened recently. The leukemia remedy you mentioned, would it be effective for his illness? Chapter 63, Why are you burrowing into my embrace? Qin Meng Meng remarked, this drama is becoming increasingly captivating. Qin Yuan anxiously explained the situation, her gaze fixed upon Lu Yan, awaiting his response. Her friend's parents had only welcomed this son in their middle age, only to find him afflicted with congenital leukemia. The entire family had undergone compatibility testing to no avail, living in a state of sorrow. Now, upon hearing that Lu Yan had developed a specific remedy for leukemia, she sought an opportunity with him. Most types of leukemia should be treatable, Lu Yan stated cautiously. However, since it is a remedy targeting leukemia from Greenstar, it should pose no significant issues. Upon hearing Lu Yan's words, Qin Yuan became visibly excited. Do you have any finished medication at hand? If possible, I can arrange for my friend's family to purchase it. Qin Yuan did not intend to ask for it for free. Her friend's family was well off and would undoubtedly pay for something that could save a life without hesitation. I have a batch of the medication, I have no other engagements this morning. So let us go take a look together. Lu Yan had nearly concluded his business for the day, and it would be beneficial to observe the effects of the leukemia remedy firsthand. That's wonderful, I'll contact my friend immediately. Qin Yuan nodded eagerly, then pulled out her phone to make a call. President Qin, please pay attention to the pharmaceutical factory and expedite the purchase and setup of the necessary equipment. As for anything we cannot acquire, I will handle it. Before Lu Yan left, he exchanged a few more words with Qin Yushi, who responded affirmatively. Her demeanor was starkly different from that of the little woman who had been hiding in his embrace. Were all members of the Qin family born actors, effortlessly donning multiple facades. Outside the building, Lu Yan opened the car door, and Qin Mian promptly took a seat in the passenger seat. While Qin Meng and Qin Yuan settled into the back. Mian, you've always despised sitting in the passenger seat, why have you chosen to do so today? Qin Meng seized the opportunity to tease and provoke Qin Mian about her relationship with Lu Yan. Her sarcastic tone caused Qin Mian to blush instantly. I am now in a relationship with Lu Yan, of course, I must sit in the passenger seat, would you prefer to take my place? Although Qin Mian may not possess the sharp tongue of Qin Meng, she was not lacking in repartee either. With a crimson face, she retorted directly. Oh dear, we wouldn't dare sit in the passenger seat of your boyfriend's car. What a show-off! Qin Meng's exaggerated tone elicited a chuckle from Lu Yan, who found himself itching to give her a playful smack on the backside. As the car swiftly approached the private hospital, wasn't this where Qin Yaohua was hospitalized? Lu Yan smiled, leisurely making his way to the top floor. Passing by the entrance of VIP 4, he casually glanced inside and, quite fortuitously, spotted Song Shiyu lost and fought at the door. Their eyes met, and she hastily stood up, yet, before she could react, Lu Yan had already strolled over nonchalantly. As he reached the doorway, Song Shiyu caught sight of Qin Mian linking arms with Lu Yan as they entered VIP 5. In that instant, Song Shiyu felt as though all color had drained from her face, her vitality seemingly diminishing by the second. What's wrong, Shiyu? Song Haikuan approached her, frowning in inquiry. Lu Yan just went to VIP 5 with the Qin family, Song Shiyu replied. Matter-of-factly. Lu Yan, why didn't you go greet him? Song Haikuan was momentarily taken aback before hastily admonishing her. I didn't have the chance, Song Shiyu explained. Qin Mian was with him. She first reminded Song Haikuan of the relationship between the Qin family and Lu Yan before elaborating. It doesn't matter who was with Lu Yan, you should still go and speak to him, you have nothing to lose, Song Haikuan admonished her, his frustration palpable. Can't you even manage that? Why are you still playing hard to get at a time like this? He was acutely aware that the Song Corporation had become ensnared in a quagmire from which it could not extricate itself. Yuan Baohua had recently grown increasingly critical of their family, and with their own affairs in disarray, all investment collaborations had come to a standstill. The unspoken implication was clear, Song Shiyu needed to find a way to engage with him. It was an obvious expectation. In the past, he would not have hesitated to send her to curry favor with him, as a marriage between their two families was already a foregone conclusion. But now everything had shifted dramatically. Lu Yan had emerged like a comet, casually producing miraculous remedies for cancer, leading to a staggering 35% drop in the stock price of the Yuan Wei Group. Even though the situation had slightly stabilized in recent days, the company's valuation had still diminished by approximately 30%. The impact was undeniably severe, and this didn't even account for the potential leukemia remedy, which would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the Yuan Wei Group once more. How long could Yuan Baohua continue to act so brazenly? Song Haikuan could no longer predict, therefore, he could not afford to push Song Shiyu towards Yuan Baohua. Instead, Lu Yan had become his most promising target. As for the women surrounding him, none could compare to the bond he shared with Song Shiryu. Misunderstandings could be resolved over time. A few more nights of sleep would surely bring clarity. Song Haikuan reassured himself, albeit naively. Unfortunately, he underestimated the complexity of the situation. Sleep was not something one could simply will into existence. In VIP 5, a middle-aged couple appeared haggard, while a girl standing beside them looked to be about the same age as Qin Yuan. Dressed in a black dress with a white pearl necklace, she possessed delicate features and neatly styled long black hair, exuding a clean and demure aura, despite the evident worry on her face. She remained as beautiful as a doll. Nian, this is Lu Yan, whom I mentioned. Qin Yuan stepped forward, gently taking her friend's hand before introducing Lu Yan. Mr. Lu, I truly apologize for the trouble of your visit. We should have come to receive you. Mu Xiangxi, embodying the grace of a refined lady, offered a slight nod in Lu Yan's direction. I am Mian's boyfriend, thus Yuan is naturally akin to a sister to me. Please, there is no need for formalities. Lu Yan graciously acknowledged the sisters. Qin Yuan had not anticipated Lu Yan's response, causing her chin to lift slightly in surprise. Brother-in-law, you are quite generous. Qin Yuan shared the same sentiment. Qin Mian, undeniably beautiful, smiled, her fox-like eyes narrowing in delight. As she linked arms with Lu Yan, she even leaned in closer, the soft touch igniting various sensations within Lu Yan. How generous, my girlfriend, not at all stingy. Perhaps sensing Lu Yan's unspoken thoughts, Qin Mian's lovely lips curled into a radiant smile. Mr. Lu, I've heard that you have a specific remedy for leukemia. Might it be effective for my son? If you can cure Tingshan, my Mu family will undoubtedly express our heartfelt gratitude and treat you as a benefactor reborn. The middle-aged man, with an air of scholarly refinement, spoke in a manner that left Lu Yan feeling uncomfortable. Could we not converse in a more straightforward manner? I'm a straightforward guy, I can't handle this poetic exchange. Yet, here I am, amidst a family drama. The hospital room was silent, everyone awaiting Lu Yan's response. I possess a limited supply of the medication. Before mass production, the stock is quite scarce. However, Lu Yan paused, gently patting Qin Mian's small hand on his arm, infusing an air of affection into his demeanor as if they were indeed a couple. Since Mian and Yuan are sisters, and Yuan's friend is naturally my friend as well, I made a special trip to ensure that today's treatment is flawless. Lu Yan finished speaking, and the couple from the Mu family repeatedly expressed their gratitude to Qin Mian and Qin Yuan. Mu Xinyang, overwhelmed with emotion, embraced Qin Yuan, tears streaming down her face. The bond between the close friends deepened further. Such is the nature of human connections, they not only saved face for the Qin family but also put on a display of deep feelings in front of outsiders, indirectly enhancing the Qin family's reputation. Truly, a masterstroke. Lu Yan almost wanted to laugh heartily, hands on his waist, gazing at the sky. Mr. Lu, I will forever remember the kindness you have shown me, but it is you who saved my brother's life. I, Mu Xinyang, will toil for you in my next life to repay your grace. With tears like falling pear blossoms, Mu Xinyang approached Lu Yan and deeply bowed in gratitude. Her emotions had overtaken her, causing her to become somewhat agitated. There is no need for such formality. Lu Yan reached out, intending to help her up, believing that excessive politeness could become a burden. However, before his hand could make contact, Mu Xinyang, either due to overwhelming emotions or a sudden faintness, stumbled and fell directly into Lu Yan's embrace. Qin Mian exclaimed, "What the heck, is this a case of biting the hand that feeds you?" Qin Yuan remarked, "Sister, I truly did not see this coming." Qin Mengmeng chimed in, "What was that you said? I knew this plot wouldn't be so simple." Mu Xinyang, dazed and confused, murmured, "Who am I? Where am I? What just happened?" As she lifted her head, her gaze met Lu Yan's, who was looking down at her. Nian. The most terrifying silence fell, and the most dreaded concern from a close friend. Suddenly, the door to the hospital room was flung open, revealing a man whose face was twisted with rage as he strode in. Mu Xinyang, who is this man? How dare you embrace another man behind my back? Chapter 64. No expert or professor can compare to my brother-in-law's bottle of medicine. A large-scale scene of betrayal. The male lead, filled with fury, raised his hand to strike Mu Xinyang. The sharp sound of the slap echoed in the hospital room. Mu Xinyang shut her eyes tightly, her body recoiling in fear, yet the anticipated pain did not come. Peeking through her eyelids, she saw a hand blocking the blow, attached to a muscular arm. If there is something to discuss, use your words. Resorting to violence against a woman is utterly shameless. Lu Yan's smile vanished as he gently pulled Mu Xinyang back, placing her safely behind him, away from the man who sought to strike. Who the hell are you? What happens between Mu Xinyan and me is none of your business. Get lost." The man withdrew his hand, ignoring the pain coursing through him, and forcefully shoved Lu Yan's shoulder. Yet Lu Yan remained unmoved, as solid as a wall. Mu Xinyan observed her husband's actions and was about to step forward to intervene, but Lu Yan stood like a mountain, protecting her firmly behind him. Is this what it means to be a man? Mu Xinyan couldn't help but ponder for the first time. Coming from a scholarly family, her father, though well-read, was not the most assertive, thus she found herself thinking these thoughts. I don't care who you are or what your relationship with Mu Xinyan is, but you cannot resort to violence, not against me, nor anyone else. Do you understand? Lu Yan grasped the man's wrist. Watching as each word caused the man's expression to twist in pain, his face becoming increasingly flushed. Let go. The man stumbled backward, crashing into the wall, his arm feeling as though it had been crushed in ice. Ho Xiang, Mr. Lu is here specifically to treat Ting Shen. I merely expressed my gratitude a moment ago. I felt dizzy and he assisted me for a moment. Can you please refrain from being unreasonable? Mu Xinyan finally regained her composure and stepped out from behind Lu Yan, coolly explaining to her husband. After speaking, she disregarded the man's reaction and quickly turned back to Lu Yan. Her face filled with apology. Mr. Lu, I truly apologized. I have been so anxious about my brother's illness that I haven't rested well these past few days. I suddenly felt dizzy just now. And I hope you won't take offense. Mu Xinyan spoke softly, explaining the reason for her faintness. She then turned to Qin Nian to offer her apologies as well. I'm sorry, Nian. I truly didn't mean to. Please believe me. To fall into Lu Yan's embrace in front of his girlfriend, even if it was an accident, was undeniably awkward. Mu Xinyan, shouldn't you be explaining this to me? Ho Xiang, left to the side, felt even angrier than when Lu Yan had easily subdued him. How could his wife apologize to an outsider who had harmed him? Had she lost her mind? Mu Xinyan, this is Ting Shen's hospital room. Lu is here to treat him, but if you had any heart, you would know what to say and do. Disappointment filled Mu Xinyan's eyes as she coldly reprimanded her husband. Of course, I know this is Ting Shen's hospital room. But I saw you rush into another man's arms right at the door. How could I possibly remain calm? Ho Xiang clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in anger. Didn't I just explain? I've been taking care of Ting Shen tirelessly for days. You don't even realize that, he continued. If you don't help me, that is one thing, but now you want to blame me in front of so many people. Mu Xinyan gasped for breath, but she held back her harsh words. Being well-read and cultured, she found it impossible to utter vulgarities in public. Ho Xiang, are you an animal? You've been married to Nian for less than a year. And you actually dare to lay a hand on her? Qin Yuan finally reacted, pulling her weeping friend close and pointing an accusing finger at Ho Xiang. I was just momentarily impulsive. Ho Xiang gritted his teeth in defense. Why don't you take your impulsiveness to your parents? With so many people in the room, how could Nian just leap into a man's arms without reason? You grew up with her. You know what kind of person she is, don't you? I always said you weren't a good man, and now it seems I was right. Qin Yuan continued to berate him, her contempt for Ho Xiang palpable. Despite their families being scholarly clans with strong ties, she felt disillusioned to marry him. Ho Xiang, unable to retaliate against Qin Yuan, simmered with rage, looking around for someone to vent it. Lu Yan, are you alright? Qin Nian had no interest in the conflict between Ho Xiang and Mu Xinyan. She subtly brushed off the dust from Lu Yan's clothing, the remnants of where Mu Xinyan's face had rested. Lu Yan noticed her small gesture and felt a strange amusement. Was she feeling jealous? Compared to Lu Shuriwei, her jealousy was almost negligible. Suddenly he thought of someone, and his smile faded slightly but was quickly dismissed. I am fine. After saying this, Lu Yan gently grasped Qin Nian's small hand. This was not recklessness but rather an instinctive reaction to the heightened emotions in the air. Both Lu Yan and Qin Nian paused, surprised by the contact. Their gazes met, and Qin Nian shyly looked away, while Lu Yan felt a tickle in his nose. Damn! Ho Xiang's face turned a deep shade of anger as he glared at Lu Yan, his displeasure growing. First, he held my wife, and now he was flirting with the Qin family's beauty. How could he not be infuriated? Ho Xiang, you need not worry here. Just go home and don't disrupt Mr. Lu's treatment for Ting Shen. After wiping away her tears, Mu Xinyan spoke in a low tone. Ho Xiang, already discontent with Lu Yan, could hardly bear that his wife wanted to drive him away. Mu Xinyan, I have been in contact with the best leukemia specialists abroad for the past 2 days, and they are flying to Longwa specifically to treat Ting Shen. They are all internationally renowned experts and professors. Are you sure you want to send me away? Ho Xiang's voice was laced with suppressed anger as he threatened Mu Xinyan. His words surprised her, and the coldness in her eyes softened somewhat. Is that true? Mu Xinyang asked uncertainly. Of course it's true. How could I not care about Tingshin? Ho Xiang's tone grew gentler, and the tension in the room eased slightly, the expressions of the Mu couple softening as well. The storm seemed to have passed. Whether those experts and professors are real or not is another matter, but even if they are the greatest doctors of our time, they can't compare to a bottle of medicine from my brother-in-law. Qin Mengmeng, hands behind her back, spoke with an air of mock authority. Afterward, she playfully patted Lu Yan on the shoulder. However, given her petite stature, the sight of her attempting to pat the 1.87-meter-tall Lu Yan was rather amusing. The reinforcing medication had caused Lu Yan to grow even taller, making him appear even more imposing, yet, at that moment, no one was concerned about the amusing height difference. They all turned their astonished gazes toward Lu Yan. Indeed, no world-renowned expert can compete with Lu Yan's miraculous medicine. Qin Mengmeng, if you read more, you wouldn't say such ridiculous things today. Just him? What medicine does he have that can cure leukemia? Ho Xiang, unaware of the miraculous leukemia medication, dismissed Qin Mengmeng's words as mere boasting. Do you have a medicine that can cure leukemia? What are you blathering about? Do you think leukemia is just a cold or fever that can be treated with medicine? Ho Xiang, you must not speak recklessly. Hurry and apologize to Mr. Lu. Mu Xinyang was the first to explode, her voice sharper with worry. She feared that Ho Xiang's outburst might offend Lu Yan and jeopardize her brother's chance of recovery. Mr. Mu Xinyang, Ho Xiang's face twisted with rage as he shouted, watching his wife about to apologize to Lu Yan. He felt blood rushing to his head. Chapter 65. Is leukemia really cured this easily? Has Song Shuyue thrown herself at him? Are you out of your mind? You believe he has medicine to cure leukemia? Didn't I just invite the experts? Do you think that his so-called medicine is safe? What if it harms Tingshin? You are nothing but a foolish woman. The hospital room was filled with the echoes of Ho Xiang's frenzied shouts. The Dragon Kingdom is indeed a remarkable nation, where someone dares to propose the use of a single vial of medicine to cure leukemia. A peculiar tone, laced with sarcasm, drifted in from the entrance. And the next moment, two foreign gentlemen and a woman of Asian descent stepped inside. Professors Thomas John and Coase expressed their profound gratitude for the long journey they had undertaken to reach the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Ho Xiang suddenly bent forward and extended his hand, adopting a demeanor of humble deference. Hope, it seems our presence is no longer required here. Perhaps we should visit other patients. The fair-skinned, blonde-haired Thomas regarded Ho Xiang with an air of arrogance. Professor Thomas, please do not take offense. These individuals have no comprehension of the complexities involved in treating leukemia. Ho Xiang smiled obsequiously, then turned his gaze to Mu Xinyang. These three professors were my university instructors during my studies abroad and are also esteemed doctors at the hospital. It took considerable effort to invite them here. Should you not swiftly ask the inconsequential onlookers to leave so that we may attend to Tingshin's condition? After saying this, Ho Xiang's eyes swept over the three Qin sisters, ultimately settling on Lu Yan, clearly deeming them the inconsequential ones. Ho Xiang, do not inflate your own significance. Your studies abroad, that obscure university you attended, what merit can it possibly boast, even if they were indeed internationally renowned professors? They would pale in comparison to a mere finger of my brother-in-law. Today, Qin Yuan was fully unleashed, calling out to Lu Yan with increasing familiarity. Yuan is correct, your discernment is indeed lacking. Do you even know who my brother-in-law is? Do you grasp the heights of medical achievement he represents? To call you a frog in a well would be a slight to the well itself. The frog croaked. Ribbit, ribbit, thank, ribbit, you, ribbit, forever, ribbit, ancestors, ribbit, lineage. Ho Xiang suddenly erupted into uncontrollable laughter. The previously irate Thomas and his colleagues now wore expressions of derision. The people of the Dragon Kingdom continue to boast as usual, yet they remain oblivious to what this Lu Yan possesses in terms of medical prowess. Coase Maria spoke fluently in the language of the Dragon Kingdom, yet her gaze towards Lu Yan was steeped in disdain, as if she were observing a clown striving for attention. My boyfriend is the developer of a groundbreaking cancer medication. You haven't heard of this? Qin Miaomia clung tightly to Lu Yan's arm, her face brimming with pride as she announced it loudly, her adorable yet haughty demeanor radiating confidence. While she may not know much about Lu Yan's other attributes, she felt quite assured regarding the cancer medication, hence her display before the foreign guests. However, Qin Miaomia underestimated the significance of the phrase cancer medication, especially given the current uproar surrounding its development both domestically and abroad. What did you say? The developer of the cancer medication is him? Coase Maria's face shifted through a spectrum of colors in rapid succession. Thomas and the others were stripped of any arrogance or disdain. Of course, the names associated with the cancer medication were not hidden from them. It was indeed Lu Yan's name that adorned the documentation. Qin Miaomiao, standing tall like a proud swan, tilted her head back. At this moment, her stature complemented Lu Yan's in a manner reminiscent of a golden couple. Xinyan, is he truly the developer of the cancer medication? Ho Ziang glanced anxiously at Mu Xinyan for confirmation, as if the one who had just laughed boisterously was not himself. Do you think Yuan would carelessly bring someone to treat Tingshen? Do you believe I, Mu Xinyan, am a fool? Mr. Lu is not only the developer of the cancer medication, he has also created a specialized treatment for leukemia. Mu Xinyan once again dropped a figurative atomic bomb into the hearts of Ho Ziang and his companions, shattering their composure. A specialized treatment for leukemia, John, with his prominent nose, murmured in disbelief. Normally, he would have dismissed such braggadocio outright, but these words came from the mouth of the developer of the cancer medication. He dared not disbelieve them, nor question their validity. The name Lu Yan had already become synonymous with mastery in the foreign medical community, an undisputed recipient of this year's Nobel Prize in Medicine. Destined to be etched into the annals of history as a significant figure, they were utterly unqualified to challenge or refute him. Are we all silent now? Then I shall commence treatment for Tingshen. Considering my time is quite precious and I have no desire to waste it on inconsequential individuals. Seeing that everyone had fallen silent, Lu Yan spoke, his tone devoid of mockery towards Ho Ziang, yet offering no semblance of face-saving either. The term inconsequential at this moment carried more weight than a mere insult. Mr. Lu, please, whatever you require, do not hesitate to ask. Mu Xinyan respectfully inclined her body in a gesture of invitation, her demeanor suggesting that Ho Ziang dared not utter a single protest. In fact, he found the situation entirely reasonable and considered it prudent to be even more compliant. The servile nature of his character was laid bare. Lu Yan proceeded with the treatment, which was essentially akin to administering an injection to a child. The primary function of the leukemia corrective agent was to restore the hematopoietic system disrupted by leukemia and rectify malignant cell disorder. The rate of recovery following its application was swifter than that of cancer. Everyone in the ward held their breath in anticipation. The three foreign professors frequently shifted their feet, eager to witness the happenings at the bedside, longing to observe the miraculous process of leukemia's cure, which they could boast about upon returning home. After more than half an hour had passed, Mr. Lu, how is the situation? Ultimately, it was Mu Xinyan who could no longer contain herself. Lowering her voice as she inquired anxiously, let the doctors conduct an examination. If all goes well, there should be no issues. Lu Yan appeared unfazed, yet his words sent a shiver through everyone's hearts. Is it really this simple? After just one injection, has leukemia, an illness akin to a terminal condition, been cured? The ward quickly descended into chaos, with various instruments displaying data as a group of doctors stood agape in astonishment. The blood routine data was entirely normal, and all clinical manifestations of leukemia had vanished. So, has it truly been cured? John, clutching at his sparse hair, was left dumbfounded. Cos Maria gazed intently at Lu Yan, as if wishing to swallow him whole. Thomas was busy inputting information, seemingly communicating with someone. The Mu family was overwhelmed with tears of joy, and the Qin sisters were equally moved, though their emotions were underscored by an unmistakable sense of pride. My boyfriend, brother-in-law, sister-in-law, is simply extraordinary. Outside the ward, Mu Xinyan wiped her tears while expressing her gratitude to Lu Yan. Beside her, Ho Ziang fidgeted nervously, attempting to find the right words to mend their relationship. Having previously offended Lu Yan quite severely, Xinyan, we will take our leave now. Do remember to attend the banquet this evening. Yuan and Mu Xinyan waved goodbye, not sparing Ho Ziang a single glance. Xinyan, you must cultivate a good rapport with Lu Yan. If our Ho family could secure a stake in his pharmaceutical company, we could simply lie back and count our riches. Ho Ziang seemed to have forgotten the earlier unpleasantness with Mu Xinyan, his eyes shimmering with visions of wealth. Mu Xinyan did not respond to Ho Ziang. Instead, she regarded her husband with a complex expression. There had never been any love between them, and their marriage was merely a matter of cohabitation. Yet she had never realized before how repugnant Ho Ziang truly was. As they walked down the corridor, Lu Yan maintained an air of indifference, while the Qin sisters remained caught up in their excitement, chattering animatedly. Just as they passed VIP room 4, Song Shuriwei was unexpectedly shoved forcefully by Song Haiken, causing her to stagger and lunge towards Lu Yan. The occurrence was utterly unforeseen. By the time Lu Yan reacted, Song Shuriwei had already approached him. However, just as they were about to embrace, two hands swiftly restrained her. Miss Song, what is your intention in throwing yourself at my boyfriend? Qin Miaomiao's frosty expression was rife with hostility. With that, she forcefully pushed Song Shuriwei back. From Lu Yan's perspective, Qin Miaomiao resembled a scrappy little wildcat, igniting a desire within him to give her a playful ruffle. Chapter 66, Are You Shameless? A broken mirror cannot be remade. Song Shiryue's arrival was entirely unanticipated, and her retreat was equally frantic, colliding with the wall and emitting a muffled gasp. The crystalline glimmering of her eyes, when locked onto Lu Yan's, was filled with a mix of grievance and shame. Lu Yan understood her plight but felt no sympathy whatsoever. Had she not chosen this path for herself, whether it was fraught with difficulties or smooth sailing, it bore no relevance to him. Oh dear, look at this commotion. Shiryue was merely eager to have a chat with Lu Yan. Why must it escalate to physicality? Song Haiken stepped forward quickly, casting a sycophantic glance at Lu Yan. Who would have thought that just 10 days prior he had been the one in a position of superiority, bestowing favor? Truly, the world is capricious, and fate has a way of turning the tables. Miss Song and I do not share a casual rapport, Lu Yan replied, lightly patting Qin Miaomiao, who stood in front of him, before directing his cold gaze towards Song Shiui. Lu Yan, how could Shiryue be considered an outsider? She is your fiancée, cherished since childhood. She has missed you dearly these past few years, and it was my interference that prevented her from seeing you. You must harbor some resentment towards me. But please do not direct it at Shiryue. Why not have a proper conversation tonight? Some misunderstandings can be resolved through dialogue. Song Haiken gave Song Shiryue another shove in Lu Yan's direction. This time, Lu Yan's hand shot out to block her, and the hand resting on Song Shiryue's shoulder withdrew without hesitation, as though repulsed by an unseen filth. His disdain was palpable. Is it the custom of the Song family to treat their daughter as a mere commodity? Or is the Song family's fortune built upon such tactics? While I can understand the lengths one may go to for financial gain, it is still rather unbecoming. However, it always leaves me with a feeling of a touch of disgrace, does it not? Lu Yan's expression and tone were laden with irony, causing Song Haiken's face to instantaneously shift in hue. Song Shiryue, the one likened to a mere commodity, appeared to be struck down, her complexion turning ashen. Lu Yan's words were undeniably harsh, each syllable seemingly imbued with malice. You deem me despicable? Song Shiryue fought back tears, struggling to maintain her composure, despite Lu Yan's mistreatment over these past few days. He had never resorted to such cruel words before. Or else, what do you desire, Miss Song? Lu Yan gazed down at her exquisite visage, one that had once captivated him to the point of obsession. Wishing to be by her side every moment, to offer her all that he could provide, yet now, love had morphed into a profound hatred. Her betrayal was a torment far more agonizing than the fists, toothbrush handles, iron spikes, and the darkness of solitary confinement within a prison, a thousandfold. Is this the life you yearn for, being treated as a mere bargaining chip, casually dispatched to various men's beds? Is this what you would forsake your nurturing kin for? Lu Yan looked down at her glistening eyes. Song Shiryue wished to utter something, but her throat felt as though it were constricted, rendering even breathing a challenge. This is not what I desire. I have never contemplated abandoning my grandmother, Song Shiryue internally protested, yet those words remained unspoken. Even if she did voice them, would Lu Yan believe her? Lu Yan scoffed derisively, stepping back to widen the distance between them. Miss Song, do refrain from attempting to send your daughter my way in the future. Though I am not a paragon of virtue, I possess a certain fastidiousness. Your daughter is far too sullied for my taste. I genuinely fear contracting some sort of virus. Each of Lu Yan's words pierced through Song Shiryue's heart like daggers, each cut deeper and heavier than the last, as if he sought to excise her very soul. Song Shiryue could scarcely fathom that Lu Yan would utter such humiliating words. In an instant, she felt her entire being teetering on the brink of collapse. Lu Yan Shiryue has yet to. Song Haiken managed to force a strained smile, attempting to explain, but Lu Yan had already turned his back, striding toward the elevator, casting not a single glance toward the father-daughter pair. Miss Song, tonight the Qin family is hosting a banquet in celebration of my grandfather's recovery. If you have the time, your attendance would be greatly appreciated. Qin Mengmeng suddenly appeared before Song Shiryue, displaying a fervent invitation regardless of the latter's state of mind. Song Shiryue's head snapped up, her face a mask of bewilderment. The Qin family is inviting the Song family to their banquet. Surely, I must have misheard. Qin Mengming's smile bore a hint of coldness, clearly harboring ulterior motives in her invitation to Song Shiryue. Lu Yan Shiryue and I will definitely be there tonight, rest assured. Song Haiken, unconcerned with Qin Mengming's scheming, called out to the already distant Lu Yan. After Qin Mengming chased after Lu Yan, Qin Yuan halted in front of Song Shiryue, her scrutinizing gaze devoid of any subtlety. Song Shiryue, to be honest, I envy you quite a bit. You are strikingly beautiful with an impeccable figure, and you grew up alongside my brother-in-law. You seem to have captured all the favorable circumstances. Qin Yuanyuan lamented, reaching out to grasp Song Shiyue's chin as if examining a work of art, yet in the next moment, she abruptly released her hold, disdainfully brushing her fingers against Song Shiyue's shoulder. "What a pity that you squandered such a splendid hand," Qin Yuanyuan smirked dismissively before turning to leave. However, her final words shattered the already fragile composure of Song Shiyue and Song Haiken. "Had it not been for your myopic judgment, Song Haiken, and had you not betrayed this relationship, what heights might you and the Song family now have achieved? In the entirety of Longguo, no family would dare to look down upon you. No company, domestically or internationally, could rival your stature. Thus, may you live the rest of your days in regret." Slap. Song Haiken struck himself fiercely across the face, yet the weight of his remorse was suffocating. Qin Yuanyuan had not exaggerated even a fraction. The efficacy of cancer treatments and leukemia remedies would outpace even the printing of money. Song Haiken could scarcely envision the grandeur that would have been his had he possessed such resources, yet all of this slipped through his fingers due to his narrow-mindedness. How could one word, regret, adequately encapsulate this? It was akin to purchasing a lottery ticket, never having one, and thus feeling indifferent, yet he had already bought 100 winning tickets, only to have lost them. This was the most unbearable reality. Song Haiken pounded his chest in despair, while Song Shiyue stood in stark contrast. Her demeanor numb, resembling a beautiful doll bereft of its soul, the enmity from Qin Miaomiao, the anger from Qin Mengmeng, the disdain from Qin Yuanyuan, none of these compared to Lu Yan's single word of disdain. He truly loathed her to such an extent, any flicker of hope for reconciliation extinguished in that moment. Outside the hospital, Qin Miaomiao clung to Lu Yan's arm, several times on the verge of speaking but unsure of what to say. They were all aware of the complexities between Lu Yan and Song Shiyue. After years of intimate companionship, the depths of their intertwined emotions were unfathomable. Brother-in-law, we haven't yet chosen our gowns for tonight's banquet. Would you accompany us to pick something out? Qin Mengmeng, noticing her sister's anxiety, devised a mischievous plan. Soon, they found themselves at an upscale bespoke gown boutique. Lu Yan accompanied the three girls in their selection. The atmosphere markedly lighter than the previous tension at the hospital. Nonetheless, it was evident that Lu Yan's spirits remained less than bright. Qin Mengmeng, her eyes darting with mischief, began to stir trouble once more. After perusing the gowns, she gestured to choose one set for Qin Miaomiao and Qin Yuanyuan, while she herself resolved to select a daring piece. In the fitting room, Qin Miaomiao rarely displayed any embarrassment. "Are we truly going to wear this? Isn't it too sheer?" Qin Yuanyuan glanced at Qin Miaomiao's transparent outfit, then at her own high-slit dress, before casting her gaze toward Qin Mengmeng's gown that plunged to the navel. Wasn't this an excessive allowance? Having already surmised Qin Mengmeng's intentions, she felt conflicted. For the clan, everything the Qin family sacrificed was worthwhile. Moreover, Lu Yan is your brother-in-law. Haven't you heard the saying that a sister-in-law is half a brother-in-law's business? Qin Yuanyuan? And the other half pertains to you, my dear sister-in-law?